On a spring afternoon, in the border region of southwestern China and Myanmar, just outside the city of Ruijing, a young man in his 20s rode along a winding mountain path on his motorcycle. A large woven bag was strapped to the back of the bike, which roared unevenly as he maneuvered through the terrain. The handsome face of the young man bore a hint of weariness. In the distance, a city emerged, prompting a smile to break across his face as he accelerated, launching himself onto the highway. In the quaint alley of the Gaozhou town in Ruijing, the young man deftly steered his motorcycle into a large courtyard. To the left stood a row of two-story dai-style houses, while to the right lay a bustling cargo yard, cluttered with heaps of stones and stacks of woven bags filled with stones haphazardly piled together. Beside the cargo yard, a lineup of machines roared to life, and a group of people gathered around a makeshift platform nearby, captivated by something. "Ah, Xiang, you're back?" A small, wiry, middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, swiftly approaching the motorcycle. "I'm back, Uncle Cun. Why are there so many people today?" The young man replied. Yesterday, a customer's bid surged and word spread quickly, drawing in numerous visitors. "The boss is in the office, you should go see him," Uncle Cun informed him. "Got it, Uncle Cun. He'll come help once I'm done. Can you keep an eye on the woven bag for me? It's too heavy to lift," Ah Xiang said before quickly heading up to the second floor. Arriving at the office door, Ah Xiang knocked lightly before pushing it open. Inside, several individuals sat around an imposing tea table, engaged in animated conversation when they heard the knock. Ah Xiang hurried over to the table, greeting a middle-aged man in his 50s. "Boss, the goods are back." The man regarded Ah Xiang and asked, "Everything fine on the road?" "All good, boss. The goods are downstairs," Ah Xiang responded. The middle-aged man turned to his companions, saying, "Gentlemen, let's go down and take a look. New stock has arrived, and he'll treat you to some wild delicacies tonight." One of the men spoke up, "Shuezong, if it's the same quality stone as yesterday, he'll take it." With that, the group rose and descended the stairs. Ah Xiang hurried ahead, fetching a hand truck and straining to load the heavy woven bag onto it. He then pushed the truck into the downstairs room, where Shuezong followed with the others, closing the door behind them. "Ah Xiang, bring the stones over to the table," Shuezong instructed. Ah Xiang opened the woven bag and carefully lifted the stones onto a scratched tea table, each stone wrapped in thick layers of woven fabric and local newspapers. Shuezong said, "There are a total of 5 stones. The heaviest is 40 kilograms, and the lightest just over 6 kilograms. What do you gentlemen think?" The group began searching for scissors and knives, and soon, the harsh sounds of tearing filled the room as they peeled away the outer wrappings of the stones. Each person scrutinized the stones intently, shining professional flashlights on them. Jade jewelry is widely cherished in China, yet most do not realize that when jade is extracted, it is encased in a layer of weathered skin that varies in thickness. Even with today's advanced technology, no instrument can definitively assess the quality of the jade within. Consequently, people rely on their keen observation of the jade's exterior and the characteristics of its skin, thus giving rise to the gambling nature of jade stone trading, a practice that has continued for centuries. Ah Xiang stood to the side, watching the stones. 3 were black, 1 was yellow, and 1 was a pale yellowish-white, with the largest being black and the smallest pale. Shuezong then remarked, "The black ones are from Mowanji, a guaranteed source. The yellow one is from Gongingjiao, and the small one is from Muna." He was referring to the mining areas where these jade stones originated, and within the industry, there is a saying, "If you don't know the market, don't gamble on stones." A man in his 30s questioned, "Shuezong, what's the price?" "Zhangzong, choose a stone, and we'll discuss the price." "I guarantee your satisfaction," Shuezong replied. The group was soon abuzz, examining the stones from every angle, flashlights flickering over the surfaces, occasionally consulting one another. Ah Xiang rushed in to assist with the larger stones, finding it difficult just to flip them over. After about half an hour, the 30-something man pointed to a black stone before him, inquiring, "Shuezong, what about this one?" "400,000, Shuezong replied. "It has some quality and color, but the skin is too poor." Zhangxi continued scrutinizing the stone, adding, "Gentlemen, if you find something you like, let's buy together and test our luck." "Zhangxi, that skin deteriorates too much, the quality likely isn't great." "It's a risky gamble," remarked a leaner individual. "Tango, which one do you have your eye on?" "Zhang," she casually asked. "I'm interested in that yellow one. It has some mottling, and the skin is tight. If it has a hint of water and good color." "All sore," replied the thin tan, whose bright eyes hinted at his shrewdness. A stout, middle-aged man commented, "I'm just starting out, not very knowledgeable. It'll follow whoever bets it's a learning opportunity." Shui Zong interjected, "All the stones here have been meticulously selected by us, with high quality, so it's up to you gentlemen whether you feel a connection." These men typically visited him only once or twice a year, but they would always spend considerable sums, sometimes tens or hundreds of thousands, on stones, making them valued clients. The oldest among them, Dai Gu, added, "If you see something you like, we can slice it. If anyone wishes to team up, that's fine too. Chun Pongzi is eager to join in, so let him." "Thank you, big brother," Chun Pongzi replied cheerfully. He had recently developed a fascination with stone gambling, but wouldn't dare approach ruaging without guidance from experienced individuals. In the end, the four of them selected 3 stones. Dai Gu and Tan Zong opted for the yellow-skinned one, weighing 17 kilograms, while the youngest Zhang Shi, full of youthful vigor, decided not only on the 400,000 yuan stone, but also on the largest stone in the lot, though its price was not exorbitant. Chun Pongzi insisted on participating in every stone. Once the prices were negotiated and payments made, Shuizong felt a surge of delight and inquired eagerly, "Gentlemen, shall we slice the stones or not?" Zhang Shi responded, "Of course we're slicing them. What would be the point if we didn't?" He picked up a pen and began marking lines on the stone. Zhang, she was also new to the world of stone gambling. Many beginners are not sure what they are hoping for. Their curiosity drives them to explore whatever catches their eye, wanting to see what lies within. Stone traders often favor such customers. Shuizong called out to Xiang, "Go fetch someone to bring the saw." Chapter 2. The duality of ice and fire. Xiang emerged from the building, summoning Uncle Siyuan and 2 workers from Myanmar, directing them to place the stones onto the trailer as they headed towards the machinery beneath the shed. The crowd outside, noticing the arrival of new stone-cutting activity, quickly gathered around, animatedly discussing the stones. Each of them, Uncle Siyuan and Xiang, clutched a stone while the Myanmar workers assisted in securing the stones to the machines. In no time, 3 stones were positioned within the machines. Xiang then inquired, "Boss, which stone should we cut first?" "Let us cut them all together. They vary in size anyway," replied the slender Mr. Tan, seeing that no one else spoke. Xiang pressed the switch on his machine that a thunderous roar erupted as the motor began to rumble. After approximately 20 minutes, one of the machines came to a sudden halt with a loud clang. The crowd surged forward once more, prompting Mr. Shui to urgently call out, "Step back, don't obstruct the work." Xiang approached the machine and lifted the cover slightly, revealing a thick plume of oil vapors billowing out. Several bosses surrounded the machine, their focus solely on the stones, indifferent to the potential toxicity of the fumes, eager to catch a glimpse of the cut stones. Once the machine covers were fully opened, the bosses leaned in closer, discovering a half-yellow stone lying in the oil-stained receptacle, with the other half still clamped in the machine's grip. "It's swollen," Xiang murmured softly. The bosses' faces lit up with joy as they recognized the significance. The cut surface of the half-stone revealed 2 distinct sections. The outer layer was remarkably thick, nearly 2 centimeters, exhibiting a pronounced granularity, which then gradually transitioned to a finer texture, adorned with a green band approximately a finger's width in the center. Xiang lifted the 2 pieces, washed away the oil, and placed them on the table beside the machine. The bosses and Mr. Shui gathered closely to inspect the stones, while a crowd of onlookers formed outside. "The skin is too thick and there is too little meat," remarked Fat Chun. "This is a mutton-fat jade with color bands. A bracelet starts at 100,000, but the value should exceed 300,000. Mr. Shui added, visibly excited. Brother Dai glanced at Mr. Tan and asked, "Is there a 5-fold increase?" Mr. Tan replied, "Approximately, yes." The spectators began to clamor for red envelopes, a customary practice in the stone gambling industry, where a significant increase in value necessitates a distribution of red envelopes to those present. Though the amount varies, Mr. Shui called out, "Everyone, please be patient. We have 2 more stones to cut. Let us do them all together. Today is our lucky day." Just as he spoke, another machine abruptly stopped. Xiang approached, releasing the oil vapors before opening the machine cover. What is this? How could this happen?" exclaimed several onlooking bosses in unison. Upon inspecting the cut surface, they found a black outer shell with white flesh inside, which, while still somewhat delicate, was riddled with a network of cracks, some of which contained black streaks. The green on the outer skin had penetrated less than half a centimeter, a murky gray-green, fragmented by the cracks. King-S cracks. This stone is a disaster. The bosses exchanged incredulous glances. They had all seen the stone in the room, and, while not overly optimistic, had never anticipated such a dismal outcome that its completely ruined. Zhang Shi lamented, though money was not an issue. The blow to their confidence was significant that a heavy silence descended upon the scene. With no one daring to speak, Xiang dutifully removed the stone, cleaned it, and placed it on the table. That Mr. Xue's face twitched, knowing that a ruined cut would severely tarnish his reputation, reflecting poorly on his ability to select stones. The eldest among the crowd, Brother Dai, said, "Don't worry. We still have one stone left. Let us wait and see." As they awaited the final stone, the bosses remained silent, the only sound being the hum of the motors, while the spectators began to fret over their potential red envelopes. Moments later, a loud clank signaled the completion of the last stone's cut. Xiang opened the machine cover, revealing a dark green surface. "This is oil green, but the quality is good," Mr. Xue remarked. Zhang Shi, who purchased the stone, disregarded the oil-stained surface and shone a flashlight upon it, with the beam extending 3 centimeters, casting a delicate and gentle light that reflected a rich green, appearing exceedingly pleasing. "Damn, the figure and face are top-notch, but it's marred by a poor exterior," Fat Shin commented. The slender Mr. Tan added, "The increase is limited. This material is suitable for decorative pieces, but it's a solid find. Such old oil green is indeed rare nowadays." The eldest Brother Dai concurred. Others chimed in with their opinions. Oil green jade typically ranks lower in quality among jade varieties, characterized by a dark greenish-gray hue, generally deemed more suitable for large carvings than for smaller ornaments. Yet this particular piece, being quite aged, should yield excellent results when sculpted. That Mr. Xue exhaled deeply, relieved that if this largest piece had also failed, these clients might never return. That he turned to Xiang and Uncle Siyuan and instructed, "Take the stones inside." That moment, the eldest Brother Dai produced a stack of money from his bag, declaring, "For your efforts, everyone receives 100. That he then proceeded to distribute red envelopes to the workers and onlookers. That Mr. Zhang and Mr. Tan followed Mr. Xue back to the main room on the first floor, where Mr. Xue began to brew tea. Shortly thereafter, Fat Shin entered, exclaiming, "This is thrilling. It's far more exhilarating than playing cards. Everything is a gamble." Zhang Shi, looking at Fat Shin with irritation, retorted, "Are you mocking me?" Fat Shin quickly replied, No. It's just that your luck seems to be off today. Besides, I'm also in on this, right? We'll come back tomorrow. I guarantee a significant increase." After finishing the distribution of red envelopes, Brother Dai pushed the door open and entered, addressing Mr. Xue. "Let us see what we can extract from the stones." The slender Mr. Tan, feeling pleased, expressed, "After all, my piece has shown a significant increase. Should we cut these 2 stones as well?" Brother Dai advised, "Let us take our winnings and leave." Young Zhang Shi, having lost several 100,000, expressed his reluctance to Mr. Xue. "Old Xue, that last stone was a complete disaster. Let me pick one from these 2. Please give me a cost price, and I'll prepare to cut another piece." Mr. Xue replied, "No problem. We clearly misjudged that stone. These 2-1T yield a profit. Choose one." Zhang. She picked up a flashlight and began scrutinizing the 2 stones alongside Mr. Tan, while the others engaged in casual banter. Xiang remained, drawn to the 2 stones. One was a black sandstone weighing over 20 kilograms with a tight skin and fine grains, and the other was a yellow-white skin stone, slightly over 6 kilograms, composed entirely of fine white-yellow grains, each standing upright, with a few green flecks surrounding it. The term flecks is jargon in stone gambling, referring to the green grains on the outer skin of jadeite rough, which come in various distributions and are crucial for determining the internal coloration of jade. Chapter 3. Bitter Medicine. This particular stone was the least impressive among the group, with few flecks and limited moisture. When illuminated, it appeared entirely white. Thus it was overlooked by several, as such stones typically do not yield significant results when cut. The potential for profit relies heavily on those few flecks, and even if they do increase in value, the potential is limited. Xiang directed the light onto the stone, noting its average transparency and only half a point of moisture, glimmering with a white sheen. He focused intently on the stone, suddenly sensing a hint of green mist among the grains. He shifted the stone closer, bending down to examine it again with the light, still perceiving that elusive sensation. Removing the flashlight, the grains reverted to a white-yellow appearance that he discreetly tilted the stone, observing the changes in the grains from various angles. Subsequently, he set down the flashlight, squinted, and began to gently feel the stone with both hands, his movements slow and delicate, occasionally lingering in certain areas as if searching for something. There is color inside. A Xiong felt a moment of clarity. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang hesitated before the two stones, but he found himself drawn to the black sandstone, its tight skin and favorable shape promising substantial returns if the two-finger-wide color band proved fruitful. Yet if it did not, it risked being a total loss. Conversely, the 6-kilogram yellow skin stone seemed less risky, likely priced lower, but relying solely on those minuscule flecks to gamble on color felt exceedingly uncertain. Weighing his options made him indecisive. He looked up and asked, "Gentlemen, any suggestions?" Fat Chen eagerly chimed in, "Go big. Let us play for excitement." "I'm into go big, go small," voices chimed in, each offering their own perspectives. As consensus proved elusive in the realm of stone gambling. Seeing the lack of agreement, the eldest brother Dai casually remarked, "A Xiong, you've been observing for a while. Which stone do you think is better?" A Xiong, caught off guard by the inquiry, quickly glanced at Mr. Shui, who smiled and encouraged. "A Xiong, feel free to speak your mind. The esteemed boss's 1T hold it against you if you're mistaken." His intention was to prompt A Xiong to recommend the black sandstone. Given its higher price and profit potential, while the notion of a cost price for Zhang, she was merely a pretext, A Xiong understood the boss's intentions, but genuinely hesitated to comply. Responding casually, "I'm just a cutter. I wouldn't dare to make arbitrary comments. Besides, you all are experts in this field." After speaking, he turned away from the bosses and headed towards the exit, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the 6-kilogram stone before shifting his gaze back to Brother D. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way, and an old man is shrewd. When Boss Dai caught sight of Ah Xiong casting a glance at the stone, then looking back at himself, he sensed that Ah Xiong had something to say, but remained silent. After Ah Xiong stepped outside for less than a minute, Boss Dai suddenly remarked, "I haven't given Ah Xiong his red envelope. I shall deliver it to him." The others in the room paid little attention, engrossed in their discussion about the stone. Stepping out, Boss Dai found no sign of Ah Xiong, that a worker informed him that Ah Xiong had gone to the restroom, prompting Boss Dai to hasten towards it. Just as he reached the entrance, Ah Xiong emerged. "Ah Xiong, thank you for your good fortune," Boss Dai said, casually pulling out a stack of cash and handing it to Ah Xiong. Ah Xiong respectfully accepted the money, slightly bowing and smiling as he replied, "Thank you, boss." Boss Dai then produced another bundle of cash, stating, "Among the 3 stones, only the one I cut was done by you. Did I wish to borrow your luck once more for the other 2 stones? If it were you, which would you choose?" Although Ah Xiong had known Boss Dai for many years, they only met a few times each year. Nonetheless, Ah Xiong held a favorable impression of Boss Dai, who always rewarded him with red envelopes regardless of winning or losing in the stone gambling. Unlike some other gamblers who became arrogant upon winning and berated the workers when losing. Even General Shui had to tread carefully around them with a forced smile. Ah Xiong studied Boss Dai and did not take the stack of money. Instead, he asked, "Will you be the one to gamble? Or will it be someone else? Does it make a difference? If you are gambling yourself, I would recommend the smaller one," he continued. "Earlier, my boss implied he wanted me to recommend that piece of black wuxia. But I refrained because it only has surface color. Although the quality might be acceptable, the color hasn't penetrated that if purchased at your offered price, one would incur at least an 80 loss." "How can you be so certain? You understand stone gambling?" Boss Dai exclaimed in astonishment. "That I had never heard you mention it before. Do you really know?" "Well, I understand a bit," Ah Xiong replied. "Moreover, in 2 months, I shall be leaving. You've graciously given me red envelopes every time you come to cut stones these past few years. And I truly appreciate that, which is why I share this with you." Boss Dai, however, paid little heed to the latter part of Ah Xiong's statement. The to him, the money given to Ah Xiong was merely pocket change. He would casually part with millions as long as he felt good. What truly surprised him was Ah Xiong's unwavering assurance that the supposedly exceptional stone would surely fail. 80 loss. "Are you a deity?" Steadying himself, Boss Dai inquired. "What about that smaller one?" Ah Xiong pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "If all goes as expected, it will be solid color with a glutinous ice variety. If it's a bit lower, it would be fine glutinous. If a bit higher, it won't reach the ice variety. The it all depends on the intensity of the color. and there shouldn't be many cracks. Ah, Boss Dai nearly fainted. He had known this lad for years, and he was usually taciturn. Today, however, he spoke as if aiming to astound everyone. Who taught you? How can you be so sure? I've seen enough stones cut daily. Ah Xiang replied. Boss Dai mused. Seen enough? Goodness, there are at least 8,000 people cutting stones along the China-Myanmar border, and none dare speak so boldly. Has this boy been bewitched? He composed himself and said, All right, Ah Xiang, I will take another look, and I hope to borrow your auspicious words. That he turned to leave, but Ah Xiang quickly added, Boss Dai, if you wish to take that smaller one with your friends, it would be best not to cut it here, nor to mention that I spoke to you about it. Boss Dai chuckled, patting Ah Xiang on the shoulder. Rest assured, I won't say a word. You read quite the secretive one. That upon returning to the room, Chin Fatty immediately addressed him. Brother Dai, a few of us are considering pooling resources to cut that large stone. Would you like to participate? Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Ah Xiang, Boss Dai casually replied, I'll take a look. After all, there is still some time before dinner. He then picked up a flashlight and began inspecting the large stone. General Shui, seeing potential in the stone for sale, hurried over to assist Boss Dai. As Boss Dai illuminated the stone, his thoughts wandered. With such a broad color band, even if it penetrated just an inch, the surface alone would be worth over $1 million. That how could it incur an 80 loss? The color must have penetrated. That's impossible. After calculating, he picked up the smaller stone, examining it closely with his years of experience in stone gambling. No matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be all white meat. If it had a hint of green flour, it would be a blessing, let alone being fully green. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Dai inquired about the price of the large stone, to which Chin Fatty promptly responded, Each of us would need to contribute 300,000. Boss Dai considered this. 300,000 was neither too much nor too little. After all, the preceding stone had appreciated, providing a cushion against potential losses. That he turned to General Shui and declared, I'll take that small one for just 100,000. That General Shui was about to speak when Boss Dai interjected. If you can't offer me 100,000, then I won't gamble on that piece either. General Shui chuckled wryly. Brother Dai, are you bullying me? But it's clear from your tone that you're agreeing to the transaction. After completing the payment, Zhang Shi hurriedly stood up to call for someone to lift the stone for cutting. Boss Dai instructed, Leave that small one here for now. Let us cut the large stone first. Ah Xiang followed Zhang Shi back into the room. Noticing that the black wuxia had already been marked for cutting, that he frowned slightly, not looking at anyone, and directly carried the stone outside, with several others following suit. Arriving by the machine, Ah Xiang handed the stone to Uncle Cun and turned to General Shui, saying, Boss, I didn't sleep well last night in Myanmar, and after riding the motorcycle for half the morning, I am a bit tired. That I'd like to head back for some rest. General Shui waved his hand. Go on home. Just make sure to come back to work on time tomorrow. General Shui genuinely appreciated this young man, as he was diligent, intelligent, and never lazy. Boss Dai contemplated calling out to Ah Xiang to delay his departure, but ultimately refrained. That Ah Xiang exited the crowd, his face betraying no emotion, and approached his motorcycle, which, aside from the horn, was noisy everywhere else. He started the engine and swiftly sped out of the courtyard gate. Chapter 4. Reliance on each other. Ah Xiang maneuvered his motorcycle through the streets, weaving left and right. As he neared the edge of the city, he could see farmland before diving into a narrow alley. After riding for less than 50 meters, he arrived at a large courtyard with double doors. Dismounting, Ah Xiang called out loudly to the main room on the first floor, I'm back. Old man, are you home? Before his voice faded, the door to the middle room swung open, revealing a thin old man, slightly over 5 feet tall and appearing to be in his 70s. That he bore a strikingly non-Han appearance, with a 2-inch-long scar on his forehead and sharp, piercing eyes that indicated a life spent in the underworld. Brat, causing a ruckus again. That I didn't call you, because I feared entering and encountering something inappropriate for children. The old man quipped at Ah Xiang, grinning, handed a cloth bag he had taken from the motorcycle to the elder. The old man placed the bag on the tea table in the courtyard and asked, Was this trip smooth? Not quite. It took an extra day. The mountain troops and government forces have set up checkpoints everywhere. Thankfully, I can speak Myanmar, and I've gotten quite tan, but I was stopped several times, Ah Xiang replied. The mountain troops are short on funds. You should run fewer errands. It's dangerous, the elder advised. Run fewer? How else can I earn rent for you? You have no idea how dark it is for you, Ah Xiang retorted. The elder playfully swatted Ah Xiang's head, though with his height, he barely reached it. Did you bring back any goods? He inquired. .5 items arrived at noon. I've already cut 3 pieces, and they're decent. Xiang replied. Go upstairs and check on your mother. We can chat later. Xiang nodded and quickly ascended the stairs. The courtyard featured a 3-story building, each floor housing 5 or 6 rooms, with an exterior corridor. The elder occupied the largest room on the first floor, while the remaining rooms were rented out. Xiang lived on the second floor, with the mother and son each having their own room. Xiang rushed upstairs, arriving at his mother's door. He gently knocked, and a woman's voice from inside said, "Come in." Pushing the door open, he called out, "Mom, I'm back." A middle-aged woman reclined against the bed, watching television. She appeared pale and frail, with a constant mist of worry etched across her brow, indicative of someone suffering from a prolonged illness. Upon seeing Xiang, her eyes brightened. "Xiang, you're back. Have you eaten? Are you tired?" "Mom, I'm fine. I've been out for several days." "How have you been these past few days? Still the same?" "Neither better nor worse," she replied, rising from the bed. "I'll go make you something to eat, Mom. Let me handle it. You watch television. I'll wash my face first." With that, Xiang pulled out the money Boss Dai had given him and handed it to his mother, saying, "Today, I cut a stone that appreciated, and this is the red envelope from the boss." The woman accepted the money and placed it in the wardrobe, saying, "There is still some preserved meat and vegetables in the kitchen. Let your master come over to eat together." "All right, I'll handle it," Xiang replied. Exiting to wash his face in the corridor, he shouted downstairs, "Old man, let us have dinner together tonight. Don't cook." An hour later, Xiang set up a small dining table in his room, with 4 dishes, a pot of rice, and a cup of local rice wine. He went out to fetch his mother and the elder. The 3 sat down to eat. After taking a sip of wine, the elder paused and said, "Xiang's mother, there is something I need to discuss with you both. I'll be heading to Myanmar in the next few days, likely for about a week. You two can keep an eye on the house while I'm gone. Master, it's been many years since you last went. Is it something significant?" Xiang inquired. Puzzled, Xiang, "Don't ask. You wouldn't understand your master's matters," his mother interjected. The woman continued, "Uncle O, if it's going to be troublesome, perhaps it's best not to go. If you leave, just let it be." The elder gazed fondly at Xiang, saying, "Xiang is turning 20 soon. He needs a good start." The woman fell silent. In terms of affection, the elder cared for Xiang no less than she did. The 3 continued to eat in silence, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. At that moment, a voice called from downstairs, "Xiang, are you home?" Xiang rose and announced, "Dodo has arrived." He stepped outside and called down, "Dodo, come up." Before his words had fully dissipated, a young man of about 17 or 18, standing an impressive 185 centimeters tall, abruptly bounded up the stairs. Upon entering, he quickly greeted the occupants of the room, saying, "Hello, Grandfather O." "Hello, Aunt." The woman replied, "Dodo must not have eaten yet. Come, sit down and join us for a meal." "Thank you, Aunt, but I have already eaten," Dodo replied as he grabbed a small bamboo stool and sat beside Xiang, animatedly exclaiming, "Xiang, why did you leave earlier? Did you not see that stone we cut behind? It was absolutely hilarious, the way it performed, the texture of its skin. One hardly encounters such a display in years. The result was just ha ha. As Dodo continued his exuberant recounting, he could not contain his laughter and burst into another fit of giggles. The master looked at Xiang in confusion and inquired, "What stone?" Xiang responded, "The one we brought back today, the black wuxia, over 30 kilograms, with a 2-finger-wide, vibrant green band wrapping around it. Sold for over $1 million." He then turned to Dodo, asking, "What went wrong?" Dodo stifled his laughter and replied, "It collapsed completely. The color is just on the surface, not even 2 millimeters deep. Inside, it's half white flesh and half oil green. The quality is decent, but wouldn't fetch more than a little over 100,000. He continued, "Xiang, thank goodness you didn't cut it and handed it to Uncle Cun." The moment they opened the machine's lid, the 4 bosses' eyes turned green with envy. That Chin Fatso exploded at Uncle Cun, claiming his luck was terrible, having cut 3 pieces today, each worth millions. Shui stood silently on the sidelines, afraid to speak. The master cast a glance at Xiang, but remained silent. At that moment, the woman interjected, "You two must absolutely refrain from gambling on stones. No matter how much money you have, you will inevitably lose it all. Do you hear me?" Both replied earnestly, "No gambling, no gambling." After the meal, the master descended the stairs, while Dodo assisted in clearing the table. Xiang attended to his mother, who needed a rest due to her multiple ailments. She could not endure excessive fatigue, nor could she tolerate extremes of heat or cold. Though only in her 40s, illness had aged her like someone in their 50s. Once they finished tidying up, they descended to the tea table in the courtyard, seated themselves, and began to enjoy tea and conversation. After a while, the master approached from the house, observing Dodo animatedly narrating stories about the stones they had cut in recent days, while the two listened intently, occasionally interjecting with a comment or two. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Dodo stood to leave for work, which was characteristic of Ruining City, where those involved in stone gambling typically worked late into the night. The master, seeing Dodo depart, turned to Ah Xiang and asked, "Did you discern anything from that stone?" Ah Xiang replied, "I can only speculate. That black wuxia exhibited extraordinary characteristics, which are quite rare that I examined it closely and found little opportunity. Yet for those who gamble on stones, the temptation is immense." The elder remarked, "In these years, you have learned quite a bit, but the human heart is not something that can be taught. Strive not for merit, but for the absence of fault. Maintain a calm disposition, and you shall remain invulnerable." Ah Xiang chuckled. "You, revered master, impart wisdom daily. How could I dare to step beyond your teachings?" The master continued, "You are nearly 20 now. It is time to consider your future. Do not always rely on your mother and me. If you achieve something significant, your mother will be able to enjoy some comforts with you." Rising, Ah Xiang replied, "I shall heed your guidance, and I will go upstairs to study now. Please tidy the tea table. Get lost, you little rascal," the master mockingly scolded with a laugh. Back in his room, Ah Xiang picked up a textbook and began to study diligently. He had excelled in both primary and secondary school at a border institution. But when his mother fell gravely ill, their means of livelihood abruptly ceased at a SA result. He had no choice but to drop out of school at the age of 15 to work, earning meager wages while his mother's medical expenses compounded. They relied on rental income from the master, which offered little assistance. Though he was often overwhelmed with work, his mother's stubborn insistence compelled him to self-study his academic subjects, checking on his progress almost daily. However, her health had deteriorated over the years, allowing her to relent somewhat as he matured. Ah Xiang developed a fondness for reading, yet residing in a remote mountainous area made the cost of books a considerable expense. Chapter 5. A night of splendor. After dinner, Boss Dai and his companions declined Shui's invitation to visit a nightclub, opting instead to return to their hotel in a business vehicle, although the meal was replete with delicacies. The four men found it tasteless, akin to chewing on vinegar. That it was not that they could not bear the loss. The money was trivial to them, but the overall sentiment was far from pleasant, casting a shadow over their spirits. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhangxi proposed they indulge in a sauna to wash away their misfortune. Chun, the rotund man, and General Tan readily agreed, while the eldest, Boss Dai, with a 6-kilogram stone in hand, insisted, "You all go ahead. I will return to my room to set the stone down." Once back in his room, Boss Dai lit a cigarette and pulled out a flashlight. Not intending to illuminate the stone just yet, he sat quietly on the couch, reflecting on every detail of the black stone encountered that day. This young man, Ah Xiang, was remarkable. He had accurately predicted the stone's characteristics. The jade gambling tradition spanned centuries, with countless individuals transitioning from failure to success and back again. Yet occasionally, extraordinary talents emerged. Had I stumbled upon a prodigy in the realm of stone gambling, Boss Dai was considered a major player. Not only ordinary individuals, but even some so-called experts from both the border and Myanmar had to concede to his discerning eye. While some of this ability might be innate, experience held greater weight. With wealth at his disposal, others were eager to showcase their finest wares for him to gamble upon, resulting in a wealth of exposure. His 2 decades of triumphs and failures had forged his reputation as a titan in the industry. In the capital, he had opened 3 top-tier jade chain stores. Yet these were merely a side venture, a hobby fueled by his passion for jade. After half an hour of contemplation, Boss Dai picked up the 6-kilogram stone and switched on his flashlight, meticulously examining it. Still, he found no new revelations. What gave this young man the audacity to declare it fully green? To cut or not to cut? Should he inform the others? He hesitated. Cutting was essential. Retaining the raw stone held no purpose. The thrill was in the gamble. Moreover, today's events had left him somewhat dazed. If he did not slice it open tonight, sleep would elude him. Yet, if he withheld this information from the others, and it turned out to be fully green, at the very least worth several million, he would appear overly cunning. Conversely, if it did not yield a full green, he would become the subject of ridicule. After further contemplation, he rose, took the stone, and exited his room. Boss Dai made his way to the sauna hall of the hotel, calling over a server to summon Zhang Shi and the others. Moments later, Zhang Shi, General Tan, and the rotund Qin emerged in their bathrobes. Just as Zhang Shi was about to speak, Boss Dai interjected, "This stone is not expensive. I intend to cut it tonight, but we cannot go to Shue's shop. And he must not discover that we are cutting it tonight. Quickly, get dressed and come with me." Zhang Shi queried, "What is the rush? Today's luck was poor. Can't we wait until tomorrow?" "No, it must be tonight," Boss Dai insisted. The group exchanged glances, then hurried to change, pondering they had never seen Boss Dai this anxious. Exiting the hotel, they found the bustling jewelry city directly across the street, alive with chatter and bright lights. Boss Dai asserted, "We cannot cut it here. Let us go to Ruining City." They took a taxi to the old town of Ruining, disembarking with a stone in hand to search for a jade processing factory. It was still only 11 in the evening, and the streets were lively, in the distance. They spotted a processing factory's FAAD, but Boss Dai veered instead towards a nearby late-night eatery. The other three followed him. Perplexed, they randomly ordered a few skewers and 2 bottles of beer, watching Boss Dai expectantly for an explanation. That he finally spoke, "This stone is a bit peculiar. It may hold a surprise that I'll count each of you as a shareholder. Soon, Old Chen will cut the stone that you are inexperienced. So remember to pay a bit more, and absolutely no photographs or outsiders, that if it turns out well, a few thousand is hush money." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 stacks of cash and handed them to Chun. In this realm of stone gambling, cash was king, particularly when dealing with those from Myanmar, who disregarded bank transfers and apps like WeChat or Alipay. Preferring cold hard cash, General Tan looked bewildered. "Why the secrecy?" Zhang Shi added, "We've all seen that stone. Nothing remarkable about it." Boss Dai replied, "I cannot say for certain. All I know is that Old Chun will follow my instructions. I have drawn the line. Just make one cut." Old Chun did not take the money, but instead he carried the stone into the shop, which housed only the owner and 1 assistant. Old Chun asked, "Can you cut stones?" The owner, engrossed in a game, glanced at Chun and replied, "1 cut for 50, if that was a blatant overcharge." Old Chun insisted, "Just 1 cut, but close to the main door. No outsiders allowed." He then handed over 300 yuan notes. The owner sprang to his feet, realizing he had encountered a big spender. Money was no object. The late-night eatery was bustling with patrons, young people laughing and drinking beer while devouring skewers. The 3 men sat at their table, listlessly chatting, their unfinished beer untouched, the skewers barely touched. Zhang Shi asked Boss Dai, "You saw the stone in the daytime. If it is good, shouldn't you have cut it then?" Boss Dai ambiguously replied, "At the time, I didn't see anything unusual. But later, it struck me as off. Dividing the profits was acceptable, but what Ah Xiang had said could not be shared with these men. Besides, there was no outcome yet, and whether to disclose it later would depend on circumstances." Old Tan regarded Boss Dai with curiosity. Old Chin eventually returned, having jogged back. Though the weather was mild, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his body jiggling with each step that he carefully placed the stone on the table, and the 3 men stared wide-eyed at him. Old Chin leaned toward Boss Dai and whispered, fully colored, "What, Boss Dai and Zhang?" she exclaimed simultaneously. The former in shock, the latter unable to catch the details. That Mr. Tan hastily opened the bag, and upon peering inside, was left utterly astonished as he glanced at Boss Dai, exclaiming, "How could this be, Lao Dai? You're truly remarkable." The other 2 individuals also leaned in to take a look. Raising his hand, Zhang Shi slapped his forehead several times, mumbling incoherently, glancing at this and that, seemingly at a loss for words. Old Chun, having downed a couple of beers whose origins he could not discern, sat there trembling, not quite sure if it was exhaustion from running or something else. He had seen considerable sums of money before, yet he had never encountered such exhilaration. That a mere piece of broken stone tossed onto the street would hardly attract a passerby, yet within mere minutes, it had transformed into a treasure of immeasurable worth. What an intoxicating thrill! Boss Dai was no better off, rendered speechless, staring blankly. It was not the overwhelming sight of jade that left him in shock, but rather the radiant smile of the young man that had taken him aback. Old Chen whispered, "Boss, I invested 20,000, and the assistant put in 10,000. They said if this gets out, we'll have broken legs and a ruined shop." Boss Dai nodded. Old Chun, a coal magnate who had fought his way through countless battles, had a fierce demeanor that was quite intimidating. "Let's find a tea house to sit down," Boss Dai suggested, rising to head outside. Chapter 6. The Emergence of a Great Being. Chapter 7. The first glimpse the early spring weather in Ruining was splendid. Neither too cold nor too warm, with scarce rainfall. However, the sun rose late in this region, with daylight breaking only around 8 o'clock. The Jade Rough Stone Market in Ruining is divided into several segments: the morning market, the night market, shops, and hotels. The morning market opens at 8, with an extensive makeshift canopy under which counters are lined up, stretching over 100 meters to by 9 o'clock. It becomes a bustling hive of activity, filled with chatter and commotion. Over 90% of the jade rough stones in the country are traded here, attracting dealers and players from all over, each seeking the chance to strike it rich overnight. The morning market typically concludes by noon, while the afternoon from 2 to 5 is when hotels operate. Establishments like the Friendship Hotel and Ruining Hotel have standard rooms that serve as small shops, with jade rough stones displayed on tables and beds, most of which are of relatively good quality. The night market is smaller, located along the street in front of the station, where goods are mixed and traffic is severely disrupted, leading to significant public discontent. Jade shops generally do not open until after 10, as out-of-town guests are usually occupied in the morning market and rarely visit the shops. Upon arriving at the shop, the usual routine involves tidying up, cleaning the teacups and teapots used the previous night, collecting scattered cigarette butts, and organizing a pile of half-empty water bottles and various sizes of stones and waste. To be candid, the jade rough stone business is quite a dirty industry that Xiong had grown accustomed to this work. Serving as a foreman alongside Uncle Cun, leading a group of locals and Myanmar individuals. Their daily tasks consisted of cutting stones and shipping them out. This job was bustling with activity, as not only outsiders came to gamble and cut stones, but locals and Myanmar individuals showed even greater interest, including his boss, Shui. The legends of striking it rich here were too numerous to ignore, driving people to madness, though every year there were cases of gambling-related suicides. Do Do, one of his subordinates, was a local Han who, due to his imposing stature, often got into trouble but was a genuine person. He shared a close relationship with Xiong. After tidying up, the group sat under the canopy, engaging in idle chatter. Shui typically arrived around noon, working until about midnight, which was quite exhausting. When Old Dai and his companions arrived, Shui had yet to show up. Xiong invited the bosses upstairs to the office for tea, with 2 young Myanmar girls assisting. The Myanmar girls were remarkably attractive, with desirable figures in their teens or early 20s. Here, a Myanmar woman marrying a Han Chinese man was considered a significant stroke of luck. Once seated, Xiong expertly brewed tea, and Old Dai quietly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Xiong was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and replied, "I haven't come across such things in years." "You're fortunate." A knowing smile spread among the group. This young man was quite charming with his words. After a brief conversation, Xiong called Shui to inform him that Boss Dai had arrived. Shui replied that he was busy loading stones and would arrive shortly, in less than 20 minutes. The sound of a car horn echoed in the courtyard. Xiong said, "Bosses, the modified stones have arrived. Would you like to take a look now?" Old Dai responded, "Let's head down." The group descended and saw workers carrying stones from an off-road vehicle into the building. Upon seeing the brand-new Mercedes-Benz 450, Zhangxi quietly remarked, "Damn, at least those 4 wheels were my contribution." Chun, the plump one, added, "He should have earned half a car's worth yesterday." Old Dai scoffed, "Would you really give it away?" Laughter erupted among the group. After exchanging greetings, they returned to the ground floor, where 6 or 7 stones were laid out on the tea table. While brewing tea, Shui remarked, "These are all modified stones, suitable for inventory, and the cost-effectiveness is quite reasonable." The 4 took their seats, for these modified stones were the primary goal of Old Dai and Mr. Tan's visit. Modified stones refer to jade rough stones that have been sliced in half, with the cut surfaces polished to reveal the jade within. Although much of it is still encased in weathered skin, fully cutting it in a finished product still carries an element of risk. However, for seasoned individuals like Old Dai and Mr. Tan, this posed little challenge. Such stones are particularly suited for shop owners who process jade into finished products, as they are significantly cheaper. yet for smaller shops. Engaging in such ventures is unfeasible due to the high investment and the abundance of aesthetic considerations, making it difficult to sell. Those operating small shops have no choice but to send their stones to Guangdong, where processing factories can profit handsomely. The two retrieved flashlights and began meticulously examining the stones. This was a labor-intensive endeavor requiring careful calculations regarding the quality, water content, and color of each stone, determining how much yield each one could provide and the price of each finished product. Failing to do so could lead to purchasing stones that do not meet quality standards or have excessive costs, resulting in personal failure rather than attributing blame to others. Zhangxi and Chun, however, were less interested, as they preferred the thrill of gambling on stones. Zhangxi suggested to Chun, "Shall we take a stroll outside?" Chun, ever eager for fun, replied, "Sure, let's go chat with the Myanmar girls at AT." That moment, with no other customers around, the group engaged in chatter beneath the canopy. Zhangxi approached Xiang and said, "Xiang, come help your brother Dai move some stones. Those old men can't handle it." That Xiang cheerfully agreed and set off. Chun, with no reservations, asked one of the Myanmar girls, Ping, "Do you have a boyfriend? How about I introduce you to Zhang? Not only is he young, but he is also wealthy. You might not know, but he is quite skilled in bed." His words elicited hearty laughter from the group, prompting Zhangxi to exclaim, "How would you know if I'm good or not? Have you tried?" More laughter ensued as time passed. By 3 in the afternoon, Old Dai and Mr. Tan finally concluded discussions on the rough stones they found appealing, each spending over 2 million. That this was merely a stop on their journey, as they had several more places to visit. Shui felt a bit disheartened. In the past, when presented with fully green stones of good quality, Old Dai and Mr. Tan would readily purchase them, regardless of the price. However, this time, they merely glanced over 2 fully colored stones and did not pursue them further, not even inquiring about the price. Upon exiting the door, Zhangxi asked, "Shall we head back to the hotel?" "Yes," came the reply. Given the presence of Shui's driver, the group felt it prudent to keep their conversation discreet. Once they entered the hotel, Old Dai suggested visiting a tea house for a bite to eat, as they had consumed copious amounts of tea and were feeling somewhat hungry. Settling down, they ordered a pot of tea and several plates of snacks. Once the server departed, Zhangxi revealed, "I've gathered most of the details that Xiang's full name is Chu Tianxiang. He is not a local, but his residency is registered in Ruining, that he lives with his mother, who has been ill for years, in a privately owned property on the outskirts of the city. Shui pays him 3,000 a month, but his expenses are high, rendering him financially strained." After taking a sip of water, Zhangxi continued, "The one called Do Do mentioned that Xiang's landlord is an old man, whom Xiang refers to as master. However, he couldn't clarify what exactly the old man does, and I didn't dare to probe further." Old Dai glanced at the three and pondered, "What should we do?" Chin replied, "It wouldn't hurt to bring a few gifts when we visit." Old Dai hesitated. It's not that simple that he has learned remarkable skills, yet remains low profile. Do you believe a young man under 20 possesses such depth? Zhangxi, quick-witted and youthful, remarked, "Brother Dai, we are merely expressing our gratitude to Xiang. Overthinking can lead to unnecessary worries." Old Dai felt a jolt of realization, suddenly awakening to the situation. "Haha, I've been overly concerned. These past few days, Xiang's brilliance has left me a bit dazed. We should simply approach him as we would normally, that I have confidence that my character will facilitate a better relationship with Xiang, one that cannot possibly be worse than the current state." He promptly declared, "Let us go buy some gifts, but not too many. Let us set aside 3 million for Xiang, in line with the customary 10% in Ruining. No one can object to that." Zhangxi and Chun went off to purchase gifts, while the 2 older men returned to their room to rest, planning to intercept Xiang at the entrance of his workplace later that evening, as none of them knew where Xiang lived. Chapter 8. A courteous visit in the evening, they called for a car from the hotel and arrived at the entrance of Xiang's workplace. Hesitant to exit the vehicle, the 4 felt a sense of guilt, as if they were thieves, fearing recognition from Shui's staff. Shortly after 6, Xiang emerged on his shabby motorcycle. They followed him for 2 intersections before rolling down the car window to greet him. Upon seeing Boss Dai and the others, Xiang was not puzzled. He smiled and greeted them, surprised to learn they wished to visit his home. It soon became apparent that these bosses were likely seeking to discuss matters privately. As the shop was not a suitable venue, Xiang himself was curious about the stone's condition. With Xiang leading on his motorcycle and their car trailing behind, they arrived at Xiang's large courtyard in less than 10 minutes. The four disembarked, carrying a few gifts as they followed Xiang upstairs. As they stepped into Xiang's humble abode, Lao Dai, leading the way, was taken aback. The modest space of merely a dozen square meters boasted a makeshift bookshelf that spanned 4 or 5 meters in length, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, entirely filled with tomes. The three individuals who entered behind him were equally astonished. What is the meaning of this? Isn't this lad a stonecutter? Why are there so many scholarly pursuits within these walls? Xiang set up a small dining table, moved a few bamboo stools, and apologized, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the simplicity of my home, that I hope it does not cause you any embarrassment. Allow me to prepare some tea for you." They exchanged pleasantries. Lao Dai approached the bookshelf, examining it closely. Various educational texts dominated the collection, with a significant portion dedicated to classics and history, alongside some books on jewelry and jade, as well as a fair number of novels. Yet many of the volumes appeared to be quite old, likely scavenged from second-hand stalls. Lao Dai was astonished to even spot a copy of Das Kapital. How on earth did he acquire this book? "Xiang, do you read all of these?" Lao Dai inquired. "Indeed, they are all mine. My family was impoverished during my childhood, and with my mother's poor health, I had to drop out of school to earn money. The little I made went towards my mother's medication, and the rest was spent on books that if I didn't study as a child, my mother would have beaten me," Xiang replied, rambling as he placed the freshly brewed tea on the table, offering it to his guests. "You started working at such a young age?" Zhangxi asked. "At 15, in the second year of junior high, I then self-studied at home, with my mother as my teacher until high school. I later pursued university courses online, and whenever I encountered difficulties, I could always seek assistance online. My mother's health has deteriorated over the past 2 years, but I no longer burden her with my studies. I have developed a fondness for reading." The group regarded Xiang with a mixture of fascination and incredulity. In border regions, it is customary for children to leave school after junior high unless exceptional circumstances arise. Most parents, fearing the strain of education, would not allow their children to continue, hastily sending them out to earn a living. 15 or 16-year-olds abound in the labor force. It is only through the national enforcement of compulsory education that the situation is slowly improving. "Xiang, do you have friends visiting?" A voice called from outside. Xiang's mother appeared at the doorway, prompting the four to rise and turn towards her. They observed a middle-aged woman standing at the entrance, her slender frame and pallid complexion hinting at her frail state. Her hair had begun to turn gray, and although her clothes were worn, they were clean and tidy. "Xiang, are these your friends?" The woman, without glancing at her son, scrutinized the guests, recognizing that they were not of ordinary standing. "Mother, these esteemed individuals are patrons from the shop, here to pay a visit." Xiang casually introduced them, upon noticing their attire and demeanor. Xiang's mother's eyes gleamed momentarily before she adopted a gentle expression, slightly bowing as she said, "You are all distinguished individuals. Your presence here humbles me greatly. My child can be unruly, and I hope you will forgive any shortcomings." Lao Dai felt a slight dizziness. He could hardly believe that this woman lacked a notable background. Her graceful poise and inherent nobility were evident, suggesting a refinement cultivated from an early age. The air of dignity that enveloped her was something that even the more boisterous relatives in his own family could not emulate. Lao Dai hastily returned her greeting, saying, "Madam, you flatter us that we are here on a visit to express our gratitude to Xiang for his assistance." At this juncture, Chen Pongzi stepped forward, offering a gift to the lady, saying, "Just a small token, please accept it." "You honor us with your generosity," the woman acknowledged, yet she did not take the gift. Xiang quickly accepted it. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he had never witnessed his mother speak in such a manner before. "If any of you gentlemen require Xiang's assistance, please do not hesitate to express your needs. However, I fear he may be limited by his youth and capabilities, which could impede your endeavors. Please continue your discussions. I must excuse myself due to my health," she concluded, turning to leave. Xiang hurriedly went to support her, guiding her to her room. The four exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. This woman is extraordinary. Initially guarded, she had shifted to a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, moving with the grace of a lady of high standing. Their visit to Xiang's home had brought forth a multitude of surprises, further piquing their curiosity. Upon Xiang's return, Lao Dai tentatively asked, "Xiang, What ailment afflicts your mother? She suffered severe chills during her pregnancy with me, and subsequently developed heart issues. She is sensitive to both cold and heat, and must avoid overexertion, Xiang replied. Having lived with his mother for many years, he had grown accustomed to her condition and did not perceive the underlying curiosity in his guest's inquiries. Xiang, has that stone been cut? He then inquired. Xiang possessed both theoretical knowledge and practical experience, coupled with a unique technique for interpreting stones. However, he had never personally gambled. His youthful spirit led him to wonder if his judgment was accurate. Although they had agreed that only Lao Dai would pose questions, anyone could respond, and Chen Pongzi, unable to contain himself, interjected, Xiang, you are truly remarkable. It is indeed a full green. Tan Zong then elaborated, we cut it in the old city of Ruining, and it was kept a secret. What was the quality of the jade? Xiang pressed. Before he could finish speaking, an aged voice echoed from downstairs. Little rascal, come down and help with the fish. Xiang quickly clasped his hands in greeting to the foreman. My master has returned. I must check in with him. I'll be right back. In a short while, Xiang dashed back upstairs, announcing, my master invites you gentlemen to join him downstairs. Chapter 9. Who comes? The four men descended with a mindset of making the best of their visit. Upon reaching the pavilion in the courtyard, the elder stood, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Caldo. May I inquire your names? He exuded an air of a man of the world. The guests hurriedly introduced themselves, showing respect due to his age. The elder turned to Xiang, instructing, prepare the fish. You and your mother can dine first while I converse with these gentlemen. Xiang acknowledged and nodded to his guests as he left. The elder then asked, are you gentlemen engaged in the jade business or merely dabbling? Lao Dai replied, myself and Lao Tan are in the jade trade with several small shops, while Chun Zong operates a mine. He hails from Shaanxi. This young brother is involved in electronics. The elder discerned the underlying implications. So this is a display of strength at a few small shops? I suspect each is worth several million, and the mining operations must entail substantial financial transactions that a single electronics production line could easily reach tens of millions. Each of you likely possesses a fortune exceeding tens of millions. After some small talk, they gradually delved into the main topic. Did I hear from Xiang that you have unearthed a piece of full green jade? The elder inquired. Lao Dai smiled. We have come regarding this matter. To be honest, our eyes are not trained. We were unable to discern the quality of the stone. Xiang has been a good acquaintance of mine for several years, and he discreetly informed me. He took a sip of water before continuing. In fact, Xiang mentioned 2 pieces of jade to me. One worth gambling on, and the other not that my curiosity led me to cut both, and the results were precisely as Xiang described. The full green piece is worth approximately 30 million that we came to meet Xiang's elder. Aware of industry customs and etiquette, that I worry that Xiang, being so young and handling substantial sums, may find it overwhelming. We've also heard about Xiang's mother's health issues, that we have some connections and can assist with treatment in the capital or Shanghai, should it be needed. Money is no object, which is part of our reason for visiting. Lao Dai's flattering words were well received. He was determined to forge a connection with this promising young man. The master pondered for a moment before saying, you gentlemen are of good character, and I appreciate your kindness towards a Xiang that I in 2 months. He will turn 20 and will venture into the world on his own. That I am aging, and I have done all I can to assist him. His future now lies in his own hands. Though you do not speak, I am aware of your intentions. Xiang possesses commendable skills and a kind heart, so I hope you will look out for him. Especially you, Dai Zong, that he has mentioned you a few times. However, I must make my warning clear. If any of you gentlemen harm this child in any way, it will not only jeopardize your standing in this industry, but lead to far more severe consequences. The master began amiably, but grew increasingly stern, the scars on his face reddening with intensity. The men paid little heed to the elder's admonition. Who could harbor animosity towards wealth? They felt foolish to offend the god of fortune. The elder concluded, you may leave now. Bring 2 million tomorrow, and we shall consider the matter settled. The 4 men hastily took their leave, feeling the elder's formidable presence overwhelming them. That night fell. Xiang had already left for work. The elder and Xiang's mother remained in the pavilion, engaged in conversation about Xiang. Shu, must we compel Xiang to leave Ruining? The woman expressed her concern. Xiang ma, you are not of the mountains. This place is not your homeland. We have wandered here, and I have come to regard this as my home. Xiang is still young, His life path stretches long before him. Do you wish for your son to be forever confined to this impoverished corner, achieving nothing? The outside world, filled with opportunities, awaits him as a stage. His life is destined to be vibrant and varied. He will earn accolades from many and command reverence. You will take pride in your son. Is that not the essence of your years of perseverance? Listening to these words, Xiang's mother felt a flush of emotion, both bittersweet and exhilarating. Who would speak so highly of her son? Any mother would feel joy from such praise. When he was young and did not study diligently, you punished him. When he faced defeat in fights, I did too. Do you think his skills came from nowhere? The child is intelligent, persevering, and possesses a kind heart, treating others with benevolence. Currently, the country enjoys a period of peace, unlike Myanmar, which is plagued by constant conflict, thus posing no danger. This is something you need not worry about, that I may lack other skills, but I have navigated the jade trade since childhood, subsequently engaging in battles alongside government forces and various factions. Enduring a lifetime of gunfire, in my 50s, I was forced to leave Myanmar, resulting in the shattering of my family. Upon arriving in Ruining, I took you and your mother in, claiming that Xiang is my disciple. In truth, you two are my saviors. Without Xiang, I might have perished long ago. Reflecting on those days, I truly felt devoid of hope. The old man spoke, tears welling in his eyes. Uncle O, please do not dwell on the past. Xiang has long considered you as his own grandfather. Xiang's mother comforted. Chu Xiao, your child is not from an ordinary family. Ensure that your child lives up to your surname rather than leading a life of obscurity here. My life has been fraught with hardship, and I fear my child may tread the same path I did. Xiang's mother choked out that Xiang is unmatched in the jade gambling trade, both domestically and in Myanmar. Do you think your Uncle O is merely idle? Xiang's mother continued. What Xiang lacks is experience, which cannot be taught but must be discovered on his own. The individuals who visited today were quite impressive, particularly the one with the surname Dai. Otherwise, Xiang would not have mentioned him several times in my presence that I have observed that Mr. Dai is certainly not a mere jade merchant. Xiang requires a platform, and I will speak with those individuals that a boy skilled in stone cutting becoming remarkably talented is not necessarily a good sign. Ruining is too small and too close to Myanmar, where the environment is mixed and perilous. Relying solely on Xiang will not suffice. That I initially intended to return to Myanmar to seek some backing for Xiang, but it seems the timing is still not right. Chapter 10. Crocodiles floating on water at the same time. In a different location, the same topic was being discussed. The four men, including old Dai, were seated in a private room of a restaurant, also conversing about Xiang. That today's experiences had left them astonished, and they felt compelled to exchange thoughts. Zhangxi inquired, Brother Dai, what sort of person do you think Xiang's mother is? I believe she is far from ordinary. Old Dai responded, she undoubtedly hails from a prominent family. Children from such families are subjected to rigorous etiquette education from an early age, with strict expectations for their conduct and speech. That it is a harsh upbringing. As they mature, such education becomes ingrained in their very being, unchanging throughout their lives. Moreover, this education is not merely a privilege of wealth. It requires profound cultural heritage, something that cannot be achieved without several generations of cultivation. Old Dai shook his head gently as he spoke. Chimpanzee remarked, but how did someone like her end up in Ruining? Old Dai explained, those from the mainland who come to Ruining in search of fortune all have their stories. Who would willingly leave their homeland unless compelled by necessity? Chimpanzee pressed further, Brother Dai, what do you think is the reason for Xiang's mother coming here? His curiosity was evident. Old Dai's expression turned serious, and with a frost-laden tone, he warned, Chen Zhengsheng, I advise you to refrain from prying. Everyone who comes to the border to seek a living has their own burdens, some of which can be shared, while others cannot. This is a sensitive topic fraught with potential enmity. Chimpanzee awkwardly reassured him, Brother Dai, rest assured, I will not speak out of turn. Tan Zong interjected, Old Chen was merely asking. Chimpanzee quickly shifted the subject. That old man has definitely killed someone. I've seen that kind of gaze before, especially during the coal mine heists. Zhangxi stated, whether he has taken a life is irrelevant to us. We are in a peaceful era, seeking only wealth. Tan Zong concurred, indeed. As Zhangxi pointed out, Xiang has two powerful figures backing him. How will we collaborate with him in the future? Old Dai replied, "It should not pose a significant issue. Today, Xiang's master has already given his word, and I have made our intentions clear. That old man is astute and understands our meaning. It primarily hinges on the conditions. However, I still need to discuss with the old man the extent of Xiang's abilities. As this will determine our approach to collaboration, there are certain details I have not disclosed to you. Regarding that black stone that collapsed, Xiang claimed it would lose at least 80. Yet it turned out to be worth less than 200,000 from an initial value of 1.2 million. As for that fully colored piece he described as icy jade, it certainly did not meet that standard. It was merely a form of jade. Would you not agree this is quite extraordinary?" The three men were left speechless. Chimpanzee, unwilling to concede, remarked, "Could this boy possess some sort of supernatural ability?" Zhangxi shot him a sidelong glance. "Have you been reading too many gambling novels?" Tanzong pondered. "If that were the case, it indeed raises questions. It defies logic. We have encountered true jade gambling experts, yet none have dared to speak with such certainty." Old Dai chuckled ruefully. "Do you know how I have spent the past couple of days? My mind is filled with Xiang's words, consumed by thoughts of those two stones, yet I cannot fathom how it all connects." Tanzong remarked, "It shouldn't be so that if both Xiang and his master possess such talents, why are they still living in that dilapidated courtyard, struggling?" Chimpanzee quickly added, "Yes, indeed. If it were me, I would have effortlessly cut a stone and exchanged it for a villa, finding two beautiful women to attend to me." Zhangxi laughed. "Chimpanzee, this is the extent of your aspirations." Tanzong continued, "They might indeed have unspoken hardships, as old Dai suggested, things that cannot be revealed or acted upon." Zhangxi questioned, "In this remote place, even if they were to act, who would know?" Chimpanzee seized the opportunity to counter you. "My young comrade, lack experience in such struggles. Once a deadly feud is formed, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, your enemies may still find you." Old Dai and Tanzong exchanged knowing smiles. These men were astute. Otherwise, they would not have amassed such wealth. While their speculations were not far from reality, the complexity of the situation and its far-reaching implications were beyond their imagination. Old Dai stated, "Tomorrow, I will go alone to deliver the money that it is not a matter of distrust in you all. I simply worry that too many people may complicate matters, making it difficult for the old man to speak candidly. However, please rest assured, if the negotiations succeed, I guarantee an equitable distribution of benefits." He concluded with a reassuring pat on his chest. It would be disingenuous to claim that old Dai had no personal motives. Given his good relationship with Xiang, he still sought a private meeting with him to maximize potential benefits. Dai Dong, 48 years old, is a prominent figure in the Dai family, one of the esteemed families in Beijing. The origins of the Dai family trace back to the early patriarch, who, after decades of navigating the political landscape, has since passed away. However, the family has produced several remarkable individuals who hold significant influence in various domains. Dai Dong primarily oversees the family's business operations, which are predominantly in the light industry sector, managing 3 publicly listed companies, along with luxury goods and cosmetics representing several top foreign brands, among other ventures. Currently, Dai Dong's situation is precarious. The younger generation within the family is aggressively vying for power, and each company has its own leaders, diminishing his authority as the overall head. Although he maintains control over the 3 chain stores in Beijing, which yield only a few tens of millions in profit after family obligations, he faces an uncertain future in this family. Whichever branch gains prominence reaps greater commercial rewards, making it imperative to maintain a foothold to avoid being eclipsed by others. Unfortunately, the prospects for Dai Dong's branch appear bleak over the next decade. Unless unexpected developments arise, once he steps down, his branch will likely fade into obscurity. That if this situation allows for a turnaround, it could usher in a new era of wealth and influence. But such wealth would need to be counted in billions. Tanzong, also known as Tan Hui, 47 years old, is a jade merchant known for his integrity and shrewdness. That he operates 6 chain stores in Beijing and has known Dai Dong for quite some time due to their shared industry. Chen Pengzi, born Chen Jingsheng, 45 years old, is a coal magnate from Shanxi. In his youth, he was a formidable figure, and now he has achieved considerable success, with several coal mines generating substantial profits, all managed by professional managers and family members, allowing him to spend most of his time in Beijing. That he met Dai Dong in a club in the capital, where Dai Dong's official status attracted Chen Jingsheng. who found him to be honorable, leading to their friendship. Zhang Shi, a native of Beijing, is also considered part of the official lineage. However, his family's status was modest, and they lacked significant connections that he returned from studying abroad to establish a company focused on electronics. Exemplifying self-made success. Chapter 11. Difficult negotiations. The world's top-grade jadeite is exclusively found in Myanmar, and the admiration for jade within the greater Chinese cultural sphere keeps its prices perpetually high. Significantly affecting neighboring smaller nations. Long-standing ethnic conflicts have rendered Myanmar chaotic, particularly in areas rich in jade, where various forces vie for control. The so-called mountain armies are ethnic autonomy organizations in Myanmar, and there are not just one but dozens of such groups. Decades of disputes over interests have left both sides exhausted. Currently, the jadeite production is under governmental control, with mining operations assigned to various private companies. A substantial fee must be paid to the government to obtain a mining license, and on top of that, over 30% tax is imposed on the raw stone sold. Consequently, smuggling and tax evasion have become the norm. Individuals like Xiong, who receive shipments in Myanmar to bring into the mainland, face significant risks. Not only are they subject to government inspections, but the autonomous organizations in the northern mountainous regions also conduct their checks. If fortunate, a little bribe may allow passage. If luck runs out, one risks detention, confiscation of goods, and total loss of investment. The at 2 in the afternoon, Dai Dong hailed a cab and arrived at Xiong's residence as scheduled. This time of day was the hottest, and upon entering the courtyard, he spotted the old gentleman reclining in a chair, eyes half closed, that he quickly approached and softly greeted. "Uncle O, I have arrived." The old man opened his eyes, glanced at him, and replied, "Ah, Dai boss, welcome. Please take a seat." After settling down, Dai Dong retrieved a paper-wrapped bank card from his bag and said, 2,300,000. 2 million was the agreed amount, and the additional 300,000 is for Xiong's mother's medical expenses. Given my age, I consider myself a senior to him. The account name and password are written on the paper. The old man gaped, momentarily speechless, his impression of Dai Dong improving as he appreciated the gravity of the gesture. Dai Dong then took the initiative to pour tea while conversing with the elder. Xiong's remarkable skills are undoubtedly a testament to your upbringing. However, he must apply his talents, and I believe I possess some capabilities myself, having made a name for myself in the capital. Therefore, I intend to collaborate with Xiong. That if you have any thoughts on this matter, we can discuss it openly. Furthermore, I am curious about the extent of Xiong's expertise in stone gambling. My inquiry holds no ulterior motives. I, too, engage in stone gambling and consider my skills commendable, though I find myself genuinely perplexed this time. That he paused, glanced at the elder, and continued, "If you find it inconvenient to share, that is entirely understandable. It will not affect my collaboration with Xiong. This may touch upon the elder's privacy. Why probe into such matters? Any misunderstanding could lead to deep-seated enmity." The old gentleman regarded Dai Dong and suddenly asked, "You are not merely a simple jadeite merchant, are you?" Startled, Dai Dong shivered slightly and replied with a wry smile, "You see through me, uncle, that I am the commercial representative of my family, but in this collaboration, I solely represent myself, independent of familial ties." That he then leaned forward, lowering his voice, and confided, "My grandfather is Dai XX. The elder's body stiffened momentarily, clearly familiar with that name. Last night, Dai Dong had contemplated much, realizing that revealing his background early would serve as leverage, enhancing his standing in this society, which still values connections. Additionally, he needed to clarify that this was a partnership between himself and Xiong, rather than involving his family. That a vast family collaborating with a mere child would quickly lead to disaster, and Xiong's formidable backers would undoubtedly recognize the risks, rendering collaboration nearly impossible. The elder pondered for a while before slowly responding. "Thank you for your candor. The old man has a good reputation. My father has met your grandfather." Dai Dong was somewhat taken aback, realizing Uncle O hailed from a distinguished lineage. "How much capital can you contribute? Or your associates?" the elder inquired, including the 3 individuals in his question. Dai Dong reflected briefly and cautiously replied, "Tens of millions is feasible. Anything beyond that would require further discussion." The elder continued, "Do you have channels for distribution?" "The ones in Ruining do not count. That I am well acquainted with Mr. Tam from Guangdong, so that should not pose an issue. The jadeite gambling process involves either converting the stones into finished products for sale or selling the rough stones directly. both of which demand time, particularly for finished goods, as the market requires longer to absorb them. Thus, the jadeite industry is undoubtedly a capital-intensive domain, with the potential to drain finances rapidly, especially since jadeite does not liquidate as swiftly as gold. Dai boss, what do you propose for our collaboration? Uncle, please just call me Xiao Dai. Do refrain from addressing me as Dai boss. That my proposal is to establish a company specializing in jadeite and ruining, focusing on acquiring raw jadeite stones, primarily led by Ashiang. While we can assist as needed, that we will purchase suitable stones and then sell them in Guangdong, where there are numerous wealthy buyers, as long as the quality is high. They will be readily absorbed. Our shares will be distributed according to investment proportions, with Ashiang contributing 2 million plus as technical expertise, amounting to a 60 stake, while you would invest 50 million for a 40 stake. How you allocate shares internally is your concern. We can address the company's operation after 2 years, the elder asserted firmly. There is one more condition. Ashiang is prohibited from going to Myanmar for 2 years. This is non-negotiable. Dai Dong was taken aback. Who wouldn't he be? What kind of condition is this? With 50 million only accounting for 40 and 2 million securing 60, even if one is exceptionally skilled and knowledgeable. The inherent risks remain. Who can guarantee consistent success in gambling? It is not uncommon to see several 100,000 worth of stones discarded after being cut. 50 million might not suffice for a few missteps, especially when the actual capital is sourced from a side that if, as Chen Ponzi claims, Ashiang possesses the ability to see through stones. That's one thing, but the truth is he does not. Presenting such conditions to his associates would likely incite their wrath, questioning what hidden agendas his family might have. Dai Dong struggled to express his thoughts, pondering that if this were the case, it might be better to bring his associates along. Now he found himself caught between two worlds. Chapter 12. The past like smoke. Noticing Dai Dong's disconcerted demeanor, the elder chuckled knowingly. Xiao Dai, let me share with you a story. It's a bit lengthy, so please bear with me. Please go ahead. Dai Dong replied, momentarily taken aback, that my mother was the daughter of a chieftain in Myanmar, belonging to a powerful family. Our ancestors had been mining jadeite since the Qing dynasty. Back then, people lacked flashlights. Do you know how they assessed the quality of stones? Dai Dong honestly did not know. When he first learned to gamble with stones, he used a flashlight and had never considered how one would evaluate stones without it. He shook his head. The elder continued, by touch, feeling every inch of the stone, interpreting its qualities through the size of the sand grains, hardness, and subtle temperature changes to determine the inner quality of the jade. At that time, transportation was inconvenient, and stone gambling was only popular in small circles. Over generations, this tactile method of jade assessment developed into a comprehensive body of experience, albeit with a low accuracy rate. Around the mid-Qing dynasty, a genius emerged from the mining regions, capable of accurately assessing the quality of jadeite by touch, achieving remarkable accuracy and becoming a legend in the mining community. Imagine the challenges of mining, cutting and transporting stones during that era. Having such a person around saved a fortune. Tragically, conflict erupted among the tribal mining regions, all vying for this individual, resulting in many deaths. After years of turmoil, this genius was ultimately killed, and the tribes lost the courage to continue fighting, but the enmity remained. His skills were never fully passed down. The elder sighed and continued, coincidentally, in the early Republic era, a talented individual from the Dai family mastered the art of touching raw stones to an extraordinary level, achieving perfect accuracy. Why then, gambling with stones had become quite fashionable. Yet this individual remained largely unknown, recognized only by a select few. Leveraging this astonishing skill, the head of the Dai clan rose to prominence in just 10 years, becoming a renowned jadeite magnate throughout the country and Southeast Asia, amassing wealth beyond measure. That if you understand a bit of jade history, you should know about him, but the secret of how he achieved his success remains undisclosed. Dai Dong listened, captivated, nodding in acknowledgement of his awareness of this figure, and he then asked, what became of that person? Fate was unkind. This genius succumbed to a plague in Myanmar before reaching 40, the elder lamented. Later, with the advent of flashlights, stone gambling became more accessible, and few sought to learn the craft. That in the 70s and 80s, there was a person in the country who began to grasp the skill, achieving high accuracy, earning the title of the Jade Gambling King. That if he is still alive today, he would likely be in his 90s. The elder drank tea, his gaze distant. Uncle, Are you implying that Xiang possesses this skill as well? Dai Dong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Xiang is at least superior to that so-called gambling king, but whether he can rival the Dai heir remains uncertain. Dai Dong's hands trembled with anticipation, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He thought this isn't merely gambling. It's akin to seizing wealth that no, it's not just seizing. It's collecting riches, and even that doesn't do it justice. One need not bow or bend. This is the rhythm of striking it rich. Setting aside the past, consider the Dai heir. How many stones could he assess in a month? Presently, the yield of raw stones from the mining regions in a month equals the output of the past 2 decades. Any company without dozens of excavators worth millions would be embarrassed to enter the market if Xiang is not to go to Myanmar. That is acceptable. The domestic raw stones are still plentiful. Regardless of the elders' conditions, even if they were more stringent, Dai Dong would still acquiesce. With this realization, Dai Dong felt as if a fog had lifted, revealing a brilliant dawn that he then turned to the elder once more. Uncle, when we gamble with stones, we often touch them. Why do we not feel anything? This represents the last vestige of dignity for the Burmese in this industry. When one first enters, some experience is passed down through generations. It is said that if an ordinary person can comprehend merely 10%, they are considered an expert. Beyond that point, one can only rely on innate talent. Dai Dong ceased to inquire further, acknowledging this as what is referred to as the secret technique. Regarding Xiang's craft, it is preferable for people to know as little as possible, for this skill is extraordinary. In several centuries, only 2 individuals have emerged, and both met untimely and mysterious ends that my greatest concern is that I do not wish for Xiang to follow in their footsteps. Rest assured, Uncle Lo, the previous times were fraught with conflict. But now we live in a peaceful era, so there should be no risks that if it comes to it, we can always withdraw promptly, Dai Dong advised. Despite his words, he understood that once the domestic jade tycoons or other formidable figures in various industries learned of Xiang's capabilities, the ensuing chaos of open and covert plundering would be inevitable. Whoever possesses Xiang will undoubtedly amass astronomical wealth, and it is difficult for anyone to resist such temptation. Given our proximity to the Burmese border, those mountain soldiers possess an abundance of raw jade stones. A kidnapping under the cover of darkness is always a possibility, as these soldiers are inherently fierce and lack moral scruples. The old man's concerns are indeed valid. Furthermore, you should have noticed that Xiang's mother hails from a prominent family, which adds another layer of complexity. Given the right opportunity, the 2 of them might seek to return to their homeland. And I urge you to lend a helping hand when the time comes to no problem. Uncle O, it is my duty, and I believe Xiang's mother is from the south. Sai, let her tell you herself when the time comes. After considering for a moment, Dai Dong said, Uncle O, we shall return to the capital in a couple of days, and since we have made an agreement, I would like Xiang to start working sooner. If we are to establish a company, there will undoubtedly be numerous trivial matters to address beforehand, so it would be prudent for him to gain some experience now. That sounds good. I will speak with him tonight. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged sitting that left him weary, but the old man stood up and stretched that Xiang is the culmination of my later years. Please take good care of him. After speaking, he silently walked back into the room that we will come by tomorrow morning. Dai Dong could sense the old man's emotions at that moment, watching him enter the house before he too promptly returned. For the 3 individuals remaining were likely growing increasingly anxious. Chapter 13. Officially leaving apprenticeship with these conditions proposed by Master Xiang. Let us discuss. Dai Dong stated that he elaborated. Among brothers, it is essential to be transparent. We speak plainly. This venture carries an element of risk, as I possess slightly more knowledge than you, and thus we must take a gamble. 1. To wager on Uncle O's integrity, and 2. To bet on Xiang's skill. Therefore, let us not force anyone that I have promised Uncle O that I would proceed, and initially I mentioned that the benefits would be equally shared. However, if anyone is dissatisfied with these terms, they may contribute less or not at all. And I will cover the remainder. Zhang Shi interjected. Dai Ge, doesn't the share distribution seem a bit harsh? It is only 2 years. If the business does not perform well and the profits are low, distributing the residual value upon company dissolution based on equity would be quite disadvantageous, wouldn't it? As a modern businessman, he naturally had reservations about such an evidently unreasonable allocation of shares. It seemed like an invitation to divide his earnings 2 years hence. General Tan pondered for a moment and addressed Dai Dong. Old Dai, speak honestly. What level can Ah Xiang's stone gambling skills attain? Deep and unfathomable, Dai Dong replied. Realizing he had not conveyed his thoughts clearly, he continued to explain. It is not that I do not wish to share with everyone. The implications are far too significant. And the old man has many concerns, forbidding me from disclosing too much. Perhaps after collaborating for some time, Ah Xiang will reveal more himself. But we must not be the ones to inquire. Chun Pongzi, however, did not seem perturbed. I will contribute 10 million, treating it as an advance on the gambling funds for the next few years. Zhangxi calculated. I will put in 5 million. He was indeed somewhat worried. Unlike the others who had been immersed in business for decades with substantial family wealth, his enterprise demanded significant capital. General Tan deliberated extensively. 8 million. Any more, and I fear will disrupt the operations of my current enterprise. Then I will cover the remaining amount, which should be 27 million, so let us finalize this decision. Uncle O will discuss it with Ah Xiang tonight, and tomorrow morning we will visit. Once that is settled, I still have a few places to check with Old Tan. Dai Dong secretly wished that no one would contribute. Zhangxi, please draft a shareholder agreement tonight. This is your forte. Aim to have it signed by tomorrow. Afterward, you and Old Chun should lead Ah Xiang in searching for a suitable location. He is the expert on what is appropriate. The internal arrangements of the company should also heavily involve his input. Additionally, we should procure 2 vehicles. They need not be extravagant, as standing out too much at the outset could be detrimental. The company will publicly state that it is merely sourcing raw stones. Once cutting begins, we cannot act in Ruining, that I will liaise with buyers from Guangdong and Fujian, and we may also explore the public auction in Guangdong. Office equipment and various cutting machines should be purchased in Ruining, and we must expedite the process. Old Chun will take charge of securing licenses, providing you with an opportunity to engage with the government, that we will not hire anyone just yet. Old Tan and I will discuss the possibility of transferring personnel from the capital to here. As the locals are too sensitive regarding the stone gambling trade, without knowing the roots, it could lead to complications. Over the next few days, Old Tan and I will find a few stones for Ah Xiang to examine. Aiming for a promising start to be the way, let us rent a villa. It should have a private entrance and courtyard, as we will likely be visiting frequently, though we should also bring someone from the capital to handle cleaning and cooking, as I truly cannot adapt to the local cuisine. Lastly, let us keep Ah Xiang's situation concealed for as long as possible. It is the foundation of the company's existence. Once outsiders become aware, it is easy to dodge direct attacks, but difficult to guard against subtle betrayals that we must be discreet, especially Old Chun. Do not disclose everything. The elder brother shall call the shots. I am merely awaiting my share. Chun Pongzi chuckled. Zhangxi took out a pen and noted some details. Establishing the company and procuring supplies is a tedious affair. Once they had concluded their discussions, the group hurried off for dinner. At 10 that evening, in the old man's modest room, he and Ah Xiang's mother sat on chairs while Ah Xiang knelt on the floor. The elder retrieved a roll of paper from the depths of his tattered trunk. The paper had yellowed with age, revealing its antiquity. Upon unfolding it, a traditional painting emerged, depicting a handsome young man adorned in traditional Dai attire. The elder gestured for Ah Xiang to assist in hanging the painting. Subsequently, he retrieved several bound ancient books from the cabinet and placed them on the table. The elder began to speak. Ah Xiang, although you are of Han descent, the skills you have acquired are a result of the blessings from our ancestral master, Ban Huang, a member of the Dai people from the Burmese region, who perfected the craft of stone gambling during the Qing dynasty. Those who later learned the ancient techniques revered him as the ancestral master. This is a tradition among the Burmese. Ah Xiang, you must pay your respects to the ancestral master with 3 bows. Upon completing the bows, the elder continued. My surname is Ouyang, and my given name is Xing. My ancestors fled to Burma during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties to escape the ravages of war. Our original surname was Zhu. Generations later, our family became prominent leaders among the Chinese community. An intermarriage with other ethnic groups was strictly prohibited. Yet my father defied this edict and married the daughter of a Dai chieftain, who was my mother, resulting in his expulsion from the family. I received a fine education, yet I was rebellious from a young age, often living in the mining areas and befriending numerous heroes of the underworld, thereby acquiring a wealth of knowledge about stone gambling. At 17, in a moment of impulse, I joined the mountain troops and began fighting against the government, killing many and sustaining 2 gunshot wounds myself. Due to my extensive connections, I later became responsible for the military's financial operations, mainly trading local resources such as opium, gold, copper, jade, gemstones, and timber. Eventually, with the support of Western powers, the government intensified its crackdown, and our situation grew increasingly perilous. The ranks began to fracture, with some seeking surrender while others fought to the death. Initially, we could sit down and negotiate. After all, it was wealth accumulated over generations. However, as violence escalated, it turned into a cycle of retaliation, with assassination giving way to open conflict. Longtime friends and comrades became bitter enemies, a sight that chilled the heart. Both sides sought to win me over, as I held significant financial resources that my father, mother, and younger brother all fell victim to assassination. I narrowly escaped, but could not evade the government's relentless pursuit. Ultimately, I was captured. Fearing the power of my family, they spared my life, likely due to some influence exerted within the family, but I suspect the price was steep. They expelled me from Burma, forbidding me from accessing any resources there. Someone financed the purchase of this building for me, intending to confine me here. Upon arriving, I spent my days consumed by memories, utterly despondent. Fortunately, not long after, I encountered you both, who were also suffering greatly at that time. You, young one, were remarkably perceptive and intelligent. I tentatively began to teach you some things, and gradually I felt a renewed sense of courage to live at Asyong. You possess extraordinary talent and perseverance. Otherwise, you would not have mastered this ancient craft. Starting tomorrow, with this skill, you must venture out into the world on your own. That I have previously mentioned that since the inception of stone gambling, only 2.5 talents have emerged. You are the third, that do not bring shame to the ancestral master. Upon hearing this, Asyong's mother rose swiftly and knelt beside him, addressing the elder. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your care and guidance towards my son and me. I, Chu Xiao, along with my son, Chu Tianxiang, bow in gratitude. Afterward, both mother and son respectfully bowed 3 times before the elder. Chu Xiao's address of the elder signifies her respect for his noble lineage. Had it been in ancient times, the elder would undoubtedly have been a top aristocrat. During the late Ming period, he bore the surname Zhu, the name of the emperor. Chu Xiao was initially unaware of what the old gentleman had imparted to his son. While she was aware that he taught some martial arts techniques, which she fully endorsed, her understanding did not extend much further. She presumed that his knowledge was primarily related to jade and gemstones. She had only gleaned fragments of the old gentleman's past, knowing that he held a high status and had offended many in Myanmar. However, upon hearing these words today, she was genuinely moved. The old gentleman comprehended the essence of Chu Xiao's words and nodded in acknowledgement. Asyong's mother, please take a seat. Did I have more to discuss with the child? He gestured towards the books on the table, saying, these are methods for gambling on stones, compiled by our ancestors. Many in Myanmar are illiterate. So it is indeed remarkable that this knowledge has been preserved. It represents the hard work of several generations. You do not require these now, but remember to burn them at my grave a century from now. You may keep the portrait of our forefather, that he continued. Tomorrow, Boss Dai Dong will arrive. You will sign the agreement, and from now on, you will deal with him directly. Your mother and I will neither participate nor inquire. You are not permitted to go to Myanmar for the next 2 years. We will discuss matters again after that I have, but one piece of advice for you to remember for a lifetime. Know when to stop. Furthermore, your mother hails from a prestigious family in Jiangnan, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she has ended up here. When you were young, you often cried for your father, which led to your mother punishing you. I have conferred with her, and if you perform well, you may learn the truth in 2 years, but you must prove your capability to handle everything in that time. What kind of person is my father? Asyong suddenly stood up. Chu Xiao hesitated before responding. You will come to be proud of him. Chapter 14. A flourishing beginning the following morning. Before 8 o'clock, Asyong began tidying up in the courtyard. This was a chore he had been assigned since childhood. Additionally, the words of his master from the previous night had deeply affected him, leading to a restless night filled with bloodshot eyes. Many of the master's earlier remarks were ones he had heard over time and did not find surprising. However, the segment about his parents struck him profoundly, that in his early years, when he saw other children with fathers, he would return home asking for his own, only to be met with disappointment as his mother would tell him that his father had passed away, As he matured and gained experience. He recognized that his mother was different from others. She was fiercely dedicated to his studies, erupting in fury at any poor grades, leaving no room for negotiation, while other children had time for play. His leisure was spent either practicing stone handling with his master or reciting ancient poetry before his mother, or standing in horse stance in the courtyard. Each task felt monotonous, yet they all served to refine his character. It was only when his mother fell ill and could no longer work, leaving them without a source of income, that she resolutely insisted he drop out of school to earn money. Prioritizing survival, in truth. His master's income was barely enough to subsist. The house was poorly located and difficult to rent out, and those who did rent it paid little, suggesting that even those who purchased it for the master faced considerable challenges. Over the years, he had read extensively, and his mindset had gradually become more composed, yet he remained uncertain about his future. Observing shop owners and high-stakes gamblers, he found their pursuits lacking in appeal, sensing an absence of something vital. Although his mother often regaled him with tales of the capital, Shanghai, and the beautiful landscapes of Jiangnan, he had never ventured beyond the mountains, and his limited worldview was his greatest shortcoming. The master's statement from yesterday resonated with him. He needed to possess the ability to handle everything in 2 years. What did that entail? Such ability required either power or wealth. Power was unattainable. Thus, he resolved to focus on acquiring wealth, which he believed should not be overly challenging. Once he amassed wealth and capability, he was determined to track down the man known as his father and confront him. Why did you abandon us? Dai Dong and 3 others arrived. Upon seeing Xiang seated in the pavilion, they approached, prompting him to rise and greet them. After settling down, Xiang said, "Uncle Dai, Uncle Tan, Uncle Chun, Uncle Zhang, I am honored that you esteemed elders have chosen to take me along. Henceforth, I shall address you all as uncle." The others nodded in agreement, but Zhangxi interjected, "Do not call me uncle. Refer to me as brother. I'm only in my 30s and not that old." Laughter erupted among the group. Dai Dong added, "That works well. Let us each use our own titles. From now on, we shall call him Tianxiang instead of Xiang. Xiang is too informal once we are in the mainland." Everyone nodded in agreement. Dai Dong then inquired, "Tianxiang, did Uncle O discuss matters with you yesterday?" "He did, Uncle Dai, but the distribution of shares seems rather inequitable. My share appears disproportionately high. That arrangement was dictated by your master and cannot be altered." Dai Dong stated firmly. As he spoke, he gestured for Zhang Shi to present the contract, saying, "Everyone, take a look. There are 5 copies that if you agree, please sign. I have already decided on the company name. Dong Xiang Jewelry Company, Ltd. IT incorporates both our names, and as your elder, I shall take the lead." This was the first time everyone had seen the shareholder agreement, which was only 2 pages long and quickly reviewed. Each person took turns signing the 5 contracts, and thus the company was officially established. Dai Dong said, "Tianxiang, you are the major shareholder. Please go ahead." Chu Tianxiang pondered briefly before stating, "Let Uncle Dai serve as the general manager. I will act as a technical advisor. The rest of you will be vice general managers. Uncle Dai, you are responsible for hiring the finance staff, 1 accountant, and 1 cashier, that if we do not require them initially. We can engage a company for bookkeeping. I have studied it, but have no practical experience. That we currently need to hire 1 or 2 workers for moving stones and cleaning." He paused, then added, "Our immediate mission is to find a location and rent a house. I have thought of a place near the jewelry city north of the ruining river bridge. It is not very conspicuous and offers good privacy. Ideally, we should find an independent courtyard, so cutting stones will not disturb others. That I am not knowledgeable about how to decorate the reception area, but I need a small room of about 10 square meters. Also, which uncle will handle the business license? I have never done it and know nothing about it. That I will buy the machinery. There are many places in ruining that sell them, but the priority is to secure the location." Dai Dong thought to himself, "This kid is quite capable, arranging everything so systematically." That he looked at everyone and asked, "Do any of you have suggestions?" The group unanimously agreed that since old Dai was the eldest and most composed, he was the most suitable choice for general manager. That if Chu Tianxiang were to take that role, it would feel somewhat awkward. Chu Tianxiang continued, "I will resign this afternoon. It won't take long to complete. And then I will look for a house. That it would be best if Uncle Dai could speak to General Shui to avoid any awkwardness when we meet later." Dai Dong consented. In a moment, "I will accompany Tianxiang to see General Shui, while the rest of you can split up to search for houses. including our villa, that we may frequent this area, and staying in a hotel is inconvenient. The office location will adhere to Tian Xiang's criteria, aiming to finalize it today. Furthermore, Old Chun, please hire a cleaner, someone tidy, to look after Uncle O and Tian Xiang's mother. Tian Xiang may not have much time in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian Xiang quickly expressed his gratitude, thinking that this Uncle Dai truly knew how to treat people well. There were no objections, and tasks were allocated as they prepared to set to work. It was amusing to consider these multimillionaire bosses engaging in such labor. Finally, Chu Tian Xiang said, "Uncles, as we launch the company, let us have a prosperous start at AT General Shui's shop. There are 2 stones. Uncle Dai and Uncle Tan should purchase them in the coming days. Point 1 should not be too expensive, but is quite large, weighing approximately 100 kilograms, likely from the Moming site, and should contain some valuable material. The other is on the second floor shelf, a waxy green stone weighing over 20 kilograms, with an uncolored exterior but likely containing a greenish vein. If it is priced too high, we shall forego it. Its appearance is quite appealing." The mention of the stones piqued the interest of the group, who were no longer inclined to leave and sat down to listen intently. Dai Dong was relatively unfazed. Having heard Chu Tian Xiang discuss stones before, but for the other 3, it was their first encounter, and they were captivated, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Uncle Tan eagerly inquired, "Is it guaranteed? I have seen each stone at General Shui's shop no fewer than 5 times. Any new arrivals that haven't sold on the same day, I have scrutinized repeatedly, that I have maintained this for 5 years," he replied. Uncle Chun, slightly anxious, asked Tian Xiang, "What are those 2 stones like?" He was far more interested in the stones than in how Chu Tian Xiang had honed his skills. Upon hearing about gambling on stones and cutting them, his eyes immediately lit up. The Moming stone was likely misidentified or overlooked on the site. It wasn't cleaned properly, and only one face is likely to yield ice-grade quality. And it should be quite old. The 20-kilogram stone should be viable. Old Tan, feeling a bit lightheaded, thought it was a stretch at IS that really worth 6 million. He was well aware that unblemished ice-grade stones currently fetched around 300,000 per kilogram. Zhang Shi and Uncle Chun were equally excited. They knew ice-grade stones were expensive, but they were unaware of just how exorbitant the prices could be. 0.6 million. Dai Dong murmured softly. The 2 men did not grasp the figure and quickly asked, "What did you say?" Dai Dong clarified. Tian Xiang mentioned that stone could be worth 6 million. That much? Uncle Chin turned abruptly to Chu Tian Xiang and asked, "How much will that stone sell for?" Chu Tian Xiang replied, "I am not sure. That stone is slightly better than ordinary stones that IT has been on display for over a year without selling, so I estimate it could fetch around 200 to 300 yuan per kilogram at most." 30,000? That's a shocking amount. Dai Dong also struggled to contain his excitement, and the 4 of them fell silent, each absorbed in processing the news. Chapter 15. Formal resignation. After a while, Dai Dong inquired, "What is the situation with that stone that tends to get stuck? It weighs over 20 kilograms, has an exceptionally long water line, appears appealing, and is not cheap. However, there is a wide waterway inside, and it reaches high ice, with a colored band that isn't entirely in the waterway. I am uncertain." Chu Tianxiang reminisced. "Cutting that stone is quite troublesome. I worry that if I cut through the waterway, I might sever the color band, and if I cut the color band, I fear I will disrupt the waterway." Mr. Tan asked, "How much can we yield from it? What price range are we looking at?" Chu Tianxiang appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "Uncle Tan, I am not very knowledgeable about the prices of finished products. If we were to produce bracelets, I estimate we could yield 6 or 7 pieces of good quality." Dai Dong calculated and responded, "With over 20 kilograms, we should be able to extract about 15 to 20 kilograms of ice-type material." Upon hearing this, Chen Pongzi and Zhang Shi exchanged glances. Thinking, "This is less than the previous one." Surprisingly, Dai Dong continued, "Let's count on 6 bracelets. 3 will be high ice, which would yield an additional 2 million, and with color, we could see an extra 5 to 6 million. Conservatively speaking, it could range from 10 to 15 million. Mr. Tan nodded in agreement, while Zhang Shi and Chen Pongzi remained baffled, unable to grasp the calculations. Dai Dong added, "Old Tan, please make an effort to gather some photos of high-end finished products. Then, visit Rui Ning's upscale jadeite shops to educate Tianxiang about finished product knowledge and pricing. That he needs to memorize it quickly, even if he has to rote learn." Mr. Tan nodded in acknowledgement. "Just don't go beyond 3 million for this one." Dai Dong stated. Agreed. Several voices responded. The company only had a few tens of millions. If the profit margin was insufficient, purchasing it and then being unable to invest in better opportunities later would spell disaster. As they stepped outside to hail a cab, Chu Tianxiang opted not to ride his dilapidated motorcycle, knowing that taxis in Ruining were scarce. While waiting, Dai Dong remarked to Mr. Tan, "Old Tan, you and Zhang Shi should go by a car. Having your own vehicle would make things much more convenient," that Mr. Tan, recognizing the inconvenience, readily agreed. "All right, Zhang Shi and I will go by a car." Dai Dong turned to Chimpanzee, saying, "You come with us. I'll need your assistance." Once in the vehicle, Dai Dong sat beside Chimpanzee in the back, while Chu Tianxiang led from the front. Dai Dong instructed, "Old Chun, when we enter, the three of us will discuss Tianxiang's matters. After that, you two will exit first, and I'll have a word about that stone inside, but I want to be making a purchase today to be sure to check the stones in the shed. Don't get confused. When you go inside, just say you want to buy that particular stone. As for the reason, make something up. If I open my mouth to buy, I fear it might raise suspicions with Mr. Shui." Chimpanzee pondered briefly and grasped Dai Dong's intent, nodding in understanding that he was concerned that Mr. Shui might raise the price unexpectedly. A stone priced at 20,000 could suddenly be quoted at 200,000. And a 30,000 stone might escalate to 600,000, given that Boss Dai had deep pockets. Upon reaching the second floor, Mr. Shui was delighted to see Boss Dai again and warmly welcomed them to sit down. Slightly surprised to see Chu Tianxiang beside him, as he usually stood. Following their prearranged dialogue, Dai Dong said, "Mr. Shui, I have a request. I plan to establish a company here to handle some stones that I am quite busy and don't have much time to come by. We need someone responsible to oversee the stall that I spoke with Xiang, and he agreed to come over. Did I like to take him with me today, as I want to be here for long and have many matters to address. I hope this doesn't inconvenience you." Upon hearing this, Mr. Shui's face twitched. It was quite a blatant attempt to poach talent. However, reflecting on it, he considered that Boss Dai was courteous enough to mention it directly. And his attitude was sincere, that if he hadn't brought it up, Tianxiang might have left without notice, and he would have had no recourse. That it was better to part on good terms. That Mr. Shui smiled. "No problem, President Dai. For you to take a liking to Xiang is his fortune. I am delighted." Seeing Mr. Shui's response, Chu Tianxiang immediately stood up and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Shui, for your care over the years. Should I ever need assistance, Xiang will be unreservedly devoted." That I bow to you. That he then deeply bowed. Rising, he added, "Mr. Shui, please continue your discussion. I'll step out for a moment." Chimpanzee quickly chimed in. "I'll join you for a stroll." The two left the room, sipping tea and chatting. After about half an hour, they heard footsteps on the stairs, and upon turning, saw Chimpanzee returning. After arriving, he addressed Mr. Shui. "Mr. Shui, there's a stone downstairs. What is the price? Everyone seems oblivious. Take a look at if it's cheap. I'll buy it. That I'll use it to press pickles at home. It has a nice shape." Dai Dong nearly burst into laughter at Chimpanzee's reasoning. Who would use a stone weighing over 100 kilograms to press pickles? Mr. Shui was engrossed in discussing the stone with Dai Dong when he heard Chimpanzee's interruption and felt a pang of urgency. "Please have Xiang come upstairs," he quickly requested. Chu Tianxiang ascended, and after Mr. Shui clarified which stone was being referred to, he impatiently stated, "Mr. Chun, no bargaining, 20,000, and it's yours." Chimpanzee mumbled, "That's a bit pricey." Dai Dong jestingly scolded, "Chimpanzee, don't embarrass yourself in front of our coal boss. It's just 20,000, and I'm making the call. Take it or leave it." Chimpanzee pulled out 2 stacks of cash from his bag and placed them on the table, saying to Dai Dong, "Boss Dai, you're the one in charge." With that, he dragged Chu Tianxiang down the stairs. After a while, the sound of a car echoed outside, and Chimpanzee called from below, "Boss Dai, hurry down. The car has arrived." Hearing the call, Dai Dong and Mr. Shui descended the stairs to find a brand new Buick minivan parked in the yard, where several workers were loading stones into the back. Zhang Shi and Mr. Tan stood nearby, chatting. Mr. Shui inquired, "Is this your new purchase?" "A vehicle makes things convenient." That he then added, "I have a few matters to attend to. I will return in a couple of days to check on that stone. Please reconsider the price." After bidding farewell, the group departed, and Mr. Shui felt quite pleased. After having held on to a troublesome stone for over a year, it was finally sold. Though the profit was limited, it seemed the 3 million stone might yield some potential. Yet he felt a twinge of regret for letting go of Xiang, as finding another diligent worker like him would be challenging. Chapter 16. A joyous conclusion. Zhang Shi drove the car, and after crossing the Ruining Bridge, he asked, "Where to now? Speak up quickly." Chu Tianxiang replied, turn left after the bridge. There are several jewelry markets. Ask the property staff for security. They should know which place has taxis. Upon arrival, they visited several establishments, but none were suitable. As dusk approached, they finally found a property with a yard at the Jupiter Jewelry City, albeit at a steep rent of 150,000 a year, which was quite high for Ruining. The two-story yard could accommodate 2 vehicles, and while there were many rooms, they hardly needed them. Chun Pongzi, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, let us just settle on this one. I don't want to walk anymore. Dai Dong glanced at Zhang, Shi, and Chu Tianxiang, who both nodded in agreement, though Chu Tianxiang felt the price was a bit steep. Dai Dong made the final decision. Old Tan had not even exited the vehicle. Since loading the stone, he had been inspecting it with a flashlight, lost in contemplation and meticulously examining the stone, showing no signs of stopping. After negotiating with the landlord to pay and collect the keys the next day, the group realized they were famished, having skipped lunch. Dai Dong suggested, let us call your master and your mother. We should celebrate with a meal. Chu Tianxiang shook his head. My master said he and my mother would not participate in any of our affairs. Chen Pongzi asked, not even for dinner? Not at all. Well, if you want to eat at home, that's fine. Dai Dong proposed, then we'll dine out. Let us eat at the hotel where we're staying. After dinner, Tianxiang can take a taxi home, and we'll enjoy some drinks in the evening. They were staying at the finest hotel in Ruining, touted as 5-star, though no one was entirely sure. Upon entering the restaurant, the grand hall was adorned in opulence, exuding luxury, with plush carpets underfoot. As they walked in, Chu Tianxiang felt a wave of nervousness. He had never been to such a place before and tried to breathe deeply to calm his nerves. Inside the private dining room, there was a circular table ample enough for a dozen diners, surrounded by a plush sofa. Chu Tianxiang took a seat on the sofa with the others. Dai Dong noticed his anxiety and smiled. Tianxiang, you're still young. Relax and enjoy yourself, that you'll find yourself in places like this often in the future. After placing their orders, Chen Zhengxing asked Dai Dong what wine he preferred. Dai Dong turned to Chu Tianxiang and queried, Tianxiang, do you drink? Is that all right? Chu Tianxiang responded, Uncle Dai, I can manage a bit. My master just doesn't let me drink too much, as being in this line of work, constant drinking affects one's sensitivity. Dai Dong replied, a drink or two is fine. Let us go with Wing. I want to see just how much you can handle. There will be plenty of drinking occasions ahead. Chen Pongzi, unconcerned about spending his own money, ordered an extravagant spread of dishes. Dai Dong aimed to test Chu Tianxiang's drinking capacity, but within 2 hours, he was the first to be overwhelmed. That in the world of men, a trivial reason is enough to take a sip, while a significant reason could lead to downing half a glass. Dai Dong, reveling in his new title of general manager, drank to excess, welcoming all who came. Ultimately, with Chen Pongzi and Chu Tianxiang teaming up, he was thoroughly subdued. Zhang Shi initially held his own, but eventually succumbed to Chu Tianxiang's repeated calls of brother, becoming equally intoxicated. Finally, under Chen Pongzi's persuasion that anyone who couldn't drink was foolish, he downed a shot and rushed to the restroom to vomit. Chen Pongzi laid Zhang Shi down, but he too could no longer hold on and fell asleep on the table. Chu Tianxiang felt his eyelids growing heavy. This was the most he had ever drunk in his life, and he was happy, exceeding his usual limits. The only sober one among them was Mr. Tan, whose high blood pressure kept him in check. He slowly sipped from his glass, leaving over half untouched by the end. Tianxiang, go wash your face. I have something to discuss, that Mr. Tan remarked. After observing the stone in the car, Mr. Tan expressed that he felt no embarrassment in asking for advice, as he had not comprehended it at all. Chu Tianxiang, feeling somewhat dazed, heeded Uncle Tan's words without much thought and proceeded to the bathroom in his room. That he turned on the water and splashed his face, finding himself considerably more alert. Upon returning and taking a seat, Chu Tianxiang inquired, Uncle Tan, what is it? Mr. Tan replied, Tianxiang, let us converse about that stone. Uncle, that stone is rather unconventional. Allow me to share the formation of this jadeite. If I err, please bear with me. After the formation of the jadeite crystal, that smaller piece of ice jade amalgamated with another ordinary jadeite rough under high pressure. It was later likely unearthed by a volcanic eruption and subsequently buried again due to tectonic movements. It is also plausible that the ordinary jadeite side was subjected to excessive heat, leading to significant heavy metal replacement, resulting in several sides becoming blackened. Who would have thought that buried underground, under suitable pressure and temperature conditions, it underwent another replacement. The ice jade structure is dense and resistant to replacement, or experiences minimal replacement, while the black inside is softer and more porous, allowing chromium ions to replace it. Through anaerobic reduction reactions, it has formed into its current state, appearing as a black sand-skinned jadeite rough. When illuminated, it reveals some translucency, but aside from the ice jade portion, it is essentially just a large blemished rock. Mr. Tan absorbed this information attentively, though he struggled to grasp parts of it. It sounded more like a geology lecture than a discussion about gambling stones. Tianxiang, how did you deduce all this? I self-studied geology at the university. The geological changes in Myanmar are particularly distinctive, and studying them is quite fascinating, though many theories remain inconclusive. But you haven't cut open the stone. How can you discern its internal changes? Uncle, every piece of jadeite begins without a skin. The skin forms through secondary weathering, resulting from reduction and oxidation reactions that create a protective layer. Thus, the rough skin can provide substantial information for assessing the internal quality. For instance, variations in sand grain size, hardness, temperature, and color all require careful observation. These insights were imparted to me by my master, that I have practiced these since childhood, finding it tedious and often facing punishment for mistakes. However, I finally feel I have achieved some mastery. Uncle, let me share a secret. My master is no longer as adept as I am, he chuckled. Having consumed a bit too much alcohol the previous night, Chu Tianxiang spoke somewhat freely that he did not perceive anything amiss. But Mr. Tan gleaned a different understanding from his words. This lad truly harbors hidden depths. Aware that further inquiry was inadvisable, Mr. Tan recognized that if Dai Dong learned of what Chu Tianxiang had said, he would undoubtedly react with anger. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang's master undoubtedly shared an agreement, though it was not related to shares. Dai Dong was not that unscrupulous. Yet his intention to protect Chu Tianxiang was glaringly evident. He had clearly stated that inquiries regarding Chu Tianxiang's techniques were off-limits. Despite his usual genteel demeanor, when Dai Dong became serious, even the scions of Beijing would tremble. In his youth, he had not been averse to breaking bones. Having contemplated these matters, Mr. Tan said, Tianxiang, it is getting late. You should return and rest. Come by early tomorrow. I will call the staff to escort the others back to their rooms. Chu Tianxiang replied, I will summon them. He then rose to beckon a few attendants to assist the three inebriates back to their respective rooms and bid farewell to Mr. Tan before taking a taxi home. Chapter 17. The dawn of a career that night. Chu Tianxiang slept soundly. Having never consumed such a quantity of alcohol before, his spirits lifted and filled with hope for the future. However, by 8:30 the next morning, he rose punctually, a habit ingrained over many years. After completing his morning routine, he began to tidy the corridor on the third floor. A responsibility of the landlord, he was gentle in his efforts, careful not to disturb the tenants. After sweeping the corridor, he proceeded to the courtyard, followed by the gazebo, where his master would often enjoy tea, and his mother would come down to bask in the sun and connect with the earth that I in ruining. Breakfast was seldom prepared at home, regardless of social status. A bowl of rice noodles sufficed that if one bowl was inadequate, two would do, with no exceptions. After finishing breakfast at the alleyway, noticing it was still early, Chu Tianxiang returned to the gazebo to brew tea for himself. Yunnan is renowned for its tea production, with nearly every village housing tea trees and a long-standing culture of tea consumption. Yunnan lacks a distinct culinary style, with most dishes predominantly sour and spicy. However, tea is treated with great reverence. The pu'er tea, highly esteemed in the mainland, holds little market presence in its place of origin. Locals generally prefer green tea and ancient tree tea, with the finest ancient tree teas priced comparably to gold. Criticisms of Yunnanese people include the fact that while pu'er tea has been inflated to exorbitant prices in the mainland, locals seldom drink it. Additionally, jadeite gambling stones serve both as athletes and judges, with those from the mainland colloquially referred to as killers. That as 10:30 approached, Chu Tianxiang rode his dilapidated motorcycle to the hotel, as taxi fares were exorbitant. Having been raised in frugality, he was still adjusting to his current lifestyle. Last night's dinner alone had exceeded 10,000, an extravagance he found excessive. Upon arriving at the hotel, he knocked on Dai Dong's door. After a moment, Dai Dong, still frothy from brushing his teeth, opened the door. The moment it swung open, a potent smell of alcohol wafted out, prompting Chu Tianxiang to hold his breath, lower his head, and step inside. He quickly moved to pull back the curtains and open the window, finally exhaling in relief. The odor within was unbearable. Dai Dong emerged from the bathroom and asked, "Tianxiang, are you all right? How did I get back last night?" Chu Tianxiang responded, "Uncle Dai, I am fine that I accompanied Uncle Tan to bring you all back. Uncle Chun and Brother Zhang also drank excessively." Dai Dong sighed. "Well done, Tianxiang. With your tolerance for alcohol, you could go anywhere. I, too, have never consumed such a quantity." With only Uncle Tan remaining sober, as Dai Dong began to change clothes, he casually retrieved a card from his handbag and handed it to Chu Tianxiang, saying, "This card contains 230,000. I received it from your master, who returned it to me. Take 30,000 for your personal expenses and then return the card to me. Your mother and master are not in good health. Purchase some supplements for them. Additionally, I will provide you with a monthly salary of 10,000. No one else receives this, and we will discuss any earnings later." Chu Tianxiang hesitated. "Uncle Dai, is this appropriate?" Dai Dong replied authoritatively, "I am the general manager. Any objections must be kept to yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang suggested, "How about I cover the cost of hiring a caretaker for my master and my mother?" "Very well. That is inconsequential. Go and awaken them. They drank heavily last night and hardly consumed any food, so their stomachs may be feeling uneasy." After a flurry of activity lasting 40 minutes, they finally made their way to the restaurant for breakfast, which had already concluded. They ordered some light dishes, and the group relished the meal, regaining their spirits and exchanging playful banter, particularly when Zhang Shi, after being down to drink by chimpanzee, erupted. Dai Dong remained unaware. Yet everyone regarded Chu Tianxiang's drinking capacity and comportment with admiration, recognizing that such qualities could prove decisive in the world of commerce. That as they neared the end of their meal, Dai Dong spoke earnestly. "Soon we will go to collect the properties, and then we need to discuss how to arrange the rooms. There is no need for renovations. The original setup is sufficient. Old Tan and Zhang, she will find someone to clean up. And procure furniture. Do not forget Tianxiang's requests. Old Chin will handle the licenses, while I and Tianxiang will secure the machinery." Everyone agreed in unison and set off for the company done on the way. Chimpanzee suddenly asked, "Tianxiang, can you drive?" "I can drive, but I lack a license. Obtaining one costs several thousand, which I cannot afford," Chu Tianxiang replied. Qin Zhengxing remarked, "Do not voice such sentiments in the future." Dai Dong noted Chu Tianxiang's reticence, recognizing it as a lack of experience. He was not deficient in knowledge or insight, but rather in practical exposure, something that could only be acquired gradually. After settling the payments and receiving the keys, they officially had a place. The largest room on the second floor was designated as a reception area, while the other two rooms were to be furnished with single beds for anyone needing rest. The first floor contained 4 rooms, one for machinery, a small meeting room, a storage area, and the smallest one, approximately 15 to 16 square meters, allotted to Chu Tianxiang. Once the rooms were allocated, everyone began their tasks. Mr. Tan and Zhang, she sought out personnel to clean, coordinating with the property management, and then calculating the necessary furniture and dimensions, including everyday items, before heading directly to the furniture market. Chimpanzee went to obtain the business license, while Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang set out to purchase machinery at the largest chain store in Ruining. Chu Tianxiang ordered 3 oil saws, which utilize white oil for cooling, producing significantly less noise than those cooled by water, while also generating less dust. 1 large, 1 medium, and 1 small. They also acquired a plethora of miscellaneous tools. Dai Dong did not haggle much, only insisting on immediate delivery, which excited the store manager, who promptly agreed. Recognizing the fierce competition, when they returned, the others had not yet arrived, and only the workers were busy cleaning. The two sat in the gazebo, engaging in light conversation that I am ruining. A gazebo is a staple whenever there is a yard, serving both as shade and a place for tea. Here, even in the coldest winters, one can enjoy tea in the gazebo from noon until evening without feeling chilled, as temperatures hover above 20 degrees. Furthermore, Ruining is a low-wind area, rarely experiencing winds exceeding 2 degrees. However, the summer sun in Ruining can be quite fierce, with the potential to cause fainting under direct exposure. The altitude in Yunnan, particularly in Ruining, amplifies ultraviolet radiation, which poses a genuine threat, yet the shade of trees and the gazebo provides a refreshing respite. Dai Dong mused aloud, "We truly need to find someone to handle the cleaning." Even moving stones requires manpower. Chu Tianxiang suggested, if necessary, we can call Do Do from Shui's place. He is reliable and has a good relationship with me, that he stands over 1.8 meters tall and does not shirk from hard work. Dai Dong inquired, what is his character like? Qu Xiangxiang responded, character is not an issue. My family hails from Lianghe, and we all work in ruining. I am 19 years old and have been working with General Shui for 2 years. Dai Dong contemplated for a moment and remarked, let us call him over tomorrow for me to take a look. Tell him that salary is not a concern. Chapter 18. The first cut upon opening Dai Dong had initially considered bringing someone from the capital, but that now seemed somewhat unrealistic. Firstly, time was of the essence. Newcomers would require a period to acclimate themselves. Although most tasks were rudimentary, there were indeed some that necessitated a level of skill, such as how to operate a saw or use a caliper, that if Dodo were to arrive, it would simplify matters considerably. Secondly, in this remote mountainous area, regardless of how much one offered in wages, it would not be appropriate to pay too generously for low-level labor, yet offering too little would deter potential workers. Just then, Chen Pongzi returned, cheerfully approaching the two and exclaiming, all set. The license will be ready in 3 days. You handled this well. You know what those bureaucrats like to hear, Dai Dong replied. And no sooner had he spoken than the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Qu Xiangxiang suggested, that must be the machinery arriving. Upon exiting the hospital, they indeed spotted a truck laden with machinery, accompanied by 5 or 6 workers. Qu Xiangxiang promptly directed the laborers to unload the machines into the building. The largest machine proved to be a challenge, requiring 6 workers to maneuver it. Once the largest was in place, the rest were much easier to handle, and soon the task was completed. After settling the final payment with the foreman, Dai Dong observed Qu Xiangxiang as he busied himself with the machines, attaching belts, adding cooling oil, and testing the equipment, completely engrossed in his work. Dai Dong and Chen Pongzi stood nearby, unable to assist, prompting Dai Dong to think, we need to recruit more people. We are not equipped to contribute here. Once Qu Xiangxiang finished, the 3 gathered in the pavilion to converse, each holding a bottle of mineral water. Since there was no tea available, as dusk approached, Tan Zong and Zhang Shi returned, with Zhang Shi panting heavily, exclaiming, we must treat ourselves to a good meal tonight. No alcohol. I need to reward myself. Tan Zong retorted, nonsense. Just grab a box meal. He then addressed Dai Dong and the others, saying, I told them I would deliver tomorrow. But he insisted on today, threatening the boss that if it wasn't tea delivered today, he'd return it tomorrow. Just wait. With 7 or 8 orders, we'll have to settle for takeout tonight. After surveying the interior, his eyes brightened and he exclaimed, ah, the saw has arrived. He quickly entered the room. Moments later, the sound of someone calling, Tianxiang, come here, echoed from inside. Upon hearing Tan Zong's call, Qu Xiangxiang responded and walked in. Tan Zong, visibly excited, inquired, is the machine operational? Indeed, replied Qu Xiangxiang. Then why aren't we cutting that stone immediately? Tan Zong insisted. The stone is on your truck. How can we cut it? Tan Zong slapped his thigh in frustration. They had driven the truck away, that he hurried outside, shouting, get to work, let's get this done. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Tan Zong rushed to the back of the truck, opening the door quick, help lift the stone and start cutting. With a resounding thud, the mention of cutting stone invigorated everyone. Qu Xiangxiang brought over the newly purchased hand truck, placing the stone on it. The group struggled to maneuver the truck inside, and Dai Dong queried, Tianxiang, how do we cut it? Qu Xiangxiang remained silent for a moment, grabbing a marker and delicately tracing the stone surface, moving forward inch by inch before beginning to mark a line where he had touched. His pace was methodical, occasionally feeling the stone's surface, while the others silently observed, not daring to interrupt. After several minutes, Qu Xiangxiang exhaled deeply, standing up to say, let us cut along this line. We should see some results. Perhaps a pleasant surprise awaits. The others stepped forward to examine the line he had drawn. It appeared unremarkable, somewhat crooked, and clearly indicative of a lack of precision. Uncle Chun, Brother Zhang, you two just need to help lift it. There's not enough room for more people. The 3 men exerted considerable effort to lift the 100-kilogram stone onto the machine. Qu Xiangxiang positioned it correctly, aligning the blade with his marked line, conducting several test runs before securing the fixture and closing the machine's cover. He turned to ask, shall we start the saw? Chen Pongzi, feeling a bit anxious, questioned, is there any particular significance to cutting stone at night? Shouldn't we do it during the day? His inquiry heightened the tension among the group. Dai Dong added, Tianxiang, does your master have any taboos regarding this? It's fine at night. During the day is not permissible. Ancient beliefs suggest that cutting jade is an act of theft from the heavens. And only at night can one yield good results. Zhang Shi urged. What are we waiting for? Let us get on with it. Qu Xiangxiang glanced at Dai Dong and said, Uncle Dai, you take the lead. He gestured towards the switch on the front of the machine. No, you should make the first cut, insisted Dai Dong with an undeniable tone. Qu Xiangxiang nodded, took a deep breath, and decisively pressed the switch, causing the machine to roar to life. The noise was deafening, prompting everyone to step outside, where silence fell upon them. There was nothing left to say as they awaited the outcome that if the stone were to yield a significant find, it would solidify Qu Xiangxiang's extraordinary abilities. Conversely, what if it were to fail? No one knew how to respond. The framework had been established, retreat was not an option, and moving forward required careful deliberation to at that moment. Deliveries began to arrive, alleviating some of the tension, and everyone resumed their tasks. The machine room was organized with a table, chairs, some small stools, and a toolbox. The warehouse shelves were assembled on-site. The first floor featured a reception area with a small tea table and solid wood stools, a standard setup for Runing's jade gambling business. The second floor contained mahogany sofas, an office desk, and several single beds. They had purchased 3 sets of tea sets, ensuring everyone had their own cup. Various items like basins, waste baskets, small knives, and office supplies had also been procured, showcasing Tan Zong and Zhang Shi's meticulous attention to detail. The machine had long since ceased operation, yet no one suggested pausing their work to inspect it. Those without tasks sought out work, unwilling to halt their momentum. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. Eventually, unable to find any more tasks, the group turned to Qu Xiangxiang, and Dai Dong suggested, Tianxiang, go check on the stone. The 4 gathered in the machine room, each wielding a flashlight, their expressions tense, reminiscent of participants in a death-defying mission. Qu Xiangxiang approached, gently lifting the machine cover, at a habitual motion. He shook it slightly. The oil residue inside was excessive, causing drips to accumulate at the edges, leaving it quite dirty. Once he flipped the cover completely, they all peered into the machine, revealing a large stone resting in the trough, its smooth-cut surface glistening with oil. Dark and uninviting. Tan Zong shone his flashlight onto the stone's cut surface, exclaiming, No water. Tan Zong maneuvered the flashlight, producing a sound reminiscent of rushing water, yet the cut surface revealed no glimmer of light. It was utterly opaque, entirely unremarkable. The group felt their spirits plummet. They all turned to Qu Xiangxiang, who simply smiled and pointed to a small, coin-sized dot on the right side of the cut surface, gesturing for them to shine the flashlight there. Zhang Shi, quick to act, switched on the flashlight and directed it toward the surface. Before it even made contact, the dot flared to life like a massive light bulb, radiating a beam that illuminated the area beyond a foot. That a collective gasp escaped the group. What is happening? Could it be ice jade? Everyone clamored to shine their flashlights on that dot, excitement bubbling over as they jostled for position. Qu Xiangxiang stepped back, allowing them to revel in the moment. This was the allure of jade gambling and stone unraveling. After a moment of exhilaration, the group realized Qu Xiangxiang was missing from the room. Stepping outside, they found him in the small lounge, preparing to brew tea with a newly purchased tea set. Tan Zong, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Tianxiang, I must commend you. You are indeed a master. Of course, I have always known Tianxiang to be exceptional. Chen Pongzi boasted unabashedly. Tan Zong, I told you last night that this stone was mostly flawed. Why were you so anxious? Tan Zong chuckled, saying nothing in response. Dai Dong remarked, Tianxiang, your cut was nothing short of miraculous. It was masterfully executed that if you had gone any deeper, this stone would have been ruined. Zhang Shi remarked, Tianxiang, my brother, do refrain from such antics in the future. Did you not see the pallor on the faces of Boss Dai and General Tan? A few uncles, I was merely jesting with everyone. I lack considerable confidence with such close cuts, and besides, this stone is rather large, harboring myriad transformations within. The uncles hold me in high regard, allowing me to earn alongside them. I must showcase my skills to prove my worth. Clearly, it is he who is leading the uncles to prosperity, yet he reverses the narrative, claiming that with just this one display today, A shout on ruining streak could draw throngs clamoring for collaboration at his doorstep. Dai Dong interjected, Tianxiang, refrain from such words in the future. Since we are together, we are all family. Chu Tianxiang promptly nodded, understood. Uncle Dai, I shall heed your advice. General Tan added, Tianxiang, I inspected the cut. The material is quite aged and should exhibit fluorescence. High Eye's quality is nearly certain, but the cotton-like inclusions obscure clarity due to the small incision. Dai Dong remarked, uncertain of its size. I weighed it earlier, and it is still 35 kilograms. Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment and stated, it should be around 20 kilograms. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain. Suddenly, Chimpanzee exclaimed, isn't there another piece? Let us cut that one tomorrow as well. Dai Dong replied, that stone is priced at 3 million by Shui. Weighing 29 kilograms that I've examined it. The ice quality is sound, though there are some variations that obscure the color. Presently, General Tan, filled with newfound confidence, asserted it should be possible to acquire it for between 2 to 5 million. I suggest we retrieve it tomorrow. Should it yield colored high ice, it will not merely rise in value but surge dramatically. Zhang Shi urged Dai Dong, let us bring it back. We can cut another piece tomorrow night. Chimpanzee quickly concurred, agreed. Watching the cutting of stones is far more captivating than coal mining. Zhang Shi scoffed, could you not mention coal mining? Chimpanzee feigned seriousness, retorting, young man, do not belittle us laborers. Look at you, well-fed and prosperous. Yet you still claim to be a laborer, do not tarnish the reputation of the working class. Remarkably, General Tan added, 20 years ago, Old Chin was indeed one of the laborers. The atmosphere lightened as the group felt at ease, their conversations flowing more freely. Dai Dong contemplated and said, Tianxiang, please exert yourself tonight. Go find your friend and have him come by tomorrow morning. If all goes well, he can state that we will hold a meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss our next steps, that in the afternoon. Zhang Shi, please procure a computer, set up broadband, and install surveillance in all company rooms. The yard, and at the entrance, just in case. After a casual meal, they returned to the hotel to rest, with Chu Tianxiang riding back on the vehicle, leaving his motorcycle parked at the hotel that he rode to Shui's shop. Knowing Dodo would be at work, upon reaching the alley's entrance, he called Dodo to meet discreetly. Dodo, upon seeing it was Chu Tianxiang, was elated and hurried out that in the dim evening light. As they met, Dodo exclaimed, Xiang, why did you leave without telling me? I even visited your house last night. Your mother said you were at work. Chu Tianxiang responded, Dodo, I've joined a new company that is hiring. I recommended you to ITS the same work but with a higher salary. Are you interested? Dodo, upon hearing this, eagerly replied, absolutely. Working with you is enjoyable, and a salary increase is enticing. Chu Tianxiang stated, then it's settled. Come to my house at 9 a.m. tomorrow that I'll take you there. Whether you stay or not depends on the boss, but it won't interfere with your current job. Dodo agreed. All right, I'll be there at 9, that I must return to my work now. After bidding farewell to Dodo, Chu Tianxiang rode home and spotted his master seated in the yard. He approached and greeted. Old sir, have you eaten? I wish to discuss something with you. The elder, without lifting his eyelids, casually replied, no company matters. I've already told you that ITS not about the company. Here is the situation. I may be quite busy lately. And I worry my mother can't manage cooking and cleaning alone, that I'd like to hire someone to assist her. The elder considered and nodded. You're showing filial piety. Discuss it with your mother. The old man understood that Chu Tianxiang's intention to hire was likely to care for himself under the guise of caring for his mother. Just like now, when he claimed it was for his mother. This young man had a clever mind. Indeed, when he spoke to his mother, she completely agreed. As for the elder's thoughts, they remained unknown. Chapter 20. The shareholders' meeting. Upon returning to the hotel, Dai Dong felt a weight on his mind. He needed to contemplate how to interact with Chu Tianxiang moving forward. Initially, he was merely astonished by him, but now he was in awe of his remarkable skill. The cut he made instilled fear in him. Typically, with jadeite of lesser quality, gamblers would simply cut it in half, deeming it devoid of jadeite and discarding it into the waste pile. What does it mean to transform decay into the miraculous? Today's cut was performed intentionally by Chu Tianxiang. His interpretation of the raw stone was as precise as an X-ray, demonstrating his extraordinary talent. Could he truly possess supernatural abilities? This lad is perceptive and knows when to advance or retreat. His only shortcoming is his lack of experience. He is not just lacking, but profoundly so, having never ventured beyond the mountains. That it seems the elder wishes for them to help bridge Chu Tianxiang's shortcomings, which presents both an opportunity and a test. Thus the elder set a 2-year cooperation period. The elder's father had met his grandfather, which might explain the elder's swift decision to partner with him. On another note, the relationship between the elder's family and his grandfather was likely more profound than a mere acquaintance. This also indicates that the elder's family is of the utmost standing in Myanmar, as it would be impossible to meet high-ranking officials otherwise, especially during that era. The elder must not be underestimated. Despite his current state of decline, such individuals can erupt with formidable and frightening energy at any moment. Furthermore, one cannot ignore the potential influence of his mother. This moment. Dai Dong dared not envision the heights to which Chu Tianxiang might ascend in 2 years, and he must earn Chu Tianxiang's recognition, and that of the two formidable figures backing him, to have a chance for collaboration after 2 years, which would lead to astronomical wealth. What to do? Sitting on the room's sofa, Dai Dong felt no inclination to sleep. He was not from a top-tier red family, lacking substantial administrative resources, nor was he part of the family's mainstream, receiving little support and facing the risk of being undermined. The current difficulties he believed he could navigate, but the outcome was predictable. Merely a calm before the next perilous stretch to sacrifice or not to sacrifice. If he leapt forward, he could either fail miserably and become a laughingstock or soar to great heights, discovering a new realm. Gamble or not to gamble. At 8:30 a.m., Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie arrived at the company. The remnants of the packaging boxes and bags from the previous night covered the floor, prompting the two to hastily begin tidying up. 10 minutes to 9, a Buick business vehicle drove into the yard. As the doors opened, people began to disembark, appearing well-rested and vibrant. Li Jie noticed the bosses and felt a twinge of nervousness. Dai Dong nodded at Chu Tianxiang, glanced at Li Jie, and proceeded into the first-floor meeting room, with Chu Tianxiang quickly pulling Li Jie in after him. Shortly after, the two emerged, with Dai Dong expressing satisfaction with Li Jie's performance that he received a raise of 500 yuan, bringing his salary to 500 yuan, with a promise of a raise every 6 months, provided he kept his mouth shut. Li Jie, overjoyed with the news, promptly left on his electric bike to resign. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang then ascended to the second floor. Entering the meeting room, once seated, they saw that everyone had arrived. Dai Dong, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "Since we have established a company, we must adhere to its regulations. That we are all shareholders here, and since you have chosen me as the general manager, I will take on this responsibility and strive to meet your expectations. This marks our first shareholders meeting. The shareholders agreement stipulates that if anyone wishes to withdraw their investment, they must notify us 2 months in advance. Shares cannot be transferred externally, and dividends will be distributed annually, with 80 of the profits. Is there any dissent?" There was none. At this moment, any objection would either indicate foolishness or a lack of awareness regarding the lucrative opportunity at hand. First, let us discuss personnel arrangements. That we all have commitments in Beijing, but we cannot neglect this matter here. What should we do, especially concerning us few? A profound silence ensued. Frankly, each shareholder had their own enterprises in Beijing, and such businesses inherently require oversight. No one felt comfortable without their watchful eye, with the exception of Chen Pengzi, who preferred convenience and employed a professional manager. General Tan spoke first. "Currently, I must prioritize Beijing. My son is somewhat unreliable and engages in frivolous pursuits that I cannot leave just yet, but if needed, I can come over temporarily." Zhang Shi added, "My factory cannot afford to be unattended. A single mishap could result in a significant disaster. Furthermore, there are crucial national orders that I must supervise." Zhang Shi, being a technical expert, had a valid point. Chimpanzee pondered and said, "I don't have pressing matters, but I doubt my presence here would be of much help. Boss Dai, I defer to your judgment." Hearing this, Dai Dong felt relieved. It aligned with his expectations. "Here's my thought. In a couple of days, we all return to Beijing. A week later, I will come back with Old Chun and stay for a while. Old Tan will be responsible for finding an accountant to accompany us. This is to avoid any appearance of impropriety." Dai Dong turned to Chu Tianxiang and said, "After we depart, you have 2 tasks. First, promptly enroll in a class and obtain your driver's license. Second, spend ample time in the market observing finished products, prices, and themes, as there are numerous nuances to consider. When time allows, you may also examine the raw stones." But there's no rush. He then turned to the group and stated, Regarding our operational strategy, my preliminary thought is to temporarily base ourselves in ruining, with myself and Lao Chin taking the lead. We should familiarize ourselves with various business owners, and it would be ideal to borrow some stones for Tianxiang to inspect. This should only take half a day. If the stones are satisfactory, we keep them, and if not, we return them. As for making connections in Guangdong, Lao Tan is far more adept than I am. That he continued, it is not advisable for Tianxiang to take center stage at this moment. Firstly, he is young and lacks experience. Secondly, many locals recognize him, and his sudden interest in high-quality materials may raise questions about his credibility. No problem, responded General Tan. Lao Chun, your responsibility will be to indulge in socializing and forging connections. Quickly build rapport with the prominent jade merchants in ruining, as they likely possess items we have yet to encounter, that we cannot afford to miss out on any quality stones. Haha, I seem to be on a mission to charm the ladies. Chun the Fat chuckled joyfully. Zhangxi appeared somewhat perplexed. Daigo, are there truly that many stones that can yield profit? Chu Tianxiang smiled and replied, Zhanggo, have you noticed the fireworks at several jewelry markets nearby every evening? Those displays are traditionally set off by profitable stones. Dai Dong remarked, I just hired a worker, and the accountant will come soon. We currently have sufficient personnel. Additionally, Tianxiang's monthly salary will be 10,000. While the other shareholders will not receive a salary. However, the company will cover all expenses while working here, and no one seemed to care about such trivial matters. After all, they had already invested millions. And worrying about a mere salary would be rather embarrassing. Dai Dong then asked, are there any other questions? Please share your thoughts. Chen the Fat suggested, let us rent a villa for comfortable accommodation. Everyone unanimously agreed. General Tan inquired, should we contact our Guangdong counterparts first? After a moment of contemplation, Dai Dong replied, we can reach out to them to inquire if they are interested in purchasing raw materials. But let us keep our options open. We can send them pictures later, and if they are interested, you will need to visit. Understood, General Tan affirmed. Let us set off the day after tomorrow. Zhangxi will handle the flight bookings. Tomorrow, I will accompany General Tan to visit a few more businesses, and Lao Chun should join us to facilitate future dealings. In the afternoon, I will go with Lao Tan to visit General Shui. Aiming to secure that stone, Lao Chun will rent the villa, while Zhangxi will purchase a computer and install surveillance. I estimate it will be completed by tomorrow. Tianxiang will strip the stone at home to see how much valuable material can be salvaged. Now, let us tidy up. We have several prominent business owners from Beijing visiting, so let us make sure everything is spotless. The group burst into laughter. Chapter 21. Opening the second cut during lunch. Li Jie arrived, having already resigned from his previous position and officially starting work here. He was unaware that Chu Tianxiang was also a boss and assumed he was just another employee. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways, leaving the car for Dai Dong and the others to drive away. If all goes well, the stones will need to be brought back. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie began the meticulous task of stripping the stones, which required careful peeling of the outer layer without damaging the precious jade inside, as that was where the value lay. They carefully maneuvered the stones on a small water saw, gradually cutting away the exterior. After a while, their wrists began to ache, necessitating a switch. The two worked steadily, not rushing, and after 3 hours, they had nearly finished. However, the stones looked quite rough, with cuts and marks everywhere. Yet, when illuminated by a flashlight, they revealed a stunning transparency that a total of 23 kilograms of clean material remained. Once they cleaned up, the two sat in a pavilion chatting, and soon after, Lao Chun and Dai Dong returned. Dai Dong called out to Li Jie, come over and help move the stones down. Li Jie hurried over to unload the stones from the vehicle, and Dai Dong pointed towards the machine room, prompting him to carry the stones inside. Lao Chun announced, the villa has been rented. We need to find someone to tidy it up. Dai Dong replied, leave it to Tianxiang and the others. We don't have time to manage it. The group settled down to chat when Zhangxi returned with a vehicle full of large boxes. He got out and instructed the foreman, install the computers on the second floor first. We will set up the surveillance tomorrow. General Tan was busy photographing the cut ice jade material and promptly sent the images to others. Within 5 minutes, the phone rang. General Tan answered loudly, Lita boss, how are you? Are you interested? It was unclear what was said on the other end, but General Tan burst into laughter, exchanging a few more words before covering the phone and asking Dai Dong. Someone is interested. What price should we quote? Instantly, everyone perked up. Dai Dong suggested. Let us put the call on hold for now and say we need to discuss it. We will call back shortly. General Tan relayed this to the caller and then turned to Li Jie, instructing, go upstairs and call Zhang down. Keep an eye on things up there. Zhang Shi, somewhat puzzled, came down a few steps and asked, what is going on? Good news. Someone wants to buy this stone, Chen the Fat exclaimed, shining a flashlight on the stone and thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhang Shi replied, let Dai Gu and General Tan decide. We aren't knowledgeable enough. Dai Dong turned to Chu Tianxiang and asked, how many bracelets do you estimate we can get from this? This will impact the selling price. After a moment of thought, Chu Tianxiang responded, I don't expect more than 5. There are 2 significant cracks that will complicate things. General Tan suggested, let us focus on the edges. We should aim for 20 kilograms of usable material. The base price should be 6 million. If we gamble on the bracelets, considering the size of this raw material, even if we find 10 pieces at 2 kilograms each, priced at 500,000 each, that totals 5 million plus the 600,000, making it 12 million. We should aim for 12 million. Dai Dong inquired, what is the lowest we would accept? General Tan replied, we won't accept less than 8 million. Zhang Shi and Chen the Fat were somewhat bewildered. Initially, they discussed 6 million, and now it had escalated to 10 million, and then 8 million. What was going on? Dai Dong pondered for a moment and said, all right, inform them that we wish to conduct the transaction in Beijing. We will bring the stone back. Chu Tianxiang found himself at a loss for words. He had never been part of such high-stakes discussions before. General Tan picked up the phone again and spoke in hushed tones for under 3 minutes before hanging up and saying, they will come to Beijing the day after tomorrow. We will discuss further once they see the stone. This is happening so quickly. I haven't had enough fun with it yet, Chen the Fat boasted. General Tan retorted, you can cuddle up with your blanket tonight and continue your enjoyment. I in high spirits. He even made a joke. The mood within the group was jubilant, as they anticipated at least 8 million in profit. What a triumphant start for the company. So far, they had only spent a few 100,000. Including rent, and if this momentum continued, with several cuts each month, the profits would undoubtedly soar. Let us order some takeout. We'll cut that stone once it gets dark, General Tan suggested. Yes, they enjoyed their meal. They eagerly wished for nightfall, but the more they wished for it, the slower time seemed to pass, frustrating Chen the Fat to the point of retreating to the second floor for a nap. Eventually, night fell, and they prepared to cut the stone. The stone was placed on the workbench in the machine room, with Chu Tianxiang seated on a chair, surrounded by several others, including Li Jie. The stone was quite round, one end larger than the other. Chu Tianxiang examined it, occasionally marking it with a pen, pausing to ponder, then resuming with erratic lines. Finally, he began to draw the cutting lines, muttering to himself, the color is inevitable. Let us preserve the integrity. He then instructed Li Jie, turn on the saw. Make sure to follow the lines. We must not make any mistakes. The two began to secure the stone in the fixture, which felt awkward, as Chu Tianxiang drew a twisted line. The others remained silent, intently watching the two work without intervening. Once the lid was secured, Chu Tianxiang turned to Dai Dong and said, Uncle Dai, I preserve the integrity. The color band might be severed. Why not cut through the color band? Dai Dong inquired. Uncle Dai, it's not very clear. I lack confidence. Proceed, Dai Dong urged without hesitation. Chu Tianxiang, this time unreserved, pressed the switch, and the machine roared to life. Once more Li Jie, observing from the side, was bewildered. What does not clear mean? Where's the color band? I can't see it. Does Tianxiang possess X-ray vision? No one paid attention to his thoughts, as they all stepped outside to chat in the courtyard. Having gained experience from the previous stone cutting, they felt less anxious this time. About half an hour later, the machine came to an abrupt halt, prompting everyone to hurry back inside. This time, no one was waving flashlights around. They removed the stone and washed off the oil in the sink before placing it on the table. At which point the crowd finally approached. It was ice jade, crystal clear, albeit slightly dark, resembling a block of ice. The base was very clean, with not a single crack present. They were indeed fortunate. The characteristic of a good material is that it should be entirely free of cracks. If any cracks exist, they would be of the net-like pattern, and regardless of quality, such stones must be discarded. A green color band ran through the center, approximately 10 centimeters long, with the widest part being 2 fingers wide, but tapering in many areas. General Tan inspected it carefully, but failed to locate the water channel that Chu Tianxiang mentioned, though he refrained from speaking up. Zhang Shi and Qin the Fat, wielding their flashlights, eagerly examined the stone, illuminating it entirely, and Qin the Fat found yet another source of amusement. Chu Tianxiang offered no explanation, instructing Dodo, cut the larger slices to 2 centimeters thick. Ensure none is lost. The smaller ones should be 1.6 centimeters. Both machines should operate simultaneously. With that, the two resumed their tasks. Chapter 22, Overnight Wealth. Daidong asked, Tianxiang, why are we cutting to 2 centimeters? Isn't that a bit too thick? His inquiry was quite reasonable, as slicing too thick would waste material, rendering the bracelets impractical. Uncle Dai, the bottom may contain a water channel. If we cut too thin, the bracelets won't be perfect. Ditto. Several of them suddenly understood, especially General Tan, who thought to himself, thank goodness I kept my mouth shut. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself again. 2 pieces were cut off. And after being cleaned, Chu Tianxiang first picked up the larger piece, illuminating it with a flashlight held at an angle to examine it closely, that he then looked up and remarked, there are 3 high-ice bangles, 2 of which are colored and 1 is colorless. Daidong seized the piece, scrutinizing it intently, while General Tan also leaned in for a closer look. That Elijah handed over the caliper to measure the bangle's circumference and passed it to Daidong, who took it and began to sketch the bangle's outline. After a short while, Daidong finished his drawing, exhaled deeply, and said, impressive, 3 high-ice pieces, that's nearly 10 million. General Tan took the piece for a closer inspection. One side appeared quite transparent, yet there seemed to be fibrous inclusions obscuring the light. This is the essence of ice quality. The other side, however, was crystal clear, revealing depths to the very end, indicating a distinct disparity between the 2 sides. Chimpanzee leaned in and asked, isn't this just glass quality? It looks quite similar to glass. General Tan replied, not even close. Once you see true glass quality, you'll understand what beauty really is. Chu Tianxiang added, we can still make 2 more cuts. Our luck is truly remarkable, no cracks. Chimpanzee jokingly quipped, if such fine material were riddled with cracks, Zhangxi would surely be in tears. Zhangxi retorted, I did not provoke you. A ripple of laughter ensued. The group then carried the 2 pieces to the pavilion, leaving Dodo to oversee the machinery inside, preparing to cut 2 more pieces. The remainder devoid of any gamble, in the pavilion. Daidong and General Tan began tallying their accounts, while the other 3 listened intently, enjoying the conversation without interjecting. How shall we proceed? Daidong inquired of General Tan. Is there anything your shop is lacking? General Tan countered. Bangles made of ice with flex sell well. Then let us separate the flecked ones and sell the rest. The other 3 were left in a fog of confusion. Chimpanzee quickly exclaimed, can you speak in a way we can understand? Daidong clarified, it means the few flecked bangles will be acquired by me and General Tan. We won't let the company incur losses, while the others will be sold in bulk. Chimpanzee responded, we don't care whether you 2 buy or not. Just tell me how much this piece has appreciated. Right, Zhangxi? Zhangxi nodded vigorously. Just as he finished speaking, Dodo brought over the cut pieces, totaling 6. Daidong and General Tan fell silent, both commencing to sketch the bangle's circumference again. Before long, they completed their drawings. Daidong counted 12 bangles, 5 of which had flex and 3 of high ice quality. The 2 began calculating again, and after a moment of silence, General Tan stated, 16 million. Daidong interjected, I've calculated it. It won't be less than 15 million. Primarily due to those 3 high ice bangles, thanks to Tianxiang's efforts. Zhangxi inquired, how much did we spend on this stone? Daidong and General Tan had yet to disclose the price. 2,400,000. General Tan replied, so, we've made over 20 million in just these 2 days. Zhangxi was left astounded. How much must we earn in a year? He felt a bit lightheaded. Chimpanzee gleefully patted Chu Tianxiang's shoulder, repeatedly exclaiming, well done, he added flatteringly, Tianxiang, how about I introduce a lovely young lady to you as a reward? Chu Tianxiang turned beet red. Daidong quickly doused the excitement with cold water, asserting Tianxiang had his eye on this stone from the start. Among Su's many stones, only these 2 are viable. Finding stones in the future will be quite troublesome and time-consuming. It could take a month to find just one. Zhangxi contemplated this, realizing the truth in it. There aren't an abundance of stones that continuously appreciate in value. General Tan understood Dai Dong's implication. However, he knew that once Chu Tianxiang comprehended the intricacies of raw stones, finished products and processing, mastering the cost analysis from raw stone to finished product, it would be unrealistic to expect daily cuts, but over the course of a month, cutting 10 to 20 pieces would not pose a challenge. Although the profits might not be as substantial as now, cutting a million-yuan stone could yield 2 million in sales, a commonplace occurrence. Yet this operation carried risks. If Chu Tianxiang's skills were inadequate and his judgments flawed, losses would ensue. Given the limited profit margin, after some consideration, he proposed, "How about this? You all head back for now, and I'll stay here for another week that I'll wait for old Dai to return before I leave. I want to use this week to teach Tianxiang some essential knowledge he urgently needs." Dai Dong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent, old Tan is astute. We're on the same wavelength." Chimpanzee glanced at the two and remarked, "Dai Ge, why do I feel like you're praising yourself?" Dai Dong retorted, "Get lost. I only realized it because of old Tan's words." After a moment's thought, Dai Dong addressed old Tan. "What about over in the capital? If you don't return, how will you entertain the visitors?" General Tan replied, "No problem. I'll have them contact you directly. Just tell them we're partners. Bring them to your well center shop. It's upscale, and they're rather materialistic. Let them see your capabilities, and things will be much easier." Dai Dong calculated briefly, nodded, and added, "You need to expedite hiring financial personnel. We can't operate without accounting. You can start with internal flow accounts. It doesn't matter if the level is a bit low. The company's public account can be outsourced. Rest assured, we have the personnel that I initially planned to return and discuss it. But if that is not feasible, I'll call tonight. Once they agree, they'll come over immediately, without waiting for you. In the jade trade, transactions are predominantly private to private, rarely involving company accounts. Even if a company exists, they can't operate that way. It's primarily to ethically avoid taxes, and because cash demands are substantial, withdrawing cash from a company's public account is too cumbersome." After some lighthearted banter, Dai Dong sent everyone home to rest, handing Dodo a key and instructing him to arrive punctually at 10 each day. Zhangxi needed to oversee the installation of surveillance cameras, while Dai Dong, leading Old Chun, planned to visit several previously acquainted jade dealers. General Tan and Chu Tianxiang agreed to meet at the morning market at 9 the next day to commence a week of intensive training. As Dai Dong and the others departed, they left for Ruining, a county-level city under the jurisdiction of the Dai and Jingpu Autonomous Prefecture, with the prefecture seat known as Mongshu, which boasts a small airport with direct flights to the capital, making it quite convenient. Ruining is over 100 kilometers from Mongshu, accessible only via national roads, requiring more than 2 hours of driving in comparison to Tingchong, another jade distribution hub in southern Yunnan. Ruining pales in significance, both in city scale and appearance. Before the domestic reform and opening up, Ruining was akin to a small border town, lacking historical depth and cultural heritage. Over the past 20 years, Ruining has developed into the largest border port in southwest China, with a constant flow of vehicles and unending streams of resource-based goods, including jade, flowing into the country, indicative of the nation's newfound wealth. Chapter 23. The Difficulty of Learning Jadeite. Chu Tianxiang was busy and exhausted, adhering steadfastly to the morning market routine and the afternoon jewelry street, memorizing various finished product prices while also learning about cost accounting, processing fees, carving techniques, and the meanings behind themes, filling his notebook with dense notes. The pricing structure of jadeite products is influenced by numerous factors, such as raw stone costs, processing costs, store costs, labor costs, and delivery costs. Therefore, the same piece of jewelry can vary significantly in different stores of varying sizes and standards, located in different geographical areas and displayed on different counters. Generally, jadeite jewelry stores enjoy profits ranging from 3 to 5 times their costs, resulting in diverse pricing structures that ordinary consumers struggle to comprehend. Raw stones can command exorbitant prices, yet no one pays much attention to your asking price. Those dealing in raw stones generally understand the principle of what you see is what you get. Even if a shopkeeper quotes 1 million, but you perceive it to be worth only 100, you can simply offer 100. The shopkeeper will not take offense. However, if the shopkeeper agrees to sell it for 100, and you then withdraw your interest, it can lead to significant disputes, even to the point of physical altercations. The elder only imparts knowledge and experience to Chu Tianxiang regarding the pre-cutting phase of raw stones. The Myanmar locals generally lack understanding of subsequent processing, carving, polishing, and the meanings of decorative items, a result of insufficient cultural heritage. The 3,000-year jade culture of the Huaxia civilization can breathe new life into any type of jade, while other ethnic groups are left to learn, and it is uncertain whether they can master it well. Chu Tianxiang had previously perused numerous books on this topic, yet the theoretical knowledge diverged greatly from practical experience. Moreover, without a teacher, even if granted decades to learn independently, one would still struggle to grasp the concepts. General Tan, too, felt fatigued, not mentally but vocally, having spoken extensively every day. Throughout history, no gemstone has been as intricate as jadeite. In simple terms, one should learn to distinguish between types, water, and color. However, type, water, and color encompass hundreds of classification criteria. Nature provides a spectrum of colors in jadeite, each carrying a different price. For instance, while both may be green, they can be categorized into dozens of different shades. A slight variation in color can result in a tenfold price difference. Misjudgment may seem trivial, leading to financial losses, yet it can also result in significant losses. The classification of types is even more complicated, reflecting the Chinese tradition of subtlety and indirectness, relying heavily on pictographic classification methods. There are only a handful, perhaps a dozen, and without a spark of imagination. One might truly struggle to learn. Once one has grasped the types, there remains the need to distinguish between young and old types. Generally, glutinous-type jewelry is priced several tiers below high-ice-type jewelry. Yet an old glutinous type may surpass a young high-ice type in value. What a perplexing phenomenon. The term water refers to transparency, a relatively straightforward concept, distinguishing between colorless and colored. The colorless category is well defined. But the concentration of colored water varies, further subdividing into several types based on sensory judgment, that if one's skill level is lacking, misjudgments can lead to unnecessary expenses. Qu Xiangxiang possesses remarkable skills in the identification of raw stones. However, his subsequent performance has been rather lackluster. Presently, Mr. Tan is pouring all his resources into this endeavor, establishing a foundational understanding and allowing him the necessary time to digest everything. Tan Hui also harbors intentions. He deeply regrets not investing more at the outset. Money is not an issue. It can be found anywhere that in retrospect, his previous short-sightedness is glaring, that if we consider the current development trajectory, the profits anticipated from that time would surpass the combined income of his several stores. Furthermore, this company has a lifespan of only 2 years. The old gentleman's intentions are quite transparent, to have a few individuals mentor Qu Xiangxiang comprehensively. However, this training is not without its expectations. Within 2 years, each participant could earn a minimum of several tens of millions, potentially exceeding $1 billion, that old Dai has invested the most, demonstrating his foresight. The pressing question remains, what will happen after 2 years? Will Qu Xiangxiang continue to engage these individuals? How many will he involve? This is pivotal. He won't be able to visit frequently afterward, placing him at a disadvantage emotionally. His strength lies in the distribution channels. Unmatched by anyone, not even old Dai. However, 2 years later, all shareholders of his resource company will be aware of this. IT is wise to prepare for contingencies. His son lacks ambition and is unproductive. Upon returning, he needs to exert some pressure and invest more effort in nurturing his son. For 5 consecutive days, Qu Xiangxiang has accompanied old Tan, rising early and returning late, learning extensively, yet persevering through the challenges. In contrast, Li Jie has little to occupy his time, merely tidying up, often left in silence. Occasionally, Mr. Tan and Qu Xiangxiang would return momentarily, leaving him alone to guard the expansive courtyard. Young individuals are naturally restless, and this situation confines them. One day, Qu Xiangxiang arrived early at the company, anticipating the accountant's arrival from ruining that he expressed a desire to go to the airport for the pickup. But Mr. Tan declined, instructing him to wait at the company. Qu Xiangxiang and Li Jie diligently tidied the premises, and by noon, they ordered takeout, which would be reimbursed by the company. While eating, Li Jie engaged Qu Xiangxiang in conversation. Brother Tianxiang, the company is neither purchasing nor selling stones at present. Can this sustain itself long-term? I feel a bit anxious being idle all day. Qu Xiangxiang reassured him. Do not worry. We just completed a transaction in the capital a few days in a few days. Mr. Dai and Mr. Chen will return. And then we will certainly be busy. Our Li from Guangdong successfully secured over 20 kilograms of ice-grade jadeite in the capital, spending 8.6 million yuan, marking the company's first revenue. After much deliberation, Dai decided against acquiring the second stone, recommending it instead to Mr. Li, priced at 22 million, that upon seeing the high-quality, icy jade bracelet, Mr. Li was immensely pleased, awaiting a partner to finalize the deal in the capital. The accountant arrived in the afternoon, and Mr. Tan visited in the evening. Having been tirelessly on the move, around 2 o'clock, a petite young lady entered the courtyard, pulling a suitcase, upon seeing Xiang and Do enjoying tea. She inquired, "Excuse me, is this Dongxiang Company?" Xiang, recalling Mr. Tan mentioning an incoming person, promptly replied, "Yes, you must be Zhang Li." The petite girl smiled and responded, "I am Zhang Li, here to work as an accountant. Are you Brother Chu?" Xiang introduced himself. "I am Xiang. You can call me Xiang." That he then pointed to Do, saying, "He is Li Jie. You can call him Do, that we are all colleagues." Xiang took the suitcase and guided Zhang Li to the second floor. As they walked, he said, "Your accommodation is arranged. It's an apartment where you can cook, that if you prefer dining out, that's fine as well. It's not far from here." Upon reaching the finance room, he informed her, "You will be the only one here for now. Mr. Tan will brief you on the specifics when he arrives. Familiarize yourself with the space and identify any deficiencies. I will take you to the apartment shortly. Mr. Tan will treat you to dinner tonight." That he smiled as he spoke. Zhang Li had never been to the south before. She was recently graduated from a finance school, just 19 years old, having worked as a cashier in her uncle's company. Initially reluctant to come to such a remote area, she thought of the capital's allure, fearing she might be sold by the locals. However, upon hearing about the doubled salary and potential bonuses, she readily agreed. In this day and age, no one wishes to turn down financial opportunities, including young women. Xiang and Do rode their bikes, one carrying the suitcase and the other accompanying Zhang Li to her apartment. The apartment was not large but impeccably tidy, comprising a bedroom and a living room, fully equipped with kitchenware. The three young individuals quickly became acquainted, and Do joyfully called her sister Zhang Li, alleviating her worry about having no friends in this new place. Do promised to invite her for a shopping outing in a couple of days. Chapter 24. The Dilemma of Growth, Part 1. In the evening, Mr. Tan arrived, and the four of them dined at a Sichuan restaurant that I am ruining. There are virtually no northern-style eateries, with the few that exist being rather mediocre. After placing their orders, Mr. Tan remarked, "Tianxiang, Zhang Li is my distant niece. She just graduated and lacks practical experience, so I am entrusting her to you with one request. Ensure nothing goes awry. Rest assured, Uncle Tan, I will be attentive." Xiang promptly replied that Mr. Tan then addressed Zhang Li. "There are some invoices related to the company in your room. Please organize them within the next couple of days and maintain 2 sets of accounts for income and expenditures. Be diligent in your work and do not burden others with your uncertainties. Feel free to ask either of them if you have questions. Work diligently here, and in 2 years, you may find it hard to leave." As he spoke, he took out a card from his bag and handed it to Xiang, saying, "I will be returning to the capital tomorrow. For these next few days, you have the freedom to operate as you see fit. Purchase any good stones you come across. The funds on this card are sufficient, and a slightly higher price is acceptable as long as the quality is good. Also, make sure to obtain your driver's license promptly. How could you drive without one? Shua has an old car for transporting stones. We have all taken turns driving it when we had the chance. You two should go together to get your licenses. The company will reimburse the expenses." Upon hearing this, Li Jie stood up suddenly, bowing and saying, "Thank you, boss." Mr. Tan is clearly doing Xiang a favor. He has recognized the unique bond between Xiang and Li Jie. If anything were to happen to his niece, Do might lend a hand, as young people are often appreciative of kindness, thus fostering a beneficial connection. "Tianxiang, I may be away for some time before I can return. Please take care of yourself while I am gone. Remember what I have told you. Since you have chosen this line of work, these are the foundational principles that it doesn't matter if you pay a high price or miscalculate the accounts. If you don't personally experience the process, you will remain trapped." Xiang stood, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Tan." Mr. Tan waved his hand, saying, "We are family, so there is no need for formalities. Sit down and enjoy your meal." Once he departed, only the 3 young individuals remained, and thus Xiang began his journey to seek fortune. Early the next morning, he visited the early market for raw stones, browsing each stall for over an hour without finding anything suitable. To be honest, the quality of the raw stones at the early market is generally poor. The truly valuable stones are securely stored in the safes of shop owners and are rarely displayed in such public venues where they could be inspected and potentially purchased. After 2 days of searching, Qu Xiangxiang's interest began to wane as he struggled to find anything desirable. On his way back, he stopped by the bank to check his account, discovering he had 5 million yuan. Initially, he intended to visit the jewelry street in the afternoon to look at finished products, but after becoming weary of seeing completed items, he decided to check the raw stones at the hotel instead. Each standard room at the ruining hotel operates as a shop, predominantly occupied by Myanmar nationals. Inside, tables and beds were cluttered with raw stones of various sizes, fully speculative, partially speculative, and those with open windows. All available. Generally, the stones were not particularly large, but their quality was commendable. Many out-of-town owners preferred to source stones from this location. In one room on the first floor, he spotted an 8-kilogram, all-speculative stone from the Moksha quarry, with half of it being water when illuminated and featuring a fine color band. Its hue subdued, the sand hard, with minimal variation. The shopkeeper initially priced it at 50,000, but after much negotiation, Qu Xiangxiang purchased it for 10,000. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, as he later acquired another Moksha stone weighing over 10 kilograms, along with a 2-kilogram stone from the Mwanji quarry, totaling over 30 kilograms, that he ended up purchasing 4 pieces for just under 300,000 yuan. To be frank, this was his first venture into purchasing raw materials, and that 300,000 represented his psychological limit. He spotted 1 or 2 pieces he desired, but their prices were in the millions, which intimidated him. Having never encountered such large sums of money before, he felt faint after calculating his expenses for the stones. Had his companions been present, he would not have found himself in this situation. Even having Dodo around would have made a difference. After placing the stones in a woven bag, he rode his old motorcycle, feeling the breeze gradually revitalize him. Yet he was parched and desperately needed hydration. Upon reaching the company, Li Jie promptly rushed out to assist, placing the stones in the machine room. The young lady Zhang Li also came down, having never heard of speculative stone trading, and was merely there to observe the commotion. Qu Xiangxiang gulped down several glasses of water, calming his nerves before heading to the machine room to begin marking the stones for cutting. He meticulously examined each piece, scrutinizing them from various angles, and found them satisfactory. No signs of failure, and he decided to start with the Moksha stones, as all 4 were fully speculative. The first Moksha weighed 8 kilograms, costing 10,000, while the second weighed 14 kilograms, priced at 80,000. Dodo took the marked stones to the machine, closely followed by Zhang Li, who struggled to comprehend how these dark stones could yield the beautiful jade product seen in the capitalist markets. The contrast was simply too stark. Before long, the stones were expertly CUT'd. Li Jie proceeded to wash the stones, while Qu Xiangxiang remained seated, seemingly lost in thought, a sense of unease creeping into his mood. Li Jie joyfully presented the freshly cut stones to him, exclaiming, "Tianxiang, they have all appreciated." "Indeed," he replied, noting that the large Moksha stone had revealed a splendid blue flower pattern, characterized by its glutinous ice quality and potential for bracelet crafting. Such exquisite specimens typically fetch between 30 to 40,000 for a single bracelet, and presently, at least 4 viable pieces had emerged from it. Turning his attention to the smaller Moksha, which displayed a slightly blue-toned base and a clarity akin to azure spring water, he estimated it to be worth around 200,000, but he called out to Li Jie, "Dodo, please cut those 2 pieces as well." Li Jie nodded in agreement and set to work, pondering in his heart how remarkably skilled Tianxiang had become, having never witnessed such prowess in him before. Zhang Li, on the other hand, remained oblivious, carelessly shining her flashlight over the stones, captivated by their beautiful hues. As expected, the Mwanji site yielded exceptional finds. A 2-kilogram stone revealed a fully colored core, albeit with a few faint white lines. Technically, this would be classified as flower green, and while Qu Xiangxiang was uncertain about its exact value, he knew it would command a substantial price, likely in the range of 2 to 300,000, but the largest piece weighed over 30 kilograms, representing the most significant expenditure of the day. Xiang gambled on this stone, confident it contained no cracks and would yield blue flowers. His intuition proved correct. After continuous slicing, 24 bracelets emerged. Despite the successful cuts, Chu Tianxiang could not shake off his discontent as evening approached. He turned to his companions and declared, "Let us close up. I shall treat you both to drinks." The two, overjoyed, eagerly responded to Lig exclaimed, "I'll fetch my sister. It would be a perfect opportunity for her to meet Sister Zhongli." Chapter 25. The Trials of Growth, Part 2. Upon arriving at a restaurant adorned with ethnic flavors, the trio settled into their seats just as Li Jie's sister arrived. Employed at a local agency, she was a 21-year-old girl, approximately 1.65 meters tall, with a modest application of makeup, embodying simplicity. The two younger individuals, sharing a similar age, quickly found common ground and engaged in lively conversation. Chu Tianxiang ordered a pound of local rice wine, a specialty known for its high alcohol content yet smooth finish, beloved by locals and readily available at various restaurants and supermarkets. He and Li Jie enjoyed their drinks. They ordered beverages for the two young women. Just as Xiang was about to take a sip, Li Jie raised his glass, proclaiming, "Brother Tianxiang, you were incredibly impressive today." All four stones appreciated significantly. "I admire your skill. Allow me to toast to you." Upon clinking their glasses, they downed their drinks in unison. Lig continued, "Brother Tianxiang, I hear you're the owner of this company," as Sister Zhongli mentioned. Zhongli interjected playfully, "You little rascal, are you trying to sell me out?" Li Jie hurriedly clarified, "No, not at all. I merely wish to confirm, having been here for several days, yet Brother Tianxiang hasn't mentioned it." Zhongli chimed in, "Is there any doubt? My uncle says Tianxiang is quite remarkable. This company was established for him." Dodo poured more wine for Chu Tianxiang, who raised his glass once more, stating, "Dodo, we've known each other for several years now. Did I tell you, work diligently here. Making money will be the least of your worries. That I in the future, I shall take you out to broaden your horizons." They finished yet another round. Zhongli and Li Jie's sister grew concerned, realizing that if they continued at this pace, intoxication would soon follow. They quickly urged the two to consume more food. The young ones, brimming with conversation, kept the atmosphere lively, while Chu Tianxiang and Dodo continued their drinking spree, oblivious to how many more rounds they ordered, ultimately succumbing to inebriation after settling the bill. Xiang asked Li Jie and his sister to escort Zhongli home, while he rode his motorcycle back. The wind hit him, triggering a wave of nausea, yet he managed to reach home. Noticing the lights still on in his master's room, staggering slightly, he knocked on the door and entered. Seeing his master sitting at the bedside, he spoke with a mix of indignation and sorrow. "Master, there's something I must discuss with you." The old man lifted his eyelids, replying, "How many times must I tell you? I do not concern myself with company matters." Sensing that Chu Tianxiang was somewhat inebriated, he continued, "You think I want to get past this hurdle just because I don't intervene?" Chu Tianxiang retorted, "Is that so? Tomorrow I will buy it back." The old man's eyes widened in surprise. "You little rascal, get out." Taken aback, Chu Tianxiang turned and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he encountered his mother standing in the hallway. "Mom, I've had a bit too much to drink and feel drowsy. Let us discuss matters tomorrow." After saying this, he pushed open his door and collapsed on his bed, snoring loudly within a minute. His mother hurried over to remove his shoes and covered him with a blanket. Glancing at him with a sigh, she closed the door and pondered for a moment before descending the stairs to knock on the old man's door. Hearing the knock, the old man opened the door, and the mother quickly inquired, "Uncle O, what is wrong with Tianxiang?" The old man chuckled softly, "It's nothing. He probably has some burdens weighing on his mind, but a good sleep will do him well." He added, having never encountered such matters before, it's normal for him to feel a bit troubled under such heavy responsibilities. There is no need to rush. After hearing this, Xiang's mother said nothing further, shook her head, and returned upstairs. The following morning, as Chu Tianxiang opened his eyes to the bright daylight, he stretched and realized he had not changed out of his clothes. Rubbing his temples, he gradually recalled the events of the previous day. Lacking experience, he had hesitated to make decisions, feeling anxious. This wouldn't he do. He needed to cultivate the habit of judgment, analysis, and decisiveness. Being afraid to spend money was truly inadequate, although the stone he intended to purchase was priced a bit high. That was no excuse. It stemmed from his own lack of confidence. Uncle Tan was right. Regardless of right or wrong, one must act. Constantly fretting over gains and losses would prevent any significant achievements. With this realization, Xiang's spirits lifted that he got out of bed, changed his clothes, and took a shower. Hearing movement from his room, his mother knocked on the door and entered, having had a restless night worrying about her son. She had been attentive to the sounds from his room. Chu Qianxiang greeted her, and she asked, "What happened yesterday? Why did you drink so much? Who were you with?" Chu Qianxiang quickly explained, "Mom, it's nothing. I was a bit tired from the past few days. Yesterday, I had some matters weighing on my mind, so I drank a bit more with Dodo. That I'm fine now," his mother advised. "As you just started working independently, facing challenges is normal, but don't neglect your health. That I assure you, I'm fine now, and I won't drink like that again," he reassured her. "You should go explain things to your master. You raised quite a ruckus last night." Chu Qianxiang replied, "Oh really? All right, I'll head over right away to by the way. Has the nanny been found?" "Your master has taken care of it. She'll come every morning to clean and prepare a couple of meals, while the washing and other chores will be minimal. The washing machine is still functional, so it won't be too taxing." After dressing, Xiang said, "Mom, I'm off now. First, I'll apologize to my master. Then I'll go to work." Upon descending the stairs and reaching his master's door, he found it open, yet his master was not inside, so Xiang proceeded to work by the time he arrived at the office. It was already 11 in the morning. Zhang Li and Li Jie were chatting in a pavilion. Dodo inquired, "Hope everything was fine last night. You drank too much. You must avoid that in the future." Zhang Li scoffed, "Oh please, if we hadn't stopped you, you would have kept going." Chu Qianxiang laughed awkwardly. Li Jie asked, "What is on the agenda today?" "No stones to cut." "Well, today I'll be polishing the cut surfaces of those stones. Once they're polished, I'll place them on the storage shelves. That I need to give Uncle Dai a call to discuss a few matters." And no sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. It was indeed Dai Dong calling. That he answered, "Uncle Dai, when will you be back? I have some matters to discuss with you." Dai Dong replied, "Two things. First, the good news is that the stone has been sold for 17 million. The money has already been transferred. Second, your Uncle Chun and I will arrive in ruining the day after tomorrow, so there is no need for you to pick us up. However, you need to tidy up the villa. We'll need to stay there, and it would be best to keep a room for yourself." After a pause, he added, "Now, what is your matter?" Hearing that the stone had sold, Chu Qianxiang felt delighted and quickly responded, "If you're coming back the day after tomorrow, I'm not in a rush. Then I bought a few stones over the past couple of days, all of which have appreciated. But none are particularly valuable. The Yingjiang public auction is approaching, and I was considering where to sell them, but since you're coming back soon, it's not worth the wait. I'll just discuss it with you when you return." Dai Dong remarked, "That's fine. Also, do you have enough funds on hand? If not, I can send more." Chu Qianxiang quickly replied, "No need, Uncle Dai. I have enough money. Besides, you'll be back in 2 days." Dai Dong concluded, "All right then, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. We'll chat more when we meet." Chapter 26. The Trials of Growth, Part 3. After ending the call, Chu Qianxiang saw Dodo and Zhang Li enter the machine room and called out, "Hey, you two, come over." They hurried out, and Chu Qianxiang instructed Dodo, "After lunch, please go with Zhang Li to the villa and check if it's cleaned up. If not, hire a few more people to clean it up. It is fully furnished with kitchenware and appliances, but it lacks bedding. Today, you two should purchase some. As for the style, well, girls are detail-oriented, so just follow Zhang Li's lead." As he spoke, he counted out 10,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Dodo. Having recently acquired a handbag, Chu Qianxiang now carried it everywhere, filled with cash, giving him a semblance of sophistication. Zhang Li clapped her hands in delight, finally getting the chance to go out and shop after being cooped up in the courtyard for too long. After lunch, they all busied themselves with their respective tasks. Qu Xiangxiang once more found himself at the ruining hotel. The previous day, he had taken a liking to a piece of material weighing over 40 kilograms. A type known as Muna, entirely a gamble stone, which lay beneath the table, covered by a red cloth by the shopkeeper, indicating it was of exceptional quality and correspondingly high price. Qu Xiangxiang had examined it yesterday. It exhibited a yellow-white skin, a remarkably rectangular shape, adorned with numerous flecks of moss, and the sand was adequately firm. When he inquired about the price, the shopkeeper casually mentioned several million, which made his heart race, leading him to refrain from asking further. Having previously cut stones worth hundreds of thousands to millions, he felt no pressure. The stakes of winning or losing were inconsequential to him, as they pertained to others. However, when it came to spending such a considerable sum on a stone himself, the situation became markedly different. His once adept ability to interpret stones seemed to falter, and upon hearing the price, his palms began to sweat, and his mind became muddled. Today, he returned with the intent to acquire this stone, determined to purchase it regardless of the cost, provided it met his expectations. Upon entering, he found the shopkeeper absent, leaving only a lovely young girl engrossed in her phone at the tea table. That it was still somewhat early, as the establishment typically opened at 2, and it was only 1:30. Qixiangxiang feigned calmness, surveying the surroundings before crouching down to lift the red cloth and begin his examination of the Muna stone. That he eschewed the use of a flashlight, choosing instead to place his hands on the stone, slowly exploring its surface, inching forward, feeling the texture of the skin and the information conveyed by the grains of sand. After about 10 minutes, he flipped the stone over and continued his scrutiny. All the while the young lady observed silently. Qixiangxiang repeated this action several times, and after a few more minutes, he removed his hands and switched on his flashlight, illuminating the stone's surface from about a foot away. Focusing intently, occasionally using his fingernail to scrape at the sand on the skin, that he was oblivious to the entrance of Pan Yue, who had walked into his own shop and noticed someone inspecting the Muna rough stone on the floor. He paid it little mind, considering the price too steep for most buyers. This stone had been placed here by a friend from Myanmar. Much of the merchandise in the hotel was not owned by the shopkeeper, but rather by various vendors seeking to sell their goods. There were 2 transaction methods. One involved the seller providing a base price, with the shopkeeper selling at any price above that, thus securing a profit. The other involved the shopkeeper taking a 10% commission on the final sale price, necessitating ongoing communication with the vendor. This particular stone followed the latter method, meaning each time a customer proposed a new price, the shopkeeper needed to consult the vendor. In a sense, the shopkeeper and the customer were allied, both hoping for the vendor's agreement on a sale that would satisfy the buyer and yield a commission for the shopkeeper. The stone's initial asking price had dropped from 8 million to 5 million. But inquiries were frequent while offers remained scarce, with the highest bid reaching 2,100,000, which the vendor had yet to accept. Pan Yue, sitting beside the young girl, poured himself a cup of tea, facing Qixiangxiang's back and initiated conversation. "Boss, do you like this piece? The yellow-white sand skin of the Muna, adorned with flecks of moss, is undoubtedly a fine specimen." Qixiangxiang turned around, and it became apparent to Pan Yue that this young man had visited the previous day. "Boss, what is the price for this stone?" Qixiangxiang inquired. "The selling price is 5 million, with 3 million already offered." Pan Yue replied that in the realm of trading jadeite rough stones at ruining, there are 3 prices: the asking price, the selling price, and the prices previously offered. When a shopkeeper sells a stone, should a customer inquire about the price, the shopkeeper might say the asking price is 20,000, the selling price 3,000, with 2,000 already offered. The 20,000 is a whimsical figure intended to elevate the perceived value of the stone, creating the impression that it holds significant potential for appreciation. The selling price of 3,000 represents the shopkeeper's desired price, which can be lower but not excessively so. The 2,000 already offered indicates that someone else bid that amount without a sale, but buyers should not take this at face value, as it is also a sales tactic employed by the shopkeeper. Qixiangxiang was well aware of these practices and remarked, "Whether it's Muna or not is hard to determine. The moss is too faint. The skin is acceptable, but the sand grains lack hardness, introducing significant risk. That it is undoubtedly genuine Muna from Myanmar, having been here for 6 months. That if you like it, just make an offer," Pan Yue stated. Observing that the young man appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed modestly and lacking the demeanor of a wealthy individual, Pan Yue contemplated that perhaps he was intentionally downplaying his financial status. Another unwritten rule of rough stone trading is that regardless of the vendor's asking price, buyers are free to negotiate. They might counter 1 million with 1,000, and no one would take offense. However, if the vendor offers 1,000 and the buyer decides against the purchase, that could lead to conflict. If it escalated to the police, the buyer might claim ignorance of the rules, insisting that they were merely joking and not interested in the stone, which would necessitate compensation for the vendor, the amount of which would be subject to negotiation. Qixiangxiang fell into contemplation. The initial offer is always the hardest to make. That a high opening could result in substantial losses. Yet he had only observed others negotiate on such expensive materials without having done so himself. He turned back to feign further examination of the stone while his mind raced with calculations. The seller stated 5 million was of no consequence. 3 million had already been offered, so he should aim below that. Even at 3 million, having it would equate to 1,500,000. Given the quality of the Muna, the price could be higher, and a reasonable figure could be established. "Boss, I sincerely wish to purchase this that I will make an offer, and if it's reasonable, please sell it to me. Upon hearing that Xiang was ready to make an offer, Pan Yue's spirits lifted, and he straightened up, grabbing a teacup, pouring hot water, and then tea, placing it before Xiang. Boss, have some tea. Xiang sat on a wooden stool, gazing at Pan Yue as he declared 180,000. That is far too low. Pan Yue responded, shaking his head. Yuhaven Tea fully grasped the value of this piece. Brother, 3 million has already been offered. If you can present a higher figure, I will contact the vendor. Xiang countered. The opening offer, 180,000, was not insignificant, but Pan Yue, being shrewd, sought to maximize the sale. Boss, give me a realistic price. If I find it acceptable, I will take it. If it's too far off, I currently lack the funds. Xiang feigned poverty. Brother, I see you are a straightforward person. 280,000 is my lowest offer. I cannot go lower, as that is the vendor's requirement. The two engaged in a spirited negotiation, with Xiang gradually losing his composure, finally stating, let us settle on a flat price of 250,000. If you agree, we can transfer the funds now. If not, I shall take my leave. Brother, why the haste? Stay a while longer and enjoy some tea. Whether we conclude a deal or not, we can become friends. As he spoke, he took down Xiang's contact information. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiang's patience began to wane. Noticing this, Pan Yue recognized the time was right, that he stood up, saying, Brother, let me call the vendor, and inquired. He previously mentioned not to contact him for anything below 280,000. Since you seem earnest in your desire to purchase, I will give it a try. He exited the room to make the call. Before long, Pan Yue returned, stating, Brother, you've put me in a difficult position. After much persuasion, the vendor has reluctantly agreed to sell, but I had to forfeit 3 percentage points from my commission. Please consider supporting my business in future transactions. This time, I truly want to profit. Xiang retrieved his bank card from his bag and handed it to Pan Yue, who accepted it while inquiring, Brother, how will you transport the stone? Would you like me to drive you back? Xiang replied, Brother Pan, just help me push it to the hotel entrance. I rode my motorcycle here. Xiang led the way, while Pan Yue fetched a hand truck to carry the stone, following closely behind. Ensuring to treat this significant client with utmost care, that I end the ruining hotel. Transactions involving rough stones typically ranged in the thousands to tens of thousands, with those reaching hundreds of thousands being quite rare. And encounters with million-plus stones occurring only once every few months. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiang rode over on his motorcycle, and together they placed the stone on the motorcycle's footrest. Xiang waved goodbye to Pan Yue as he rode off. After some time, Pan Yue stood there, momentarily dazed, feeling as if the situation was surreal. This young man was extraordinarily unassuming, riding such a dilapidated motorcycle, yet he had just spent over 200,000 in his shop. A rich heir? Unlikely, as true heirs typically drove luxurious cars like Mercedes or BMWs that a government official's child. Also improbable. One had never heard of such individuals being low-key. Shaking his head, Pan Yue pondered that such a client should be kept in touch with regularly. Meanwhile, Xiang rode back, feeling a mix of excitement and a lingering sense that something was amiss. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, upon returning to the company, he found that the two others had yet to return. So he reluctantly brought the stone inside by himself. After waiting a while and seeing it was nearly 5 o'clock with no sign of their return, he decided to call Dodo. When the call connected, Dodo informed him that they had finished the purchases, with only the cleaning remaining. Xiang closed the yard gate and went upstairs to catch up on sleep, having had an uncomfortable night and feeling slightly fatigued from the earlier tension. He was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Glancing at the clock to find it was already past 7 in the evening, that he hurried downstairs to open the yard gate. Where Zhang Li and Li Jie stood, clamoring, you didn't answer after knocking for ages. What clandestine activities were you engaged in at the company? Xiang quickly explained that he had fallen asleep on the second floor. Dodo, skeptical, began searching each room for ladies, only settling down upon seeing the large stone in the machine room. After examining the stone for a while, Dodo, though not particularly knowledgeable, had enough experience from cutting stones to perceive its value. Upon finishing his assessment, he exclaimed, Brother Chu Tian, this stone is quite expensive. Zhongli was discussing the villa matter with Xiang when he chuckled, indeed, it's rather costly. We'll see once we cut it open. Let us ensure we don't incur losses. How could it be a loss, Brother Ah Xiang? Your technique surpasses that of Master Shui by far, Li Jie complimented. Chu Tianxiang merely curled his lips in response, ignoring him, and turned to Zhang Li saying, "No, you should go buy it tomorrow. Let Dodo accompany you that I will stay home and polish those stones." Zhang Li agreed and went upstairs. Chu Tianxiang and Dodo made their way to the machine room, where he seated himself before the workbench, beginning to study how to make the cuts. The surface of this stone bore few cracks. Typically, there are two methods for cutting stones, one along the cracks and the other along the color bands. This stone lacked color bands, adorned only with speckled mottled patterns. Thus it could only be cut along the cracks that if all goes well, this stone could yield a fair number of bracelets, depending on the intensity of color. After marking the lines, the two maneuvered the stone onto the chainsaw. It was quite hefty, weighing over 40 kilograms, and it took them about 10 minutes to secure it properly. They covered the machine, pressed the switch, and a thunderous roar erupted. They exited the room, taking a seat in the pavilion to wait, when Dodo inquired, "Brother Xiang, where did you purchase this stone?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "At the Ruining Hotel. The stones there are quite expensive, and the owners are all rather unscrupulous," Dodo exclaimed. Chu Tianxiang immediately understood why he felt no excitement. During the haggling process, he had been led by that owner surnamed Pan, who maintained the upper hand in the conversation, clearly recognizing his genuine intent to buy, and persistently pressured him to raise the price that he estimated he had likely overpaid by 200,000 to 300,000. Reflecting on this, Chu Tianxiang could not help but smile wryly, considering it a lesson learned, an experience he lacked. Fortunately, the stone had finally been acquired, and this tuition fee was worth it. Should he encounter a similar situation again, he would no longer be as anxious as he had been on the first occasion. As the chainsaw halted, Li Jie opened the machine cover, and Chu Tianxiang leaned in for a glance. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the judgment was correct, a vibrant green. After washing the stone and placing it on the workbench, Chu Tianxiang scrutinized the cutting surface. The outer layer was thick, approximately 2 centimeters, followed by a rich green hue that radiated vitality, reminiscent of freshly sprouted seedlings in spring. Vivid green interspersed with hints of yellow. The base was of a glutinous variety, lending a translucent quality, indicating age. Chu Tianxiang took a caliper and began sketching bracelet outlines on the cutting surface. Carefully avoiding several cracks, he outlined 6 bracelets in total, then set down his pen. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Dodo staring at him with wide-eyed wonder, akin to gazing upon a marvel that he knew what Dodo wished to ask, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, "Dodo, I want to keep it from you. This craft I learned from my master, having begun my training before I turned 10, though you were unaware of it until now, that if you accompany me, I will ensure you do not suffer losses. Money is not the issue, that we have many endeavors ahead, including trips to the capital and Shanghai. However, there is one condition. You must not disclose to others that I possess the skill of stone gambling. Should word get out, not only could we lose money, but friends may also be lost." Li Jie nodded vigorously, akin to rice grains being crushed, though his mind was a blank slate. Chapter 28. Breaking the Cauldron and Sinking the Boat in the Capital. The Wealth Center on the 3rd floor of Huatian Building, within a lavish office. Dai Dong sat behind the executive desk, awaiting someone, an elegant woman. The previous night, he had engaged in a comprehensive discussion with the head of his family. Relinquishing his position as the overall head of the family business, in exchange for a few scattered shares in several publicly listed companies, he secured the majority of shares in 3 Jade chain stores in the capital, leaving the family with less than 1% of the shares as a token of maintaining it as a family enterprise for him. The negotiations were bittersweet, yet he felt no remorse. His grandfather had 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter. Dai Dong's father was the 4th son, with 2 children, himself and his sister. His sister's husband was a deputy general manager in a state-owned enterprise, a technical position that rarely afforded significant upward mobility. However, her son was a promising student, studying in England and working as a minor official in the finance department. He would have to toil for a decade or more to achieve prominence. His father was still alive, albeit retired for many years, his influence now equivalent to nil. Hearing a knock at the door, Dai Dong approached and opened it, revealing a woman in a professional suit, graceful and dignified, his only sister. The deputy general manager of the Jade chain store and the general manager of the Wealth Center. "Brother, what is the urgency that you summon me so early?" "Exeni, come in. Let us discuss inside." Dai Dong ushered his sister to the sofa and poured her a glass of water. I may need to be away for work for a while, so there are a few matters I must relay to you. What is it, brother? Has something happened? Do not interrupt, just listen. First, I spoke with second brother last night and have resigned from all family positions. Moreover, I exchanged my shares in the 3 publicly listed companies for shares in the chain stores, leaving the family with less than 1%. Second, I've decided to allocate 45 of the chain store shares to you. You will manage these stores, and you need not worry about the supply. I will handle that. This time, I'm taking the initiative to step back. Although there may be some financial loss, emotionally, we have the upper hand against the other families. They will likely harbor some grievances. So for the time being, avoid them. Second brother will be displeased if he finds out. Make it a point to visit father more often, but refrain from going to the old residence too frequently. Strive to open 2 more chain stores in Shanghai, targeting the high-end market. You can send someone ahead to scout the area that I will take care of the funding, barring any unforeseen circumstances, by the end of this year. We should be free from financial strain. Diexani remained silent for a while, processing the information. Eventually, she spoke. Brother, I understand you have been wronged. Those brothers of ours are not straightforward in their dealings. When grandfather was alive, the family was harmonious, but now HM. And where are you planning to go? What will you be doing? You must share some details with me. Without relying on the family, these few stores generate millions in profit annually. There is no need to take risks that I am partnering with someone in the South to establish a company that at the outset. I will need to oversee matters closely, but you need not worry. I am grown. I won't cause any trouble. That I in which city? I'll be alternating between Yunnan and Guangdong, aiming to return once a month. Diexani felt a twinge of worry, but refrained from voicing it. Since her brother had made a decision, she could not alter it. Growing up, their bond had always been strong. With nearly a decade of age difference, it was always brother who led sister in play, making decisions in times of need. Ironically, her brother married late, while she had wed in her 20s and now had children who were already adults. Dai Dong began the process of transferring shares, which required his personal involvement, keeping him busy for 3 consecutive days until all equity transfers were complete. Although he felt a twinge of frustration upon encountering the haughty expressions of his family, he chose to let it go with a smile. The future was uncertain. This branch of the family might not be the one to falter. They were all of grandfather's blood. None were lesser. During this period, he and General Tan collaborated to sell a second stone, while Chen the Fat observed on site. Once all matters were settled, he and Chen the Fat boarded a flight from the capital to Ruining. Delayed by 4 days, upon landing, they took a taxi straight to Ruining. The journey was slow due to winding mountain roads, with numerous vendors selling local specialties along the way. The 100-plus kilometer route took them 2.5 hours. By the afternoon, they arrived at the company, where 3 young individuals greeted them with great enthusiasm. Chu Qianxiang introduced Zhang Li to the boss. Although not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a charm that grew on one. Dai Dong and Chen the Fat were quite satisfied, aware of Zhang Li's background and not minding it. The 3 ascended to the second floor, where Xiang briefly summarized recent events, finally mentioning the purchase of several rough stones. Upon hearing this, Dai Dong and Chen the Fat abandoned their freshly brewed tea and rushed downstairs that I in the warehouse. Dai Dong noticed a variety of stones on the shelves, examining them carefully. When he laid eyes on that over 40-kilogram vibrant green stone, his delight was uncontrollable. Excellent work, Tianxiang. You've done remarkably. Chen the Fat interjected sarcastically. Boss Dai, spare us the platitudes. We need something tangible, Dai Dong retorted. And what have you provided as an uncle? I haven't seen you offer anything. Chen the Fat replied. What do you mean? There are gifts in the box that haven't been revealed yet. Dai Dong fell silent. He had gifts of his own for Xiang as master and parents in the box as well. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang began calculating the prices of the stones, while Chen the Fat, feeling bored, engaged Zhang Li and Li Jie in conversation. The 4 stones previously purchased were of mid to high quality, valued at approximately 4.5 million, but they had invested very little at the time of purchase. The large stone was estimated by Dai Dong to be worth between 30 and 40 million, considering its cracks and the fact that it had yet to be cut into slabs. The number of bracelets it could yield was hard to estimate, though Dai Dong predicted around 20 bracelets of this quality typically fetched 1 million each, particularly suitable for young women. Upon returning to the second floor, Dai Dong called General Tan to inform him of the situation. primarily to request that he seek out additional clients to see if the vibrant green stone could be sold, as he did not want to let the Guangdong boss Li monopolize the goods. After sending images to General Tan, the two planned to return to their rented villa for a brief rest. After disembarking from the plane, they had endured over 2 hours in a vehicle to reach the company. Age was catching up with them, and their bodies were beginning to tire. Chapter 29. Preparing for action as the two departed in their vehicle, Chu Tianxiang's phone rang, that he glanced at the screen. It was the owner Pan from the hotel calling. Chu Tianxiang answered the phone, greeting. Hello, Brother Pan. Greetings, my brother. I must express my sincere apologies for not escorting you home yesterday. It weighs heavily on my conscience. I was wondering if you might have some time this evening for a gathering, as I would like to treat you to a meal that I in response to such warmth. Chu Tianxiang found himself somewhat at a loss. Though he wished to decline, the words of refusal would not come forth. After some contemplation, he replied, Brother Pan, I have several elders visiting today, so it's rather inconvenient. Would it be possible to arrange for another day? Mr. Pan, on the other end, responded that as long as communication was established, the task was deemed complete, regardless of the time frame. He quickly reassured, no worries at all, brother. Let us reschedule for another day. You take care of your matters first. Chu Tianxiang hung up the phone and shook his head, acknowledging that such matters required a certain level of humility, realizing he still had much to learn. That evening, Dai Dong, Chen Zhengsheng, and Chu Tianxiang convened at a Sichuan restaurant to discuss their forthcoming endeavors. Chu Tianxiang stated, Uncle Dai, when Uncle Tan departed, he left me 5 million. I spent 3 million on a few stones, which I've recorded for Zhongli. Being young, many shop owners do not take me seriously, and I prefer not to draw attention to myself, hence some fine stones remain unseen. This will require your and Uncle Chen's assistance. Dai Dong replied, Tianxiang, you should take the lead in acquiring stones. How do you propose we proceed? Chu Tianxiang continued, aren't you acquainted with a few shop owners? Let us use them as our entry point, that we should examine their goods, as long as we do not incur losses. We can purchase a few pieces regardless of quality to establish our reputation, that I in this way. They or their friends may present us with better offerings, that he added. Moreover, we need not frequent the morning or night markets. They rarely yield noteworthy finds and merely waste our time. The hotels are no better. They mostly stock the wares of original stone shop owners, who tend to charge exorbitant prices with limited selections. Typically, aside from the display shelves or tea tables, original stone shops maintain a high-value area, generally in the back, which remains unseen from the outside. Like Mr. Shui, who showcases his finest pieces on the second floor. We should primarily focus on those items. Chu Tianxiang further suggested, should we not establish some fundamental criteria regarding what types of goods we will accept and what we will reject? This would aid me in discerning the standards for acquisitions, as negotiations on-site can often be challenging. Dai Dong glanced at Chen Zhengsheng and inquired, Old Chen, do you have any thoughts? Chen Zhengsheng replied, I have no objections. I merely wish to give Rui Ning a thorough inspection. With vigor, Chen Zhengsheng expressed his intent. Dai Dong continued, let us follow Tianxiang's proposed process for acquisitions, that AS for materials. Focus on those with a quality of at least glutinous ice with floating flowers and for color. Use your discretion. For anything uncertain, we can discuss privately. Old Tan has imparted considerable knowledge to you. For certain decisions, you can act independently, ensuring we aim for a minimum increase of 5-fold. At present, there is roughly 70 million on the books. And if these few pieces at home sell, we will be nearing 100 million. Tianxiang should acquire materials within this financial range, allowing for flexibility without restraint that a slightly higher price is acceptable. Once a desirable stone is identified, swift action is essential. That I trust Old Chen will encourage Tianxiang in this endeavor, as I fear that when the moment arrives, he may hesitate. After a brief pause, Dai Dong added, I will oversee the sales aspect, coordinating prices with Tianxiang and Old Tan, primarily targeting buyers from Guangdong and Fujian. Should we have an excess of goods, we will consider the Pingzhou public auction. But we will avoid the Yingjiang public auction, as many items may easily be recognized. Old Chun, your task is to accompany Tianxiang in sourcing materials, fostering connections, and leveraging your advantageous reputation as a coal baron who boasts without tax implications. The locals appreciate individuals like you, those who possess knowledge of stone gambling and wealth. They refer to this as butchering pigs. Chun Zhengxing quipped, damn it, we shall see who ends up butchering whom. Having undertaken independent operations over the past few days, Chu Tianxiang felt a significant boost in his confidence. After all, it was merely a game of expenditure. Once he discerned a worthwhile opportunity, he would seize it. And if uncertain, he would withdraw without hesitation, as no one owed anyone anything that if one perceives hundreds of thousands as mere digits, trepidation dissipates. Bargaining becomes an exercise in reading expressions, honing eloquence, and sharpening reflexes. As long as the stones are accurately assessed, one can maintain an advantageous position. Today, he and Uncle Chen were set to visit a store owned by a Hebei native at the Yalong Jade City. The owner also bore the surname Chen. The shop, expansive in size, featured exquisite redwood decor, and upon their arrival, Chen Li, seated within, promptly stood to greet them. Recognizing Chen Jishin, Mr. Chen, what brings you here? You are most welcome. Please, come in. Chen Li beamed with delight, exuding warmth, that he addressed Chen Zhengsheng while also acknowledging Chu Tianxiang with a nod, prompting Chu Tianxiang to think that this individual was quite astute. Chen Zhengsheng reciprocated with a smile. Mr. Chen, I just arrived yesterday and made it a point to report to you today. How considerate of me to— As they entered further, Chen Li quickly added, no need for pleasantries. You are indeed considerate. Once seated and tea was served, Chen Li gestured toward two individuals seated nearby, stating, Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce you. This esteemed elder is Zhang Lao, a highly respected figure in the Rui Ning Jade industry and also our association's vice president. The young man is Zhang Lao's assistant. Chen Li then turned to Zhang Lao, saying, Zhang Lao, this is a prominent businessman from Shaanxi in the north, sharing my surname, Chen, with a passion for jade. He visits Rui Ning annually and is also a good friend of mine. Initially, Zhang Lao remained seated, but upon hearing of the Shaanxi magnate, his eyes brightened, and he promptly rose to extend his hand to Chen Zhengsheng. His face alight with smiles. What a pleasure to meet you. Chen Zhengsheng, standing to shake Zhang Lao's hand, replied, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, a top master in the stone gambling realm, and have been eager to pay my respects. Finally, I have the opportunity to meet you here, thanks to Mr. Chen. Chu Tianxiang found amusement in the exchange, noting that Uncle Chen had elevated his language to such a level. Sounding rather flattering, it was clear that if half of what Chen Zhengxing said were true, it was still quite remarkable. Yet Zhang Lao appeared genuinely pleased as they settled into their seats. Chen Zhengxing pointed to Chu Tianxiang, saying, This is my distant nephew, who also enjoys the pursuit of stones. Chen Li and Zhang Lao merely nodded in acknowledgement, not particularly regarding Chu Tianxiang with much significance. Chen Zhengsheng had previously visited this establishment with Dai Dong and Old Tan, and Chen Li recognized that Chen Zhengsheng was the type to be bold with abundant funds, indifferent to his lack of knowledge. After sipping tea and engaging in light conversation, Chen Zhengsheng addressed Chen Li, saying, Mr. Dai is also here today, but has been unable to join us due to some commitments. A few of us have pooled some funds to set up a point of contact here at the Jupiter Jewelry City, intending to acquire some stones that I personally plan to purchase a few to keep at home, as these items appreciate daily, proving more beneficial than saving money. Certainly, Mr. Chen, do not hesitate to ask for anything you need. I will assist wholeheartedly. I just received a batch of materials that are of good quality. You can take a look shortly. If you find anything you like, rest assured, I will offer you the best price. As we are kin and fellow townsfolk, Chen Li replied, his excitement palpable. Zhang Lao, sitting nearby, wished to interject, as he possessed even more original stones than Chen Li. However, industry norms dictated that one should not overtly poach customers from another's establishment. Chen Zhengxing rose and said, Mr. Chen, let us take a look. If I find something suitable, I shall keep it. Chen Li led them into a storage room, where numerous high-quality jade original stones were displayed. The room spanned over 30 square meters, lined with shelves showcasing stones of various sizes, the smallest weighing at least 10 kilograms. Along the opposite wall stood a row of tall safes, each as tall as a person. Upon entering, Chen Li inquired, Mr. Chen, what brands do you prefer? Are you looking for larger stones or smaller ones? The smaller ones are stored in the safes. As long as the quality is good, I have no preference for brand. Let us begin with the larger stones, Chen Zhengxing responded, walking alongside Chu Tianxiang to examine the offerings. Chen Li accompanied them, while Zhang Lao sat at a table in the center of the room. Designed for customers to view the original stones they might select from the shelves. Chu Tianxiang began his examination, holding a flashlight about a foot away from the stones, scrutinizing them closely as he rubbed his fingers over their surfaces. This one won't do. Neither will this. No. After reviewing over a dozen stones, he had yet to find one that piqued his interest, and in that brief span, Chen Zhengxing had already made 2 rounds along the shelves. Chu Tianxiang suggested, "Uncle, why don't you take a seat for a moment while I continue my search? You can come back and decide afterward." Initially, Chen Zhengxing had examined the first few stones with serious intent. But as time passed, he began to feign interest. Upon hearing Chu Tianxiang's suggestion, he quickly agreed, saying, "That sounds good. This room is a bit stuffy without windows, that I'll go have some tea while you take your time." Turning to Zhang Lao, he said, "Let us step outside. Mr. Chun can have an attendant keep my nephew company." Chun Li, trusting the arrangement, summoned a staff member to accompany Chu Tianxiang inside before the others stepped out for tea. Once the room was devoid of others, Chu Tianxiang finally found the piece to meticulously examine the stones. "This one is acceptable. This one won't do. This one is lackluster. The skin on this one is incorrect. Ah, this one is promising." Time slipped away, and after reviewing 60 or 70 stones, Chu Tianxiang had only identified 2 that caught his eye. He shook his head, realizing that finding quality stones was indeed a challenging endeavor. If one could consistently procure significant gains, it would no longer be gambling, but rather a mere act of extortion. Today, he considered calling Uncle Chen back in. He noticed a stone weighing over 100 kilograms resting on the ground beside a safe. He casually shone his flashlight on it. Its dry yellow hue resembled the appearance of dried yellow mud. What is this doing here? He bent down, illuminating the stone with his flashlight, observing the young man engrossed in his phone. Utterly oblivious to him, that he placed both hands on the stone, carefully feeling its surface. Just as he was halfway through, he suddenly jerked his hands back, picked up the flashlight again, and this time he slid the beam of light back and forth across the stone, meticulously searching for something. Then he thought to himself, "Could it be? Is this still possible?" He felt a surge of excitement, set the flashlight aside, slowly rose to his feet, and exhaled deeply. After all these years, the old shop must still harbor some treasures, even if no one recognizes their worth. Chu Tianxiang exited the storeroom, and the few individuals seated turned their gazes towards him. Chun Li appeared the most anxious. He realized that the decision to purchase rested entirely with the young man, while that Chen Fatty was merely the one with the funds. "Uncle, I think those 2 pieces are quite good. If the price is right, I'll take them. Would you mind checking them out?" Chu Tianxiang inquired of Chen Zhengxing. Chen Zhengxing stood up and replied, "If Chen Zong goes to take a look, will you leave them for me?" Chun Li assented quickly, rising to follow Chen Zhengxing. Chu Tianxiang pointed at the 2 stones he had his eye on, explaining to Chen Zhengxing. Chen Zhengxing pretended to examine the stones, nodding occasionally, and finally said, "Chen Zong, let us discuss this outside." As they moved toward the exit, Chu Tianxiang suddenly asked, "Chen Zong, what is the price for that piece next to the safe? If it's affordable, I'd like to acquire that as well." "It should be a new mine stone, right?" The so-called new mine stone refers to recently discovered quarries producing jadeite raw stones, albeit with generally lower quality. Chen Li, eager to negotiate outside, interjected, "Young brother, let us talk outside. As long as you're interested, the price is negotiable." Once seated, Chen Li stated, "Chen Zong, that 20-kilogram black wuxia is priced at 160,000. It's from Guangzhou. The site is correct. The skin is tight, and that color band indicates a significant increase in value. That gray sand skin is Momo Liang S, 300,000, and it definitely contains color, weighing nearly 40 kilograms. Momo Liang S goods are exceptionally good, and the color can multiply 2 to 3 times. Starting goods and color increase are industry terms. Starting goods refer to materials that appear unattractive before being crafted into finished products, which will look considerably more appealing once polished. Color increase means that while the raw stone's colors may seem dull, the finished product will exhibit vibrant hues. Some quarry stones possess these characteristics. Chen Zhengxing glanced at Chu Tianxiang and remarked, "That's a bit pricey." This was a prearranged tactic. Regardless of the price mentioned, Chen Zhengxing would always say it was a bit steep. Chu Tianxiang addressed Chen Li, saying, "How about this? I truly can't see the value at the price you quoted. Let us not even discuss the stone's quality. Each of us can have a different perspective. 60,000 for Guangzhou S and 120,000 for Momo Liang S, if that works. I'll take them." Chapter 31. The Hidden Gem. Chun Li nearly leaped from his seat. There was profit in this price, albeit not substantial. The stone gambling industry has always thrived on inflated pricing. But this negotiation was rather fierce. He quickly shook his head, saying, "Young brother, I can't even get that price on the market. You clearly know your stuff, but your price is simply outrageous that I can't sell at a loss. Chinzong, we're not just buying one or two pieces. It's about a steady stream that if there are good stones, we'll prioritize acquiring them from you, so let us just lower the price a bit on these two. No, young brother, that would mean a loss. Then, Chinzong, please give us a price. Which piece would you consider suitable for us to take? Chun-Li pretended to ponder, saying, the bundled price for the two pieces would be 350,000. Chu Tianxiang quickly replied, Chinzong, it's best if you quote them separately. We'll take the one that is suitable. Chun-Li felt a hint of frustration. Shifting his strategy, he proposed, young brother, you could add a little. And if it's suitable, I'll let it go. Chu Tianxiang's main goal was to acquire the stone on the ground. He was merely indulging in banter. He turned to Qin Zhengsheng and said, Uncle, I can only see that price. Since you and Chinzong are friends, please discuss it among yourselves. Feigning a sudden realization, he quickly added, and don't forget about that new mine stone on the ground. Qin Zhengsheng, cunning as ever, recognized the necessity of securing the stone on the ground based on Chu Tianxiang's hint. He asked Chun-Li, Chinzong, what is the price for that piece on the ground? Chun-Li, not one to give away information easily, understood Chu Tianxiang's intention and replied, that stone was entrusted to me for sale by a friend from Myanmar. He is asking for 500,000. In reality, that stone had been brought over by a Myanmar individual who intended to sell it, but after failing to do so for over 10 days, succumbed to his addiction and had to pawn it to Chun-Li for 100,000. Yet this transaction had occurred more than a year ago. Chu Tianxiang, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, Chinzong, how can a new mine stone be priced so high? It's only worth around 180,000. The old Myanmar fellow is trying to rip us off. That he turned back and said, Uncle, the prices are just too high. There is no way we can proceed. Chun Zhengsheng feigned a troubled expression and said to Chun-Li, Chinzong, he is young. Let us be lenient. How about this? For the first two pieces, let us add 20,000 to his price, and for the piece on the ground, let us set it at 150,000. If that works, I'll take them all, but if not, we'll let it go. There will be other opportunities. That as he spoke, he stood up, ready to leave, prompting Chun-Li to quickly say, Chinzong, don't rush. Let me make a call, and check that he exited, pretending to make a phone call. Seizing this chance, Zhang Lao swiftly handed Chun Zhengsheng a business card, saying, Chinzong, if there is an opportunity, please visit my small shop. I have plenty of good items. Qin Zhengsheng, eager to obtain Zhang Lao as contact information, took the card and said, Thank you, Zhang Lao. I'll come by to seek your guidance soon. Zhang Lao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Chun-Li returned, putting on a facade of reluctance, saying, the old Myanmar fellow agreed on the price for the piece on the ground. How about adding a bit more for my two pieces? Chinzong? This was a final effort, fully aware it might be futile, but feeling unsatisfied if he didn't at least try. Let us leave it as is. No more additions. That if it's all right. I'll transfer the money immediately and have my team load the stones onto my vehicle. Chun-Li thought to himself. An increase would have been better, but if not, then so be it. These 3 stones would still yield a profit of 60 to 70,000 at least. Today, the god of wealth has smiled upon me. All right, it's a deal. He extended his hand to Chun Zhengsheng, saying, Chinzong, may our collaboration be fruitful. With the transaction complete, the two bid farewell, and Zhang Lao exchanged a meaningful nod with Qin Zhengsheng. Back at the company, Chu Tianxiang and Do Do carried the stone weighing over 100 kilograms to the machine room. Dai Dong and Chun Zhengsheng stood nearby chatting. Once they were finished, Xiang asked Qin Zhengsheng, Uncle, why did we add 20,000 for those 2 pieces? Wasn't that too much? I thought if I added just 10,000. Chinzong would have agreed. Qin Zhengsheng glanced at Chu Tianxiang and replied, I did it on purpose, by raising the price a bit. We appear to be the pigs, and they find stones for us. Did you not see how anxious that Zhang Lao was? It wasn't easy for him to slip me his business card. But you've got to ensure those pieces yield a profit. Yielding a profit is no issue, Uncle, but you are truly cunning. Dai Dong and Chun Zhengsheng erupted in laughter. Dai Dong took a closer look at the 2 smaller stones, feeling they were decent, at least showing good characteristics on the surface. As for the price, he didn't concern himself. As with Chu Tianxiang around, the higher the price, the greater the increase. However, he couldn't make sense of the larger stone. It was evidently just a rock, devoid of any jade characteristics. The so-called jade characteristics, also known as fly wings, refer to glimmering spots on the stone's surface resembling the wings of a fly. These characteristics are crucial in determining whether a stone is jadeite raw material. Yet this stone lacked any jade characteristics. Its skin was sufficiently tight, and even when illuminated, it displayed no translucence. What could be the reason? Dai Dong looked towards Chu Tianxiang, his gaze not questioning but seeking guidance. Chu Tianxiang, however, turned to Li Jie and instructed, Do, go to the market shortly and find a couple of old Myanmar fellows. Purchase a few iron brushes and have them scrub this large stone. They should work until the skin is revealed, negotiate their wages, and aim to start tonight. Do grumbled, I can do this myself. Why hire someone? Chu Tianxiang chuckled, if you do it alone, will you finish in a week? The group was slightly taken aback. Could the skin be that thick? Li Jie quickly sought out help, while Chu Tianxiang explained to the two. If all goes well, this stone holds a significant surprise. I've never encountered a skin like this before, that I've only heard my master speak of it. Stones of this kind are rare and were exhausted 30 years ago. That Zhang Lao likely hasn't seen one either. That my master said that once you see such a stone, it remains unforgettable for a lifetime. The words sounded like a captivating tale, leaving the two with nothing to say. Dai Dong inquired, what about these two pieces? Shall we cut them? Unbeknownst to him, Dai Dong had begun to seek Chu Tianxiang's opinion on every matter. Chu Tianxiang smiled and replied, let us wait for Do to return. I can't lift it alone, and I wouldn't dare direct you two elders. Dai Dong considered this and realized it was indeed the case. They could provide verbal assistance, but physical labor was another matter entirely. Given their age, that it was an inconvenient situation, but not worth rushing. Before long, Li Jie returned with two dark-skinned, short Myanmar individuals, leading them to the machine room. Then he instructed them to place the stone by the pool in the yard and to use the iron brushes there. This process is a significant characteristic of the jadeite raw stone industry. When stones are excavated, they are often covered in various dirt and sand particles, obscuring the jade's weathered skin. Thus, it's necessary to use iron brushes dipped in water to clean away this dirt and sand. If it's too hard to scrub off, a grinding machine must be employed to reveal the true nature of the jadeite raw stone, a process referred to as scrubbing the stone. Chapter 32. The first journey, the Myanmar locals appear to be quite accustomed to their task, seasoned practitioners in this endeavor. However, the process of chiseling stone with a metal brush is undeniably a slow and painstaking affair. Chu Tianxiang summoned Li Jie to assist him in cutting those two pieces of stone. The two individuals upstairs had become desensitized to the sight of Chu Tianxiang cutting stone. They merely observed and assessed the results, knowing that compensation was out of the question. Their curiosity lay solely in the potential increase in value, though they found the cacophony of machinery intolerable, especially with the additional sound of the metal brush scraping against the stone, which was rather grating. The stones were cut, and as anticipated, the smaller piece revealed a light blue floral pattern characteristic of icy jade, yielding approximately 15 kilograms of pure material, though it had a few more cracks than desired. Crafting bracelets from it would be somewhat challenging, with a value of around 300,000 per kilogram. The other piece was quite remarkable, featuring icy jade with green flowers and an exceptionally old texture. Such a brilliant stone could yield products of considerable worth, despite a significant crack present. However, the cutting surface revealed 3 potential bracelet sections, which delighted Chu Tianxiang immensely. The value of a bracelet is nearly 10-fold that of other ornaments. He called down Dai Dong and Chen Jingsheng, both of whom expressed their excitement upon examining the stones. Chen Jingsheng was primarily captivated by the aesthetic appeal of the stones under the light, recognizing their substantial value. Yet he was a straightforward individual that in contrast. Dai Dong understood that bracelets adorned with green floral patterns were exceedingly rare and commanded a high price, with some of the finest examples being highly collectible. After a brief calculation, Dai Dong estimated the smaller piece to be worth between 4 to 5 million, while the larger one could reach nearly 20 million. Dai Dong hurriedly took photographs to send to General Tan. Just a few days prior, they had yet to receive a response regarding several pieces, and now 2 more had emerged. Suddenly, Dai Dong raised his head, recalling a concern, and said, "We have a problem. Our storage is far too rudimentary and poses significant security risks. With so many stones here, despite the surveillance, any mishap could lead to complications." Upon hearing this, Chen Jingsheng and Chu Tianxiang exchanged glances, agreeing that it was indeed a pressing issue. With so many valuable cut stones on display, it was inevitable that some customers might grow envious. The storage room was adjacent to a small reception area, with Chu Tianxiang's private room, separated by wooden partitions. The external door and front windows were also wooden structures, easily breached with a forceful impact, rendering it unsafe. Chun Zhengsheng proposed a solution. Why not convert Tianxiang's small room into a storage area? We can use the exterior for Tianxiang, while the interior can be fortified with a brick wall. The outer wooden door cannot be removed, and even if it were, it would not look aesthetically pleasing. Instead, we can build an additional wall inside, eliminating the need for an external door to the storage. The three of them deliberated, and it indeed seemed feasible. With enhanced privacy, customers would be unable to access the storage area, and even if they entered, they would remain unaware of its contents. Chu Tianxiang's research on stones would also remain undisclosed. At that moment, Dai Dong's phone rang, that he glanced down, chuckling as he said, "Old Tan can't contain his excitement any longer," but he then pressed the answer button and spoke loudly. "Old Tan, how are things on your end? We've been awaiting your updates." That IT was unclear what General Tan said on the other end, but Dai Dong burst into laughter, quickly responding, "All right, I'll discuss it with the two of them and get back to you." After hanging up, he turned to the others and said, "The buyer, Old Tan, has reached out. A group is eager to see the goods. However, we need to deliver them to Pingzhou. What should we do?" Chun Zhengsheng, ever vigilant, replied, "With just the three of us and so much cargo, if any issues arise during delivery, it could lead to trouble." Having navigated the gray areas of life, he was always on high alert. In this regard, Chu Tianxiang lacked experience and remained silent. That in recent years, not only in the jade industry, but across the entire jewelry sector, several significant fraud cases had emerged annually, often involving tens of millions. With methods that were varied and unpredictable, Dai Dong pondered for a moment, recognizing the risks, albeit minimal, as the connection was through General Tan. However, in this world, one could never truly gauge a person's intentions. After deliberation, Dai Dong suggested, "How about we forego Pingzhou and head to Yangqing instead? I have some connections there, and it should be safer. The drive from Pingzhou to Yangqing takes just over an hour." They should agree to this. Chun Zhengxing concurred. "That sounds reasonable. That we can book a hotel, rent a meeting room to display the stones, and even if they harbor ill intentions, they would hesitate in an unfamiliar place." Chu Tianxiang inquired, "How will we transport the goods?" "By express delivery." Chun Zhengxing responded, "We can only use express delivery or logistics. That we'll assess which option is quicker and more secure at that time." Dai Dong added, "All three of us should go, allowing Tianxiang to familiarize himself with the process and also exposing him to the broader market in Yangqing." Chu Tianxiang asked, "Is it all right to leave only Zhang Li and Dodo at home?" "There's nothing to worry about. With no goods left, the two can simply watch the door. That IT will be fine," Dai Dong reassured him. "Tomorrow, we'll contact the express service to see how long it will take. If necessary, we can leave a few days early and let Tianxiang explore Yangqing." With that, Dai Dong picked up his phone to call General Tan. "Old Tan, we've reached a consensus. We'll review the goods in Yangqing." "Yes, indeed. Better to be cautious. That we'll all be there." "What? You're coming too? That's wonderful. I'm awaiting your update. Once you finalize arrangements with the clients, let me know, and I'll contact the express service once the goods are shipped." "We'll head out." "Agreed. See you in Yangqing." Not 2 minutes had passed after hanging up when a message from General Tan arrived, confirming the arrangements for reviewing the goods in Yangqing. Dai Dong informed the others, "We'll dispatch the goods tomorrow and book flights to Lingnan. Tianxiang, please instruct those Myanmar locals to finish up and have Zhang Li and Dodo come up for a meeting." This marked the first meeting for the entire company. Zhang Li was indifferent. Having worked in Beijing, she was accustomed to frequent meetings, which rarely involved her unless there was a significant issue. In contrast, Li Jie had never before participated in a meeting with the boss, let alone been privy to any reprimands. Once everyone had gathered, Dai Dong addressed them. "There's nothing particularly urgent. In a few days, I, along with General Chun and General Chu, will be heading to Yangqing for about a week. Aside from the stone that the Myanmar workers polished, all goods will be dispatched tomorrow. Zhang Li and Li Jie will oversee the office. Please adhere to your working hours, maintain cleanliness, and refrain from bringing outsiders into the company. During this period of good performance, both of you will receive a special bonus of 500 yuan each. Remember to keep confidential matters within the company. Zhang Li, try to avoid going out at night. There are many Myanmar locals around. Just stay home and watch television. Li Jie, you're responsible for supervising Zhang Li. Dai Dong continued, tomorrow, Li Jie should find a few construction workers that I'll discuss the specific tasks with you shortly. We need to ensure everything is completed while we're away. He then turned to Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang, asking, do either of you have anything to add? Both men shook their heads. Dai Dong then looked at Zhang Li and Do Do. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Do Do quietly asked, are we still polishing the stones downstairs? Chu Tianxiang contemplated for a moment before replying. Let us polish for another day, that if we can't achieve results, we'll halt until I return. This would be Chu Tianxiang's first experience flying. Chapter 33. The journey to Yangqing. He had never flown before nor traveled by train. As Ruining was not accessible by rail, that he informed his mother and master about his trip to Yangqing to sell goods. His master expressed no concerns, believing that young people must venture beyond the mountains, lest they squander years of hard training and innate talent. The master had no knowledge of how the head of the Dao family had taken his first steps out of the valley. But he was unequivocally right in Chu Tianxiang's case. His mother's worries were more emotional. Her son was born into hardship and had never strayed far from her side or ventured beyond the mountains of Dahong. This journey, spanning thousands of miles, filled her with bittersweet feelings of anxiety. The flight was far from smooth, as the plane navigated through a mountainous region with turbulent air currents, leaving Chu Tianxiang feeling disoriented and fearful that the aircraft might plummet. Stealing a glance at his two uncles, he found them resting with their eyes closed, which gradually calmed his own nerves. 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Yangqing's new Baiyun airport. Stepping off the aircraft and into the terminal, Chu Tianxiang was overwhelmed. There were so many people and towering buildings that it felt surreal, as if he had stepped into a dream he could never have imagined. Each of the three carried a wheeled suitcase filled with change of clothes. Upon exiting the baggage claim area, a middle-aged man suddenly called out, Lu Gu, over here. Dai Dong looked up to see the man and could not help but smile, quickly striding forward to extend his hand. Guodong, it's great to see you again. Apologies for the trouble. The man named Li Guodong shook Dai Dong's hand vigorously, exclaiming, Lu Gu, why are you becoming so polite? It's my honor that you thought of me while in Yangqing. Li Guodong, the child of his grandfather's former bodyguard, was now employed in the fire brigade, that he took Dai Dong's suitcase and awaited introductions. Dai Dong introduced him to Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang, saying, Old Chen, Tianxiang, this is my good brother, Li Guodong. That he gestured toward the two. This is General Chen. You can call him Chen Gu. This is Chu Tianxiang, who is younger than you. After some casual exchanges, Li Guodong led them to the parking lot, where they arrived at a Prado SUV. They placed their luggage in the back, and Dai Dong took the front seat. The engine roared to life, and the SUV sped out of the parking area. As they drove, Li Guodong said, Lu Gu, I've booked 4 rooms for you at the Holiday Inn in Tiana District, a 5-star hotel that I've also reserved the meeting room you requested, and the payments are settled. You can stay for as long as you like. Dai Dong quickly interjected, Guodong, that is not acceptable. I must pay you. You can't just cover the cost with your salary. What would your wife say when you return home? Li Guodong, however, remarked, it's nothing, sixth brother. This was provided by one of my subordinates' enterprises. You need not concern yourself with it. Well, all right, but do keep an eye on the potential repercussions. Dai Dong replied. He continued, Guodong was small when he was young and often bullied. It was I who avenged him. Now that he is grown, he has learned to bully others. Chu Tianxiang listened attentively to their conversation, while his eyes remained fixated on the outside. The wide road was still closed off. This must be the expressway, that in the distance. Towering skyscrapers stretched endlessly, and pedestrians jostled one another along the street. The shop windows displayed a plethora of goods, amplifying an increasingly surreal sensation within him. Can I truly live here in the future? After approximately half an hour on the highway, the SUV exited and continued through the city for over 20 minutes before stopping in front of a 5-star hotel. Upon entering, the group completed the check-in process and ascended directly to their respective rooms, that in terms of hotel ratings. The distinction between 3 and 4 stars was rather subtle, yet the disparity between 4 and 5 stars was akin to that between nobility and commoners. After a brief freshening up, the group gathered in Dai Dong's room. Li Guodong announced, Sixth brother, Chengu, Tianxiang, I must visit the office shortly to address a few matters that I would like to treat you all to seafood this evening. Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengsheng promptly responded, You are too kind, thank you. Dai Dong then requested, Guodong, please help me find a car with ordinary plates. Tianxiang has never been to Yangqing, and I wish to show him around. Chu Tianxiang inquired, When will Uncle Tan arrive? The day after tomorrow, was the reply. Turning back, he added, Guodong, you need not concern yourself over the next few days. If anything arises, I shall call you. Understood, sixth brother, that I will follow your lead. I will take my leave now and come to pick you up in the evening. With that, Li Guodong rose and departed from the room. That evening, the meal was a delightful feast, with Chu Tianxiang relishing an array of delectable seafood whose names he could scarcely recall. Eliciting laughter from the three companions, the hosts and guests parted in high spirits. The next day, the group embarked on a self-driving tour, with Qin Zhengxing at the wheel while Dai Dong accompanied him. They visited the iconic Canton Tower, Yueshio Mountain, Baiyun Mountain, and Liwan, subsequently heading to the Jade Market and Shiguan Wailan Temple. After several days of exploration, fatigue set in, even for the young and vigorous Chu Tianxiang. Not to mention Qin, who was already plump. Dai Dong then took Chu Tianxiang to a shopping mall, where he insisted on purchasing a substantial amount of clothing, including 3 suits for Chu Tianxiang. As the latter could not rely solely on t-shirts for the numerous formal occasions ahead, that on the 5th day, the hotel reception informed them that the goods had arrived. The late-arriving General Tan immediately contacted the buyers in Pingzhou to arrange a viewing at the hotel the following afternoon. The next morning, the group instructed the hotel staff to place the goods in a small meeting room, neatly arranging them on the floor while preparing tools such as flashlights, spray bottles, and calipers. At 1:45 p.m., 2 Mercedes-Benz sedans pulled up in front of the hotel. The rear door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man weighing at least 200 pounds, who, upon spotting General Tan, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Old Tan, have you recently become related to the god of wealth? Tan chuckled in response, My esteemed boss Wei, you are looking increasingly prosperous. Immediately following was an elderly gentleman clad in a gray tang suit, approximately in his 60s, who greeted Tan, saying, General Tan, it has been a long time. Tan promptly replied, Chairman Wu, I am remiss in not welcoming you properly. Boss Wei quickly introduced the guests from the other vehicle, one surnamed Zhua, another surnamed Liao, and the last surnamed Ouyang. Tan then introduced his companions, Dai Dong and the others, and after a few pleasantries, they proceeded to the outer meeting room, where they observed hotel staff demonstrating the art of tea. Once seated, Boss Wei remarked, General Tan, you have quite the clout. Even Chairman Wu has graced us with his presence, along with Boss Zhua, Boss Liao, and Mr. Ouyang. Tan quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for coming, Chairman Wu. And thank you to the esteemed bosses. I feel honored that our recent acquisition has piqued your interest, that we have established connections with Myanmar, and more goods will be arriving soon. Let us first examine the merchandise. If anyone feels fatigued, they may rest here and enjoy some tea and refreshments. The group readily agreed, and upon entering the meeting room, they found a dozen stones laid out on the floor, all neatly split in half. They approached to scrutinize them closely. Da Xiang stood by, responsible for handing over the flashlight and spray bottle, while also observing the expressions of those present. Chairman Wu appeared stern and serious, intently examining the stones, particularly drawn to a piece with a rich green hue. Boss Wei inspected each stone but did not show a particular preference, while Boss Zhua and Ouyang seemed to be inspecting them as a pair. And Liao merely glanced casually. After about an hour of examination, the group settled onto the sofas to rest. Tan leaned in to whisper something to Boss Wei, then greeted the others before beckoning Chu Tianxiang to step outside. Once outside, Tan explained to Chu Tianxiang, they are discussing prices. Let us wait in our room. The two ascended to Dai Dong's room, where Qin Zhengxing was also present. Tan Hui remarked, it feels promising. They are deliberating. 20 minutes later, Boss Wei called, requesting Tan to come down for discussions. Chapter 34. A clash of wits. The group hurried downstairs to the meeting room, where Boss Wei began, Old Tan, you have been sourcing finished products from me and Chairman Wu for quite some time. We are old friends now. This batch of material is quite good, and I appreciate your consideration, that we are all quite interested. Let us discuss pricing. Chairman Wu added, General Tan, the quality of this batch varies. Some are excellent, while others are less so. Overall, it falls a bit short. In the future, let us communicate more about any good materials. The man surnamed Liao quickly chimed in. Chairman Wu hits the nail on the head. This batch indeed has that issue. However, we are all friends, and if the price is right, it would be best to bundle everything together. Tan Hui squinted at Liao, saying, Thank you, Boss Liao. Bundling is certainly feasible. What price do you consider appropriate? Liao held up 4 fingers, stating, For million. Tan Hui said nothing, took a sip from his teacup, and glanced back at Boss Wei, silently inquiring if this was his stance. Wei, slightly irritated, thought to himself, "You Liao, who do not even belong to the Pingzhou circle, what nonsense are you spouting?" However, as they were all together, it would be inappropriate to create discord publicly, that he remained silent. Avoiding eye contact. Seeing Wei's silence, Tan Hui chuckled. "Let us consider this. I initially thought you all could select as much as you wanted, leaving the rest for public auction. However, since Boss Liao has requested a package deal, let us propose 8 million. A moment of silence followed. If you seek a bargain, I shall raise my price substantially." Observing the awkward atmosphere, Dai Dong interjected, "The materials are all laid out there. They are all genuine. You are all experts. It should not be difficult to see their quality, that we are merely here to scout the market. If we can proceed, then let us move forward. These goods will not be hard to sell at auction. There are friends in Sihui and Jiang as well. Old Tan has been friends with you all for over a decade and insists we show you all the goods first out of course. Differing opinions on pricing are acceptable. If we cannot reach an agreement now, there will be future opportunities for collaboration." Another sharp jab. The so-called public auction refers to the jadeite rough stone auction, with the largest auction house located in Pingzhou, where anyone with goods can sell, albeit with a small fee charged by the organizers. The 4 major jadeite distribution centers in Lingnan are Jiang, which specializes in high-end jadeite; Pingzhou, which focuses on jade bracelets; Sihui, which offers general goods; and Yangqing's Wailan Temple, which has a variety of items. Boss Liao appeared somewhat embarrassed, with no one there to voice support for him. He was a jadeite merchant from Hong Kong, having only a business relationship with Boss Sua and a casual acquaintance with Boss Wei. He had come along to view these stones and had initially discussed a price of 6 million, anticipating a profit of around 1 million upon resale, or possibly more if he managed the inventory himself. He thought it reasonable to start at 4 million, hoping to negotiate down further. However, he underestimated the camaraderie among the group, particularly between Old Tan and Boss Wei. In business with strangers, it is acceptable to negotiate prices down a bit. No harm done. But with acquaintances, offering an outrageously low price signals a disregard for the friendship, suggesting that business is to be conducted purely on a transactional basis. In this industry, where pricing is quite transparent, such an approach can imply ignorance or a desire to manipulate. Had he not noticed the growing tension? The talk of public auctions and the mention of Sihui and Jiang had left the atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if the goods could be directly carted off to Yangqing's Wailan market the following day. Boss Sua could no longer remain seated. He had brought Boss Liao along, and if Liao made a blunder, it would be he who had to clean up the mess. That he quickly interjected, "General Tan, we have all seen the goods, and they are indeed commendable. 4 million is a bit low. How about 5,500,000? Chairman Wu, now over 60, had reached an age where his emotions seldom showed. Yet upon hearing Boss Sua's words, he could not suppress his urge to curse. "Are you out of your mind? Boss Liao made a mistake. Why would you compound it? You've just raised the price by 1.5 million. They re-asking for 8 million, and you want to negotiate from 5,500,000. How do you expect to proceed?" Boss Wei felt cornered. He initially estimated that he would offer 5 million, with the other side likely wanting 7 million, ultimately settling around 6 million. However, with the current situation, where one party suggested 4 million and the other 8 million, it suddenly escalated to 5,500,000. If they did not come down to 7,500,000, he would be at a disadvantage. Indeed, General Tan smiled and said, "Thank you, Boss Sua. We have shared several meals together and have become good friends." Boss Wei's face must be respected. 7,500,000. A Boss Wei could no longer sit still. He glanced at Chairman Wu, stood up, and walked over to General Tan, saying, "Old Tan, may I have a word?" Tan looked at him, rose, and replied, "Certainly." The two stepped into the inner room, leaving the others to sip their tea, stretch, and engage in light chatter. Yet no one spoke a word. In a short while, the two individuals emerged, and Mr. Tan addressed his associates, saying, "Let us proceed upstairs for a while." The group departed, and Mr. Wei remarked, "Old Tan stated that any offer below 66 million is off the table. It seems he is rather displeased. Well, let us deliberate on whether we accept the proposed price. If anyone finds it too steep, they are free to withdraw." Mr. Zhua and Mr. Liao, wishing to exit, found it impossible. Having raised the price, they could not simply turn away and expect to remain in this circle. President Wu harbored silent resentment. Yet his face betrayed no emotion as he commented, "It appears we have no choice, that if executed well, there is still profit to be made." "I am in agreement." The others nodded in agreement. Once the funds were transferred, the materials belonged to these individuals, who loaded the stones onto the hired vehicle and returned to Pingzhou without even pausing for a meal. Mr. Tan, Mr. Dai, and their companions found themselves in a somewhat humorous predicament. As a lavish dinner had been prearranged at the hotel, which would now benefit only their own party. Once in his car, Mr. Wei started the engine, prompting President Wu to exclaim, "Wei Hua, how can Oldswood be so unreliable? Is that Hong Kong fellow here to stir up trouble? Just like that, for the 5 million is lost. You ought to avoid such individuals in the future." Wei Hua, who was somewhat distantly related to President Wu, explained, "Uncle Oldswa is reliable. It's just that Mr. Liao is rather unfamiliar to me. That guy's indeed here to create chaos that I in the Holiday Hotel restaurant." The four of them, along with Li Guodong, enjoyed a hearty feast. Initially a private room for over a dozen, it now felt sparse with only 5 present. However, the atmosphere remained exceptionally lively, as Fatty Chin boisterously declared, "Don't let old Tan's usual pretenses fool you. He can be quite ruthless when it comes to business." Old Tan chuckled, "Isn't that's simply for your benefit." He felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Dai Dong inquired, "What is the background of Mr. Liao? How could he make such a foolish move?" "I have no idea. I've never encountered him before. President Wu is somewhat related to Wei Hua, and Oldswa has met him a few times. But those two are strangers to one another." Chu Tianxiang asked, "Why would the other party offer 40 million? Yet Uncle Tan dares to propose 80 million. I find this perplexing." Dai Dong explained, "In the jade market, the circle is quite small, especially among those dealing with high-quality goods. Everyone knows each other, even if indirectly. Thus, when conducting transactions, there is an unspoken etiquette. If something worth 60 million is offered at 50 million, it is reasonable. But offering 40 million is a blatant disregard for respect that in that case. There is no need to extend any courtesy in return, and the matter becomes unreasonable on their part. You may choose not to buy, but you cannot arbitrarily undervalue." Tianxiang, enlightened, realized the significant differences between the jade raw stone trade and that of finished goods, where the latter cannot withstand haphazard pricing and bargaining. Otherwise, one risks being ostracized from the community. Chen Zhengxing remarked, "Earlier, I could see that Mr. Wei was nearly in tears." "Mr. Liao is undoubtedly a hidden separator," Mr. Tan responded. "Mr. Wei is quite decent. He possesses extensive connections, and with old Wu's influence, he can certainly have a say in Pingzhou. However, it is worth noting that old Wu has caused a fair share of trouble for others in the past." Dai Dong remarked, "We need not involve ourselves in their disputes. As long as we have a steady supply of goods, we need not worry about finding buyers. That if not, we can always go to Jiang. Though it is a bit farther from here." Mr. Tan produced 2 jewelry boxes and said to Li Guodong, "These are for your sister-in-law. Do not refuse. You know it is futile to do so." Li Guodong, feeling somewhat awkward, accepted them, saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother Lu on her behalf." The next day, the four parted ways at the airport. Old Tan returned to the capital, while Dai Dong and the others flew back to Ruining. This trip to Yangqing brought about a profound transformation in Chu Tianxiang. He finally grasped the essence of luxury and vibrancy, coming to realize that countless lifestyles existed in the world, which he had never encountered or could scarcely imagine, that he now yearned to integrate into such a lifestyle. Chapter 35. The authenticity of raw jade. Upon returning to the company, both young men were present, and Li Jie eagerly pulled Chu Tianxiang into the office, exclaiming, "Xiang, come quickly. A miracle has occurred." Chu Tianxiang had no choice but to follow Li Jie into the warehouse, where a stone, covered by a woven sack, lay on the ground. Dodo lifted the sack, and upon gazing at the stone, a chill ran down Chu Tianxiang's spine. It was indeed of the old pit variety. Dai Dong and Chen Zhengxing soon entered, and upon seeing the stone, Dai Dong exclaimed, "What kind of skin is this? I have never seen it before." As he hurriedly approached, the stone revealed itself to have a yellow sandy skin, with a whitish sheen reminiscent of stalactites, fine and smooth to the touch, devoid of any granularity. The overall texture was remarkably dense, almost prickly, with edges as sharp as knives that a color band encircled the stone, the widest part measuring the width of a child's palm. When illuminated, a rich green hue burst forth. The base exceptionally clean, devoid of any impurities, crystal clear and hauntingly deep, imparting a sense of mysterious psychological shock. The two busied themselves with their flashlights, exchanging no words, while Chen Jingsheng, Li Jie, and Zhang Li watched with wide eyes. After a considerable time, Chu Tianxiang sighed, muttering to himself, "It still falls slightly short." Chen Jingsheng quickly inquired, "Tianxiang, what is lacking? The color is still not sufficiently imperial green." Chen Jingsheng exhaled, "You scared me. I thought something was amiss." Dai Dong, regaining his composure, asked Chu Tianxiang, "What kind of skin is this? Which site does it originate from?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, "Uncle Dai, this is a stone from the old Peigang site." The stalactite skin has not been seen for over 30 years, that he continued. In the early days, those who mined jade sought particularly high-quality stones. Many materials that would now be considered waste were merely suitable for paving roads. Over 20 years ago, the term old pit variety was still in use, but as renowned sites like Peigang were exhausted, the term faded from memory. The classification of old versus new pits is merely a matter of quality. Regardless of color, Uncle Dai, jade has a polycrystalline columnar structure, as even textbooks state, whereas the old pit variety possesses a fibrous structure, rendering the presence of fly wings undetectable. During our recent visit to Yangqing's Hualin Temple, I observed that some high-end, top-quality goods are approaching a fibrous structure. These are sold as high ice or glass types. Yet in comparison to the old pit variety, they pale in significance, while the top products sold in ruining are even inferior. Uncle Dai, you may not be aware, but back in the day, the cutting yield for Peigang stones was at 80, unlike some current sites where it barely reaches 1 in 10,000. Stones with the stalactite skin were, at that time, considered exceptional, and their production was exceedingly scarce. Many had only heard of them and had never even seen one. Furthermore, the outer layer of sandy skin can be quite deceiving, for its age imparts remarkable hardness, making it difficult for the average person to discern. The three men listened intently, captivated by Chu Tianxiang's eloquence. Chen Jingxing interjected, "Next time, I too can boast a bit. Lig excitedly exclaimed Xiang. "You truly possess vast knowledge. I never realized you were such a top-tier expert." Dai Dong lamented. "Tianxiang, had it not been for you, I wouldn't have even considered buying this stone for 10,000. You are indeed my lucky star." Chu Tianxiang suggested, "Uncle Dai, Uncle Chun, today has been tiring. Perhaps you should retire for the day." Chen Jingxing quickly replied, "Not at all, not at all. Let us ascend and enjoy some tea." "Tianxiang, do elaborate on this stone. If I do not decipher it today, I might just suffocate from curiosity." "Do, prepare the tea. Your Xiang has brought you both some delightful treats." As they exited the warehouse, Chen Jingxing added, "Do, be sure to lock the warehouse door. We cannot afford to lose the stone." Upon reaching the second floor and settling in, Chu Tianxiang suddenly had a thought and asked Li Jie, Do, did I not advise you against polishing the stone?" Do, looking anxious, replied, "You specified not to let old Mian polish it. We had nothing to do at home, so I went ahead, and Sister Zhongli agreed too." Chu Tianxiang smiled wryly. "No matter. I did not foresee this outcome. Had I known, I truly would not have permitted old Mian to polish it. Perhaps this is a fortunate mistake to be. By the way, I have brought many delicious snacks in the bag downstairs. You and Zhongli should go fetch some. As the two departed, Chu Tianxiang turned serious and said to Dai Dong and Chen Jingsheng, "Uncle Dai, Uncle Chen, there is something that concerns me." The two immediately asked, "What is it?" "This stone has an improper provenance." Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. Such stones have likely been around for at least 20 or 30 years, if not longer. The person who collected this stone undoubtedly knows its true value. Otherwise, it would not have been retained for such an extended period. The reason for not polishing the outer skin is to conceal the stone's actual worth. Now, having acquired it so inexpensively, it is certain someone will come seeking retribution in the future. Chu Tianxiang expressed with worry. Chen Jingxing interjected, "If someone seeks retribution, what can they do? We are engaging in legitimate trade." His words trailed off abruptly. Dai Dong furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before saying, "That indeed poses a problem. Tianxiang, recount how you came upon this stone. We can analyze it together." Chu Tianxiang recounted in detail how he discovered the stone that day and how he collaborated with Chen Jingsheng to purchase it. Dai Dong remarked, "If what Chun Li stated is true, then that Mian person likely remains unaware of the stone's true value." Chen Jingxing added, "Boss Chen should also be ignorant. That means this stone should not have been obtained through proper channels." He concluded, Chen Zhengxing then asked, Tianxiang, how much is this stone worth? The price is negotiable. Whatever the amount, it must be paid that if we are to speak frankly, let's say at least several hundred million, that's such a sum? Dai Dong and Chen Zhengxing were taken aback. Once this bracelet is fashioned from a complete, saturated jadeite stone, it becomes a top-tier collectible. One piece could demand 1 billion, and you would have no choice but to comply. The two men fell into a contemplative silence once more. Dai Dong found himself at a loss. Such a colossal fortune could not simply be disregarded, to say nothing of murder. Even the annihilation of an entire family or the eradication of 9 clans would be justifiable to seize it. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Dai Dong reluctantly remarked, this matter is of great significance. Summon those 2 individuals. More minds, more ideas. This situation could turn fatal. It is not as simple as returning the stone. Its owner is likely a formidable figure, and to prevent the news of such a vast fortune from leaking, murder is merely a trifling concern, especially in Myanmar, where firearms are ubiquitous, and a human life can be worth merely a few tens of thousands. For that sum, countless mercenaries abound. Noticing the silence from the two, Dai Dong picked up the phone and dialed. He said into the receiver, you must come over immediately. Zhangxi must also come, that it is both a good and a bad thing. It would be best if you arrived by tomorrow. Chapter 36. A shocking revelation after hanging up, Dai Dong reassured them. Do not worry. After all, it is a fortunate development that if it comes to the worst, we can always return it. Now, go get some rest. He was concerned that Chu Tianxiang, being inexperienced, might bear a heavy psychological burden. However, persuading these individuals to return the stone was utterly impossible. It was not acquired through theft. And thus, why should they return it? The following afternoon, the 5 shareholders convened on the second floor for what was effectively their second meeting. Dai Dong began by briefly summarizing the recent transactions, particularly for Zhangxi's benefit, before presenting the matter at hand, hoping for collective wisdom to devise a solution. Tan Hui inquired, Tianxiang, can this stone be cut? Let's set aside other matters for now. Chu Tianxiang responded, Uncle Tan, it can definitely be cut. The old Pakong stones, given the right conditions, have an 80% success rate. Pakong is Myanmar's oldest jadeite mining area, with hundreds of square kilometers scattered with various pits. The old Pakong site is the most famous, boasting a history of several centuries. 20 years ago, the entire vein was exhausted. Yet people have since discovered numerous treasures within the remnants of the old mine. Nowadays, searching for jadeite at Old Pakong is akin to the saying, the pocket is cleaner than the face. The group wished to deceive, but were reluctant to take the plunge. Dai Dong stated, we are in the light, while the other party is in the dark. We do not know when they might discover the truth that if they trace it back to us, it could be a death sentence. Zhangxi suggested, why not sell it outright? That way, we can be above board. They wouldn't dare make a fuss. Chen Zhengxing countered, no one raises an eyebrow at 3,000 or 5,000, but this is a matter of hundreds of millions. If you do not disclose your part, will you still value your life? Do you think the people of Myanmar are easy to deal with? Dai Dong cautioned, consider this. Once the owner realizes the stone is missing, if they cannot find any clues, they may relent. However, if they do find out, they will surely pursue us relentlessly, and at that point a life becomes worthless. Old Tan proposed, why not let Tianxiang examine the stone first? If it's viable, we can proceed with cutting it. Ultimately, if we are left with no choice, returning the original stone or the cut material matters little. Everyone agreed that this was a sound plan. They proceeded to the warehouse, placing the stone on a table in the outer room for Chu Tianxiang to examine freely. The originally 100-kilogram stone had lost 30 kilograms of its weathered exterior. Chu Tianxiang remarked, gentlemen, I apologize, but I wish to take my time with this. That it may take a while. Please attend to your own matters. That I need some solitude. The others, initially expecting him to finish quickly, departed with their tails between their legs. Chu Tianxiang closed the door, drew the heavy curtains, and pressed down on the gaps to ensure the room was completely dark. He sat in silence on a chair, closing his eyes to center himself. After a few minutes, he placed his hands upon the stone. Even in the pitch-black room, he kept his eyes shut, moving his hands slowly, akin to a meditative monk. His mind was tranquil as he absorbed the subtle messages emanating from the stone. After approximately half an hour, he paused and resumed his meditative state. Meanwhile, the others engaged in conversation over tea in the gazebo. surrounded by a spread of snacks that Chu Tianxiang had purchased at the airport for two young companions. Normally, these individuals would not even glance at such treats, but now they eagerly sampled one after another. Unable to stop, with Zhang Li and Li Jie chattering excitedly as they munched away. More than 2 hours passed when the sound of the door creaking open caught everyone's attention. They turned to see Chu Tianxiang emerging, announcing, "If you wish to cut it, do so along the line I have drawn, that I am a bit fatigued, and will take a rest upstairs." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. The others stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Upon entering the room and drawing back the curtains, they finally saw the stone on the table. It was still the same stone, unchanged, save for a line drawn around it. A remarkably straight line. Chun Zhengxing urged, "Quickly, take it out for cutting." "I can hardly contain my excitement." Dai Dong cautioned, "Do not rush. It is too noisy. Let Tianxiang rest a bit longer. He likely expended considerable energy just now." Upon reflection, the others realized he was right. Since meeting Chu Tianxiang, they had never seen him appear fatigued. He had merely spent 2 hours examining the stone and now seemed utterly drained. Chu Tianxiang slept for an hour and a half, waking to find the room enveloped in darkness, the lights unlit. Rubbing his face, he momentarily forgot where he was. The sound of voices from the courtyard brought him back to reality, reminding him that he had come upstairs to rest after examining the stone. He descended and asked, "I am famished. Is there anything to eat?" The others, excited by his awakening, replied eagerly. Chun Zhengxing said, "There are plenty of boxed meals, all filled with meat and vegetables." Chu Tianxiang, noticing Zhang Li and Li Jie were absent, inquired, "What time is it? Where did Zhang Li and Dodo go?" "They took them home. It's nearly 10 o'clock, Dai Dong answered. Chu Tianxiang grabbed a boxed meal and devoured it voraciously, finishing 2 boxes in the blink of an eye. After a sip of tea, he remarked, "It's surging. Let us ensure those two do not see it." He then turned to Dai Dong. "The surge is certain, but the question remains. Will we cut it?" The group exchanged glances and then vigorously nodded their agreement. "Let us cut it." The stone was placed on the machine, and Chu Tianxiang took a deep breath before decisively pressing the switch. Typically, a stone weighing 60 to 70 kilograms can be cut in about 40 minutes to an hour, yet this stone took an entire hour to cut halfway through, even causing Chu Tianxiang to lose his patience. He paused several times, glancing at the cut. The blade had produced a narrow incision, revealing a murky interior that was impossible to discern. After another hour and 10 minutes, a loud clang signaled the completion of the cut. The group stood by the machine, and Chu Tianxiang, disregarding the overwhelming fumes, lifted the cover of the oil saw, causing the noxious vapors to induce a fit of coughing. Once the fumes dissipated, half of the stone lay before them, though the cut surface was slick with oil. It could not conceal its extraordinary essence. The shell was thick, revealing a black, translucent ice variety at its core, interspersed with faint green strands that a vibrant green ribbon, a palm's width wide, gracefully crossed the surface of the stone. Chapter 37. A proper conclusion. The group fell silent, and Zhangxi hurried to the sink to wash the stone. Chu Tianxiang began to dismantle the clamp on the half-piece. The 2 clean pieces lay quietly on the table, showcasing their breathtaking beauty that had been concealed for millions of years. The overall appearance was of colorless ice, reminiscent of ancient frost, exuding an aura of vitality, yet exuding the tranquility of a deep, still pool. Within the icy depths, hints of green strands seemed to shimmer, offering a stark contrast to the stone's cold exterior, which bore a touch of warmth. The green ribbon meandered gracefully, akin to a celestial steed soaring through the skies, its rich hues and depth evoking an uncharted abyss. Dai Dong caressed the cut surface, muttering to himself, "It is exquisite, truly exquisite." Chun Zhengxing, after a moment of contemplation, finally exclaimed, "Beautiful. Now this is what jadeite should look like." Zhangxi murmured, "Let us not sell it. We won't part with this stone." Old Tan was rendered speechless. Having spent nearly his entire life in the jade business, he had considered himself knowledgeable, yet today he encountered the divine for the first time. Chu Tianxiang had heard countless descriptions of top-tier jadeite from his master, yet seeing it in person, he found himself trembling, overwhelmed by a sensation he had never experienced before. Silence enveloped the room. After a significant pause, a Xiang spoke, "Tonight, Uncle Dai should take the stone to the villa. We can rent a safe deposit box at the bank first thing in the morning. That IT will be secure there." Chun Zhengxing readily agreed. Absolutely. We cannot afford to lose this treasure. The others echoed their agreement, realizing that if left at the office, none would likely sleep soundly that night. Once calm, Dai Dong turned to Old Tan, asking, "Can you estimate its value?" Old Tan pondered before shaking his head. "I cannot estimate it. There are no comparables. The ice type with green strands is essentially the same as the lotus type. And just that small amount could fetch over 1 billion, that a fully saturated bracelet typically has only 4 strands. Without cutting it, no one would dare to assign a value that if I were to hazard a guess. Anything below 10 billion would drive me to leap into the river," that he continued. Such top-tier, fully saturated jadeite simply does not appear in the market. The channels for circulation are extremely narrow. These are treasures hoarded by collectors, always kept under wraps. Many prominent families specifically collect these top-tier jadeites, passing them down through generations. Even if 1 or 2 pieces surface, they invariably end up at major auction houses, with even the lesser ones valued in the tens of millions. Zhang Shi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Once we arrive in the capital, we should seek the counsel of esteemed collectors to appraise our findings." Tan Hui acknowledged, "Indeed, that is a viable approach." However, Dai Dong retorted, "Aren't you concerned that they might divulge our secret?" Chu Tianxiang proposed, "I have a strategy. Let's dismantle the stone entirely, dividing it into various sizes, primarily focusing on bracelets, ensuring not a trace of the outer shell remains. This way, no matter whom we show it to, we will face no issues." Dai Dong countered again, "Without a well-thought-out plan for the aftermath, we cannot touch that stone." Chun Zhengxing nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the perils lurking in the world they inhabited. With every suggestion came an array of dissenting opinions, and ultimately, no consensus was reached, leaving them to defer the discussion until the following day. That be why the time morning arrived, it was already past 10. The previous night, Dai Dong had contemplated until past 3, finally resolving to pursue his own intentions, perhaps hoping for a breakthrough. The 4 of them shared a meal that blurred the lines between breakfast and lunch before driving to the bank, where they rented a safe deposit box to secure the stone, thus fulfilling their immediate task and alleviating the collective anxiety. The bank, accustomed to such matters, had seen numerous high-value stones stored within its confines for safekeeping. Upon leaving the bank, Dai Dong instructed the others to head to the company while he took a taxi. Claiming he had matters to attend to that, he directed the taxi to the courtyard of Chu Tianxiang's home, where he knocked on the door. The elder gentleman emerged, dressed as if he were about to go fishing. "Uncle O, are you off to fish?" Dai Dong inquired. "What is it?" The elder replied, his expression neutral. "I have a matter I wish to consult you about. That I understand the agreement, but this situation is too significant. If it spirals out of control, I fear none of us will be able to manage it. Therefore, I seek your guidance." Initially intent on leaving, the elder paused upon hearing these words, contemplated for a moment, and then settled onto a bench in the pavilion. Dai Dong quickly joined him and recounted the events leading up to this moment. Voicing his concerns, the elder remained silent, and Dai Dong dared not speak further. 5 minutes passed before the elder finally spoke. "The matter is not insurmountable. I will handle the aftermath. Procure a stone of similar size and shape to the one we currently possess and deliver it to me within the next 2 days. Ensure it is securely wrapped. Additionally, prepare 10 million in cash. I will notify you when it is needed. Once you return, promptly dismantle the stone. Sell it if possible. Do not retain it.my involvement in this matter must remain undisclosed, including to your associates, especially Tianxiang. Devise your own excuses." Dai Dong was elated and promptly assured, "Of course, absolutely." The elder sighed. Such occurrences were commonplace in Yamardayan. "You rob me, I rob you, and each time, lives are lost." Then, adopting a serious tone, he added, "You are wise to seek my counsel. Otherwise, even if you return the stone, you would not escape calamity. Such immense wealth, once revealed, cannot be concealed without bloodshed." Dai Dong exited. He felt a chill down his spine. The elder's final words were not mere threats. After Dai Dong departed, the elder donned his fishing gear and rode off on his electric bike, this time not heading directly toward ruining Jiang, but instead taking a detour to a modest shop in South Asia Jewelry City. The elder parked his vehicle and entered the shop, where he found 2 individuals engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the elder's arrival, they hurriedly stood up. The elder addressed them. "I wish to see your chief advisor. Have him contact me." With that, he exited. Dai Dong returned to the company on the 2nd floor, where he found everyone present. Stating, "All is resolved," as Chun Jingxing appeared ready to speak, Dai Dong interjected, "Do not inquire. Even if you do, I shall remain silent. This matter ends here, and it must not be mentioned again in the coming days. Let us all exert ourselves to dismantle the stones." This was to ensure that the two employees remained oblivious. Dai Dong continued, "In the next few days, Lao Chun and Tianxiang will continue to examine the goods. Lao Tan and Zhang, she will oversee security while I attend to some personal matters." Having delegated responsibilities, Dai Dong requested the car keys and departed. Chapter 38. How to proceed. The morning market had concluded, and the surrounding jewelry districts were bustling with distractions. Dai Dong contemplated and decided to head north to Wucai Jewelry City to BY now. It was already past 3 in the afternoon that he parked his car in an empty space and began to meander about. Spotting a large store that specialized in wholesale stones, he strolled inside. The store was expansive, featuring a large canopy filled with stones packed in woven bags, alongside some larger pieces scattered about. Dai Dong approached and began to inspect them closely when a sales assistant approached and stood beside him. Spotting a particular stone of interest, Dai Dong inquired, "How much for these stones?" The assistant replied, "Sir, they are 80 yuan per kilogram, that I'll take this one." "Please weigh it to as." Dai Dong prepared to pay, he casually remarked. "Wrap the stones securely in those woven bags, 3 layers, not a hint of the outer shell should be exposed." Though his request was somewhat peculiar, the staff complied meticulously, ensuring the stones were shrouded in 3 layers of protection. Once the stones were loaded onto his vehicle, just as Dai Dong was about to drive away, an idea struck him. He withdrew the keys and returned to the assistant, asking, "Do you have any larger stones of similar quality? I don't mind paying a higher price." "Indeed, sir, follow me." The assistant responded. He led Dai Dong into a separate room, filled with shelves stacked with stones, the smallest weighing several dozen kilograms and the largest reaching several hundred. After a thorough examination, Dai Dong finally found a piece he liked. "How much for this one?" he inquired. "This one is 85,000. Look how well it performs," the assistant boasted, illuminating the stone with a flashlight, revealing a football-sized glow that was exceptionally clear. Dai Dong inwardly cursed, realizing it was water jade, not worth the hefty price point 2,500. "If that works, load it onto my vehicle, that if not, I'll look elsewhere," he declared, beginning to walk away. "Sir, please add a little more," the assistant pleaded, making a final effort as Dai Dong neared the exit. "Sir, the stone is yours." Dai Dong drove to the bank, summoned a few security guards, and had the newly purchased stone placed in the safe deposit box that he then transferred the stone from the previous day into his vehicle. Arriving at the elder's residence, he suddenly remembered he could not manage to move the stone alone. Exiting the courtyard, he noticed a small supermarket diagonally across the street where several men were chatting at a small table. That he approached them, requesting assistance in moving the stone, to which they readily agreed. After they helped transport the stone to the elder's room, Dai Dong purchased a pack of cigarettes from the supermarket and left it on the table as a token of gratitude. After a busy day, it was already past 6 in the evening that Dai Dong drove a few hundred meters down the street. He pulled over, retrieved the cigarettes he had purchased at an unknown time, lit one, and began to contemplate that he felt confident that there were no loopholes on his end. The remaining uncertainties lay with the elder. Upon returning to the company and finding everyone present, he refrained from mentioning the stone's retrieval. Having gone from 10 in the morning until now without a morsel, he was nearing the brink of low blood sugar and quickly consumed some snacks, as the box meals offered were unappetizing and ill-suited to his northern palate. He called Zhang Li over to inquire if she could cook. Upon learning that she often prepared her own meals at home, Dai Dong was delighted and handed her 10,000 yuan to purchase cooking utensils with dough the following day, intending for the company to prepare its own meals. Zhang Li was thrilled, as she had been feeling unproductive throughout the day. Dai Dong suggested they both leave work early and head straight to buy the cooking supplies, and the two departed cheerfully. The remaining colleagues noticed Dai Dong's intent to send them away, and once the two had left, they turned their eyes toward him. "What are you staring at? Get back to work and start cutting the stones," he instructed. The stones were placed on the table, and together with Chu Tianxiang and Lao Tan, they began strategizing how to dismantle them, excluding Chu Tianxiang, who had a unique approach. Both Dai Dong and Lao Tan possessed considerable skill in interpreting the stones. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi and Chun Jingxing utilized a grinder in the courtyard to polish another piece, a labor-intensive task filled with noise and dust. As they were the only ones suited for such work, that on the evening of the 5th day, the elder notified Dai Dong to deliver the money to the western gate of South Asia Jewelry City, signifying a temporary conclusion to their endeavors. After 7 days of diligent effort, from dismantling to polishing, 5 pristine stones lay on the table, devoid of any trace of the outer shell, having been immersed in these stones daily. The group experienced a degree of aesthetic fatigue. The initial awe they felt had waned. Gathered together, the group began discussing how to handle these items. Dai Dong mentioned he had contacted the most renowned yet enigmatic philanthropist in Beijing, rumored to possess a fortune worth billions, in US dollars no less, known for his affability when it comes to money. He would not overlook any quality goods, regardless of his expertise. Moreover, once good items reached his hands, they were seldom seen by outsiders. Lao Tan suggested, perhaps we could also probe President Wu in Pingzhou, as well as Jiang, which has a reputation for high-quality goods being in high demand. That works. Zhang Shi and I will head to Beijing, while Lao Tan and Lao Qin will go to Guangdong. Tianxiang will remain at home to gather materials. Furthermore, if this venture proves successful, I propose we share the proceeds. As our company is currently flush with funds, upon hearing this suggestion, laughter erupted among the group, who wouldn't relish the idea of dividing profits. Lao Dai added, I believe we should refrain from sending photographs to the other party. Once we do, we will be linked to these goods. Chen Zhengxing echoed, this idea is excellent. Caution is the mother of safety. It's akin to the practice in Guangdong where one discusses valuable matters face-to-face. Zhang Shi nodded repeatedly. Old Tan remarked, I'll make a call to that side, stating my intention to meet. Once we see the actual items, I'm confident we can sway them. Dai Dong added, then I shall bring 2 pieces. Old Tan, you take 3, that if those 2 have good quality, I'll claim them. That I refuse to believe we can't win over that generous benefactor. After glancing around, he inquired, does anyone have further contributions? Zhang Shi asked. Shouldn't we establish a bottom price this time? Dai Dong cast a glance at Tan Hui and replied, what should we do? We can't go without quoting a price, right? Tan Hui pondered, it's truly hard to say. If we set it too high, it won't be appropriate. Too low, and we risk humiliation, allowing them to take advantage of us, which would lead to significant losses. At this level of jadeite, both Tan Hui and Dai Dong felt like novices, as they had never encountered such top-tier luxury jadeite before, especially in its raw form, which only added to their ignorance. Chun, in a moment of inspiration, suggested, why complicate things? We could act like we're selling raw stones, boldly asking for 10 or 20 billion, that as long as they counteroffer. We can negotiate from there. Dai Dong and Tan Hui exchanged glances, with Tan Hui giving a wry smile. It seems we have no choice. It's mortifying. Dai Dong resolutely stated, let us proceed with this. It's better to lose face than to lose money. The next morning, the group hurriedly made their way to the airport. Chapter 39. A reunion with Pan. It was once again the 3 young men who took charge. During this period, Chu Tianxiang had been deep in contemplation. While Dai Dong plotted meticulously, Chen Zhengxing oscillated between jest and ire. Old Tan calculated astutely, and Zhang Shi maintained an expansive mindset. Numerous unfamiliar elements surged forth, necessitating reflection for progress, a truth he was acutely aware of. The growth of youth is both joyous and agonizing. Little Do, what do you wish to eat for lunch? Zhang Li inquired of Li Jie. Li Jie, towering at over 1.85 meters, was robust. Yet Zhang Li, petite and delicate, insisted on calling him Little Do, despite his countless protests proving futile. That I want rice noodles, Li Jie declared, that a native of the area. He had been thoroughly conditioned to rice noodles, but since the company began to manage meals, he had completely severed ties with them, opting instead to eat out, lamenting the expense. Little Do, rice noodles are lacking in nutrition. How about I prepare braised pork for you? Zhang Li tempted. I want both braised pork and rice noodles, Li Jie protested. Chu Tianxiang observed the playful banter between them, feeling a sense of joy, compounded by the fact that just 5 days prior, Uncle Dai had successfully secured a substantial deal with a philanthropist, selling 2 stones for a staggering 16 billion. However, this philanthropist was not easily swayed. He had consulted several professionals in the jewelry industry, and the price was determined by them, yet it was a figure that left Dai Dong and Zhang Shi elated. Today, Chu Tianxiang had arranged to meet Pan Yue at the Ruining Hotel to examine stones, as the company was devoid of business, leaving the group feeling rather idle. Driving the newly acquired automatic Passat, Chu Tianxiang was cautious, He and Li Jie had just received their licenses, and their driving skills were still unrefined. Upon arriving at the ruining hotel, he struggled to park the car, perspiring profusely, realizing the stark difference between the ease of watching others drive and the challenges faced when behind the wheel himself. Upon entering the room, Chu Tianxiang spotted Pan Yue engaging in playful banter with a young woman from Myanmar, likely a dish served up for him in numerous minority regions across the country. Influenced by ancient customs, both men and women, even young girls, exhibit little psychological barrier towards such interactions, contrasting sharply with the mainland's monetary focus that in this locale. It is about personal connections, unrelated to marriage or finances. Offering money could be seen as an insult. Upon noticing Chu Tianxiang's arrival, Pan Yue sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Brother, I've missed you dearly. I've sought you out numerous times. Please sit down." Chu Tianxiang smiled apologetically. "I've been rather busy lately, and even made a trip to the mainland. Now that I finally have some free time, I'm here to report to you, Pan. Good brother, take a seat and have some tea. That I've just acquired several fine stones. Take your time to examine them, and see if any suit your fancy." After settling in and exchanging pleasantries, Chu Tianxiang surveyed the surroundings, and he noticed a few new stones, albeit small in size. Rising, he approached for a closer look and remarked, "Pan, these stones are too small. I prefer larger ones." "Don't rush, brother. Shortly, I'll take you to see some larger pieces at my other store. This place is simply too cramped to accommodate them," Pan replied, to which Chu Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement. After sitting for a while longer, the two stood and prepared to head to Pan Yue's other shop. Upon exiting the store, Pan Yue observed Chu Tianxiang heading towards a brand-new Passat and mused to himself, recalling that he had come back riding a dilapidated motorcycle. This time he was in a car, making it difficult for him to discern Chu Tianxiang's true background. Each drove their respective vehicles to the Zhangqian Jewelry City. The atmosphere there was rather subdued, with minimal pedestrian traffic, though many operated shops due to lower rent and the opportunity to host out-of-town clients, thus projecting an image of strength and reliability. Arriving at a shop entrance, they parked and entered. All the raw stone shops in Ruining bore a striking resemblance. A solid wood tea table, wooden benches, and a few shelves. Inside, a woman in her 30s was cleaning. Pan Yue did not introduce her, and Chu Tianxiang remained silent as they approached the shelves. "Brother, take a look at these pieces. They were recently brought back from the field. Take your time. I'll go prepare some tea," Pan Yue said. Chu Tianxiang nodded and began to scrutinize the stones. Most of them were of decent quality, yet did not meet his preferences. Even if cut, the profit margins were minimal. Noticing that Chu Tianxiang was using a flashlight, albeit not in the typical manner of searching for jadeite, but rather illuminating from a distance while rubbing the stone with his other hand, Pan Yue felt a twinge of anxiety. After observing for a while, Chu Tianxiang settled at the tea table and said, "Brother Pan, the stones are all fine, but I'm particularly interested in that piece with white sandskin and the one over there with black sand." He gestured toward the two stones he had taken a liking to. He then added, "Since we are old friends, I'll be candid. I can buy these two stones or not. You set the price. And I want tea haggled. If it's reasonable, I'll purchase them." With that, he lowered his gaze to sip his tea, avoiding eye contact. Pan Yue was taken aback. "Is this how you negotiate? You mention a price and then don't buy. Are you merely testing the waters?" Had it not been for Chu Tianxiang having previously spent over 2 million here, Pan Yue might have thought he was just here to stir trouble. Understanding that mere words would not suffice against Pan Yue, Chu Tianxiang devised a strategy, reflecting on his previous frustrating experience while purchasing stones. Pan Yue's mind raced. "Brother, isn't this putting me in a difficult position? How much do you see it being worth? Just say a number. As your elder brother, I'll meet it, even if it means taking a loss. What do you say?" Chu Tianxiang remained silent, merely smiling at him. Pan Yue felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was eloquent and unashamed, knowing that each stone had good profit margins. Yet facing such a peculiar individual who simply would not respond was disconcerting. Left with no option, Pan Yue began contemplating what price to set for the two stones. The black sand piece, being promising, could command a higher price, while the white sand piece would be priced lower. "Brother, here is the deal. I want to make a profit on either stone. I'll give you my cost, but you must look out for my business in the future. All right." Chu Tianxiang still said nothing, leaving Pan Yue cornered. "The white sand piece is at 165,000. and the black sand is at 150,000. Brother, I truly admire your negotiating skills. The last statement was uttered with genuine respect. All right, Brother Pan, as I said. I'll buy it if it's reasonable. I'll take the white sand piece. Chu Tianxiang produced his bank card and handed it to Chen Li. Chen Li was nearly in tears. Having only added 5,000 to the white sand piece, barely breaking even after shipping costs, while the black sand piece had an additional 50,000, which the buyer rejected. Pan Yue's mood was considerably dampened. He could not blame anyone but himself for the low pricing, which left him feeling anxious. After seeing Chu Tianxiang off, Pan Yue, usually so chatty, fell silent. After loading the car, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, there's another stone, over 60 kilograms, here with me, though it's not mine. Would you like to take a look?" Chapter 40. Preparing for a private deal. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang paused, pondering before asking, "Is the price steep?" Both were currently sensitive to pricing. Inside, Pan Yue pointed beneath the main tea table and said, "It's this stone, over 60 kilograms. Chu Tianxiang finally noticed a stone concealed beneath a large white cloth. Approaching, he lifted the cloth and gasped sharply. "What is this?" The stone was covered in yellow sand skin, riddled with bumps, lacking any flat surfaces, and was adorned with numerous specks of greenish blue, some resting atop the protrusions. Others nestled within the hollows. The entire stone sand particles were as sharp as blades, possessing extreme hardness. Even a slight exertion caused pain in his hand. The surface was marked with numerous lines that resembled cuts from a knife. Standing rigidly upright, Pan Yue remarked, "This appears to be old material. I've never encountered such skin before. It's dry and lacks moisture, though we've measured its density, and it's undoubtedly jadeite. The only issue is that its provenance is questionable. It came from a gambling den. The casinos in Myanmar are legal, and on the Myanmar side of the border, dozens of casinos of various sizes are scattered about. Not only do locals gamble, but many individuals from the Han Chinese community also frequent these establishments, prompting the government to intervene numerous times. That a unique feature of these casinos is that if one finds themselves in dire straits, they can exchange jade raw stones for cash, with dedicated personnel on hand to assess the value of the jade." Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Is it being brought in through normal customs channels or through private means?" "If it is through the proper customs process, even if this stone is registered domestically, the government would be obliged to intervene in any disputes concerning it. For disputes arising on the Myanmar side, one would need to consult with the customs agents involved. If it is smuggled, however, any resulting disputes would be of no concern to either government, provided it does not escalate to a criminal case." Pan Yue hesitantly replied, "It came through private channels, and the owner of the stone is likely not an ordinary person, which is why we cannot allow others to see it. That a friend of mine has some connections with that casino, and the stone was left with me. I am quite interested in the stone, but it requires careful examination." "What is your friend asking?" 8 million. That after a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang stood up and said to Pan Yue, "Whether it is 8 million or 80 million, money is not an issue for me. My requirements are as follows. First, I wish to take the stone back to my company for a thorough examination by a few individuals. Of course, you may send someone to accompany us for half a day, but I cannot guarantee a purchase. Second, should I decide to buy, you can have your friend use the proper channels for the transaction, and I will cover the costs. Third, to substantiate my ability to make this purchase, we can go to the bank, and I can provide you with a capital verification certificate or show you my bank card balance at an ATM." Chu Tianxiang was eager to acquire the stone. Such a specimen deserved meticulous study, as it would be a disservice to his expertise not to do so. Although he was still somewhat in the dark about the stone, he instinctively felt that it embodied a duality of paradise and hell, depending solely on one's discerning eye. How exhilarating! Pan Yue accompanied Chu Tianxiang to the bank, where at the ATM, Chu Tianxiang produced 2 cards and, after entering his password, revealed the balances to Pan Yue. Following this, Pan Yue warmly escorted Chu Tianxiang to his vehicle. Dai Dong returned alone, elated, and upon arrival, he gave Chu Tianxiang a hearty slap on the back, causing him to grimace in pain. 1.6 billion. Based on his shares, he stood to gain over 300 million from this venture. I am a genius. To hell with family business responsibilities. I have no need for a publicly listed company. If they cross me, I shall simply acquire them outright. Such fantasies are quite far-fetched, as this sum is still insufficient to purchase a publicly traded company. Yet, who can predict the future? Dai Dong generously gifted Zhang Li and Li Jie each a sizable red envelope and treated everyone to lavish dinners for several consecutive nights, leaving Zhang Li and Li Jie overjoyed. This was indeed a form of retributive spending. In the following days, Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang visited several previously familiar jade shops, acquiring a few stones. They decided not to cut any of them just yet, preferring to fill the warehouse shelves first, as this would lend the company an air of credibility. With the raw stones displayed prominently, the potential for danger would be minimized. Pan Yue had yet to contact them. And after a week, Chu Tianxiang began to feel somewhat anxious. Just as he was about to call Pan Yue, he received a call from him, inviting him to meet at the Jewelry City near the station, a quiet place suitable for discussing sensitive matters. Chu Tianxiang arrived at Pan Yue's shop punctually, and upon entering, he spotted 3 individuals seated around a tea table. Pan Yue occupied the main seat, while the other 2, both in their 40s or 50s, included a somewhat slender man surnamed L and a notably shorter man surnamed Gao. After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 took their seats, and Pan Yue gradually broached the main topic. They were considering organizing a private auction. A private auction differs from a public auction, which is organized by associations or the government. Private auctions are hosted by individuals or private companies, sometimes in collaboration with others. To host a private auction, one must possess substantial resources and a significant inventory. Otherwise, selling others' goods on commission will yield minimal profit. Moreover, one must have access to a large quantity of high-quality stones. As the scale of the inventory is crucial to the auction's success, that a guest may overlook one stone but might be captivated by another, necessitating a diverse and high-quality selection. Furthermore, a robust client base is essential. Otherwise, even the finest goods will go unsold. Thus, only industry titans dare to host private auctions. Additionally, private auctions allow for the discreet handling of sensitive raw stones, as all attendees are familiar with one another. Minimizing risk. Chu Tianxiang readily agreed to participate in the private auction, and Gao informed him that it would commence in a month, with the current phase focused on accumulating inventory and notifying clients. Some top-tier materials would also be featured in promotional brochures. Seeing Chu Tianxiang's agreement, the 3 were quite pleased. Chu Tianxiang then asked Pan Yue, "Is that stone also going to be included in the public auction?" Pan Yue glanced at the other 2 men and replied, "If all goes well, it is indeed slated for inclusion." Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment and said, "I would still like to take a look at that stone. If possible, could Mr. Gao and Mr. L accommodate me? My company is located at Wuxing. If the stone could be brought there, you could send someone to accompany it. After we've examined it, you can take it back. The company's finances are not an issue, and if there are suitable items at the private auction, I will certainly support your endeavors." This was a clear commitment to participate in the private auction. Mr. Del and Mr. Gao exchanged glances, with Mr. L stating, "Mr. Chu, you are young and promising. We hope to collaborate with you frequently. However, we cannot make decisions regarding that stone ourselves. That I will confirm this within a few days. Is that acceptable?" Chu Tianxiang nodded in agreement, and after a few more exchanges, he took his leave. After his departure, Mr. Gao turned to Pan Yue and asked, "Old Pan, does this Mr. Chu truly possess the means?" "He seems rather young," Pan Yue assured him. "No problem at all. That day, I had him look at the stone on a whim, and he specifically went to the ATM to verify his funds, revealing over 50 million across both cards. Moreover, he has previously purchased over 2 million worth of stones from me, always coming alone, making quick decisions without hesitation." That Mr. Gao remarked, "Whose child is this with such wealth? What kind of family allows such freedom?" Mr. L suggested, "Let us report back to President Zhang that if needed, we can take the stones to him for a look, with someone accompanying us." Chapter 41. Meeting the president again, Chu Tianxiang returned to the company in a state of excitement, as President Tan and Chen Zhengsheng had returned as well. Another delightful surprise awaited him. 3 stones had sold for 650 million. President Tan had initially engaged with President Wu from Pingzhou and a major player from Jiang. But somehow news of the sale had leaked. 2 individuals from Hong Kong, leveraging their connections with the Jiang counterpart, joined the fray, driving the price up to a point where President Wu was left astonished. Ultimately, President Wu spent just over 100 million on 1 stone, while the other 2 were jointly acquired by the Jiang individuals and the Hong Kong contingent, leading President Wu to harbor some discontent towards Old Tan. Chen Zhengsheng animatedly recounted, "Old Tan is utterly incompetent. Just 3 stones, and 3 groups of people showed up. Whoever offered the highest price got the goods. President Wu barely had time to call in reinforcements. And if it weren't for the Hong Kong people being wary of his influence, they likely wouldn't have left him a single piece. Old Tan replied, I didn't initially intend to sell everything to President Wu. I feared he would monopolize the transaction and drive the price down. Hence, I reached out to Lao Kai from Jiang. When Lao Kai saw the images on my phone, he secretly contacted the Hong Kong people. By the time they arrived to inspect the stones, he was already with them, and I couldn't refuse them entry. President Wu thought he had everything under control, but when he saw the quality, he panicked and tried to call for partners, but Lao Kai quickly shut him down. Dai Dong asked, was there any fallout with President Wu? Old Tan assured him, no issue at all. Next time I have goods, I'll just give him a few pieces separately. Chu Tianxiang remarked, it seems we need to source quality goods. Valuable items can command high prices. Chen Zhengsheng immediately suggested, let's go find goods tomorrow. President Chen from Yalong has been calling me incessantly. Dai Dong proposed, let's take a few days to rest, gather everyone, and head to Tingchong for some hot springs that we've all been working tirelessly. It's time for some balance between work and relaxation, No1 objected. And upon hearing this, Zhang Li and Li Jie jumped up in excitement. Dai Dong cheerfully declared, Zhang Li, don't get too carried away. Tonight, we will have a company dinner. You and Li Jie go buy some supplies. We'll eat outside in the pavilion, and you'll take charge of the cooking that we need to celebrate properly, so everyone must drink heartily. No one is allowed to hold back. The trip to Tingchong left them all refreshed. Upon returning to Ruining the next day, Chen Zhengsheng called President Zhang of the Ruining Association. When the call connected, a cacophony of noise was heard on the other end. Chen Zhengsheng raised his voice. Is this President Zhang? Hello, my name is Chen. We met at President Chen's shop in Yalong. President Zhang paused, quickly recalling who was on the line, and immediately responded with enthusiasm, agreeing to meet at 3 in the afternoon at his shop. Chen Zhengsheng then took a closer look at President Zhang's business card, stifling a laugh upon realizing it was also located in the Jupiter Jewelry City, not far from their current location. Promptly at the appointed time, Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang arrived at President Zhang's store, which boasted an impressive 30-meter fa, complete with stone lions at the entrance and an abundance of greenery. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious area of around 200 to 300 square meters, adorned with a decor that was both rustic and grand, that a towering jade statue of Guan Yu graced the central wall. While to the left was a 3-meter-long redwood tea table surrounded by 8 immortals' chairs, that to the right, neatly arranged shelves displayed an array of large stones, and near the windows, a small tea table provided seating for clients to examine the stones. The premises also contained several rooms, the purpose of which remained unclear. Seated at the tea table were 2 individuals, yet the esteemed Chairman Zhang was absent. Upon noticing someone entering, both turned to glance towards the door. Mr. Chu, what brings you here? In attendance at the table were Mr. Pan Yue and Mr. Gao. The group quickly engaged in pleasantries. Chu Tianxiang introduced Chen Zhengsheng to the 2, who presumed he must be an elder from his family. Shortly thereafter, Chairman Zhang returned, and upon seeing Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang, he immediately exuded warmth, apologizing for his tardiness. After taking a seat, Pan Yue swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words to Chairman Zhang. The chairman's expression transformed with understanding as he addressed Chen Zhengsheng, saying, Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. Mr. Chu here is already acquainted with my younger brother and has also met Mr. Gao. That he gestured towards Pan Yue and Mr. Gao. Chen Zhengsheng appeared slightly skeptical, glancing at Chu Tianxiang, who clarified, Uncle, I purchased a few stones from Mr. Pan, and Mr. Gao was introduced there as well. Chen Zhengsheng remarked to Chairman Zhang, acquaintance begets friendship. Chairman Zhang, with your esteemed reputation, we have much to learn from you. Naturally, we are also interested in acquiring some quality stones. Chairman Zhang smiled warmly, affirming, these 2 are certainly not short on funds. Chu Tianxiang quickly realized that the special stones must belong to Chairman Zhang. And Pan Yue was likely doing business under his auspices, while Mr. Gao appeared to be a direct subordinate of the chairman. After a lively discussion, Chen Zhengsheng noticed that Chu Tianxiang remained motionless, neither inspecting the stones nor engaging in conversation, and reminded him, Tianxiang, why not take a look at the suitable stones? Chairman Zhang certainly has plenty of fine merchandise here. Chu Tianxiang acknowledged, but remained still, his gaze fixed intently on Chairman Zhang. Observing his lack of movement, Chairman Zhang, understanding the underlying dynamics, couldn't help but chuckle softly. The youth wished to examine a particular stone, yet he had yet to respond. Realizing this, he thought to himself, this lad is keen to see that stone, but I've yet to provide a response that if he is not showing me, then I shan't examine the others either. That it wasn't that he was unwilling to show Chu Tianxiang. He had been preoccupied with private transactions lately and had little time to spare. That it was merely that this particular stone posed some concerns. Coming to this conclusion, Chairman Zhang smiled and addressed Chu Tianxiang, saying, "Young brother, I've been quite busy these past few days. I agree to what you proposed, but I simply can't find anyone to deliver it. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I will have Xiao Pan bring it to you." Chen Zhengsheng was perplexed, unsure of Chairman Zhang's intentions, and looked towards Chu Tianxiang, who replied, "Then I thank you, Chairman Zhang. To be honest, whether Chu Tianxiang would proceed with the purchase was another matter entirely. He was simply eager. It was a rare opportunity to examine such an extraordinary item, and he couldn't forgive himself for not delving into it thoroughly. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Tianxiang rose to inspect the stones, closely followed by Mr. Gao, who was ready to assist at any moment. After examining several stones, Chu Tianxiang couldn't help but admire Chairman Zhang's reputation. He was indeed deserving of it. Having ample funds was one aspect, but regardless of whether these stones would yield a profit, their outward appearance was undoubtedly of high quality. Chairman Zhang's expertise was apparent. He inquired of Mr. Gao, "Do these stones also go to the private auctions?" Mr. Gao responded, "They all do, but if Mr. Chu has an eye on any particular piece, feel free to acquire it directly. Naturally, if something could be sold now, they should seize the opportunity rather than wait for the auction." After scrutinizing for over half an hour, Chu Tianxiang had selected 2 pieces among the 40 stones available, but remained silent. He turned to Mr. Gao and asked, "Are these the only larger pieces? Surely there must be more of good quality." Mr. Gao quickly replied, "There are some in the back room. Let me show you." Leading Chu Tianxiang into a windowless inner room, Mr. Gao revealed walls lined with 2-tiered shelves filled with large stones. One side housed a set of tall safes. Mr. Gao inquired, "Would you like to see the smaller ones? There are some weighing a few kilograms, and they are quite appealing." Chu Tianxiang replied, "I'll start with the larger ones and then decide." He began to inspect the stones meticulously. After a while, he instructed Mr. Gao, "Please open the safes. I'm not interested in the smaller ones, just those weighing several kilograms or more." However, Mr. Gao opened the safes to reveal the smaller stones on top, while the larger ones were below, and each safe contained several. After about 20 minutes, Chu Tianxiang asked Mr. Gao, "Should I invite Chairman Zhang in, or shall we discuss this ourselves?" Mr. Gao asked, "Which pieces have caught your eye?" Chu Tianxiang indicated 3 larger stones and 1 smaller piece. "I'll call in Chairman Zhang." Mr. Gao then fetched Chairman Zhang and Chen Zhengsheng, with Pan Yue trailing behind. Chu Tianxiang turned to Chen Zhengsheng, stating, "Uncle, I found a few pieces. We just need to discuss pricing." Chen Zhengsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Chairman Zhang interjected, "Young brother, pricing is negotiable." Mr. Gao pointed out the stones Chu Tianxiang had shown interest in. After a moment of contemplation, Chairman Zhang stated, "The black sandstone on the ground is priced at 850,000. The one from Muna is a bit more at 2.3 million. The Kaka stone will be 500,000, and the smaller one is 250,000. Chu Tianxiang glanced back at Pan Yue, who felt a shiver run through him. This lad isn't planning to employ that tactic again, is he? However, Chu Tianxiang spoke up, "Chairman Zhang, let us do this. I'll propose a price for each piece. If you agree, my uncle and I will proceed with the purchase. If you find my offers too low and it complicates matters, you need not sell. I want to raise my bid." Everyone, including Chairman Zhang, Pan Yue, and Mr. Gao, was taken aback. Was there truly someone so bold as to negotiate in such a manner? What audacity! Pan Yue thought. This young man is leveraging his wealth, employing any tactic he sees fit. The black sandstone is 600,000. The Muna is 1.6 million. The Kaka stone is 400,000, and the smaller stone is 100,000, Chu Tianxiang declared confidently. Upon hearing these figures, Chairman Zhang quickly regained his composure. Most affluent buyers typically purchase only 1 or 2 stones. Yet this young man was willing to buy 4 at once, and his prices were reasonable, leaving room for profit. Sensing the opportunity to negotiate further, he noted Chu Tianxiang's harmless and confident smile and thought better of it. Agreed, Mr. Chu. Since I consider myself your elder, I will grant you this favor and sell at the prices you proposed. Chairman Zhang feigned cheerfulness. Chairman Zhang, there are still 2 pieces outside. Would you like to take a look? Chu Tianxiang suggested. Approaching the 2 stones, he pointed out, Chairman Zhang, these 2 should not be priced too high. I want to negotiate. Just offer a price. And if it's reasonable, I'll take them. Pan Yue realized, here we go again. Chairman Zhang, astute as ever, replied, let us not separate them. The 2 together will be 250. 000. If that suits you, take them. This price is nearly at cost. After contemplating briefly, Chu Tianxiang agreed. Pan Yue admired Chairman Zhang's negotiation skills. Had I made a similar offer, I could have sold my 2 stones as well. With the prices settled, Chu Tianxiang produced his bank card and handed it to Mr. Gao for processing, arranging for the delivery of the stones. Chairman Zhang was exceedingly pleased and exchanged contact information with the 2, noting that their companies were nearby and expressing interest in visiting them when he had the time. The 2 then took their leave upon the delivery of the stones to their company. The workers arranged them in the warehouse, and the group sat together for a chat. Chen Zhengxing looked at Chu Tianxiang and remarked, young man, you seem to be learning some tricks, and I must say, I like it. Dai Dong quickly inquired about the details, and Chen Zhengxing elaborated on the stone buying experience with embellishments. Chu Tianxiang chuckled and said, when you all left, I felt at a loss in front of Mr. Pan, which left me quite frustrated for a while, prompting me to devise this approach, which turned out to be quite effective. Dai Dong and Mr. Tan burst into laughter, impressed by Chu Tianxiang's growth. Mr. Tan remarked, if there are no other matters, I plan to return to Beijing tomorrow, that I'm contemplating a trip to the Pingzhou private auction, as the profits there are substantial. Dai Dong, Chu Tianxiang, and Chen Zhengxing had no objections. Mr. Tan was undoubtedly a master in the realm of sales, possessing extensive connections and keen insight into market psychology. Upon hearing that Mr. Tan intended to depart the following day, Chu Tianxiang suddenly recalled something and said, Uncle Tan, let's postpone until the day after tomorrow. I have a stone to inspect tomorrow that you surely haven't seen before, that I've been restless over it for days. The others eagerly inquired, what kind of stone is it? Is its quality good? It won't be a glass type, will it? Chu Tianxiang replied, its appearance is extraordinarily unique. I've never encountered anything like it before, but I'm uncertain about its internal qualities. This uncertainty has been troubling me and preventing me from sleeping well. However, whether I purchase it will depend on thorough research, and it will be presented at the private auction. Whose private auction? Both Dai Dong and Mr. Tan asked simultaneously. Chairman Zhang is preparing to partner with someone to host a private auction at the end of the month. When I met Mr. Gao recently, they informed me about this venture and asked if I would participate, that I told them I wanted to see that stone first, and they neither confirmed nor denied. Today, I happened to catch the opportunity, so I took their offer, and Chairman Zhang agreed to bring the stone over tomorrow. The concept of a private auction was not unfamiliar to Dai Dong and Mr. Tan, as they had both participated in several. However, private auctions vary in exclusivity. Some are open for anyone to enter and examine, allowing guests to purchase suitable items that will. In contrast, others have strict entry requirements, reserved for specially invited clients. Even if ordinary guests gain entry, they often cannot afford the items on display. That high-end private auctions feature stones worth millions, emphasizing exclusivity, with attendees being either wealthy or influential, making it easier to sell to them, yet demanding exceptionally high standards for the materials. That Mr. Tan has taken an interest, remarking that there is a plethora of materials at this private auction that are seldom seen. He inquired, when does it commence? I shall also go and take a look. The rotund gentleman added, let us all attend and strive to find another stone worth billions. Do you think this is simply picking up money? Billions indeed. Mr. Dai chuckled derisively. Chapter 43. The power of private auctions. The following day, Mr. Pan Yue drove over with 2 workers, bringing a stone that was tightly wrapped and placed on the tea table in the first floor. As they unwrapped it, a collective gasp escaped the group. What is this? The stone exhibited a yellow hue, with an irregular shape, one end larger than the other, yet its angles were sharply defined. The surface resembled a toad's warty skin, adorned with countless protrusions, and the knife marks crisscrossed haphazardly. The grains on the outer shell were as hard as blades, capable of cutting the skin, and the surface was littered with dot-like spots, leaving a deeply unpleasant impression. This jade? Mr. Tan pondered aloud. They have tested it. It is indeed jade, came the soft reply from Chu Tianxiong. The group hastily began examining the stone. After a while, as per their agreement, Qin Jingsheng led Pan Yue to the pavilion for tea, and the two workers followed suit. Once the others had departed, Chu Tianxiong let out a sigh of relief. Closed his eyes to rest, while Mr. Dai and Mr. Tan sat silently beside him. After a few minutes, Chu Tianxiong began to caress the stone with his hands, at times gently, at others with considerable force. His movements were deliberate and slow, akin to a tortoise ambling along, occasionally striking the skin of the stone with a flashlight, producing a jarring metallic sound. After approximately 40 minutes, he opened his eyes, only to find his hands marred with scratches, some of which had begun to bleed. Subsequently, he resumed his meticulous examination, widening his eyes as he lifted the flashlight to illuminate the stone from about a foot away. Scrutinizing the protrusions without blinking, Mr. Dai and Mr. Tan dared not breathe, their wide eyes fixed on Chu Tianxiong, witnessing for the first time how he interpreted the stone. Such a technique was beyond their previous encounters. After an hour had passed, Chu Tianxiong set down the flashlight, pondered for a moment, and addressed Mr. Dai and Mr. Tan, saying, "Uncle Dai, Uncle Tan, there should be a substantial patch of green here, of exceptionally high quality." He pointed towards the smaller end of the stone. Typically, the green in jadeite raw stones appears in spots, bands, or planes. The term substantial patch of green refers to a large area of green within the jade. And once such a patch is formed, its quality is invariably excellent. The two men were left speechless. Could such a thing truly be discerned? Mr. Tan gestured towards the larger end, asking, "And what about this side?" "It should be devoid of anything," Chu Tianxiong replied. Mr. Dai rose, exclaiming, "Let us hasten to have him take the stone away. Lingering too long may arouse their suspicions." Noticing the silence from the two, Mr. Dai stepped outside to summon Pan Yue. After exchanging pleasantries, Pan Yue took the stone away. Once settled, Mr. Dai inquired, "How large is that patch of green?" Chu Tianxiong responded, "It's hard to say, but it won't be too small. The hardness of this stone is quite high, and the numerous protrusions make it feel particularly unpleasant to touch, rendering it difficult to gauge." Upon hearing about the substantial patch of green, Qin Zhengxing perked up, asking Chu Tianxiong, "How much is it worth?" "If it's less than 50 million, it's worth taking." "Then what are we waiting for?" Chu Tianxiong offered a wry smile. "This stone must go to the private auction," he continued. "When I first saw this stone, it was priced at merely 8 million, that I lacked the time for a thorough examination, and since it originated from a dubious source at a gambling site, I didn't dare to make an offer." Chun Zhengsheng repeatedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "What a pity, what a pity," Mr. Dai assured him. "There is nothing to lament. We can simply bid for it later," Mr. Tan echoed. "It merely entails spending a bit more." However, the subsequent developments far exceeded the group's expectations. In the following days, Chu Tianxiong and Chun Zhengxing managed to acquire several more stones that Mr. Chun from Yalong and Mr. Shui, Chu Tianxiong's former employer, both visited to take a look. Chu Tianxiong even took his mother to the hospital in Mongshu, consulting the finest internal medicine specialist for her condition, only to learn that her prior injuries had taken too great a toll, leaving little recourse other than gradual recuperation. During this time, Pan Yue delivered an invitation, accompanied by a beautifully printed brochure showcasing 20 stones, one per page with 6 striking images for each. The first stone was a more than 1 ton Wanji black sand, its outer skin gleaming with oil. It was uncertain whether this was due to the stone itself or the photographer's skill. The second stone was a 20-kilogram Mo Shisha, which appeared to be of high ice quality based on the images. The materials they were examining were designated as number 11, that their invitation was listed as number 38, indicating that many prominent figures were to attend before them. Truth be told, while Mr. Tan owned several shops in Beijing, the quality of his goods was only above average, with limited exposure to top-tier products. Mr. Dai ran a singular top-tier shop, but his inventory was too scant, hence their lack of substantial connections and recognition within the jadeite community. President Zhang's auction plan included 20 premium stones and 200 ordinary ones, with half designated as gambling materials and the other half as modified goods. Each day, viewing commenced at 10 in the morning. Bidding began at 1 in the afternoon, and the final bids were opened at 4, all conducted in secrecy. Jadeite auctions possess their own unique characteristics. The so-called secret bid entails a reserve price that remains undisclosed. All participants submit their bids based on what they perceive, with the highest bidder winning, provided they exceed the reserve price. Due to the uncertainty of others' bids, accurately gauging competitors' offers becomes crucial, as it is not uncommon for stones worth tens of millions or even billions to be lost simply because a bid was lower by a mere 10 or 8. Guests attending this auction receive complimentary airfare, meals, and accommodation, demonstrating not only the lavishness of the private auction organizers, but also their confidence in its resounding success. That it is understood that no significant figure would attend alone. At least one or two senior consultants specializing in stone appraisal would be essential, and those accompanying the bigwigs, as well as partners taking the opportunity to bring their girlfriends, ensured that a team of 4 would be considered minimal. The expenses for this private auction would not fall below several million done on the day of the event. Chu Tianxiang donned a suit, tied a necktie, and wore polished leather shoes, a strict requirement from Mr. Dai. Since acquiring the suit, he had only worn it a few days in Yangcheng, returning to ruining in casual t-shirts and trousers. Previously, he had worn sandals, but now, under Mr. Dai's stern prohibition, he was relegated to wearing casual sneakers. The young man, however, looked quite dashing in his attire, prompting a wave of teasing from several uncles at the company. The group then piled into a car headed for the venue, where Qin Zhengxing suddenly remarked, "We read just going like this? We must be saving Mr. Zhang quite a bit." Indeed, with only their small group, if outsiders were to attend, hospitality expenses would undoubtedly exceed several tens of thousands. Could it be that they invited us because we wouldn't incur any costs? Mr. Dai speculated. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Tianxiang's reputation in the circle is rather muted. One wonders why they thought of inviting him. He mused. Chapter 44. The scene of the private auction upon arriving at the venue. They saw President Zhang and several others welcoming guests at the entrance. Pan Yue and Mr. Gao were also present. Qin Zhengxing stepped forward, walking shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Dai, as was previously agreed. The two of them would take the lead while Chu Tianxiang and Mr. Tan provided strategic input from behind. After exchanging pleasantries with President Zhang, the group made their way inside. The entire hall was filled with stones, with a viewing platform on the left and a row of chairs set up in front for the opening ceremony. A guide directed the group to their seats before departing. Many guests had already arrived, mingling in small groups, while some approached the display stands to examine the stones. Feeling a bit bored, the group scanned their surroundings when suddenly, Chu Tianxiang exclaimed, "President Wu from Pingzhou is here too." They followed his gaze to see President Wu laughing and chatting with a group, standing alongside the corpulent Mr. Wei, that Mr. Tan suggested. "Let us go greet him." The group rose and made their way to President Wu, with Mr. Tan leading the way. Raising his hands in greeting, he called out, "Old Wu, hello. You've come as well?" Upon turning around and seeing Mr. Tan, President Wu was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "How come they are here too?" In truth, President Wu had previously looked down on Mr. Tan, a judgment based on status. Yet in recent times, Mr. Tan's high-quality offerings had garnered his respect. He shook Mr. Tan's extended hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Mr. Tan, hello, hello. You've come to take a look as well." As he spoke, his gaze drifted past Mr. Tan, nodding in acknowledgement at the others behind him. The group hurriedly stepped forward to express their greetings. Just as the podium announced for everyone to take their seats, signaling the imminent commencement of the ceremony, 18:58 a.m., the host of the ceremony, Mr. Gao, strode onto the stage, warmly addressing the guests below. The jadeite raw stone auction initiated by the Ruining Association, along with Ruining Zhongshu Jewelry Company, Ruining Yenda Jadeite Company, Myanmar, Jela Jadeite Company, and Muja Gaming Co.is now commencing. Applause erupted. After a brief pause, he continued, "On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a hearty welcome to the esteemed guests who have traveled from afar across the nation, including Mr. Sun Yuxuan, the Jade King of HK, Mr. Ho Dingxian, Technical Director of Lin S. Jadeite in HK, Ms. Kai Yuan, General Manager of Mingda Jewelry in Taiwan, Mr. Zhang Liren, President of the Guangdong Jiang Association, Mr. Dai Yue, Vice President of the Yangqing Wayland Association, and Mr. Wu Sanyuan, Vice President of the Pingzhou Association." The mentioned guests rose, nodding in acknowledgement to the audience. Dai Dong and his companion sat there, utterly astonished, contemplating the presence of more than a dozen presidents and vice presidents from within the country. Such formidable strength was indeed impressive. No wonder their invitation bore the number 38, suggesting that few remained thereafter. Following this, the hosts delivered their speeches, guests made their remarks, and the ceremony was deemed complete. The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, some examining materials while others greeted one another, creating a lively atmosphere. Chu Tianxiang furrowed his brow and remarked to Tan Hui, "It's impossible to concentrate here. The noise is overwhelming." Tan, unable to hear clearly, followed him out of the hall and inquired, "What did you say?" Chu replied, "The noise is too loud. I cannot maintain my focus, and observing is futile." Tan pondered this, recognizing it as a genuine concern. Yet he mused that one could not simply expel everyone for personal convenience, that he approached a staff member and quietly inquired, returning to report, "In a while, all guests will dine on the second floor. But this place will remain open that we can return then. I suspect the crowd will have thinned considerably." With no better options at hand, Chu Tianxiang resigned himself to a cursory examination of the hall alongside Tan. The exquisite materials were displayed separately, with bids accepted only for the top 10 in the premium category, while the ordinary materials allowed bids for the top 100 starting from the 100th lot. Chu scanned through quickly, dismissing the crowded items, and within an hour, he had scrutinized all 100 stones. He settled into a chair by the shelves, retrieved a bidding sheet from a small round table, and began jotting down several numbers, ensuring they were spaced apart, marking his intended focus for later. The competition for premium materials was too intense, and he could do no more than wait for an opportunity. As noon approached, the crowd began to wane, and Chu noticed that no one was attending to stone number 57, that this piece, a Muna red-skin material weighing 52 kilograms, bore a color band. The outer shell seemed of inferior quality. But upon touch, it did not shed sand, that a gentle tap produced a muffled sound. Chu examined the stone thoroughly, placing a hand upon it to gauge its feel, then marked a sheet before turning to the next piece. Number 45, weighing 45 kilograms, exhibited a green waxy skin and visible color bands, indicating its quality was discernible, though the risk of cracks loomed. After a meticulous examination, he marked a cross on his sheet. Within half an hour, he had reviewed the stones he had recorded, identifying 5 for potential bids that he then moved to the premium section, fixating on the first lot, a black stone weighing over a ton. Its deep, opaque surface was accented by a sparse outer waxy layer, with uniformly distributed sand grains and numerous color bands, the widest being the size of a child's palm. He ran his hand over the sand, savoring the texture. Suddenly, he heard a cough behind him, and upon turning, he saw an elderly gentleman, aged between 70 and 80, accompanied by a graceful young woman. "Young man, do you fancy this stone as well?" The elder inquired. "Greetings, Mr. Sunday, I am merely browsing," Chu Tianxiang replied, recognizing the elderly gentleman as the esteemed guest introduced at the ceremony, Mr. Sun Yuxuan, the Jade King. The elder had a kind demeanor, was sprightly despite his age, and possessed bright, penetrating eyes. "Shall we engage in a discussion, young man?" Mr. Sun suggested. Chu hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare to presume in your esteemed company. I still have much to learn from you." The elder feigned annoyance. "Nonsense. There's no need for such humility. Speak your mind, young man. Why the hesitation?" The young woman chimed in, "Don't be shy, young brother. My grandfather enjoys conversing with the youth." Recognizing the insistence from both, and fueled by youthful ambition, Chu paused and said, "This appears to be Mo1G material. The sand is evenly distributed, the skin is tight, with both dotted and banded patterns of fine sand. The depth of the sand suggests a very mature quality, exhibiting a fog layer, indicative of an exceptional grade. Once the color penetrates, its value will be astronomical." That Mr. Sun nodded approvingly. This young fellow possesses some insight, aligning closely with the judgments of the seasoned stone gamblers he brought along. He then inquired, "Is that all?" Chu hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and whispered, "Mr. Sun, I suspect this material is slightly off. The core seems rather coarse." That Mr. Sun was taken aback, widening his eyes in surprise. Speechless for a moment, that moment, Dai Dong and his 2 companions, who had opted out of dining, noticed Chu Tianxiang conversing with the elderly gentleman by stone number 1 and approached. Chapter 45, Approaching Climax. The elder, noticing the newcomers, fell silent, nodding at Chu Tianxiang before turning to leave. Chu quickly informed Dai Dong and the others, "Check out ordinary stones, 52, 67, 3, 86, and 13. These are worth bidding on. The rest didn't catch my interest." Dai Dong and his companions had previously been fervent enthusiasts of stone gambling. even to the point of obsession, which was how they came to know Chu Tianxiang. However, after witnessing his astonishing skills, their passion for studying stones had diminished significantly. Indeed, no amount of research could rival Chu's 10 minutes of observation, which was quite a blow to their confidence. Among the premium materials, only 4 were pure gambling stones, while the remaining 6 were of altered quality, which did not pique Chu's interest. His focus remained firmly on the 4 pure gambling stones. The first 2 were disappointing, the third was promising, and the fourth again fell short. While examining the 4th stone, President Wu from Pingzhou and Mr. Wei also came over to take a look. Chu exchanged a few casual words with them before departing. After a break until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, people gradually returned to the exhibition hall, and shortly thereafter, bidding sheets began to circulate. Chu and his companions gathered around a round table to discuss their pricing strategy. The responsibility for determining the bid amounts primarily rested with Dai Dong and Tan Hui, as Chu had never participated in such an auction and lacked experience. Dai Dong and Tan Hui first established a price based on their assessments of the stones, then consulted Chu about how much they could potentially appreciate before adjusting their bids upward. After Chu carefully reviewed their proposed amounts, he handed the sheet to Tan Hui, who cross-checked it before passing it to Chimpanzee, who promptly headed for the bidding box, also participating in this process for the first time. With still some time before the 4 o'clock bid opening, Chu suggested, "I'll go check out the stone set for bidding tomorrow." The others, having no immediate plans, stood up and wandered off at exactly 4 o'clock. Everyone gathered near the podium, and as Mr. Gao, responsible for announcing the winning bids, briskly ascended the stage and tapped the microphone, he paused before declaring, "Good afternoon, esteemed guests, that we will now commence the opening of bids for the first session of this auction. Premium lot number 1, winning bid number 88003. Won at 76 million. Premium lot number 2, winning bid number 88011. Secured at 20,200,000. Premium lot number 7, winning bid number 88038. Went for 21 million. Dai Dong and Tan Hui exchanged an excited high five. "We won," with Mr. Gao's rhythmic intonation. Emotions ran high, some jubilant, others despondent. Those who won bids celebrated, while those who did not shook their heads in dismay. All in all, it was a successful day, with Dai Dong and his team winning 4 ordinary lots, while the final lot's pricing surprised them, as it exceeded their expectations that 100 ordinary stones and 10 premium stones. All were accounted for. The following day, when Chu Tianxiang and his companions arrived, it was nearly noon, a time they had intentionally chosen for its quieter atmosphere, conducive to examining the materials. Chu ventured alone to revisit the stones he had previously marked, meticulously studying them. Dai Dong and Tan Hui mingled among other stone enthusiasts, while Chimpanzee was busy engaging a young waitress with playful banter, eliciting laughter from her. After reviewing the selected stones, Chu made his way to the premium section, where he spotted Mr. Sun and his granddaughter inspecting lot number 11, the very piece Chu had studied in the shop, that he hurried over to greet them. "Mr. Sun, why aren't you at lunch, still examining stones?" The elder turned, recognizing the young man from the previous day, and feeling somewhat fond of him, smiled. "Young man, I'm skipping lunch today. This stone is quite unique, and I've never encountered one with such characteristics that I'm intrigued by it." "Come, young fellow, feel it." Chu quickly replied, No, please take your time, that I'll look at something else." Without waiting for a response, he hastily departed, causing the young woman beside him to stifle her laughter. Chu knew he could not express any opinions about this stone in front of the elder, as he intended to acquire it himself. Thus, he opted to remain non-committal. After scrutinizing the premium materials, aside from lot 11, he found 2 others of interest. Today, there were still 4 gambling stones in the premium section, meaning they would aim to bid on 3 of them. When it came time to write their bids, the group reconvened. There were 4 ordinary stones and 3 premium stones, presenting a considerable workload, especially for the premium items, where even slight differences could amount to millions. Dai Dong and Tan Hui decided to finalize the prices for the ordinary stones first before determining the values for the premium lots. They settled on lot 19, then 13, and finally 14, leaving only lot 11 undecided. Dai Dong inquired, "What should we do? Shall we establish a baseline first?" "Agreed. Let us set it at 10 million. That means a 50% increase would put us at a maximum of 15 million. Anything below that is unlikely." Chu interjected. "The Jade King, Mr. Sun, is also interested in this material." Dai Dong and Tan Hui exchanged glances, with President Tan stating, "It cannot be less than 20 million. At that moment, The stout man interjected, then why all the fuss? Just set it at 50 million in unison. Dai Dong and Tan Hui exclaimed, no way. Each industry has its own rules, and this stone is clearly not worth 50 million. If you quote that price, all the patrons will think you are merely stirring the pot, or even acting as a pawn for the organizers. Henceforth, you can forget about making a name for yourself in this circle. Tan Hui suggested, how about 25 million? That already exceeds the base price by 150%, that I cannot believe anyone would risk such a hefty sum on this gamble. Dai Dong remained silent. Directly inscribing the bid on the tender document, that moment, he felt a surge of inspiration and wrote down the bid amount. 25 million and 20,000 WY for a clock. All guests were seated. And the venue fell silent as the clock struck 4:10. The esteemed Mr. Gao had yet to take the stage, and gradually, a murmur began to rise. It was then that Mr. Gao hurriedly approached the front. Deliberately raising his voice, the second session of the auction is now commencing. Due to some technical difficulties, the opening bid for Lot 11 will be delayed. Mr. Gao resumed reading, and unfortunately for Chu Tianxiang and his companions, they succeeded in securing Lot 19, while the others faced complete defeat. Upon finishing the announcements, Mr. Gao expressed his apologies, stating, the winning bid for Lot 11 is 25 million and 20,000. A buzz erupted from the audience, filled with exclamations. That price is simply exorbitant. Hearing the amount, Chu Tianxiang's heart sank. They had missed out by a mere 200,000 at this moment. Dai Dong, seated beside him, gently patted Chu Tianxiang's hand and whispered, do not despair, Tianxiang. That stone belongs to us. Chu Tianxiang looked at Dai Dong in disbelief, his eyes wide with skepticism, to which Dai Dong smiled and nodded reassuringly. Yet Mr. Gao, unfazed by the turmoil, continued, however, there are two bidders who have both placed offers of 25 million and 20,000. The audience erupted in chaos, with some even whistling in excitement. This was utterly astonishing. Dai Dong was left in a state of bewilderment. Could such a situation truly occur? Chapter 46. Heightened tension. The atmosphere was rife with confusion. Observing Mr. Gao struggling to maintain order, Chairman Zhang took it upon himself to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may I have your attention that we did not foresee such a coincidence occurring. According to the rules of the Myanmar public auction, the party with the earlier bid number is considered the winner. However, due to unique circumstances in the domestic market, this policy has not been enforced, and disputes are typically resolved through friendly negotiation. Therefore, I kindly ask the esteemed guests with bid numbers 88009 and 88038 to accompany me to the VIP room for discussion. That Mr. Sun from HK, a man of great repute, I hope you can serve as a witness in this matter. For the rest of our guests, transportation is available outside for those wishing to return to their hotels, though we have a grand banquet planned for this evening. With that, Chairman Zhang stepped down from the stage. Dai Dong glanced at the three participants and said, I will accompany Mr. Tan inside. His implication was clear to all. In such matters, Chu Tianxiang was merely a novice and would not be of assistance. Chen Jingsheng, unfamiliar with the customs, might inadvertently say something irreparable. Dai Dong and Mr. Tan rose and approached Chairman Zhang, drawing the attention of all present. Who are these two? We have never seen them before. Does anyone know them? Please introduce yourselves. Whispers of speculation filled the room as the two approached Chairman Zhang. Dai Dong clasped his fists in greeting, stating, Chairman Zhang, thank you for your assistance. Here is our invitation letter. Chairman Zhang hesitated, struggling to recall who had introduced these two individuals. The guests had been invited by several companies, and it was impossible for Chairman Zhang to recognize each one, noticing his silence. Mr. Gao leaned in and spoke a few words, prompting Chairman Zhang to suddenly remember that these were indeed his guests. After glancing at the invitation, which bore their names, he quickly apologized. Mr. Dai, I sincerely apologize for any oversight. It has been a hectic few days, and I appreciate your understanding. That he continued. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sun from HK, a respected elder in the Jade community. We invited him to serve as a witness today. After introducing Mr. Sun, Chairman Zhang pointed to a frail old man nearby, saying, This is Chairman Dai Yue from Yangcheng, who is the guest with bid number 9. Chairman Zhang then introduced Mr. Sun and Chairman Dai Yue to Dai Dong and Tan Hui. With mutual nods, they proceeded to the VIP room, while all other bystanders were ushered out. In this room, Dai Dong and President Tan were joined by Chairman Dai Yue and a slender young man, along with Mr. Sun, who brought his granddaughter. Once seated, Chairman Zhang began the discussion, stating, "The occurrence of a bid collision is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lies in the fact that industry peers are optimistic about the future of jade, indicating that there is profit to be made. The curse, however, is that it leads to a standoff. One party must yield. According to unspoken rules, I have a few suggestions for your consideration on how to amicably resolve this." Seeing both parties nod in agreement, he continued, "Since Lot 9 was bid first, and given Chairman Dai's seniority, the stone will go to his side, with the understanding that he will provide appropriate compensation to the other party." "No way, I want the stone," Dai Dong replied, his tone low yet resolute. "Then, Mr. Dai, if you wish to claim the stone, will you agree to provide Chairman Dai with a suitable compensation?" Chairman Zhang inquired, looking at Chairman Dai Yue. Amidst raucous laughter, Chairman Dai Yue remarked, "If I concede, my family will surely mock me upon my return. Then let us propose that both parties share the stone, each holding a 50 stake." At this, both individuals surnamed Dai responded in unison, "No way." Chairman Zhang found himself in a difficult position, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? Next time, let us establish a rule. In the event of a collision, let us just roll dice or something straightforward." Suddenly, Chairman Dai Yue declared, 3 million. "You concede," that he directed his statement at Dai Dong. Dai Dong chuckled, 5 million. "You concede." Coughing twice, Mr. Sun signaled his intention to speak, prompting silence from everyone. Taking a sip from the teacup his granddaughter had handed him, he began, "Jade is a spirited entity, yet it has been tainted by the greed of U.S. merchants. Since a dispute has arisen, let us resolve it with money. Old Dai, I have known you for many years and know you dislike being at a disadvantage. This young man, however, is a newcomer and seems rather decisive. It is intriguing. We all have some wealth, so let us, in the spirit of charity, take advantage of Chairman Zhang's platform." With a sigh, Mr. Sun continued, "Let us start the bidding at 25 million, with increments of 2 million. You two may compete." Chairman Zhang, "For any bid exceeding 25 million, 90 shall be donated, and you may only retain 10. Do you agree? There is one more condition. You must promise me that the stone will be cut on site. I want to see what lies beneath that both of you are so adamant about. You two surnamed Dai cannot bully this old man who is nearing the end of his days." "I will bid 25 million and 10,000. That everyone was stunned, except for Chairman Zhang, who had reviewed all the bids. Dai Dong's reaction was swift. After a moment of shock, he immediately rose, bowing respectfully to Mr. Sun. "I apologize for my rudeness, esteemed elder. I hope you will forgive me." His words elicited a tinge of envy even from Chairman Dai Yue. Mr. Sun smiled, saying, "Let us not waste time with pleasantries. If you wish to obtain the stone, let your strength speak for itself." Chairman Zhang surveyed both Chairman Dai Yue and Dai Dong, asking, "Do you agree to Mr. Sun's proposal?" In unison, they replied, "Agreed." Chairman Zhang stated firmly, "The starting bid is 25 million. With increments of no less than 2 million. That any amount exceeding 2 million must be a whole number, in millions. The highest bidder wins, with 90 of the proceeds donated to charity, and the remaining 10 allocated as auction fees. Is that acceptable?" "Oh, and the raw stone must be cut on site." Chapter 47. Whose fortune will it be? Neither party raised any objections, and Chairman Zhang promptly summoned staff to prepare for the live auction. Those seated in the hall eagerly anticipated the spectacle, with patrons rushing to the restroom, fearing they might miss this rare event. Chu Tianxiang felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain of the negotiations taking place inside. Truthfully, he feared losing the stone, not for financial reasons, but due to an instinctive attachment. Chen Jingxing noticed Chu Tianxiang's distracted demeanor and reassured him. "Tianxiang, have no worries. Your uncles are as cunning as monkeys. They will not be at a disadvantage." Chairman Zhang emerged, striding onto the stage and addressing the microphone with authority. "Esteemed guests, after amicable negotiations, it has been decided to reopen the bidding for this stone. Starting from 25 million, that only these two parties will participate, and 90 of any bid exceeding 25 million will be donated to charitable organizations, with 10 allocated as auction fees. Whomever wins the bid must have the stone cut on site, with other esteemed guests as witnesses." The crowd erupted in murmurs. Amicable negotiations? This is absurd. What a thrill. I haven't seen anything this exciting in years. Old Dai has lost his mind. That worthless stone can't possibly be worth 20 million. Old Zhang's scheme is truly bizarre. Dai Dong and President Tan were invited to take their seats in the front row, where a table was brought in with a wooden hammer resting atop it. Beside it was a large blackboard, displaying the numbers 9 and 38, with vertical lines indicating the auction rounds numbered 1, 2, 3, and so forth, totaling 10 rounds. It was Chairman Zhang's first time serving as an auctioneer. And he stood at the table, announcing loudly, "The auction begins. I invite Chairman Dai Yue to make the first bid." The young man beside Chairman Dai Yue, his grandson, shouted, "2 million." On stage, a staff member promptly wrote 27 million beneath the number 9 on the blackboard. While General Gao stood by, supervising, ensuring that the figures were written correctly. 3 million. Dai Dong's voice was not loud. The staff member immediately inscribed 30 million beneath number 38. Dai Yue, now in his 60s, had transformed from a humble, obscure farmer son into a billionaire, dedicating his entire life to the jade industry. Renowned for his ruthlessness and sharp insight, he had witnessed stones akin to the one today at the Myanmar mine over 30 years ago, where an old miner had struck it rich, increasing his fortune 100-fold with a single blow. The miner had told him that such stones represented the difference between heaven and hell, depending solely on one's fortune. During this private auction, upon seeing the stone depicted in the brochure, Dai Yue felt as if he were gazing upon his youthful infatuation, Xiaofang, still as young and beautiful as ever, stirring his long untroubled heart into a sudden, fierce flutter. Though his family business was now entirely managed by the next generation, leaving him with only the title of chairman, this time, no matter the persuasion, he insisted on leading one of his grandsons to the event. For all the other stones, decisions were made by his grandson and advisors, but this particular stone was solely his domain, with no room for interference. His grandson recognized his grandfather's keen interest in the stone. 2 million. His grandson bid 3 million. Dai Dong countered, without hesitation. Each time, Dai Dong increased his bid by 1 million, pressing his opponent psychologically. Such an aura significantly swayed emotions in the auction hall. The stone's price soon reached 35 million. 5 million, came a buzz from the crowd. This time, Dai Yue directly added 5 million, aiming to decisively push his opponent out of the contest. When his grandson announced a 5 million bid, his voice quivered. He had no choice but to comply with his grandfather's wishes, as defying him was unthinkable. 6 million, Dai Dong declared loudly, maintaining his pressure. The noise in the hall grew overwhelming, compelling Chairman Zhang to shout, "Silence! Please be quiet and do not disturb the order of the auction." 8 million. Dai Yue's bid silenced the crowd. 9 million. Dai Dong replied with unwavering composure, devoid of any emotional inflection. Dai Yue paused momentarily before raising his bid by 2 million. Initially intending to outbid his opponent decisively, he reconsidered, opting for a war of attrition instead. Sitting in the front row, Grandpa's son felt uneasy. This contest had escalated beyond the stone itself into a battle of pride. After a moment's thought, he turned to his granddaughter and said, "Help me onto the stage." Though confused, she assisted her grandfather onto the stage, causing a stir among the audience. Even Chairman Zhang paused in surprise as the Jade King made his way up. Grandpa's son waved his hand, signaling for the auction to continue as he approached the table to stand beside Chairman Zhang. By this time, the price of the stone had reached 63 million. With Dai Yue's turn to bid 2 million, his grandson began, but before his words could fully escape, Grandpa's son, swift as lightning, wielded a wooden hammer, striking the table with a resounding thud. Leaning towards a microphone, he declared loudly, "Sold." Chapter 48. Deep bonds of old friends. The hall fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a frenzy. This was an unprecedented jest, and many wondered if the old man had lost his senses. Chairman Zhang, paralyzed with fear rather than fatigue, recalled that this stone could have been sold for 4 or 5 million when it first came into his possession. Now, it had soared past 60 million and was still climbing, leaving him in a precarious position with both parties offended that Dai's grandpa's son ascended the stage. He acted without much thought, but little did he know that he had inadvertently created a monumental farce by making such a declaration. While he wished for a swift conclusion, this was not the resolution he had anticipated. Dai Yue was elated, yet Dai Dong was left in a quandary. He had intended to withdraw around 60 million, but was now compelled to confront the situation created by the old man's unexpected maneuver. Dai Dong stood at the microphone, addressing the audience. "We are all of the same ilk, and continuing this dispute serves no one well. Thus, I shall defer to my elders. For any bid above 25 million, I shall take a 10% share that I believe Chairman Dai will agree. Grandpa Sun's proposition was essentially a gift to Chairman Dai, who had watched the stone's value escalate from a few million to over 60 million. Now seeking to claim a portion of the profits, that IT was a clever maneuver, allowing him to contribute most of the funds to charity, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast sums he typically donated each year. However, one issue remained. He had to placate Dai Dong and help him accept the new reality. Motioning for Dai Dong to join him on stage, Dai Dong complied without hesitation, striding confidently towards the elder. He approached respectfully, arms crossed, his expression grave. "Young man, are you displeased?" The elder's address, calling Dai Dong young man, felt slightly awkward for the 50-year-old. "May I have a moment of your time?" he inquired, his tone seemingly cordial, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Chairman Zhang promptly offered, "Old sir, let me arrange a private room that I in a nearby reception room." The two sat down. After a moment of contemplation, the elder remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, you hail from the Dai family of the capital?" Dai Dong straightened in his seat, responding respectfully, "Indeed, my father is the fourth in line." Grandpa Sun smiled, "You bear a striking resemblance to your third uncle. I sensed you were not merely a businessman. It turns out you come from a distinguished lineage." Dai Dong replied, "In my childhood, my family often jested that my third uncle was my true father. Alas, fate was unkind. He passed away, far too young at 35. Grandpa Sun continued, "My father and your grandfather were close friends in their youth. Long before the liberation, do you grasp the significance of that?" The elder fixed his gaze intently upon Dai Dong. Upon hearing this, Dai Dong leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Then your surname must be Zeng. I was born out of wedlock and have not reverted to my original surname in many years." The elder lamented. Dai Dong, bowing deeply, expressed, "I thank the Zeng family for all their support." His grandfather had engaged in underground work during tumultuous times, receiving multiple sponsorships from the Zeng family, which had saved his life on 2 occasions, making them lifelong friends. The elder's demeanor softened. "Let today's events be set aside. I owe you a personal favor. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Understood," Dai Dong acknowledged. "Such minor matters are inconsequential. Even if they were grave, I would bear the burden. The Zeng family's kindness is akin to that of a second set of parents for the descendants of the Dai family. Had my grandfather not survived, many of us would never have had the chance to exist." Standing by the elder, Dai Dong respectfully stated, "Uncle Sun, you flatter me to my actions were reckless, and I regret any trouble I may have caused you. If this constitutes a favor, how might we repay the Zeng family's kindness?" The elder mused, "This young man is no fool. He is decisive yet possesses wisdom and knows when to advance and retreat. The second generation of the Dai family truly lacks insight." Nearly an hour passed before the reception room door opened slowly, revealing Grandpa Sun, astonishingly, without his granddaughter's assistance. Instead, it was Dai Dong who supported the elder, leaving the audience bewildered. Had they not appeared to be strangers? Was the elder perhaps seeking a son-in-law? Dai Dong guided the elder to his seat, leaning down to whisper a few words, to which the elder nodded with a smile. Dai Dong then ascended the stage, addressing Chairman Zhang. "May I say a few words?" Chairman Zhang, still in a daze, nodded slowly, feeling utterly drained. Dai Dong took the microphone, proclaiming to the audience, "My team and I wholeheartedly endorse Grandpa Sun's decision." With no objections whatsoever. Chapter 49. Beside of a sinking vessel, the crowd erupted in cheers, and Chairman Zhang, invigorated by Dai Dong's words, stood to seize the microphone, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Sun, and thank you, Mr. Dai. We shall now proceed to the next phase. As previously agreed, the stone will be cut on site." Qu Xiangxiang felt as though he were on a roller coaster, experiencing extreme highs and lows, completely unaccustomed to such a scene, his heart taut with tension. Fists clenched, sweat soaking through his shirt, oblivious to it all. Chen Zhengxing fared no better, caught in a state of indecision, twisting and turning, his incessant chatter filling the air, though no one could quite catch what he was saying. Only when Dai Dong took the stage did they realize the gravity of the situation. The tide had turned, and their hopes were dashed as Dai Dong descended from the stage. He made a beeline for his original seat, prompting Old Tan to follow suit. Once seated, Dai Dong quietly remarked, "We must discuss certain matters upon our return, but we must relinquish our claim to the stone." Turning to Qixiangxiang, he reassured him, "Do not feel disheartened. There will be other opportunities." Knowing the boy's stubbornness stemmed from his affection for the stone, he understood that Qixiangxiang was not driven by greed. The lad smiled, replying, "I am fine, Uncle D, at that moment." The massive chainsaw was prepared, and a crowd gathered around the stone to strategize its cutting, while Dai Dong and his companions refrained from joining in the commotion. Shortly thereafter, Dai Yue marked a line on the stone, preparing for the best gem cutter under Chairman Zhang's direction to proceed. The resonant roar of machinery echoed through the hall, and in an instant, Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang darted towards the restroom like startled rabbits. By this time, it was already past 7 o'clock, and after several hours of holding it in, the sound of the saw was simply unbearable. Half an hour later, the machine came to a halt. The master stone cutter stood beside the machine, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, with layers of people pressing in from all sides. Among them were Dai Yue and his grandson, the elderly Zhang Huizhang, along with several other officials whose names were lost to memory, all gazing at one another in astonishment. The stone cutter lifted the enormous lid with one hand and pushed it back. As the crowd's eyes darted eagerly towards the interior of the machine, the flesh and skin were indistinguishable. Had it collapsed? This was an unprecedented stroke of bad luck that a collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. Beneath the greasy surface, the neatly cut face revealed no discernible change. What the exterior looked like, the interior mirrored precisely. The outer layer was dry and parched, and the insides were equally desiccated. The outer surface was rough with gritty particles, suggesting that the inner part should be no different. The exterior was filled to the brim with promise, yet not a single piece of jade was found. Everything had weathered away. What on earth was this? Dai Yue, flashlight in hand, scrutinized the stone, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he muttered, "Is this the difference between heaven and hell?" With an unwilling sigh, he lifted his gaze, only to hear someone exclaim, "This worthless thing cost over 60 million. Dai Yue's vision blurred, and he leaned precariously towards the machine. His quick-witted grandson caught him just in time, though the old man's brow grazed the clamp, causing blood to flow instantly. Dai Huizhang fainted. Urgent cries for help erupted. The crowd hastily assisted Dai Yue onto a table where he could lie down, his small stature allowing him to fit snugly. The granddaughter of the elderly Zhang rushed forward, announcing loudly, "I'm a doctor. Let me take a look." The crowd swiftly parted, allowing the young woman to examine Dai Yue's eyelids before rifling through his clothing pockets in search of life-saving pills. To her relief, she found some in his upper pocket, pouring them out without counting, and forcefully inserted them into his mouth. Meanwhile, Dai Yue's grandson stood by, paralyzed with worry, staring intently at his grandfather. "Quickly, call an ambulance." Step back. Give the patient some fresh air," the young woman shouted. Zhang Huizhang and the staff hurriedly began to clear the area, no longer caring about titles of president or vice president. At this moment, rank held no weight. When the stone cutting commenced, Chu Tianxiang and his companions had refrained from joining the commotion, yet they showed no intention of leaving, simply eager to discern the true nature of the jade within. It was only when the crowd erupted with the sound of the collapse that they heard the cries declaring it a failure, and Chu Tianxiang let out a deep sigh, lowering his head. Old Tan observed Chu Tianxiang and felt a pang of sorrow rise within him. Suddenly, he called out to Chen Zhengsheng, "Old Chun, come here for a moment." Chapter 50. Feigning insanity, Chen Zhengsheng, unaware of the situation, followed Old Tan with a look of suspicion as they stepped away from the crowd. "What is going on? Why are we sneaking from those two?" Tan Hui said, "Old Chen, you're a master at playing the fool. In a moment, go over there, spend a little money to buy those two worthless pieces of rock, but don't overpay, lest they grow suspicious." Tan Hui gazed deeply into Chen Zhengsheng's eyes. Chen Zhengsheng, being astute, pondered the implication and replied, "Just watched." He turned and walked away to AT that moment. The master stone cutter had just removed the stone from the machine and placed it back on the original shelf after cleaning it. Chen Zhengsheng approached the stone and declared loudly, "This pathetic rock is worth 60 million. How much coal must I haul for that?" He deliberately spoke in a thick Shanxi accent. "Look at this. Flesh and skin are indistinguishable. What a tremendous loss." He continued, "Is that president still unconscious? Surely, if he loses out, it's just a loss, but to lose his life would not be worth it." seeing that Dai Yue had not yet regained consciousness. Chen Zhengsheng began to ramble nonsensically. After a lifetime of hunting geese, to be bitten by one at the end, how painful to even think about it. This stone looks ominous. How did I end up with it? Chen Zhengsheng waved a flashlight over the stone's cut surface, his mouth running incessantly. This stone is truly consistent inside and out. What it appears to be on the outside, it is on the inside. How could so many experts have missed it? They might as well be coal miners like me. Hey, which young brother over there, are you selling the leftover stones? I've never cut a stone worth several million. How about you sell me these 2 worthless pieces, so I can have my fun? Upon hearing his incessant chatter, the nearby crowd began to distance themselves, thinking him to be a nuisance and wanting to avoid any association with him. However, upon hearing that he wished to purchase the 2 worthless stones, their interest piqued, and someone boldly shouted, "Boss, how much are you offering? This thing ITT worth 10,000 now, right? I'll offer 10,000. How about that?" Zhang Huizhang, recognizing Chen Zhengsheng, hurried over and implored, "Mr. Chen, please don't create chaos. Have a heart and say less." Chen Zhengsheng showed no fear toward Zhang Huizhang, replying, "President Zhang, I'm simply looking to buy this piece of scrap for fun. Go persuade that young lad to sell it quickly. Otherwise, this stone might just end up as a yard decoration." "What? Do you think it's too little? Perhaps I should add a bit more?" "Look how sincere we Shangxi people are," Chen Zhengsheng shouted. Left with no choice, Zhang Huizhang approached the young man and advised, "Little Dai, while the iron is hot, sell it if you can. Later on, you might not be able to sell it for even a penny." Dai Youwei's grandson, having seen the world, was momentarily disoriented by the day as events. One hand clasped his grandfather's, while the other dabbed a towel across his grandfather's forehead, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Zhengsheng. He thought to himself, how could a man of 4 or 5 decades appear like a rogue? Tell him 2 million. If he agrees, I'll sell it, and if not, he can leave me alone. That he intended to propose an outrageous price to scare off the ruffian. Zhang Huizhang paused in surprise, but soon grasped the young man's intention, that he called out to Chen Zhengsheng, 2 million, Mr. Chen. Do you want it?" Upon hearing the figure of 2 million, Chen Zhengsheng's face transformed into one of astonishment, and he turned to leave. Yet after taking a couple of steps, he halted, pondering before turning back with a sly grin. Trying to scare me. This young brother is quite unkind, underestimating us coal miners. That he then extracted several bank cards from his pocket, displaying them like a hand of poker, boasting, "Let me show you what it means to be a coal boss from Shangxi." Without even glancing at the cards, he randomly selected one and said to Zhang Huizhang, "President Zhang, just swipe the card. It's only 2 million, a mere drop in the bucket." The last part was delivered in a tone so grating it could curdle milk. Dai Yue's grandson was inclined to refuse. But having already spoken, he found it hard to retract his words. Many in the crowd were put off by Chen Zhengsheng's ostentatious display of wealth, and they clamored to Zhang Huizhang, "President Zhang, swipe the card." At that moment, a group of paramedics entered with a stretcher, prompting a flurry of activity as they hurriedly lifted Dai Yue onto the stretcher and rushed out. Some acquaintances of Dai Yue following suit to the hospital. Once Chen Zhengsheng entered his password, the stone was his. He continued to chatter, "I'm just a righteous man. 2 million for a worthless rock. Call it charity, that I'll tell the workers to dig more coal to make up for the loss." Those surrounding him felt an overwhelming urge to knock him out. He was insufferable. We don't need to cut it anymore, right?" he asked, genuinely not wanting to proceed with the cutting, but wary of inciting public ire. Zhang Huizhang and the others spoke in unison, "Absolutely not." Everyone was eager to witness the spectacle of him cutting through the stone only to reveal its disastrous interior. They would never allow him to take the stone away. The young woman did not follow the ambulance but approached her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, let us go home. You haven't eaten all day." The elderly man shook his head, his understanding faltering. He noticed Chen Zhengsheng and Dai Dong together, and he assumed that someone as meticulous and well-educated as Dai Dong would never associate with a rogue like Chen Zhengsheng unless the latter was feigning such behavior. What purpose could Chen Zhengsheng have in acting this way? When Chen Zhengsheng produced his card to hand to Zhang Huizhang, the old man began to comprehend. These young rascals were still hopeful, intent on acquiring the stone despite its ruinous state. Yet, why did they still wish to purchase it? Did the stone still conceal some monumental secret? He could not discern it, even though his life had been spent within the realm of jade. Having come from humble beginnings, he had amassed considerable wealth through jade, allowing him to reclaim his family lineage. He had presided over the family for many years, diversifying their ventures, and the jade business now constituted a minimal part of their operations. The title of Jade King was merely a relic of over 40 years ago, a title bestowed by peers that in recent years he had lived in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. It was only by chance that he had seen the stones in that catalog, which had drawn him here. Gamblers were ever confident, himself included, yet what gave these young men the audacity to believe that the ruined stone was worth 2 million? The old man lifted his head and said to his granddaughter, "Go fetch me a snack. I am feeling a bit hungry." Chapter 51. The withered tree reborn. Chen Zhengxing found himself at a loss. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed with the cutting. He scanned the area, noticing Tan Hui standing at the periphery, that as soon as he caught sight of Chen Zhengxing searching for someone, he quickly returned to Chu Tianxiang's side, whispering, "Don't speak. Just draw the line. Make it look casual." Dai Dong was in the midst of comforting Chu Tianxiang when he heard Tan Hui's words and felt a bit puzzled. Tan Hui continued, "Tianxiang, go on over. Your Uncle Chen is waiting for you to draw the line." Qu Xiangxiang departed in a state of utter bewilderment, prompting Tan Hui to explain, "I had old Chen spend 2 million to repurchase the stone." Dai Dong suddenly slapped his thigh, startling those nearby, who assumed he must have suffered some affliction. Qu Xiangxiang approached Chen Zhengxing, who urged, "Tianxiang, quickly draw a line for your uncle. I just acquired this stone." Taken aback, Qu Xiangxiang opened his mouth to speak, but Chen Zhengxing grasped his arm tightly, prompting him to fall silent. He picked up a pen and diligently drew a straight line across the large stone, then glanced at Chen Zhengxing, silently inquiring if he should mark the smaller one as well. With a wry smile, Chen Zhengxing replied, "They all need to be cut." Qu Xiangxiang picked up the smaller stone, assessed it, and drew a parallel line 1 centimeter from the cutting surface. Chen Zhengxing proclaimed to the onlookers, "My nephew possesses exceptional skills in stone gambling. It's all thanks to my guidance." The crowd scoffed at this, incredulous at how one could live in such a manner. The master stone cutter placed the stone into the machine, and the crowd dispersed, some heading to the restroom while others sought food. As it was already past 8 in the evening, President Zhang, with no other recourse, arranged for someone to procure boxed meals and snacks, deciding to wait until the stone was cut before addressing anything else. 20 minutes later, the machine halted, and the crowd reconvened around it as the lid was opened. The large stone lay cleaved in two, revealing no changes within. This time, no one gasped. All eyes turned to Chen Zhengxing, who merely cast a glance and instructed them to saw the smaller piece. At this juncture, there was no need for pretense. Approximately 20 minutes later, when the machine's cover was lifted, the fragment that fell within remained unchanged. Silence enveloped the crowd as Chen Zhengxing settled into a chair beside the shelf, waiting for the expert to finish washing the stone and bring it over. Once the stone was placed before him, he disregarded the smaller piece and directly examined the larger stone, which weighed over 20 kilograms. To be candid, he felt a flicker of anxiety. Suddenly, Chen Zhengxing snatched a flashlight from a nearby individual and deliberately swept it across the stone's cut surface from the outside in. A slender beam of green light erupted, illuminating Chen Zhengxing's face with an emerald hue that he let out a hearty laugh, tossed the flashlight aside, and departed. With a resounding thud, the crowd erupted in exclamations, craning their necks to glimpse the stone. Those outside, oblivious to the commotion, pressed in, and the scattered individuals hurriedly converged, creating a chaotic scene. As Chen Zhengxing made his way back, he muttered under his breath, "A bunch of fools, thinking they can mock me. They're not worthy." He approached 3 individuals and declared, "It's happened. My face is green." Tan Hui quipped, "Green face is inconsequential, as long as your head remains untainted." Laughter erupted among the group. Dai Dong recalled something and approached Old Sun, whispering, "Uncle Sun, the value has surged." The elderly man looked up and inquired, "To what extent?" Dai Dong pondered briefly before responding, "It's still unclear, but it should exceed 9 figures." The old man trembled slightly, saying, "You have an expert there that I plan to return tomorrow, but it seems I cannot leave now that I not cut that stone here. It is too ostentatious." Dai Dong hurried to inform President Zhang, stating that the stone would not be cut after all. President Zhang had no objections, as it was Dai Dong's possession, and their initial agreement had concluded. Leaving him exhausted from the day's events, he readily acquiesced, saying, "Good." President Zhang then addressed the attendees, Ladies and gentlemen, it is quite late. We shall proceed to the hotel for dinner, but as for that stone, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity regarding when it will be unveiled. The guests, famished, began to disperse in small groups, knowing that regardless of their return, the event of the day would provide ample conversation for days to come, rendering the journey worthwhile. Dai Dong bid farewell to Old Sun, and the four of them, carrying the stone, had no intention of attending any banquet. Upon entering the company, Chen Zhengxing bellowed, "Little girl, hurry and prepare a meal. Your Uncle Chen is starving." Zhongli rushed out, and Dai Dong urged, "Whatever food you have, make it quickly. The sooner, the better. We have matters to attend to afterward." Qixiangxiang entered the first-floor reception area with the stone, followed by the others that they settled in. Dai Dong spoke earnestly. "I must clarify something. Old Sun's father and my grandfather were sworn brothers. Our family owes them a great debt of gratitude, hence my decision to relinquish it," Chen Zhengxing affirmed. "Old Dai, everyone knows what kind of person you are. I assure you, no one will harbor resentment." Qixiangxiang added, "Uncle Dai, I didn't take it to heart at all." Tan Hui, ever perceptive, remarked, "Old Dai, this will not be so simple." "Will it?" Dai Dong sighed. "Old Tan, grant me some dignity. Tomorrow, the old gentleman will visit the company to see him." He gestured towards Qixiangxiang. Qixiangxiang, puzzled, wondered what he had to do with Old Sun, whom he did not know. Tan Hui inquired, "What is the reason? Is it good or bad?" Dai Dong replied, "The old gentleman is coming from HK specifically for this stone. During the event, we were determined to secure it, and he suspects there is an expert among us. His return was scheduled for tomorrow, but he has postponed it for this matter." The group fell silent. The confidentiality of Qixiangxiang's identity was of paramount importance to the company, a promise Dai Dong had made to Qixiangxiang's master. Now, not only had it been exposed, but it had also attracted a formidable player. To suggest that this player would not devour anyone was something even Dai Dong found hard to believe. Tan Hui stated, "Now we face several issues. First, how to converse with Old Sun tomorrow without revealing Qixiangxiang's identity. Second, considering yesterday's spectacle, initially appearing to be secure, followed by feigned ignorance, and then the cutting process, all of which may draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Third, let us not forget that there is still a president in the hospital. We may have inadvertently created an enemy." As they deliberated, the reality of their situation became clear. "Let us tackle these one at a time, starting with Old Sun," Dai Dong suggested. Tan Hui added, "We can only respond as events unfold. Hopefully, the old gentleman harbors no ulterior motives. We can present Qixiangxiang, but without divulging specifics." Dai Dong remarked, "I'm not particularly suited to take the lead or speak much." Tan Hui countered, "That is incorrect. You must leverage familial bonds to bind him, compelling him to save face." Dai Dong conceded, "That could be a viable emotional appeal. But what about the next issue?" He referred to Tan Hui's second point. Tan Hui responded, "That is the most troublesome aspect. Mark my words, our recent tranquility will soon be disrupted, as various parties will arrive." Chen Pongzi exclaimed, "So what? Let them come, it's not as if they're here to brawl." Dai Dong shot a glance at Chen Zhengxing, clarifying, "Old Tan's implication is that they're here to gather intelligence. Our methods at the event may have been somewhat excessive." Tan Hui remarked, "However, this may work to our advantage. We can now proceed openly and boldly in acquiring stones." Dai Dong concurred. "Thankfully, we relocated the storage room. Otherwise, if visitors arrived and saw high-value materials lying about, it would certainly create quite the spectacle to at that moment." Zhongli called for several individuals to come downstairs for dinner, prompting the group to set aside their discussion. Chapter 52. The arrival of the king. After dinner, the group felt fatigued and chose not to continue their conversation. The three older men and Zhongli returned to rest, while Qixiangxiang kept Li Jie behind to help with the stone, vowing to complete it that night, as sleep would elude him otherwise. Consequently, the two worked until 4 in the morning, finally removing all the outer layers of the stone. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the company's sofa for the night. At 10 in the morning, Zhongli arrived for work and found one on the upper floor and another on the lower floor sleeping heavily, their clothes still on and covered in dirt. Realizing the two must have worked late into the night, she refrained from waking them and instead went to prepare lunch to be noon, anticipating the arrival of the three uncles. Zhongli finally roused them. Qixiangxiang awoke to find himself covered in dirt, lamenting the state of his suit before exclaiming and hastily riding off on his old motorcycle. Arriving home, he spotted his mother eating and quickly changed out of his suit. Took a shower, grabbed a bite to eat, exchanged a few words with her, and then rushed back to the company. Upon his return, he found everyone dining and cheerfully announced, "Last night's results were outstanding." Chun Jingsheng, busy serving himself, turned to Qixiangxiang and said, "We were just about to give you a good thrashing. Where did you hide the stone?" They searched the company from top to bottom, but found no stone. When they asked Li Jie, the foolish lad admitted he had fallen asleep first and had no idea where Qixiangxiang had hidden it, prompting Zhongli to kick him several times in frustration. Qixiangxiang jested, "Uncles, brace yourselves. I have a grand surprise for you." He then walked over to his motorcycle, lifted the seat, and produced a round stone wrapped in a black plastic bag, placing it in the center of the dining table and declaring, "Here's a hard dish for you." Dai Dong reached for the plastic bag, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, "What is this?" He immediately took the stone and dashed into the room, followed by the others who set down their chopsticks to chase after him. Qixiangxiang, grinning, locked the courtyard door before leisurely entering the house. Several heads, both large and small, gathered around to examine the stone while Dai Dong fumbled with the flashlight, unsure where to shine it. Just as Qixiangxiang was about to join them, a knock sounded at the courtyard door, compelling him to turn back outside. Upon opening the door, he found the striking young woman from the previous day standing before him, flanked by two vehicles, a Mercedes and an SUV, with a burly bodyguard stationed at each side of the Mercedes. Upon seeing that the one at the door was the young man she had encountered the day prior, the young woman smiled and said, "We have come to seek Uncle Dai." Chu Tianxiang, slightly taken aback, hurriedly responded, "Please come in. Uncle Dai is inside." With that, he stepped aside. However, the young woman did not enter. Instead, she turned and approached the Mercedes-Benz, pulling open the rear door to address the occupant inside. "Grandfather, Uncle Dai is here. You may come down now." Old Master Sun stepped out of the vehicle, and the young woman assisted him as they made their way inside. Chu Tianxiang quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Hello, Grandfather Sun." The old gentleman regarded Chu Tianxiang and replied, "And you as well, young man." At that moment, the voices from outside reached those within the house, prompting several individuals to hastily emerge. Dai Dong jogged a few steps to reach Old Master Sun, offering a polite greeting, "Uncle Sun, I should have come to see you. You needn't have made the trip. What business do I have with you?" "I am not here to see you," the old man teased. The young woman addressed Dai Dong, saying, "Hello, Uncle Dai, my surname is Zeng, and my name is Zeng Ning. You may call me A Ning." The rotund individual standing at the back mused to himself. Zeng Ning, a fierce name. What a splendid moniker. Old Master Sun surveyed the small building and said, "No need to go inside. Let us sit in the pavilion." Once seated, before anyone else could take their place, the elder spoke again, "Bring it out." "Are you reluctant for me to see?" Dai Dong quickly responded with a smile. "How could that be?" He then turned to Li Jie and instructed, "Go, bring out the stone." Li Jie acknowledged and hurried inside to retrieve the stone, placing it gently on the table. The old man did not reach for it, but instead gazed intently at the stone. After a moment, he inquired of Chu Tianxiang, "Young man, is there a darker room available?" Chu Tianxiang eagerly replied, "Yes, indeed. It is on the first floor." The elder rose and followed Chu Tianxiang into the house, with a few others trailing behind. The old man turned back and said, "Why are you all following? Aining will stay outside." Upon entering Chu Tianxiang's small room, Old Master Sun took a seat and remarked, "Young man, you possess considerable knowledge." Chu Tianxiang responded, "Grandfather Sun, what do you mean by that?" The elder continued, "Do you know how one arranges a room in Myanmar? A low table, low stools, and oil lamps." Chu Tianxiang felt a tightening in his chest. This grandfather Sun was aware of the secret methods. The old man did not elaborate further. Chu Tianxiang sprayed a bit of water on the stone, which had transformed from a bright white to a darker green hue, marked by numerous saw marks and fine cracks. The elder picked up a flashlight and pressed it against the stone, and with a sudden brightness, the entire stone became akin to a large green light bulb. The light penetrated through the stone, casting a green glow that enveloped everything within a 2-foot radius. The interior of the stone showed no impurities, radiating a sharp luster, with a color that was neither too intense nor too faint, soothing to the spirit, as if one could melt into it. The elder remained still, absorbed in contemplation. Chu Tianxiang leaned against the doorframe, not wishing to disturb the old man, that he too was awestruck by the stone. having hidden it beneath the motorcycle seat before sleeping, fearing its loss, for it was an extraordinary treasure. The stone was about the size of a child's head, devoid of any penetrating cracks, only exhibiting some fine superficial fissures. There was no sign of alteration. The stone was free of cotton and color discrepancies, a true masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship. The elder rose and inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Chu Tianxiang," he replied. "How long have you been learning?" Chu Tianxiang stated respectfully, "Grandfather's son, for over 10 years. Chapter 53. 800 million on the line. The elder stood up, and Chu Tianxiang hurriedly offered his assistance. As the old man exited the room, he called to his granddaughter, "Ning, go fetch the items." Ning stepped out of the courtyard and soon returned with a burly man carrying a woven bag, which he placed on the ground in the pavilion before turning to leave. Old Master's son addressed Chu Tianxiang, saying, "Young Chu, take a look at these stones." Chu Tianxiang picked up the woven bag and entered the room. Dai Dong remarked, "Uncle's son, please sit and have some tea. It is quite warm." Dai Dong was merely trying to fill the silence, as the elder's imposing presence made everyone feel a bit uneasy. The two young children went upstairs to play, leaving the adults to converse. The old man began to shoo people away, indicating that important matters were to be discussed. Zhang Li and Li Jie, resembling startled rabbits, swiftly departed. The old man was indeed a bit intimidating. Now, only Dai Dong, Tan Hui, and Chen Zhengsheng remained. The elder spoke, "You cannot sell this stone. Cutting it would be tantamount to waste." Dai Dong and the others had already considered this issue the day before, but had not seen the stone until now. Hearing the elder's words, they realized the gravity of the situation. According to the underworld's vernacular, the stone was practically acquired through deception. If Dai Yue claimed he had fainted during the transaction, and that his grandson made the decision, it would indeed be a convoluted legal battle. Furthermore, any high-quality stone that was fully green could not be taken out. Otherwise, the Dai family would assert it was their stone that was cut, and there would be no clear way to argue against it. The rumors in the underworld could tarnish one's reputation irreparably. The group exchanged glances, and Tan Hui asked, "Old sir, we are young and inexperienced in such matters. Could you offer us some guidance? You may negotiate a price." "I will take the stone," the elder declared, indicating that he was taking the matter upon himself. Dai Yue, facing Dai Dong and the others, felt no psychological burden. He even had considerable advantages in connections and industry knowledge. However, facing the Jade King of HK was akin to courting disaster. The elder held substantial social standing, even within the mainland. "Uncle's son, will this cause you any trouble?" Dai Dong inquired. The old man chuckled. "In my lifetime, has trouble ever been scarce? If I take it, he should understand what that means." The elder looked at Dai Dong, who understood the implication. It was a test of his ability to make an offer. The stone had intrinsic value and price. High-quality ice type, bright green, weighing less than 10 kilograms, with no cracks or cotton. No color discrepancies. One could not offer the old man a low price. Otherwise, he would certainly dismiss it. Conversely, an excessively high offer would equate to extorting the elder. It was clear that the elder was not allowing them to discuss it further. Dai Dong thought, "Is this a test for me?" After a moment of hesitation, Dai Dong resolutely stated, 600 million. Tan Hui's palms began to sweat. He understood the elder's intentions and feared Dai Dong would misquote the price. Upon hearing 600 million, his heart sank, and he involuntarily exhaled. The elder glanced at Tan Hui and said with a smile, "Do not allow this old man to take advantage of you young ones. It will be 800 million that this was indeed a test passed." Chen Zhengxing quickly interjected, "Old sir, why the price increase? You are truly helping us tremendously." The elder replied, "Just based on your performance yesterday. Acting like a dragon when it was time to be a dragon and a worm when it was time to be a worm, that is worth this price." Chen Zhengxing felt a bit embarrassed. "Old sir, this was all you were doing." The elder was momentarily taken aback, then realized Chen Zhengxing was referring to his insistence that Dai Dong withdraw from the auction. He burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Chu Tianxiang approached with the woven bag containing 3 stones. He had already examined them and chose not to interrupt the conversation. He said, "Grandfather, I have finished looking at the stones. Shall we cut them?" The elder turned and replied, "First, tell me what these stones are like." Chu Tianxiang extracted 1 stone from the bag, stating, "This is from the Moxisha area, weighing 12 kilograms, with some lavender flowers inside." but it has a lot of cotton and cracks, so it likely won't yield a bracelet. That he then presented another stone. This is from the Jiandui Jiao. The color is penetrated, but the quality is too poor. Thus it holds no value. The last stone appeared decent, being from Guiying Jiao with black wuxia, containing a color band, but it likely would not be very large, and the base was somewhat gray. The elder had casually purchased these stones earlier that morning. After listening to Chu Tianxiang's assessment, he scrutinized him for a moment and said, "Young Chu, go ahead and cut them, following your judgment on what would be best." Chu Tianxiang promptly called for Li Jie, and all three saws began operations simultaneously. The elder turned to his granddaughter and said, "Ning, accompany these two uncles upstairs to chat. I have some private matters to discuss with your Uncle Dai." Tan Hui and Shen Zhengxing quickly invited Ning upstairs. The elder then turned to Dai Dong and asked, "What brings you here for business? Is this a long-term endeavor or merely occasional? Do you not attend to matters at home?" Dai Dong forced a smile and confessed, "Uncle Son, I won't hide it from you. At the beginning of the year, I was still the head of the family business, but after the new year, that is no longer the case. That I happened to meet Tianxiang here and decided to work for a couple of years. You do not seem like one to make grave mistakes. Was this your second brother's decision?" Several individuals were vying for positions, and I had no choice but to relocate. That a large family would not be worthy of the name without some sordid affairs, and the elder understood this well. He had been on good terms with the third heir of the Dai family, but regrettably, the third son passed away young, and the elder gradually ceased his connections with the Dai family, primarily due to his disdain for several prominent figures within it. This encounter with Dai Dong was merely to glean the current state of the Dai family, as for aiding them, including Dai Dong. He had no such intention. Even if he wished to assist Dai Dong, a suitable opportunity must arise. The pride and self-respect embedded in the bloodline of the Honghe descendants were not easily understood by all. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie arrived, pushing a cart, signaling the end of the elder's conversation. That he approached, glanced down at the stones, and said, "Young Chu, call your sister down. I am ready to return." Qiu Shangxiang hastily ascended the stairs to summon Zheng Ning, and several individuals escorted the elder to the front of the vehicle. The elder remarked, "Xiao Chu, I shall visit HK before this year's spring festival. I have a few exquisite stones to show you." Qiu Shangxiang promptly agreed. The old gentleman then called Dai Dong aside, saying, "This young man is destined for longevity. Assist him more." After speaking, he turned to board the car. Inside the vehicle, Zheng Ning addressed his grandfather. Those two were quite tight-lipped. "We scarcely gleaned anything of value. You are no match for them, Ajin." The elder instructed the bodyguard in the front seat, "Open a shop near that location to monitor them closely. I want to know their every move. Grandfather, are you truly intent on bringing that Xiao Chu into our family?" Zheng Ning inquired. The elder remained silent, pondering. With such extraordinary abilities, it is a challenge to incorporate him into the family. Chapter 54. The Dai family pays a visit. The actions of the Jade King warrant meticulous observation, especially with a local power player like President Zhang. That in the morning, he visited the hotel but did not meet anyone and subsequently checked out. However, news from Mang City indicated that the private jet had only departed in the afternoon by noon. A message arrived stating that Mr. Sun was at the Jupiter Jewelry City, summoning General Gao for a severe reprimand, forcing him to wander about the Jewelry City on an electric bike. Eventually, he spotted the elder's Mercedes-Benz parked outside Dongxiang Jewelry Company and hastened back to report. President Zhang immediately rose, preparing to pay a visit. Mr. Sun oversees a vast chain of jade jewelry stores nationwide, and since the demand for jade materials is immense each year, gaining entry into that circle could lead to a life of ease. Just as he was about to leave, Dai Nansheng, the general manager of Yangqing Hualin Tongling Jewelry, arrived for a visit. This individual must be received impeccably, leaving no room for error, as the hospitalized Vice President Dai Yue is his father, and he has come to demand accountability. Dai Nansheng indeed arrived in a fit of anger. The previous night, his nephew had called, alarmed that their grandfather had suddenly fainted at a private meeting, which gave him quite a shock. Given the elder's numerous chronic ailments, how could he have collapsed so unexpectedly? After listening to his nephew's account, he scolded him vehemently that he took the first flight in the morning directly to the hospital, where he found the elder was fine, merely under observation. The hospital. Several acquaintances of his family were visiting the elder, and he inquired about the events of the previous night. From the recounting, There seemed to be no suspicious elements, but later a Shaanxi coal boss had irrationally purchased a stone for 2 million, which hinted at a possible conspiracy. Big nephew, it was undoubtedly a glass-type yang green. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Old Li, do not mislead General Dai. It does not qualify as yang green, nor is it glass-type. That IT is certainly 100 imperial green, at the very least high ice. Different individuals offered varying accounts, each adamantly claiming to have seen it firsthand, leaving Dai Nansheng with a throbbing headache. After finally sending off his guests, the elder summoned him and said, "Nansheng, there are many points of suspicion in this matter. First, the other party undoubtedly knew the value of this material, which is why they wagered heavily. Typically, this stone would fetch just over 10 million, but I noticed that the old son in HK also showed interest in it, prompting my hefty bet, yet I still could not secure it. Second, that Shaanxi individual is no fool. He is playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger, and your nephew fell for it. Third, the line drawn is most concerning. A single cut revealing even a hint of jade texture indicates an extraordinary level of skill." Dai Nansheng asked, "Father, how do you know this material is exceptional?" Dai Yue, looking perplexed, replied, "When I was in my 30s, I once uncovered a piece at a mine, and with one cut, its value soared 100-fold. That is when I first remembered this type of material, but I have never seen it since." Dai Nansheng continued, "Father, what do you think we could cut from this stone? Based on what those individuals said, it should not be less than high ice yang green. The question is, how large is the interior? If it is merely the size of a sesame seed, then we will have to swallow our losses. However, if it is somewhat larger, it could be worth tens of millions, which would necessitate further discussion, especially since we have already lost over 60 million. Father, do you think President Zhang is involved? He likely is not. He has probably been deceived by that Shaanxi individual as well." Dai Nansheng contemplated and told his father, "Father, I will seek out President Zhang and persuade him to return the stone to us, that we will refund their money, and if they refuse, we will cut the stone open to ascertain its true value." Dai Yue acquiesced. "That is acceptable. We can pressure old Zhang, as the auction funds have yet to be settled." Dai Nansheng exited and headed straight to President Zhang's company. The two exchanged pleasantries before Dai Nansheng stated his purpose, directly requesting a refund, explaining that his father remained disoriented and could not recall the previous night's events, that he suspected someone had conspired with the Shaanxi individual to deceive his father. President Zhang, being astute, recognized the implications in Dai Nansheng's words. Realizing that he was being dragged into this quagmire, he smoothly agreed, asserting with conviction that he would accompany Dai Nansheng to Dongxiang Company to negotiate. Eager to meet the Jade King, upon their arrival at Dongxiang Company, they observed Mr. Sun's vehicle departing. President Zhang remained silent, parking the car and striding inside. The atmosphere was jubilant, as 2 million had yielded 800 million, and they were deliberating on how to celebrate when they heard the sound of a car approaching the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Zhang and a stocky individual entered. Dai Dong quickly approached, exclaiming, "President Zhang, what an honor to have you here. Please come in." Seeing that the Jade King had left, President Zhang lost interest, smiling as he replied, "General Dai, I am here uninvited. Please forgive me." Upon reaching the second-floor reception area and taking their seats, President Zhang introduced the individuals present, saying, "This is also General Dai, the eldest son of the elder president. And this is General Dai from Dongxiang Company. I shall not interfere in your discussions." Dai Dong quickly grasped the situation, realizing this was about settling accounts. Dai Nansheng spoke candidly, "General Dai, my father was somewhat incoherent last night and still cannot recall the events. The stone was handled without authorization by my nephew, a thoughtless child, and we, as adults, owe you an apology. Furthermore, I am here to discuss the possibility of returning that stone to us, with a full refund and an additional compensation for you." Dai Dong glanced at President Zhang, who visibly shivered, realizing this was a direct challenge. If you claim that young Dai is just a child, no one would believe it. He should be around 30, right? He explicitly told President Zhang that he sold it for 2 million, that this was not a private affair, but involved dozens of esteemed guests. General Dai can verify this. President Zhang understood that they were determined to acquire that stone. The intensity of my bidding with the elder president during the auction illustrates this. So returning the stone is out of the question. It is not merely a matter of compensation. Dai Dong paused before adding, "There is also a new development I forgot to mention. Mr. Sun from HK has already bought that stone, but Both exclaimed in unison. Dai Nanxing was about to inquire about the sale price, but immediately realized the impropriety of asking and refrained from speaking. But he exchanged a glance with President Zhang, and the two took their leave. Dai Nanxing understood that Dai Dong would not lie, but the emergence of this new situation required him to return and discuss it with his father. Remaining there was unnecessary and would only lead to further humiliation. Chapter 55. The truth comes to light after Dai Dong and his associates escorted the two individuals to the entrance. Before the car could drive away, a Toyota Accord pulled up beside them. Chun-Li from Yalong stepped out, followed by two others who were clearly Myanmar nationals, short in stature, yet robust. "What brings the esteemed boss Chun here?" "Please come in," Dai Dong, familiar with Chun-Li, jested. Chun-Li, beaming, replied, "All the big bosses are present. I have a small matter to discuss with you." After bidding farewell to Dai Nanxing and President Zhang, Dai Dong led Chun-Li and the two Myanmar individuals upstairs. Others followed suit, and one seated, Ah Xiang poured tea for everyone. Dai Dong inquired, "What brings you, General Chun, to our humble abode? This is your first visit here. Let's have dinner together tonight." Chun-Li repeatedly insisted. "No need for formality, General Dai, esteemed bosses. Here's the situation. 3 months ago, General Chun and that young brother of mine purchased 3 rough stones from me." He pointed at Qixiangxiang, continuing, "One of those stones I mentioned at the time belonged to a Myanmar friend of mine, and I have yet to hear back from him. Today, these 2 gentlemen are his friends. They heard I sold the stone and wish to buy it back, even at a higher price." Dai Dong and his companions exchanged glances, pondering the day's unexpected turn of events. Before the previous issue was resolved, another had arisen. Dai Dong steadied himself, asking, "When did this happen?" "I haven't noticed any recent purchases from you." That he turned to Chen Jingsheng. "Old Chun, do you recall?" Chen Jingsheng replied, "I can't remember that specific stone. I've made several purchases from Old Chun lately." Chun-Li promptly interjected, "That stone was sold for 150,000. Dai Dong turned to Qixiangxiang. "Go fetch the ledger. I want to take a look." Qixiangxiang nodded and exited. Dai Dong then addressed Chun-Li, saying, "Is it possible to demand a refund for something that has already been sold? Such a practice does not exist." Chen Jingsheng chimed in, "Old Chun, you are bringing disgrace to our family. Why are you meddling in the affairs of the Myanmar individuals?" Just then, Chu Tianxiang returned, holding a ledger and gesturing for Dai Dong to take a look. At that moment, the Myanmar individual spoke up. "My friend, we must reclaim that stone. We hope for a fruitful discussion." Their Mandarin was quite fluent. Dai Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean? Must buy it back? If I choose not to sell, what can you do?" The Myanmar man smiled. "You exaggerate, Dai Zong. This stone was collectively purchased by a few of us, and there are some debts involved. Could you kindly allow me to inspect your ledger?" Dai Dong replied, "No, besides, we've already sold this stone." The Myanmar man appeared somewhat anxious and quickly inquired, "Dai Zong, to whom was the stone sold?" Dai Dong softened his tone, "My friend, you two are in the jade business. You should understand the rules of the trade. Do you really expect me to disclose my client's name?" The Myanmar man hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "I apologize for the intrusion." That he watched as the group left with their tails between their legs. Dai Dong turned to everyone and remarked, "Both matters have converged. During this period, let us all be cautious and avoid venturing out alone. Old Chun and Tianxiang should examine the stones in Jupiter Jewelry City. Those 2 Myanmar individuals are not to be underestimated. That if they return inquiring, simply state that I sold the stone. Do not worry. I have handled the situation, but they must uncover the truth themselves." The atmosphere grew heavy with concern, as the euphoria of recently earning 800 million dissipated almost instantaneously. After parting ways with Dai Dong, the 2 Myanmar men bid farewell to Chun-Li and took a taxi to a village called Pasay, located north of Ruining. In the morning, 3 young men arrived first. To their surprise, they found Zhang Li's office door had been pried open. Zhang Li gasped, and Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie rushed in, only to find the room in disarray. They immediately contacted Dai Dong, and upon receiving the call, he and a few others hurried over. As Dai Dong entered the courtyard, Chu Tianxiang quickly informed him, "Uncle Dai, the storage room on the first floor was also broken into, but nothing was stolen." After assessing the situation, they decided to call the police. Shortly after, the police arrived, surveyed the scene, reviewed the surveillance footage, but found nothing of value and left after asking a few questions. Nothing was missing, and the safe had not been tampered with. It was surmised that a petty thief had climbed over the wall looking for money, and left empty-handed. However, the group had a different perspective. It was evident that the ledger had been rifled through, and they suspected it was the work of the two Myanmar men. Dai Dong fell into deep thought, pondering how to subtly redirect their attention away from the Myanmar individuals and towards Uncle O. After much contemplation, he found no viable solution and decided to wait, but he sent Shen Zhengsheng, Chu Tianxiang, and Tan Hui to inspect the stones while he sat alone in the pavilion, anticipating the return of the Myanmar men, whom he guessed would come back that day. True to his expectations. At 4 in the afternoon, the two Myanmar men returned. Upon seeing Dai Dong seated in the pavilion, they approached and sat down in silence. Dai Dong broke the silence. "Was it you?" The older Myanmar man replied. "Indeed, we cannot locate that stone. Lives are at stake." Dai Dong coldly retorted, "Do not attempt to intimidate me. This is our homeland, but do you dare to act recklessly?" The older Myanmar man chuckled. "In your mainland, we certainly would not dare, nor could we enter. But here, do you truly believe we would hesitate?" Years prior, these Myanmar men had indeed been quite unruly at the border, brandishing long knives and engaging in brawls every few days. After committing acts of violence, they would flee back to Myanmar, evading capture by domestic police. It was only after stringent border control measures were implemented that the situation began to improve. Dai Dong feigned curiosity and asked, "What makes that stone so desirable? I acquired it less than 3 days ago, and it was swiftly purchased by someone else, and now you insist on reclaiming it. Does this stone harbor some secret?" The Myanmar man responded, "Knowing too much will not benefit you. You are all affluent individuals from the mainland. There is no need for you to encounter trouble here. But demonstrate our sincerity. Disclose to me who purchased that stone, and we can offer you some compensation. You have a penchant for gambling on stones, so we might gift you a few." Dai Dong deliberately hesitated before stating, "A man named Oshu bought it for 500,000. He resides in Mungzong village." The Myanmar man rose and said, "Thank you, Dai Zong, that I will investigate this matter. I may return. Farewell." As they departed, Dai Dong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his shirt drenched. Events were unfolding just as he had anticipated. With this thought, Dai Dong raised a cup of now-cold tea and gulped it down, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Uncle O, the ball is now in your court." Chapter 56. A perfect conclusion. Dai Nanxing returned to the hospital and found his father strolling in the corridor. Knowing that his father was out of danger, he felt a wave of relief. Upon returning to the room, Dai Nanxing recounted Dai Dong's words to his father, prompting Dai Huichong to enter a state of deep contemplation. The item was not inexpensive. It could be said to be worth a fortune. This time, they had truly lost the opportunity due to carelessness. Dai Nanxing inquired, "Dad, how did you deduce all this?" In the entire auction venue, only 3 individuals recognized the true value of that stone. Old Sun had not emerged from the mountains for many years, but this time he came to ruining specifically for that stone. Then why didn't he offer a higher price? Do you think he didn't? He simply bid 10,000 less than us. Dai Nanxing found it hard to believe that such a dramatic turn of events could occur. "Nanxing, the current issue is whether the stone has been opened. Given Old Sun's temperament, as soon as he identifies a worthy stone, he will act immediately. Therefore, the likelihood of it remaining unopened is quite high, and time is of the essence. Dad, I share your assessment. Which is why I returned promptly without lingering. You did well. Notify the HK company to keep a close watch on Old Sun's movements. Should that stone surface, report it immediately. Also, since you're here, visit a few more places and get to know more business owners. After all, many sources of goods come from here, which will benefit our future development. Additionally, inquire more about the young man's situation. I believe the line he drew was not mere coincidence. Where did he acquire such skill?" Dai Nanxing nodded in agreement. That on the 3rd day, the 2 Myanmar men returned, this time not empty-handed. They brought 2 woven bags from their vehicle and placed them on the ground in the courtyard. The older Myanmar man addressed Dai Dong, who was seated, saying, "Thank you, Boss Dai. This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Could we speak privately for a moment?" Dai Dong and his companions were engaged in casual conversation when they heard the Myanmar man speak and immediately stood up to head upstairs. Once seated, the Myanmar man said, "Dai Zong, thank you for sharing that information with me. However, there is one more matter I hope you can understand." Dai Dong maintained his composure, listening intently. "I would like to see the safe you rented at the bank. Is that convenient?" This statement was not posed as a question, but rather demanded with an undeniable tone. Dai Dong stared at them. Isn't this a bit excessive? Do you think I fear you? The Myanmar man chuckled and replied, I am well aware that you do not fear me. But do you realize, if, and I emphasize if, this matter is not resolved thoroughly, neither of us will be able to return. What do you think we would do? At this point, the young man casually adjusted his clothing, revealing a handgun tucked into his belt. Upon seeing the firearm, Dai Dong's anger turned to sardonic amusement. All right, over a mere stone, you've caused such a ruckus. Fine, I will take you there now, and no need. Call someone to accompany us. Let Kai Song go with him, that we will wait here. He pointed to the younger Myanmar man. With no alternative, Dai Dong summoned Tan Hui to guide the Myanmar men to the bank. Less than half an hour later, the two returned. Kai Song nodded at the older Myanmar man. The older Myanmar man turned to Dai Dong and said, My sincere apologies, Dai Zong. It's all settled now that I understand that your main business is raw stones, and I have many at lower prices that I in a few days. I will bring some for you to examine. I apologize for the trouble this time. With that, the two men descended the stairs and left. Dai Dong remained seated, unmoving. Tan Hui looked at him, as if expecting an explanation. Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang also made their way upstairs, prompting Dai Dong to finally speak. This matter has concluded. What about the water jade in the safe? Tan Hui inquired. What water jade? Chen Zhengsheng asked, taken aback. That was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I used it as insurance for this situation. And it has proven effective. Dai Dong explained. When this issue arose, I feared that the matter regarding the safe would become unclear to AT that time. I purchased a piece of water jade to place inside. Think about it, that we had just purchased the stone from Chun-Li and then went to rent a safe at the bank, that IT was clear that we were concerned about losing something valuable. If it wasn't that top-tier material, then what could it be? I wanted to buy a piece of better quality material to substitute for that one. Fortune favored me. I purchased a large piece of water jade that closely resembled icy jadeite, leading the Myanmar men to mistakenly believe we were gullible and that they had acquired a high-quality item, thus feeling the need to rent a safe. However, these Myanmar individuals possess significant influence. They even knew about the safe rental. And you may be unaware that they came armed, that a few individuals inhaled sharply, for the presence of armed Myanmar nationals was no mere intimidation tactic, particularly among the rugged mountain folk of northern Myanmar, who had long engaged in combat against government forces. Taking a life was as effortless for them as slaughtering a chicken. The two Myanmar men, in pursuit of leads, found themselves at a dead end. They had uncovered the matter concerning Uncle O receiving stones. However, those stones had already been dispatched by Uncle O, facilitated by the proprietor of a nearby convenience store. Strangely, the destination of the shipment was Myanmar, and upon investigating the courier service, it was revealed that the distance from the domestic origin to Myanmar was merely about a kilometer, with no notable incidents occurring along the way. The Myanmar carrier was the Manla Transportation Company, with the recipient listed as a food shop in Yangon. Oddly enough, the vehicle transporting the goods had vanished along with its driver and guard, along with all other cargo, within the jurisdiction of an autonomous organization, leaving no trace, neither body nor evidence. Consequently, they hastily sought information about the recipient, only to discover that the address bore no resemblance to a food shop, but rather led to a plaza, and the phone number was out of service. With no real name registration for mobile phones in Myanmar, the trail had gone cold. The two men contemplated taking action against Uncle O, only to receive word from Myanmar forbidding any interaction with him. Failure to comply would result in lethal consequences. The elder Myanmar national was left perplexed, despite holding a relatively high position within the autonomous organization's military. The situation's origins were not complex. A group of thieves had excavated a tunnel over 100 meters long to a warehouse located near the autonomous government, ultimately making off with 5 stones from a hidden repository that had long been concealed by the local authorities. This warehouse, entirely subterranean, housed the accumulated wealth of generations. Its existence was even unknown to many within the autonomous government itself. How had the thieves learned of this concealed storehouse? How did they know it contained valuables? After digging over 100 meters, how had the guards failed to notice any disturbances? Was there a mole among them? The higher-ups of the autonomous organization were furious, ordering the arrest and interrogation of all individuals responsible for guarding the warehouse. Punishments had escalated to severe measures. with the head of the intelligence department and the leader of the security forces responsible for the warehouse being dismissed. They were sternly instructed that the stolen stones must be recovered. Failure to do so would invoke military law, and those who had come into contact with the stones would face repercussions. Over the course of a year, 4 of the stolen stones had been gradually recovered. And although the last stone remained elusive, there were finally some leads suggesting a need to return to Myanmar for further investigation. As for the thieves, they languished in a water dungeon within the estate, likely to spend the remainder of their days there. After a week's stay in the hospital, Chairman Dai returned to Yangcheng, finding little of concern on this side. Dai Dong, Chen Zhengsheng, and Tan Hui subsequently returned to Beijing, particularly as Chen Zhengsheng had not been back for several months. This left 3 young men behind. The Myanmar nationals had delivered several stones, and all had shown remarkable quality, with Chu Tianxiang particularly favoring 2 of them. Chapter 57. Resurgence of turmoil with the year-end public auction in Lingnan Pingzhou fast approaching. Despite the numerous events unfolding during this period, Chu Tianxiang steadily continued to gather materials. The warehouse had accumulated 30 to 40 stones, and the group deliberated on bringing over 20 stones to the auction as a test of the waters. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie began the process of cutting and polishing the stones. After nearly 10 days of diligent work, they completed all necessary tasks. Tan Hui called to urge Chu Tianxiang to expedite the shipment of the stones to Pingzhou, as time was of the essence. He provided the address and informed Chu Tianxiang that he would fly to Yangcheng before heading to Pingzhou to meet up. Chu Tianxiang was well acquainted with the route and, upon landing at Baiyin Airport in Yangcheng, took a taxi straight to Pingzhou. Similar to Ruining, Pingzhou was a county-level city that, without jade, would hardly attract any attention. Yet now, jade merchants from across the mainland, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia were well aware of the jade bangles from Pingzhou. Upon arriving at the designated hotel, Chu Tianxiang checked in and prepared to make calls to his companions when a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, he found a young man standing outside. "Are you Mr. Chu from Ruining?" The young man inquired. "I am Chu Tianxiang from Ruining. May I ask who you are?" Chu replied, "Hello, Mr. Chu, my name is Fu Lin, and I'm from Mr. Tan's office that Mr. Tan sent me to assist you." Recognizing the purpose of this visit, Chu Tianxiang invited Fu Lin into the room. As they conversed, Fu Lin, who was 8 years older than Chu Tianxiang, eventually succumbed to Chu's insistence and allowed him to address him as Brother Fu, while Fu Lin referred to him simply as Tianxiang. "When will Mr. Tan arrive?" Chu Tianxiang asked that he was supposed to arrive yesterday, but today he called to say he is still occupied with matters. "He should be here in a day or 2. Tianxiang. The plan for the next few days is as follows. Tomorrow morning, we will deliver the materials to the venue and hand them over to the organizers. There will be a banquet in the evening that you must attend, as Mr. Tan has instructed. Since you are not yet a member of Pingzhou, you will be representing Mr. Tan at this event, which will primarily feature major suppliers involved in this round of supply. This is our first time participating. Previously, we were buyers, but now we are suppliers. The public auction will commence the day after tomorrow and run for a week. During this time, you can observe the auction, or if you prefer, I can show you around the vicinity, although there isn't much to see." After contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, "Let us focus on delivering the goods first. We can handle the paperwork afterward." Fu Lin responded, "That is not a problem. The goods are already at the office that I have arranged for both the vehicle and personnel that we just need to keep an eye on things when the time comes." The delivery proceeded smoothly, and that evening a banquet was held at a 4-star hotel by the organizers, gathering leaders from the association and prominent figures in the jade industry from various regions. The grand hall was adorned with dozens of tables. Chu Tianxiang followed the reception staff to his designated seat, finding himself surrounded by strangers. Left to sit in solitude, that a brief ceremony commenced, featuring speeches from the leaders and greetings from guests. After which the feast began. At Chu Tianxiang's table were 10 individuals, 3 from Yunnan and the others prominent local jade suppliers, all well acquainted with one another. Seated beside a middle-aged man whose accent revealed his Yunnan origin, Chu Tianxiang gradually struck up a conversation. The man, surnamed Zhuang and hailing from Tengchong, was amiable and easy to engage. "Brother, this is my first time meeting you. People from Ruining seldom bring goods to the Pingzhou auction. You all prefer to engage in gambling with materials. Brother Zhuang, I may have to come often in the future, so I hope you'll look out for me. Of course, brother, that I know many people here. If you encounter any issues, just reach out to me." Zhuangsheng was a regular at the Pingzhou auction, his company primarily sourcing materials from Myanmar to sell at domestic auctions. The Tengchong store was essentially a front. As most products made their way through the auction, saving considerable sales effort, though it tied up substantial capital, making it impossible to operate with limited funds. Eager to forge connections, Chu Tianxiang distributed his business cards to everyone at the table. Receiving reciprocal cards in return, his youthful charm and affability garnered him quite a bit of goodwill that as he approached a man in his 30s, he handed over his business card. The man glanced at it and casually asked, "From Ruining, have you heard about the private auction in Ruining that recently took place?" Feeling a moment of tension, Chu Tianxiang smiled and replied, "I was fortunate enough to attend. Do you have any insights?" The man straightened up and said, "I heard that the last stone, worth over 60 million, yielded glass-like imperial green. Did you see it?" Chu Tianxiang chuckled, saying, "I actually didn't see it. There were so many big shots there that I didn't dare approach." An elder at the table interjected, "Along, don't pry too much into that. What is past is past." That Along turned to the elder and replied, "Uncle Zhang, I was just asking casually. Please don't take offense." After finishing his business cards, Chu Tianxiang returned to his seat, where Zhuangsheng quietly warned him, "Stay clear of that guy. He is the son of Chairman Dai from the Hawaiian Association, a real troublemaker. But there's no need to fear. If anything comes up, just let me know." Zhuangsheng, feeling a kinship as a fellow villager, intentionally provided this cautionary advice. Chapter 58. A sudden turn of events at that moment. The organizers' leaders began toasting at each table, prompting everyone to stand in unison. Familiar faces greeted one another, leaving Chu Tianxiang, the only stranger, feeling out of place, though he recognized Chairman Wu among them. He had no certainty whether Wu recognized him. As Wu exchanged pleasantries with the guests, he suddenly spotted Chu Tianxiang in the crowd. He approached with his glass raised, saying, "Young brother, we've met a few times, but I don't know your name yet." Chu Tianxiang quickly bowed, replying, "Chairman Wu, it's an honor that I'm Chu Tianxiang. Learning the jade business from Uncle Tan, that I appreciate your guidance." That Wu laughed heartily. "How could I possibly instruct such a master as yourself? Your cutting technique is truly remarkable. You've outshone a whole host of veterans." That a warning bell rang in Chu Tianxiang's mind. What was Chairman Wu up to? He hastily smiled. "I merely made a few cuts at random." It was all a stroke of luck. That Wu inquired, "Has Mr. Tan or Mr. Dai arrived yet?" "They should be arriving in the next couple of days. They were delayed by some matters. Enjoy the food and drink while you're here. And don't hesitate to call me if you need anything." As he spoke, he handed Chu Tianxiang a business card, which he accepted with both hands. The leaders have departed, and a table of individuals has just seated themselves. A long-haired man named Along fixates on Chu Tianxiang and remarks, "Young man, you are not being honest." Everyone present comprehended President Wu's earlier statement. The final cut on the private stake was delineated by this lad. A mere centimeter apart, yet it signifies a chasm between heaven and hell. The connections among several jade distribution centers in Lingnan are quite intimate. Thus, any news spreads like wildfire across the globe. President Dai and his party have been swindled out of over 60 million, collapsing on the spot. This is undeniably explosive news. They must have felt utterly humiliated, especially with the rampant rumors circulating in the streets. Various versions of the tale being disseminated. Ultimately, with the encouragement of some opportunists, it morphed into a narrative that the Hawaiian people were outmatched by the Rui Ning people, who maliciously extorted 60 million from them. The Dai family is also in disarray. Upon the old man's return, he was promptly hospitalized for examination. That he himself has remained silent, yet the eldest son, Dai Nansheng, has taken it upon himself to chastise his grandfather's grandson. Currently, Dai Nansheng is the one in charge, dictating all matters within the household. President Dai also has a younger son in his 30s, who has always favored martial arts over business pursuits, and since he lacks financial need, he has no inclination towards the latter. Although he and the elder brother share a different mother, he is favored greatly by the grandfather and holds deep respect for his elder sibling. Upon learning of his father being wronged by Rui Ning, he immediately sought to confront them, but Dai Nansheng firmly prohibited him. This time, their family has also put a considerable amount of material on the public market, and the younger Dai merely accompanied his elder brother, unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance, albeit an adversarial one, at the dining table. Chu Tianxiang interjected, "At that moment, I merely drew a line casually and did not examine it afterward." "Did I err in my actions?" Just as Along was about to respond, Uncle Zhang preempted him, saying, "Youngster, concealing one's talents is commendable, but did you not retrieve the stone afterward?" Chu Tianxiang smiled. This elder brother inquired about the situation at the scene. Not what transpired later, Thus I chose not to elaborate, that Long slammed the table and rose, while Uncle Jean cautioned, "Young man, such tricks are ill-advised." Zhuang Sheng, sensing the escalating tension, expressed his discontent. "I have heard of the Rui Ning incident. Was there not dissent from both sides back then? Why are there now so many emerging issues?" As a prominent figure in Tingchong, Zhuang Sheng had witnessed all manner of affairs and felt a sense of injustice upon seeing a fellow countryman being bullied. Chu Tianxiang replied, "Brother Zhuang, it is of no concern. There were many witnesses present at that time who can testify that I drew the final line, and interpretations of stones vary. Should the price rise, must I then settle the difference? What if it were to plummet? Would I be refunded?" Long retorted angrily, "Humph, young man, you have some nerve with that." He stood and strode away. Uncle Zhang cast a deep glance at Chu Tianxiang and fell silent. Zhuang Sheng whispered to Chu Tianxiang, "Brother, your gambling skills are quite impressive. The events of that day have been recounted vividly, particularly the line you drew, which has spread like wildfire." Chu Tianxiang quietly responded, "Brother Zhuang, do not heed the rumors circulating outside. I shall visit you in Tingchong when the opportunity arises." Zhuang Sheng replied, "Brother, since you address me as such, let us dispense with formalities and just call me by my name." Chu Tianxiang nodded vigorously. Zhuang Sheng continued, "Take some time to visit Tingchong. There is a wealth of gambling stones there, many of which are antique materials collected over the years that we should exchange insights." Chu Tianxiang promptly expressed his gratitude. The atmosphere at the table grew oppressive, and seeing that lingering was dull, Chu Tianxiang bid farewell to the others and departed. Upon exiting the restaurant, he spotted Fu Lin approaching eagerly, for he was not qualified to attend such banquets. After they got into the car, Fu Lin drove Chu Tianxiang back to the hotel. Within 10 minutes, Fu Lin suddenly slammed on the brakes, startling Chu Tianxiang, who had been engrossed in his phone, nearly colliding with the windshield. That Fu Lin's face was one of shock, for a SUV had abruptly blocked their path. Fortunately, the two vehicles had not collided. Regaining his composure, Fu Lin exited the car to ascertain the situation with the vehicle ahead, wondering who would dare to act so recklessly. Chapter 59. A kick and a punch. As Fu Lin stepped out, he saw 4 burly men leap from the front vehicle, striding towards him. Just as he was about to speak, the leading figure commanded, "Step aside and don't cause trouble. I'm looking for that kid in the car." Noticing that the foremost individual was Long, Chu Tianxiang quickly opened the car door to intervene. Fearing for Fu Lin's safety, Fu Lin, realizing these men were seeking trouble with Chu Tianxiang, shouted, "Tianxiang, get back in the car. I'll call the police." Upon hearing Fu Lin's words, one of the assailants seized him and delivered 2 resounding slaps, then violently smashed Fu Lin's phone onto the ground, reducing it to a shattered mess. Blood began to trickle from Fu Lin's mouth. Chu Tianxiang furrowed his brow and addressed Long, "Release him. This matter does not concern him." That Long chuckled menacingly, "Kid, dare to offend me, and today you shall learn the consequences." Chu Tianxiang remained unmoved and questioned, "Who exactly are you?" "I do not recognize you," Long retorted. "Once I'm done with you, you will know who I am." Sighing, Chu Tianxiang replied, "Very well, but first, let him go. He is merely a driver and has nothing to do with this." That he gestured towards Fu Lin. "I assure you he won't report this or run away." Long turned to his companions, instructing, "Let him go. Do not let him escape." He then told Chu Tianxiang, "Let me take a shot at you, and then I will explain why." Chu Tianxiang loosened his shoulders, removed his suit jacket, and placed it on the hood of his car, asking, "Are you that confident?" Long snickered, "I don't need confidence to deal with someone like you." Long was a martial arts fanatic, having trained since childhood, and the individuals he summoned were all his fellow disciples from the same dojo. As soon as he finished speaking, Long lunged forward, delivering a left hook aimed at Chu Tianxiang's head. Chu Tianxiang remained stationary, his gaze fixed on the approaching fist, just as Long's punch was mere inches from his face. Long's head tilted aside, causing his left fist to graze past Chu Tianxiang's cheek. Before the first move could be completed, Long pressed forward, unleashing a powerful right straight aimed directly at Chu Tianxiang's chest. The initial attack was feigned, intended to destabilize Chu Tianxiang's stance, setting him up for a full-force strike to the chest. Should this punch land, it could potentially fracture ribs, leaving Chu Tianxiang incapacitated for some time. In a split second, as Long's right fist surged forward with formidable strength, Chu Tianxiang swiftly stepped back with his right leg, leaning his upper body backward just in time to evade Long's punch. As soon as Chu Tianxiang regained his footing, he utilized the momentum from his retreat to execute a rapid 360-degree spin, delivering a whip kick to Along's head. Caught off guard, Along was struck on the neck and crumpled to the ground. Unconscious, his three companions stood in shock. What just transpired? One moment, and he was felled. It was too surreal. The two in front exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and drew knives, lunging at Chu Tianxiang that he charged forward, ducking under the first assailant's sweeping blade. Then sidestepped, as the first attacker's slash was rendered ineffective, leaving him off balance. Chu Tianxiang seized the opportunity, launching a powerful upward punch to the armpit of the first assailant, who let out a primal scream as he was sent flying 3 meters away. Clutching his injured arm, he writhed on the ground, howling in agony, while the second assailant stood frozen in shock, his weapon still raised, urine soaking his pants in fear as he witnessed his comrade rolling in pain. Without a glance at the remaining two, Chu Tianxiang beckoned Fu Lin, "Brother Fu, come here." Fu Lin, still in a daze from Chu Tianxiang's display of ferocity, approached slowly. Chu Tianxiang handed him a tissue to wipe the blood from his mouth. While Fu Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, this brother was incredibly fierce. Chu Tianxiang addressed the two remaining men. "I do not know you, nor the reason for this confrontation. However, since you have lost, perhaps you should reflect on your actions. My brother has endured 2 slaps, and that amounts to 500,000. Deliver it to my hotel by tomorrow morning, and do not claim you cannot find me." As he spoke, he gestured for Fu Lin to get in the car. Just as he was about to close the door, Chu Tianxiang recalled something and shouted to the two, "Also, buy a new phone and deliver it tomorrow. I need it." The car sped away. The remaining 2 men hurriedly lifted their fallen companions into their vehicle and rushed to the hospital. Upon returning to the hotel, Fu Lin followed Chu Tianxiang to his room, nervously stammering, "Tianxiang, we must inform General Tan immediately. I fear I cannot bear this responsibility. General Tan repeatedly stressed ensuring your safety. And I have failed." Chu Tianxiang surmised this likely pertained to the Rui Ning private stake incident, yet he was uncertain about the identities of those men. After a moment's thought, he reassured Fu Lin, "Brother Fu, this is not your fault. Do not worry. There is a source to this matter. I will call Uncle Tan shortly, that he will not blame you. So rest assured." After much persuasion, Fu Lin finally relented and went home. Chapter 60. A mess of feathers. Chu Tianxiang sat in silence for a while, carefully reflecting on the day's events. That Along appeared to be affiliated with President Dai, yet he was uncertain about Uncle Zhang's role and why he would support that side. Moreover, he pondered why President Wu from Pingzhou had so brazenly revealed his own affairs. Brother Zhuang likely posed no threat. He probably disapproved of those individuals' behavior as well. Having sorted through his thoughts, Chu Tianxiang glanced at his watch. It was already past midnight. That it was too late to call Uncle Tan. He would do so tomorrow instead. That it has been quite some time since I last engaged in physical activity, and I find my reflexes have dulled somewhat. When the knife came at me, I should have countered by striking his wrist with the reverse of my hand. However, for the sake of caution, I opted to hit him in the armpit instead. That I anticipate a reprimand upon my return, and I must find time to practice, lest I fail the examination and incur the wrath of my master. After taking a shower, Chu Tianxiang rested, enjoying a night filled with pleasant dreams, while countless others spent the night in unrest. The most luxurious private hospital in Pingzhou was teeming with people outside the surgical emergency room, well-dressed elites. A variety of charming women and boisterous figures from the underworld crowded the corridor. Adjacent to the emergency room, a doctor's office had transformed into an impromptu conference room for the top-tier dignitaries. Dai Nansheng, Uncle Zhang, and several others sat around a makeshift table, all aware of the events that had transpired that night. 2 wealthy second-generation individuals from Lingnan had been incapacitated. One remained in a coma, while the other suffered a shattering fracture to his right arm, rendering it irreparable. Another had experienced incontinence, having changed his trousers 3 times within an hour, leaving only one unharmed, albeit in a state of confusion. The situation was clear. Dai's youngest son, upset over his father's humiliation and ruining, sought revenge with a few close martial arts brothers. Unfortunately, they had been utterly annihilated. Strike back? Sure, but who will do the fighting? Someone mused that if we send too many, do you think the police are idle? Without solid evidence of your gang status, it's all talk. Find someone capable of fighting. The only ones capable are currently in the emergency room receiving treatment. Call the police? Are you joking? We're here to fight, and if we fail, we'll just call for help. Do you think we want our reputation to be any worse? Old Zhang, there was only one opponent. Have you seen him? Is he really that formidable? A plump boss inquired that I asked for his fighting prowess. I cannot say. However, the composure he exhibited at the dinner table was indeed remarkable, his words precise and unfaltering. Uncle Zhang replied, his brow furrowed in concern over his second son's irreparable ARM that do not fret. President Wu will arrive shortly. He is well acquainted with the other party, Dai Nanxing reassured, before the conversation could continue. President Wu entered, apologizing. I sincerely apologize for my inebriation last night. Please forgive me. Old Wu, could you elucidate the situation? We find ourselves in a fog. Allowing a mere child to bully us is unacceptable. Dai Nanxing said. After a brief contemplation, President Wu began. This is a team, approximately 4 or 5 individuals, with the principal figures hailing from the capital. They have recently procured excellent materials in Guangdong, claiming to have established connections in Myanmar. Though I find it dubious, one of them, named Tan Hui, is closely connected to my nephew that he operates several chain stores in Beijing, albeit on a modest scale, that I am not well acquainted with the others. I have encountered this young man a few times. He is not particularly talkative, but displays great politeness. The issues in ruining are superficial, yet they are contesting a particular stone with Chairman Dai. And I suspect a skilled individual has discerned the quality of that material. The Shanxi fellow seems oblivious, and I initially suspected that young man might be the expert, albeit he seems too young. This time, it was solely this young man who presented the material for the public auction. The others did not attend, and he delivered a substantial amount of modified materials, all of excellent quality, something unheard of in the past. The room fell silent, each person lost in thought, grappling with a seemingly straightforward matter that had spiraled into chaos. Retaliate. Nonsense. This is a conflict among the younger generation that if the elders intervene, whether victorious or vanquished, there will be no justification. Moreover, the situation in ruining has reached a conclusion, yet they persist in their entanglements that do you think they are easy prey. The current priority for the dignitaries is to address the retaliatory measures from the other side. President Wu, could you ask your nephew to contact the one named Tan to gather some information? We are not in a position to do so, Dai Nanxing requested. After a moment's reflection, President Wu replied, I shall attempt it. However, if their anger does not abate, we will be in serious trouble. Old Tan, in poor health, had retired early. Around 2 in the morning, his phone rang abruptly. Reluctant to answer, he found the persistent ringing intolerable. Groggily, he picked up the phone, only to be jolted awake upon seeing it was Wei Hua from Pingzhou. Though they were friends, they had never conversed at such an hour. Steadying himself, Old Tan answered. Old Wei, what trouble has arisen for you to call me at this hour? Tan Hui, filled with trepidation, silently hoped Wei Hua would refrain from mentioning Chu Tianxiang's name. Old Tan, I sincerely apologize. Your nephew has run into some trouble. Chairman Dai's son, along with several others, confronted your nephew. Chapter 61. The aftermath is challenging. Before Wei Hua could finish, Tan Hui erupted. Wei Hua, are you even a friend? I have repeatedly asked you to look after Chu Tianxiang. And this is how you do it. A young man who has never ventured far from home knows nothing, and you couldn't spare someone to accompany him. Are you that short of a couple of bucks? Are you even my friend after all these years? I have asked nothing of you, and yet you have managed to botch this one request. I can no longer consider you a friend. Without allowing for an explanation, Old Tan abruptly hung up. After a moment's thought, he dialed Chu Tianxiang's number, but it went unanswered that he tried again, still no response, and then he reached out to Fu Lin, only to find he was out of service. Panic seized Old Tan. Just then another call came in. It was Wei Hua again. Reluctantly, he answered. What is it? Speak quickly. I am busy, Wei Hua, with an apologetic tone, said Old Tan. I shall be brief. Your nephew has sent Chairman Dai's youngest son, Zhang from Yuli Logistics, to the hospital with serious injuries. 2 others are also in trouble, but your nephew is unharmed. Tan Hui gasped, struggling to comprehend the situation. Who struck whom? He asked, attempting to clarify. Take it easy, Old Wei. Please explain everything in detail. I cannot reach anyone on their side, he urged. Seeing Tan Hui's demeanor soften, Wei Hua recounted the events of the night in their entirety. Tan Hui was stunned. How could Chu Tianxiang possess such extraordinary combat prowess? 1 against 4, resulting in 2 severely injured and 2 lightly harmed, and yet he emerged unscathed. Thank the heavens. Tan Hui inquired about the purpose of Wei Hua's call. To which Wei Hua responded, Chairman Dai's son is currently unconscious. Having been so for 3 hours, the Zhang's son has completely lost the use of his right arm, the upper joint shattered beyond repair. With no hope for recovery, Li's son is experiencing incontinence due to shock, while another is somewhat disoriented, but not in serious trouble. The lightly injured claim that not a hair on Chu Tianxiang was harmed, and they're demanding a compensation of 1 million, which must be delivered by tomorrow morning. The individuals in charge on that side wish to discuss how to handle the aftermath, especially as the two severely injured will require some form of accountability. Tan Hui pondered, then replied to Wei Hua, Let us provisionally agree to the 1 million. We must avoid any further incidents that I will head to Pingzhou first thing in the morning and aim to arrive by afternoon. We can discuss matters then. I need to confer with a few others. After ending the call, Tan Hui reflected and began dialing Dai Dong. Upon connection, he was greeted by the deafening sound of music. Tan Hui, knowing that his personal life had never intersected with Dai Dong's, shouted, I need to speak urgently. Find a quiet place. That a moment later, the music ceased, and Dai Dong inquired, You must have bad news to call me so late. Never mind your affairs. You need to catch the first flight to Pingzhou tomorrow morning. Your precious nephew has gotten into a fight, but he is unharmed. Dai Dong casually remarked, Let him fight, as long as Tianxiang is all right. What is the problem? Can't you handle it? 2 wealthy second-generation individuals have been severely injured, while 2 others are in shock. Do you think I can simply manage that? Tan Hui replied, hearing Dai Dong burst into laughter on the other end. He remarked, Good, my boy. You have inherited my spirit. Tan Hui, uninterested in further banter, stated directly, First flight tomorrow. I'll wait for you. If Chun or Zhang she wish to accompany you, that's fine too. The following morning, Tan Hui arrived at the airport and met with Chun, but Dai Dong was absent, and Zhang she had gone abroad. Around 8 in the morning, Chu Tianxiang awoke. Though he was in Guangdong, his biological clock still adhered to Ruining's schedule. After freshening up, he prepared to have breakfast and opened the door to find Fu Lin waiting in the corridor. Brother Fu, you're here. Why didn't you knock? He inquired. Fu Lin, having spent a restless night, was preoccupied with thoughts of potential pitfalls and had arrived at the hotel early, eager to ascertain Tan Hui's opinion of him, as he valued this job greatly. It's all right. I just arrived. By the way, did you call President Tan last night? It was too late, so I didn't bother, Chu Tianxiang replied. Upon hearing that Chu Tianxiang had not contacted President Tan the previous night, Fu Lin grew anxious and urged him to place a call. However, when he tried, the phone was off. Chu Tianxiang, feeling the pressure, attempted to call Dai Dong, but there was no answer. He tried reaching Chun Jingsheng, but encountered the same result. Both men, bewildered, headed to the dining hall for breakfast. Fu Lin was genuinely impressed by Chu Tianxiang. In a situation where most would either be beaten or frightened, Chu Tianxiang had effortlessly resolved the issue with a few well-placed punches and kicks. Assured that there were no immediate concerns, they leisurely enjoyed their morning tea. Awaiting the forthcoming auction, the AS-10 approached. Wei Hua arrived. Upon seeing him, Chu Tianxiang immediately stood and greeted him warmly. Wei Hua had feared that Chu Tianxiang might snub him, but he had no choice but to come, as his uncle, President Wu, was quite invested in the matter. Now, witnessing Chu Tianxiang's respect toward him, he felt a weight lift from his chest. After taking a seat, he pulled out a fully packaged mobile phone from his bag and casually remarked, Not having a phone is quite inconvenient. Qu Xiangxiang addressed Lin with urgency. Brother Fu, please hurry and acquire a phone card. I fear that Uncle Tam will soon be attempting to contact you. Lin Fu acknowledged with a nod and swiftly retrieved his phone, rising to leave. Chapter 62. The arrival of Tan Hui. Wei Hua turned to Qu Xiangxiang and stated, Those individuals are currently hospitalized. Their families have inquired if you have any demands. After all, they initiated this conflict. Qu Xiangxiang replied, I have already articulated my conditions. It remains to be seen how they will respond. I hail from the mountains and have engaged with them according to the customs of my upbringing. I in a game of defeat. One must accept their fate. Historically, there have been many instances of villages being ravaged. Should they be dissatisfied, let them send someone to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua felt assured that he gestured towards the door, and shortly thereafter, a person arrived carrying a leather suitcase, which he placed at Wei Hua's feet. After setting it down, he bowed to the 2 men and departed. Wei Hua informed Qu Xiangxiang, 1 million is here. Please confirm receipt. Additionally, I have contacted General Tan, who will arrive in Pingzhou by noon today. At that moment, Qu Xiangxiang comprehended why Uncle Tan's phone was turned off. That he remarked, "President Wei, since you are friends with my Uncle Tan, I shall be forthright with you. Last night, I was incensed when those individuals approached and nearly collided with our vehicle, even getting out to assault Brother Fu. Their words were audacious, and they attacked me viciously, resorting to knives. Had I not possessed some skills, I would now be lying in a hospital bed. Since you have intervened, let the subsequent matters be discussed with my Uncle Tan. I have no objections." Wei Hua pondered, does he truly possess skills? What a jest! Those men are practically driven to madness in their martial pursuits, relying on their wealth to do nothing else but train. They have fought in underground arenas and are not to be trifled with. How is it that they seem so feeble in front of you? Seeing that Qu Xiangxiang was no longer pursuing the matter, Wei Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. His purpose was to temper Qu Xiangxiang's anger before Uncle Tan's arrival, as otherwise, the situation could become quite troublesome. After conversing for a while longer, Wei Hua took his leave. Qu Xiangxiang awaited Lin Fu's return, and the two ascended to their room together. As soon as they entered, Tan Hui's call came through, inquiring about their location. 40 minutes later, Tan Hui and Chen Zhengxing entered Qu Xiangxiang's room. Qu Xiangxiang and Lin Fu promptly greeted them. Tan Hui, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Let us discuss the matter. How did this incident transpire?" Qu Xiangxiang recounted the events of the previous evening's banquet, detailing the obstruction in traffic and the assault on Lin Fu. Lin Fu added his insights as well. Tan Hui directed Lin Fu, "This does not concern you anymore. Please return if anyone from the other party seeks you out. Have them call me." As Lin Fu prepared to depart, Qu Xiangxiang quickly interjected, "Brother Fu, please take the suitcase with you." Lin Fu shook his head and turned to leave. Tan Hui inquired, "What suitcase?" Qu Xiangxiang replied, "The 1 million that President Wei delivered this morning. I promised it to Brother Fu." Chen Zhengxing interjected, "This is Qu Xiangxiang's decision. Let it be." Tan Hui contemplated for a moment before stating, "It may be a bit excessive, but if Qu Xiangxiang has decided, then let it be so." He then turned to Chen Zhengxing, asking, "How should we proceed with the aftermath? I have little experience in such matters." Chen Zhengxing chuckled, "What else can we do?" "We negotiate." "Negotiate how?" Chen Zhengxing queried Qu Xiangxiang, "Do you have any further demands?" Noting Qu Xiangxiang's shake of the head, he continued, "Very well, allow me to analyze the situation. The opposing party has suffered considerable losses. Consider this. They have sustained serious injuries, and while it may appear that we should compensate their medical expenses, the fact remains that we are in the right here. They cannot afford to report this to the authorities, for if they do, it may uncover other issues, and they are well aware of the potential consequences." Tan Hui asked, "Is that it? What more can be done?" "They are evidently unwilling to escalate matters. Otherwise, they would not have sent over that 1 million, Chen Zhengxing added. "If Big Brother Dai were here, he would have ensured that those businesses were shuttered for a few days, that if that were to occur, we might extract a bit more money. But the reality is, we are not in need of funds." Laughter ensued among the group. Chen Zhengxing turned to Qu Xiangxiang. "How did you become so formidable? With 1 punch and 1 kick, you subdued 2 of them, while the remaining 2 were left in shock." Qu Xiangxiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My master taught me the lethal techniques of the battlefield. Each move designed to end a life that I in my youth, I was unaware of their implications. After training under my master for several years, he deconstructed each technique, explaining how and when to apply them based on the opponent's reactions. That I in my youth, I did not grasp this, but as I matured, I realized that my strikes were excessively forceful. Targeting vital points, my ingrained thought patterns and muscle memory are difficult to alter. It has become a habit that I hesitated slightly with the second assailant last night, perhaps due to nerves. When he swung the knife horizontally, I should have struck his wrist to disarm him, then seized the knife mid-air and stepped forward to confront the second individual, driving the blade into the first one's back to incapacitate him immediately." Qu Xiangxiang had returned to his area of expertise, and as he spoke, he even stood to demonstrate. Chen Zhengxing and Tan Hui listened, utterly astonished. They contemplated what that seemingly unassuming, frail old man had taught Qu Xiangxiang. This young man, usually courteous and well-mannered, exhibited a reckless ferocity in combat. To have defeated 2 opponents was one thing, but to have left 2 others paralyzed with fear raised questions about the bizarre and terrifying nature of the situation. Tan Hui cautioned Qu Xiangxiang, Possessing such skills is beneficial, but you must never misuse them. That if you can avoid conflict, do so. Qu Xiangxiang nodded in agreement, while Chen Zhengsheng remained unconvinced. Chapter 63. The Wrath of the Fat Man. Tan Hui picked up the phone to call Wei Hua. Arranging a meeting place that he and Chen Zhengsheng rose to leave. But as they reached the door, Qu Xiangxiang suddenly exclaimed, "Inform them that I can awaken the comatose long. I cannot assist with the others." The two men acknowledged and departed. Approximately 2 hours later, Qu Xiangxiang received a call from Uncle Tan, instructing him to wait at the hotel entrance for Lin Fu to drive him to the hospital. Upon arrival, within 5 minutes, Lin Fu appeared, and as Qu Xiangxiang settled into the car, Lin Fu inquired, "Qu Xiangxiang, how is the situation being handled?" "It should be fine. Uncle Tan and Uncle Chun are managing it that I am to awaken the comatose individual. Prolonged unconsciousness can lead to complications that so. They have reached an agreement. It appears so. Qu Xiangxiang, I truly admire you as an elder brother. After attempting to simulate your moves, I found myself unable to replicate a single action." Qu Xiangxiang chuckled. "Brother Fu, I began practicing martial arts before I turned 10, spending 5 to 6 years merely perfecting my horse stance. While the movements may seem simple, they are not easily executed by most. The simpler the action, the more challenging it is to master, yet the greater its potential impact when applied." Lin Fu continued, "News of last night's incident has spread throughout Pingzhou, with many clamoring for revenge. Do not heed the barking dogs. They will not bite." Upon arriving at the hospital, they spotted Tan Hui, Chen Zhengsheng, and several others waiting outside. As Qu Xiangxiang alighted from the car, he greeted them, and among the crowd stood Dai Nanxing, who felt obliged to be present given that his brother was receiving treatment. Qu Xiangxiang slightly bowed, addressing Dai Nanxing, "Mr. Dai, I apologize for my youth. I struck without discretion that I hope for your understanding." Dai Nanxing replied, "It is my brother's own folly. He brought this upon himself that I must trouble you to assess his condition. His prolonged unconsciousness is concerning." The group made their way to the emergency room, where several individuals sat on benches in the corridor. Upon noticing Qu Xiangxiang and his companions, they all stood. One burly man in his 40s fixed a piercing gaze on Qu Xiangxiang without uttering a word. Upon entering the resuscitation area, the doctors and nurses remained silent. Qu Xiangxiang approached Along's bedside, observing that he lay with his eyes tightly shut and unresponsive to external stimuli, though his breathing appeared steady and the heart monitor functioned normally. However, he had been in a coma for over 10 hours. Any longer could result in brain damage. Qu Xiangxiang grasped Along's hand firmly, feeling no pain, that he then moved to the foot of the bed, lifted Along's left foot, and instructed those behind him, "Please stand back." No sooner had he spoken than he swung his right fist, striking Along's left foot sole with a resounding thud. An instant later, a sharp cry of surprise escaped Along's lips as he awakened. "Is that it? He woke up just like that?" Qu Xiangxiang turned to Dai Nanxing, saying, "Mr. Dai, he is awake now. The rest is up to the doctors. That I must take my leave." Tan Hui suggested, "Let us return together." The group bid farewell to Dai Nanxing, who instructed his staff to escort Tan Hui and Chen Zhengsheng downstairs. Just as they reached the ground floor, the burly man approached Qu Xiangxiang, stating, "You are quite skilled. I wish to challenge you to a match." Qu Xiangxiang asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Tan Hui, growing impatient, interjected, "What is there to fight about? Why complicate matters?" The group continued walking towards their vehicle, but the man called out, "I am their senior disciple. We can spar in the ring." This indicated that it was a contest of skills, unrelated to personal grievances. Chen Zhengsheng, ever mischievous, turned back and said, "A fight is acceptable, but the appearance fee is 50 million. That price is almost on par with what heavyweight champion Tyson would command." They all climbed into the car, and Tan Hui chastised Chen Zhengsheng. "Why provoke them unnecessarily?" Chen Zhengsheng chuckled and remarked, "A martial artist, let alone 50 million, hasn't even seen 5 million. What could he possibly use to fight?" "Just a jest." Chu Tianxiang rolled his eyes, finding Uncle Chen rather mischievous. Chen Zhengsheng then inquired of Chu Tianxiang, "How is it that when you struck that fellow's foot sole, he suddenly awakened?" Chu Tianxiang explained, "Last night, my kick was somewhat uncontrolled and too forceful. His blood vessels were obstructed. Today, striking his Yongquan acupoint can help to unblock those vessels." The others in the car failed to grasp the meaning, but they paid it no mind. Chu Tianxiang asked General Tan, "Uncle Tan, how did the negotiations go?" Tan Hui replied, "How did they go? You should ask your Uncle Chun." He is an old hand in this, likely having engaged in such dealings numerous times. During the entire negotiation, I spoke no more than 3 sentences. Chen Zhengxing added, the outcome was simply that everyone returned to their own homes, seeking their own mothers. Tan Hui continued, it wasn't quite like that. Your Uncle Chen extorted a car from them, specifically the one next to yours, a newly purchased Audi Q7. Chu Tianxiang looked at Chen Zhengxing in admiration. He marveled at how such matters could be negotiated, feeling a sense of embarrassment to even broach the subject himself. Chen Zhengxing stated, in such negotiations, one must possess a commanding presence. One moment, pound the table and glare, employing both intimidation and persuasion, and the next, extolling brotherly loyalty, as if one were ready to bow down and pledge brotherhood on the spot. After all, it's all a mix of truth and deception, with not a single honest word spoken. Yet in the end, the issue is resolved. Those individuals today were not seasoned players. They were mere novices. Upon returning to the hotel, Tan Hui pointed to a suitcase and said to Fu Lin, "You've fought alongside Tianxiang. Take this suitcase as a reward." Fu Lin, upon hearing Tan's words, quickly shook his head, saying, No, this is something Tianxiang earned with his life. I cannot accept it. Absolutely not. Chu Tianxiang interjected. Brother Fu, we hit it off from the moment we met. We are good friends. Accept it, for you endured the beating. This is my compensation to you. Chen Zhengxing also said, little brother, take it. Do not let Tianxiang's goodwill go to waste. It would be impossible for Fu Lin not to be moved by such a substantial sum, yet his sense of integrity made him feel unworthy. Realizing he could not refuse any longer, he stood tall and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle to Tan Hui, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, boss. He then bowed to both Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang. As Chapter 64 unfolded. Zhang Shi withdrew. Once Fu Lin departed, Chen Zhengxing advised Chu Tianxiang, although this matter has been settled, we must remain vigilant. After all, we are on their turf. It suffices to check in at the public square. When there is no business, it's best to stay within the hotel and minimize outings. He continued, though this time they were entirely in the wrong. Their losses were considerable, and it is inevitable that someone may take issue with it. Tan Hui suggested perhaps it would be wise for Tianxiang to return home early. I cannot shake the feeling of insecurity here. Chen Zhengxing firmly stated, no, if Tianxiang leaves, our momentum will wane, and the other side may resort to further tricks. Tan Hui picked up the phone to call Dai Dong, relaying the situation, mentioning that upon hearing Chu Tianxiang had suffered losses the previous night, Dai Dong had no intention of coming over. As Chen was more adept at handling this matter, of course, both parties should refrain from invoking administrative powers. Otherwise, he would have to intervene. In the subsequent days, a calm prevailed. The group spent an entire day perusing the public square, encountering no particularly noteworthy items. During this time, Zhuang Sheng invited Chu Tianxiang for a meal, inquiring in detail about the events following the dinner that night, expressing immense admiration for the young man's combat prowess and continually praising him for bringing honor to the people of Yunnan. The two parted on joyous terms. Yet this surface calm did not signify true peace. Dai Nanxing recounted the recent events to his father, who remained non-committal, simply silent. Alung had recovered remarkably well, showing no signs of his prior injuries. However, the matters regarding the 3 families still rested heavily on the Dai family's shoulders. After all, their child had been lured into a fight by another, resulting in severe injury while the latter remained unscathed. How could there be no recourse? The Dai family's eagerness to reconcile with Chu Tianxiang stemmed from a desire to quell internal unrest. Zhang, the second son of General Zhang from Yuli Logistics, had suffered the most severe injuries, losing complete function of his right arm, rendering him disabled. General Zhang contemplated reporting Chu Tianxiang to the authorities for intentional harm, but then reconsidered. Even if the police apprehended and convicted him, the matter would ultimately fall to civil compensation. The reality was that demanding money from the Dai family would be far easier than from Chu Tianxiang. Thus, he consented to reconciliation. The other 2 families' children had sustained no significant injuries. In the rough-and-tumble world they inhabited, taking a few knocks was par for the course. Morally, the Dai family could not neglect their responsibilities, so they awaited further negotiations. The Dai family had incurred considerable losses. The public square concluded uneventfully, and people gradually forgot about the fight, for most were primarily concerned with making a living and supporting their families. The affairs of others were merely fodder for casual conversation. All the materials brought by Chu Tianxiang were auctioned off, totaling 86 million. Due to the low initial procurement costs, Tan Hui had refrained from setting a reserve price, adhering to a simple principle: sell to the highest bidder. Even so, the average profit exceeded tenfold, opening a new avenue for the group. Low-cost stones were abundant and easily sold, minimizing expenses while requiring little effort. Undoubtedly a promising route for the future. As Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengsheng prepared to return to Ruining, Tan Hui headed back to the capital. With the year drawing to a close, everyone was faced with a multitude of matters to address. The group in the capital discussed taking turns visiting Ruining. Before departing, Tan Hui and Chen Zhengsheng conferred with Chu Tianxiang, primarily regarding Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi was an expert in electronics and had achieved remarkable proficiency in certain fields, particularly those concerning safety. The higher-ups hoped Zhang Shi could join the government series, assuming a vice president role at a state-owned company while also heading a research institute, a position of significant administrative stature. However, there was but one stipulation: he must relinquish all shares and positions in his current private company, transferring everything to designated individuals. This was a delightful surprise for Zhang Shi, as his ancestors had also held esteemed government positions. The blood of officials coursed through his veins. Without hesitation, he agreed, motivated by both patriotism and the opportunity to showcase his talents at a higher level. If he performed well and delivered results, there was no telling how far he could ascend. Dai Dong and Tan Hui were equally pleased upon hearing this news, as the political arena represented the proper path. However, Chen Zhengsheng scoffed, musing that living life easily was preferable, and he saw no need to complicate matters. Tan Hui sought Chu Tianxiang's opinion, emphasizing that Zhang Shi must withdraw, and it needed to be resolved before the year's end. What would become of his shares? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, "Uncle Tan, our initial agreement stipulated that shares could not be transferred externally. Thus, we should manage it internally. Let us divide them evenly. Everyone should receive a share." Tan Hui and Chen Zhengsheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this aligned with their collective thoughts. Tan Hui added, "Once Zhang Shi leaves the country, when he returns, we'll have him draft the share transfer documents and proceed with the changes. When the company is liquidated, he will receive what is due to him." Chu Tianxiang remarked, "Uncle Tan, please convey my regards to Brother Zhang when you see him in the capital. This time, he has truly embarked on the right path." The three bid farewell, and Chu Tianxiang, alongside Chen Zhengsheng, drove back to Ruining in the Audi Q7 that Chen Zhengsheng had insisted upon. The journey allowed Chu Tianxiang to fully indulge his passion for driving, despite Chen Zhengsheng's constant critiques of his driving skills. Nevertheless, they arrived safely without incident. In Chapter 65, news of their exploits began to spread. 3 days later, upon arriving at the company, they were greeted with laughter emanating from the courtyard. The two exchanged puzzled glances before entering, discovering a group of 4 or 5 individuals seated in a pavilion, including Pan Yue and General Gao, along with 2 unfamiliar faces. Ligia was inside, serving tea, and the atmosphere was exceedingly cordial. Upon noticing the newcomers, everyone in the pavilion rose to their feet, with Pan Yue dramatically proclaiming, "Welcome back, General Chen and General Chu, victorious from Pingzhou." Both Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengsheng were momentarily taken aback. Swiftly comprehending Pan Yue's insinuation, the adage rang true: good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. It appeared that the events of Pingzhou had already reached Ruining. Chen Zhengsheng laughed heartily. "Mr. Pan, Mr. Gao, and these 2 unfamiliar friends, allow us to freshen up first. We have driven over 2,000 kilometers." The others promptly acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zhengsheng and Chu Tianxiang emerged, exchanging pleasantries. They soon learned that one of the newcomers was named Li Fei, a man in his 30s engaged in the raw stone business, with a shop in the 7-color jewelry city. The other, Mr. Yang, was a 40-year-old from Guangdong, operating a jade processing factory in the area. As they settled into their seats, Li Jie quickly vacated his place for Chen Zhengsheng, retreating back to the room. Chen Zhengsheng inquired, "Gentlemen, what a coincidence. How did you know we were returning today?" Pan Yue replied, "We had no idea. Yesterday, we tried calling Tianxiang, but he was out of service range. That we presumed you were driving back, so we arranged to gather here for tea this afternoon to inquire about the situation. Little did we know you would arrive simultaneously. What a fortuitous encounter." General Gao added, We have also heard whispers regarding the events in Pingzhou, though not many are aware. This time, we ruining folk have finally vented some of our frustration. We have always been regarded as country bumpkins. Pan Yue continued. Tianxiang has fought through numerous challenges, and General Chun has engaged in a battle of wits. Hearing the praise, Chen Zhengxing couldn't help but laugh. I am not so grandiose, but Tianxiang truly possesses formidable combat prowess. He faced 4 opponents, injuring 2 and stunning the other 2, achieving a complete victory. Boss Li Fei asked, I heard they also compensated you with 100,000 in a car? Chen Zhengxing, eager to showcase their strength, responded, they instigated trouble without cause. It is only reasonable to offer some compensation after losing. However, please do refrain from spreading this about, as it may portray us as lacking integrity. The group erupted into hearty laughter. Qu Xiangxiang sat in silence, merely listening to be frank. The rumors circulating and ruining regarding Pingzhou may not be entirely favorable. The striking line drawn in the private sector was already astonishing enough. And now another individual with an overwhelming display of martial prowess emerges, making any attempts at discretion utterly futile. Li Fei suggested, President Shun, allow me to treat you and President Chu to a gathering tonight, where we can raise our glasses in celebration. Chen Zhengxing declined, stating, let us forego that for today. After traveling over 2,000 kilometers, both of us are quite fatigued, and besides, Tianxiang is eager to return to see his mother. We can arrange it for another day. Pan Yue interjected, let us allow Brother Chun and Tianxiang to rest for 2 days, and then on the night after tomorrow, we can offer our group a chance to meet. What do you think? Chen Zhengxing cast a glance at Qu Xiangxiang and replied, that sounds agreeable. Let us settle on that for now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group took their leave. Lineage, upon seeing everyone depart, promptly emerged from the house, holding a piece of paper. President Chun, Brother Tianxiang, there have been numerous visitors these past few days. Some stayed briefly, while others asked a couple of questions before leaving. I've kept a record of everyone. As he spoke, he handed the paper to Chen Zhengxing. Chen Zhengxing glanced at it and casually passed it to Qu Xiangxiang, who observed the densely scrawled lines filled with hasty handwriting. After a rough count, he estimated that approximately 7 or 8 groups of guests had come by, including the former owner, Shui. Qu Xiangxiang inquired, Dodo, what prompted you to keep track of these visitors? Li Jie lowered his head and replied softly, Sister Zhongli taught me to do this. Qu Xiangxiang chuckled, tomorrow, I'll have Sister Zhongli supervise your handwriting practice daily. Just look at your writing. It resembles a dog's paw prints. Li made a face in response. Qu Xiangxiang turned to Chen Zhengxing and asked, Uncle Chun, why are there so many visitors? We've been open for a few months, yet we've never had this many people come in such a short span. Chen Zhengxing sighed. This is all the consequence of the private sector's actions. That time, we should have been firmer and avoided cutting that particular stone. Those individuals are not fools. How could a major blemish be purchased for 2 million? Only to yield Jingyang Green. You claim to be oblivious, yet no one believes that. They are all shrewd. No one can deceive the other. Now, coupled with the happenings in Pingzhou, any hope for discretion is dashed. The visitors are primarily stone sellers, which ultimately works to our advantage, saving us the trouble of searching far and wide. Qu Xiangxiang felt the same way, and upon hearing Chen Zhengxing's words, he resolved to face the situation with equanimity, recognizing that it had already transpired. Chen Zhengxing advised Tianxiang, hurry home and take the car away. All the items we purchased are in it. From now on, let that car be for the old gentleman. He should be able to drive. Qu Xiangxiang nodded in agreement and departed. Upon reaching home, Qu Xiangxiang drove the car into the courtyard. Just as he parked, the old gentleman emerged from the house. His eyes lit up upon seeing Qu Xiangxiang step out of the vehicle. When did you return? He asked. I just got back, master. Did you drive back? Qu Xiangxiang nodded and began unloading items from the car. Thanks to the vehicle, he had procured numerous specialties from Guangdong. That he picked a few items and said to the old gentleman, I will first check on my mother, then come down to chat with you. I genuinely have something to discuss. With that, Qu Xiangxiang hurried upstairs, where he found his mother standing in the corridor, looking down. She was already aware of his return. Mom, I'm back. Are you feeling well? As he spoke, Qu Xiangxiang assisted his mother back into the room, casually placing the items he had brought on the table. I'm fine. I've been feeling quite well lately. Your master found an excellent old eye doctor whose skills are remarkable. After taking her medicine, I feel less cold. Mom, just keep taking it that I don't anticipate going out much in the near future. I'll accompany you every day. His mother inquired. Was your trip smooth? Qixiangxiang candidly replied, it was exceedingly smooth. All the goods were sold, and at high prices that he would never disclose the altercation in Pingzhou to his mother. After a brief conversation between mother and son, Qixiangxiang made his way downstairs to find his master. They sat in the pavilion, sipping tea. Qixiangxiang remarked, the sale of the stones went exceptionally well, but I did get into a scuffle, injuring 2 individuals, though I came away unscathed. The old gentleman's expression remained stoic as he said, explain what transpired from beginning to end. Qixiangxiang recounted the entire saga, including the stone cut in the private sector. When he mentioned that he was the only one present in Pingzhou, the old gentleman furrowed his brow and asked, why didn't Ti Dai Dong and the others go to Pingzhou? Qixiangxiang quickly clarified. Uncle Tan explained to me the following day that he and Uncle Dai had agreed that while they would officially state they were going, the reality was they wanted me to handle the entire public auction on my own as a means of training me. Uncle Tan even had people in Pingzhou assisting me. Furthermore, on the day after the incident, Uncle Tan and Uncle Chen arrived on the earliest flight to Pingzhou. And how did the fight break out? The old gentleman pressed. Qixiangxiang proceeded to detail the events that unfolded after the banquet, particularly emphasizing the moments when he engaged in combat that he stood to demonstrate briefly. The old gentleman asked, weren't there 4 of them? Did the other 2 not take action? The remaining 2 were either too frightened to move or somewhat disoriented. I struck hard enough that the second one screamed in a way that even I found alarming. His voice trembled afterward. Fortunately, the others present were even less capable than I, and they didn't catch on that I never anticipated that one punch would have such devastating power. My right arm is now rendered useless. The old gentleman sighed deeply, lowering his head as he reflected. During those years, I was emotionally troubled and harboring resentment that I would occasionally converse with you, and while teaching you martial arts, I inadvertently imparted battlefield techniques. Each move capable of taking a life, that time, I failed to recognize the gravity of it all. In hindsight, I see I was mistaken that a look of regret washed over his face that I in the future. Strive to avoid physical confrontation whenever possible, that we live in peaceful times, and brute force cannot resolve all issues. After finishing his admonition, the old gentleman felt something was amiss and quickly added, of course. When faced with genuine provocation, one must take action without hesitation, regardless of the potential consequences. Very well, it seems my previous counsel was in vain. What followed? Qixiangxiang then recounted the events that transpired after Tan Hui and Shun Jingxing's arrival, subsequently gesturing toward the vehicle in the courtyard. This car is a gift for you, that I don't want it. I'll have it taken away. The old gentleman replied that he continued, resolving the matter satisfactorily is commendable. But remember those individuals, always remain vigilant. They will strike again, and having suffered such a significant loss, they will not let their grievances go easily, that I shall heed your advice. Master, Qixiangxiang respectfully affirmed. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Qixiangxiang rose early, enjoyed a bowl of rice noodles at the street corner, and upon returning, sat in the pavilion to sip tea and reflect. This had become a recent habit of his, summarizing the previous day's work and contemplating the tasks of the day ahead. As 10 o'clock approached, Qixiangxiang drove to work. Zhang Li and Li Jie had already arrived, tidying up the premises. Qixiangxiang inspected the warehouse, where approximately a dozen stones remained. More than half of the space had been emptied, yet none had been cut open. Qixiangxiang compared the ledger against the costs, examining the stone's qualities to determine which could be cut, that he recognized that a continuous shipment of stones with similar qualities would adversely affect pricing, and he aimed to keep this in mind. Moreover, Tan Hui had informed him in Pingzhou to prioritize cutting any jadeite bangle materials of the glutinous ice variety or higher, as several shops in the capital were running low on stock. With the year's end approaching, the peak season for jadeite sales was imminent. Qixiangxiang selected 2 stones, planning to cut them that evening. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a habit of cutting stones exclusively at night, not out of superstition, but rather due to an instinctual sense. After finishing the day's work, the 3 of them gathered in the pavilion for tea and conversation. Since Zhang Li's arrival, there had been a steady supply of snacks. Dried fruits and seasonal fruits which delighted Dai Dong and the others immensely. Brother Tianxiang, was Guangdong enjoyable? Zhang Li inquired, as she was a country girl longing for the allure of the big city, that it was decent. Though I reckon it doesn't compare to the capital, that having you spend time in the capital. Indeed, the capital is far superior. There are countless places to enjoy, but everything is prohibitively expensive, and I can hardly afford what I fancy. Zhongli lamented. Qu Xiangxiang suddenly asked, Zhongli, which school did you graduate from? I attended a vocational accounting school. It's a secondary institution, but I earned my place through examinations, not merely by paying for admission. Zhongli replied proudly, that's more than sufficient, Qu Xiangxiang stated. Starting tomorrow, you will oversee Li Jie's handwriting practice, with the goal of improvement in 6 months, since the company is not overly busy at the moment. I suggest you enroll in a correspondence course for either an accounting undergraduate or diploma program, and I will cover the expenses. Really? That would be wonderful. Zhongli exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. The young girl possessed a commendable drive for self-improvement. Brother Tianxiang, I've never been good at studying. I really don't want to practice writing, Li Jie murmured, no exceptions. You must practice writing, and you need to study academic subjects as well, in 2 years. At most 3, we all need to step out and explore opportunities, whether in the capital or in Yangcheng, if you cannot even write properly. How can I take you along? Qu Xiangxiang asserted firmly that Li Jie was thoroughly satisfied with his current job, which paid 2,000 yuan a month, but now he was receiving at least 5 or 6,000 yuan monthly, primarily due to the substantial bonuses from the bosses whenever the prices of stones increased. These bonuses often exceeded 1,000 yuan, a notion that had once been unfathomable, and now, upon returning home, he found himself speaking with newfound confidence. Currently, Dodo's family is working in Ruining, he has 2 elder sisters. One is already married, while the other is employed at a real estate agency. His parents earn less than 2,000 each month, and his sister earns a bit more. Their living conditions are precarious, neither particularly good nor bad. However, Dodo's income now matches that of the entire family, bringing immense joy to his parents and sisters, who constantly urge him to work diligently and not to lose his job. Upon hearing from Brother Tianxiang about a potential move to a big city, he felt a surge of excitement, but a glance at Zhongli made him hesitate. To be honest, he is not afraid of Brother Tianxiang, but he does harbor a slight fear of Zhongli. This girl is sharp-tongued, intelligent, and quick-witted, and no matter what games they play, Li Jie always ends up at a disadvantage, and he is haunted by the memories. Brother Tianxiang, will you take me to the big city too? Zhongli asked anxiously, as long as you are willing to come along. Of course I will take you. But first, you need to complete the tasks I assigned to you. Tianxiang replied with a smile. Zhongli immediately responded, no problem, Brother Tianxiang. She then turned and shouted at Li Jie, little Dodo, go buy some calligraphy practice books tonight. You need to start practicing tomorrow. If you don't do well, just try to survive. Li Jie lowered his head in silence, thinking to himself that he could never win an argument with her, that he planned to talk to Brother Tianxiang when he had the chance, hoping to avoid practicing altogether. Having been out for almost a year, Qu Tianxiang encountered many things and occasionally contemplated his future. Since meeting Fu Lin and Ping Zhou, he felt the absence of capable individuals around him. Relying solely on a few uncles would not suffice. Fu Lin, with his calm demeanor and meticulous attention to detail, is truly a talented individual. Currently, he only has Zhongli and Li Jie by his side, so he decided to start developing them. This company can only last for 2 years at its inception. He had no say, but after 2 years, regardless of the opinions and suggestions from his masters and uncles, they must seek his input. Though he never intended to part ways with the uncles, he aspired to build his own team. He is still young, and the road ahead is long. He must find a few like-minded individuals to accompany him. Chen Zhengxing woke up close to 11 o'clock. After driving over 2,000 kilometers, even the young would struggle, let alone someone nearing 50, that after freshening up, he picked up his phone and was surprised to find 8 missed calls. He had silenced his phone the night before to avoid disturbances. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Zhengxing scrolled through the missed calls. Tan Hui, Dai Laoda, President Zhang, Chen Li, and the rest were mostly calls from Rui Ning's bosses. It seemed he would have no peace in the coming days. That he first called Tan Hui, who had no urgent matters, and they chatted briefly before hanging up. Dai Dong had something to discuss. He mentioned he would arrive in Rui Ning in a week and urged Chen Zhengxing to expedite the process of obtaining a pass for Qu Tianxiang. Old Master Sun from HK also called to invite Qu Tianxiang to HK. Next, Chen Zhengxing called several Rui Ning bosses, only to find himself inundated with dinner invitations for the upcoming 6 nights, leaving him no choice but to agree to all of them. upon arriving at the company. It was time for lunch. Zhongli prepared delicious northern home-style dishes, and everyone in the company was quite satisfied, except for Li Jie, who found it hard to adjust but felt his opinions were insignificant. As Zhongli put it, cooking for you is a sign of respect. If you don't like it, go eat out. That Li Jie was reluctant to spend money. During the meal, Chen Zhengxing told Chu Tianxiang, Tianxiang, we will be collecting materials during the day, but you have to join me for the drinking engagements every night for the next 6 days. Uncle Dai and Uncle Tan called this morning and mentioned that you observed the public auction situation in Pingzhou. Our materials are relatively good compared to others and at a lower cost. Therefore, when collecting stones, you should be flexible. As long as the profit exceeds 5 times, we should acquire them without fear of stockpiling. While Chu Tianxiang was eating, he barely absorbed the other details. Focusing instead on the fact that he had to attend drinking events every night, he raised his head and asked Uncle Chen, where do these drinking events come from? Chen Zhengxing chuckled. Tonight is a significant occasion. President Zhang is hosting, along with several important guests. Tomorrow night will be for the bosses from Ruining, and we cannot decline any of them. Chu Tianxiang was left speechless. Chapter 68. A reunion with General Gao, Chen Zhengxing continued. After lunch, we will head to President Zhang's place to see if there are suitable stones for acquisition. Following the principles I just outlined, we should not overlook any promising opportunities. Chu Tianxiang nodded in agreement, recognizing that he could not refuse Uncle Chen's arrangements. Uncle Chen had a far better grasp of the priorities than he did. It seemed the saying was true. Fame brings trouble. There were indeed many people keeping an eye on him. Around 2 in the afternoon, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengxing strolled to President Zhang's gallery. Upon entering, they spotted General Gao and 2 unfamiliar individuals chatting over tea, while President Zhang was absent. General Gao quickly stood up to greet Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang, and the other 2 did the same, nodding in acknowledgement. After taking their seats and pouring tea, General Gao introduced the guests beside him, who turned out to be local shop owners stopping by for a casual chat. General Gao asked Chen Zhengxing if he wanted to call President Zhang back. But Chen Zhengxing declined, saying he had heard that President Zhang had new materials and wanted to take a casual look. General Gao was delighted, recognizing that these 2 were undoubtedly affluent buyers, purchasing stones in bulk rather than one by one, reflecting their strength. Qinzong, Tianxiang, you 2 have quite the keen sense of information. This batch of materials only arrived 3 days ago, and you already know about it. Chen Zhengxing thought to himself, keen information? That's a joke. I merely made a casual remark that turned out to be accurate. He laughed heartily. General Gao, we still need to meet with President Zhang tonight. So we won't trouble him right now. We'll just browse. Understanding the implications, General Gao quickly called over a young man, instructing, please accompany General Chu in examining the stones. Be careful as they are large. And don't injure him. I will chat with Qinzong here. The young man agreed and led Chu Tianxiang to inspect the stones. Chu Tianxiang picked up a flashlight and walked towards the shelves in the hall. After a cursory glance, he found himself genuinely impressed with President Zhang. A third of the stones on the shelves had been replaced, indicating that they were selling well. He began to scrutinize each stone carefully, while the young man sat nearby on a rattan chair, attentively observing Chu Tianxiang's movements. After more than 40 minutes, Chu Tianxiang instructed the young man, open the back room. I want to see the materials inside. The materials in the back room had been even more changed, with only about half of the original stock remaining. It seemed both the private auction and the Pingzhou public auction had brought considerable profit to President Zhang. After over an hour, Chu Tianxiang exited the room and approached the tea table, saying, General Gao, I have my eye on a few stones. Please offer a preferential price. General Gao abruptly stood up, feeling somewhat impolite, and smiled apologetically. Let us go take a look. If Tianxiang speaks, we must oblige, even if it means not making a profit. The group stood up, and while General Gao wished to keep the other 2 from following, he could not bring himself to say so. Upon entering the room, Chu Tianxiang pointed at a stone, asking, how much for this one? 260,000. And this one? 300,000. Now what about this large one? This one is a bit pricey. It was co-purchased by President Zhang, and the asking price is 12 million. After inquiring about 5 stones, Chu Tianxiang calculated that the total would be just over 23 million. Stepping out of the room and approaching the shelves in the hall, he asked, what are the prices for these 3? General Gao's heart raced. 8 stones meant that even if they ultimately settled on 4, His commission would still be in six figures. These three are relatively cheaper. The black sand is 300,000, the yellow sand skin is 230,000, and the one from the card pool is 450,000. Chu Tianxiang glanced at Uncle Chun, but remained silent. Chen Zhengxing understood and said to General Gao, "For the 8 stones, you give a price. If it's reasonable, we'll take them all." General Gao quickly calculated in his mind and replied, "The 5 stones in the back can be packaged for 18 million, and the 3 outside will not yield a profit at 80,000. Chen Zhengxing shook his head slowly, saying, "The price is too high. General Gao, you're treating me as an outsider." General Gao grew anxious, saying, "Chenzong, Brother Chen, I really didn't ask for much. You have no idea how expensive it is to acquire stones nowadays." Chu Tianxiang smiled and said, "General Gao, knowing each other for so long, you understand our temperaments that I'll state a price. If it works, we'll take them all. If not, then so be it." Before General Gao could respond, Chu Tianxiang quickly added, "You can just say yes or no. No need for explanations that if you can't make the decision, feel free to call President Zhang." General Gao hesitated, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Then I'll call the boss." General Gao picked up the phone and exited the room, leaving the 2 shop owners looking somewhat bewildered. They had never witnessed such a method of purchasing stones before. Buying in bulk, as though they were at a vegetable market, in Rui Ning, it is uncommon for high-priced gambling stones to sell without a fortnight of haggling. Who are these 2 individuals? They had never heard of them, and when did Rui Ning produce such bold characters? One of the bosses immediately assumed the responsibilities of the host, beginning to serve tea and water to Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang, engaging in small talk to inquire about their backgrounds. Chen Zhengxing, unfazed by such situations, managed to exchange a few words, leaving behind a contact number. One was surnamed Li, and the other Yang, both proprietors at the Jupiter Jewelry City. When Gao Zong returned, he smiled and handed the phone to Chen Zhengxing, saying, "Brother Chen, President Zhang wishes to speak with you." Chen Zhengxing took the call and exchanged pleasantries with President Zhang, that he then set down the phone and said to Gao Zong, "Thank you for your kind words, Gao Zong. Let us proceed with the card payment and have the stones delivered to my shop." Gao Zong, grinning broadly, replied, "No problem. Thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Tianxiang has taken good care of our business." His excitement caused him to mix up the hierarchy. Chapter 69. A Banquet of Joy and Song, Part 1. Upon returning to the store, it wasn't long before all the stones arrived. Gao Zong personally came to inform the 2 that he would pick them up later that evening. After unloading the stones, Gao Zong exchanged a few words with his companions before driving off. The 2 settled down for a casual chat, and Chen Zhengxing casually inquired, "Tianxiang, how are the stones this time? There are several particularly fine pieces. If all goes well, 2 of them are likely to yield green flowers of ice type, which would recoup our investment." Chu Tianxiang replied. He continued, "Where does President Zhang source such remarkable stones? He always seems to have good ones. However, there are 2 stones in his possession that, if cut, could be disastrous. Each price in the millions." Chen Zhengxing chuckled. "It's all about who has the worst luck." The 2 erupted into laughter, reminiscing about the time when they first met, recalling the large stone they had cut that resulted in a loss of over $1 million. At 6 in the evening, Gao Zong arrived in a brand-new Mercedes to pick them up, a gesture of respect that in less than 10 minutes, they reached the most luxurious hotel in Ruining, the Mangsha Hotel, renowned for its rich, ethnic atmosphere. The 3 disembarked and entered the lobby, which was entirely adorned in Dai-style decor, bustling with waitstaff dressed in traditional attire. They made their way through the lobby to the backyard, where pavilions scattered beneath the greenery, exuding exotic charm. Gao Zong led them to a secluded pavilion at the far end, where a large round table sat, surrounded by several guests. Chen Zhengxing hurried forward, extending his hands dramatically, and exclaimed, "President Zhang, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Upon noticing Chen Zhengxing approaching, President Zhang quickly rose, and the others followed suit. He grasped Chen Zhengxing's hand, expressing his delight. "Mr. Chen, thank you for honoring this old man with your presence. I know you have been quite busy since your return." President Zhang glanced behind Chen Zhengxing and remarked, "This must be young Chu Tianxiang. We've met several times before, and this time you have brought honor to us Ruining folks." Chu Tianxiang promptly stepped forward, bowing slightly, and said, "Thank you for the kind words, President Zhang. I still have much to learn." President Zhang laughed heartily and turned to the others, saying, "This young man claims he hasn't done enough. The group erupted into laughter. President Zhang took the seat of honor, with Chen Zhengxing on his left and Chu Tianxiang on his right. Next to Chu Tianxiang sat a robust man in his 40s, of average height. President Zhang introduced Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang to the others, pointing to the man beside Chu Tianxiang. This is the Secretary General of the association, Huang Bin. His father was our first president and is now nearly 90, no longer involved in worldly affairs. Then he gestured to a man in his 50s on Chen Zhengxing's left, saying, "This is also from our association, Jiang Xiaoning, who owns a large jade store in Yalong and has excellent relations with Myanmar." He then indicated a man in his 30s next to Jiang Xiaoning. This is Lu Liang, a rising star in ruining stone gambling scene. Young and accomplished, with a significant enterprise. His insights into raw stones are profound. Particularly in sales, we older gentlemen have already been outshone by him. There were also two others present, one being Huang Bin's assistant and the other brought by Jiang Xiaoning. Gao Zong sat with his back to the steps. Clearly there merely for the atmosphere. The banquet officially commenced, and whether familiar or newly acquainted, everyone relaxed and enjoyed themselves. The atmosphere at the table was lively, and Chen Zhengxing, a seasoned conversationalist, effortlessly entertained the crowd, eliciting peals of laughter. After a brief pause, Huang Bin raised his glass and stood, addressing Chen Zhengxing. "Brother Chen, your recent trip to Pingzhou has brought us pride. On behalf of my father, I thank you and Brother Tianxiang for avenging our family's honor. I will drink to that, and you and Brother Tianxiang may drink at your leisure." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Chen Zhengxing, taken aback, had not been drinking and turned to President Zhang with a puzzled look, as if asking, "What does this mean?" President Zhang sighed. "Old Chen, this is an old story. About 30 years ago, when jade first became popular, Huang Bin's father, our first president, was duped by Dai Yue in Guangdong. Out of 10 truckloads of goods, only 4 returned, and they hadn't been paid for. The issue was that much of the merchandise was borrowed. It took old Huang 6 years to repay the debts." Huang Bin added, "When I heard President Zhang was coming, I didn't attend. Later, I learned that the old con man fainted on sight, which delighted me that I gathered some friends for a celebration. And when I heard about the Pingzhou incident, I promptly informed my father. He simply said, 'Revenge is a dish best served cold.'" President Zhang continued, "In the beginning, those of us in Ruining's jade business were straightforward and naive, often falling victim to the cunning of the Lingnan folks. At that time, there were no public auctions in the country. They were adept at calculations and processing, with a nationwide sales network for their finished products, leaving us at a disadvantage in every transaction. Eventually, the government supported the establishment of the association, which began to represent large transactions, leading to some improvements. Later, public auctions emerged, and that's when things started to stabilize. Chen Zhengxing was curious about the type of scam that could result in such a significant loss, but decided against asking. He said, "Old Huang, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that we are acquainted, let us foster closer ties. Although Ruining is somewhat remote, we are not to be bullied." President Zhang agreed. "Old Chen is right. We deal in raw stones, and we belong to the upper echelon. We should have a voice." Chapter 70. A Banquet of Joy and Song. Part 2, Jiang Xiaoning asked. "Mr. Chen, what does your company primarily deal in?" Chen Zhengxing replied, "Our company was established not long ago. We mainly acquire raw stones, partly for our own enjoyment and partly to supply a few chain stores in the mainland. We supply goods a few times a year to Qinli in Yalong, Shuizong in Jigao, and Pan Yue in Zhangqian. We are all friends that I met President Zhang at Qinli's shop." President Zhang remarked to Jiang Xiaoning, "Mr. Chen is quite capable. He has other enterprises beyond this, and jade is merely a small part of his endeavors. When he sees a quality piece, he never hesitates." He continued, "Mr. Chen and Mr. Chu are friends I've introduced to everyone. It's up to all of you to make an impression." President Zhang's words served as a call to arms for the drinking competition, and several bosses promptly raised their glasses to toast the two, viewing them as bringers of fortune. After all, the more they drink now, the more stones they might sell later. As spirits rose, Huang Han remarked, "Tianxiang, you're a local, aren't you? Your accent is very similar." Chu Tianxiang responded, "I grew up in Ruining, but my parents are from the mainland." Huang Han replied, "Heroes emerge from youth. You make your Uncle Huang feel ashamed. When you have time, I'd like to introduce you to my father. He wishes to thank you in person." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang quickly rose and respectfully said, "I'm flattered. I'll make sure to visit old Huang." Lu Liang suddenly interjected, Mr. Chu, when you have time, I'd like to learn from you about how to gamble on stones. I enjoy stone gambling. Chu Tianxiang hastily replied, Brother Lu, you're too kind and my skills are limited. I'll visit your shop when I get the chance. While Lu Liang spoke politely, he felt a twinge of competitiveness. He believed his ability to interpret stones was already quite high and that he had a natural talent for it. The line that Chu Tianxiang had drawn on the stone had become legendary and ruining, and though he had been present at the time, he had not paid much attention to it. Thus, he thought it would be beneficial to engage Chu Tianxiang in discussions without any ulterior motives. The banquet continued for over 3 hours, and several key figures had indulged a bit too much. Chen Zhengxing sensed it was time to conclude the gathering, but Huang Han insisted on taking both Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang to a bar for more fun, and even Jiang Xiaoning and Lu Liang seemed keen on this idea, suggesting it had been prearranged. President Zhang, being older, was not fond of this atmosphere and decided to head home. Chen Zhengxing, Chu Tianxiang, Huang Han, Jiang Xiaoning, and Lu Liang made their way to the hotel where Chen Zhengxing had previously stayed. Known for having the most luxurious nightclub in Ruining, Chu Tianxiang had accompanied Chen Zhengxing there a few times before, during which they were treated by the likes of Pan Yue and others. Now, he felt no more like a country bumpkin entering a grand mansion and faced the scantily clad waitstaff with composure. Huang Han was truly uninhibited. Not only did he book the largest private room, but the vast tea table was filled with fine wines, beers, various snacks, fruit platters, and appetizers that he then called for the mamacin to assign a lady to each guest, leading to a wild celebration of drinking, singing, dice throwing, and dancing. Chen Zhengxing, being seasoned in such affairs, knew how to navigate the situation effortlessly, indulging in both the lavish and the ribald. However, Chu Tianxiang was less comfortable in this environment. He had a poor singing voice and often went off-key, which he considered his only shortcoming. It was not yet the right moment to leave. He quietly remained seated, observing others reveling in their merriment. The festivities continued until past 3 in the morning, when a few individuals finally departed, satiated. The following day, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengxing resumed their routine of collecting materials during the day and attending social gatherings at night. However, this time, Chen Zhengxing resolutely refused to visit the nightclub, opting instead to drink alone while Chu Tianxiang sipped on soft drinks. Despite Chen Zhengxing's typically boisterous demeanor, it is worth noting that every successful individual often plays the role of a cunning fox beneath a facade of simplicity. In the evenings, he would visit the homes of those who treated him to meals, collecting materials from them. Even the least desirable pieces could yield something valuable, as he had explained to Chu Tianxiang. Moreover, the two of them maintained a firm grip on pricing, which endeared them to their hosts, who perceived them as generous and financially secure, an impression that Chen Zhengxing desired to cultivate among these bosses. Indeed, they were not short on funds. They simply lacked the stones to inspect. With the new year approaching, the market for finished products was thriving, while raw stones were in a seasonal lull at this juncture. Cash-strapped proprietors were eager to offload inventory, and Chen Zhengxing sought to exploit this opportunity for substantial gain. For 6 consecutive days, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengxing tirelessly examined stones and indulged in drinking, until they could no longer endure it. Chen Zhengxing took the initiative to call a halt, deciding to forego further stone inspections and social engagements. After a few days of rest, the duo planned to visit Lu Liang's shop. Lu Liang had emerged as a rising star in Ruining City over the past 2 years. In his 30s, a native of Nanhai, possessing remarkable insight into jadeite raw stones and innovative ideas, leading a group of young enthusiasts to carve out a successful niche in Ruining. Chapter 71. The incident at Lu Liang's shop was located in the South Asia jewelry city, not far from where Chu Tianxiang and his companion had their store. The two leisurely strolled over. As they neared Lu Liang's establishment, they could see a group of young individuals bustling about inside, clearly engaged in a busy trade. Upon entering, a beautiful young woman approached them, gently inquiring, "Hello, gentlemen. How may I assist you today?" "Greetings. We are just here to browse," Chen Zhengxing replied casually, noticing that Lu Liang was not present in the main hall. The young woman gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa and poured 2 cups of tea, softly inquiring, "Would you gentlemen prefer to look at raw stones or finished products?" Chen Zhengxing was somewhat taken aback. This manner of reception was distinctly characteristic of the mainland, and encountering it in Ruining felt rather unfamiliar. Chu Tianxiang asked, "Is Lu Liang available?" "He is indeed. That I will fetch him for you." May I ask your surname? Just inform him that my surname is Chun, he replied. The young woman turned to leave, and the two began to scrutinize the layout of the hall. Liu Liang's shop boasted a modern design. Devoid of the heavy, traditional office furnishings, to the left were several groups of sofas, presumably for receiving guests, while to the right stood rows of trapezoidal shelves, looking quite innovative. Brother Chun, Tianxiang, what brings you here without prior notice? It is quite an oversight on my part to not have welcomed you properly, came a voice from behind. They turned to see Liu Liang hastily approaching from an inner room. The two quickly rose to greet him. And after shaking hands and settling into their seats, Liu Liang remarked, Brother Chen, what a pleasant surprise to see you at my humble shop today. Chen Zhengxing replied, I merely came to familiarize myself with your establishment and perhaps take a look at some stones. I've heard that you are the youngest expert in ruining. Liu Liang humbly responded, Brother Chen, please do not flatter me. I am merely a novice, and there is much I still have to learn from you. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Liang expressed his apologies. Brother Chen, Tianxiang, I have another client in the back who is quite demanding. Please feel free to browse. My deputy will accompany you, that I hope you will forgive me. With that, he clasped his hands in apology. Chen Zhengxing graciously replied, No worries. Old Liu, attend to your matters. We can manage by ourselves. That Liu Liang retreated into the back room, and the two moved to the shelves to begin examining stones. A bespectacled young man followed them closely. His name was Liu Yi. Liu Liang's deputy, Dada's Chu Tianxiang immersed himself in work. Chen Zhengxing engaged Liu Yi in casual conversation. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted from Liu Liang's office. The voices growing increasingly loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall, including several other clients. Liu Yi excused himself and hurried inside. Moments later, a young woman emerged from the office in tears. Rushing out the front door, Chu Tianxiang and Chen Zhengxing exchanged glances, abandoning their examination of stones and returning to their seats on the sofa, awaiting the unfolding of events. Within 10 minutes, the door swung open, and 3 individuals exited. 2 young men and a middle-aged man, all evidently locals, their faces contorted with anger and disdain as they strode out. Upon recognizing one of the young men, Chu Tianxiang's eyes widened, and he leaned closer to Chen Zhengxing, whispering, That is Qiao Lin, the second son of President Qiao from the Ruining Association. Chen Zhengxing signaled to Chu Tianxiang, and the two rose to approach Liu Liang's office. Finding Liu Liang sitting there, his face flushed while Liu Yi spoke in hushed tones. Chen Zhengxing inquired, Old Liu, what happened? Do you need assistance? Liu Liang lifted his head, saying, No need, Brother Chen, I can handle this. He then instructed Liu Yi. You may step out for now, attend to the guests. I need to discuss something with Brother Chen. Liu Yi complied and exited. Seated across from Liu Liang, Chu Tianxiang remarked, That young man is indeed President Qiao's second son. Isn't he? Chen Zhengxing followed up with, What transpired? Liu Liang sighed. One of my female employees, a lovely young lady, managed to poach an important client from him at the market, and she did so in front of his company's staff. It was unfortunate that one of his employees was rather forward. Upon seeing our attractive young lady, he approached her, and before he realized the gravity of the situation, she had struck up a conversation with their client. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was too late. That I also let my guard down. When the young lady brought that client to my shop, I failed to inquire how she had met him. This client has purchased several high-priced stones from me, each costing millions, while on their end, Qiao Lin's side had not spent much at all. And now, the situation has escalated that I merely had a brief exchange with the young lady in the office. But in such a scenario, I had to act in a manner that they could observe, enduring the grievances for appearances sake. Chen Zhengxing pursed his lips, contemplating before asking, Surely, this cannot be the sole reason. Chapter 72. The Betting Agreement. Liu Liang, feeling disheartened, continued, There are always stones coming in from northern Myanmar at low prices with excellent quality, and many have been invited to inspect them. Qiao Lin, leveraging his local connections and the fact that his father is the association president, has become quite arrogant, always seeking to monopolize. While we have had a few minor disputes, we had managed to avoid any serious confrontation. But now the opportunity lies squarely in his hands. Chen Zhengxing fell silent. Poaching clients was indeed a grave breach of industry etiquette, and given the stakes involved, it was a multi-million-dollar deal. However, the incident had occurred, and the focus now shifted to how to resolve it. He inquired, What are their demands? Either we shut down or engage in a betting agreement. That a betting agreement. Chu Tianxiang exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Chen Zhengxing regarded him with a skeptical expression, asking, why such a loud reaction? What's wrong with a betting agreement? Chu Tianxiang glanced at Chen Zhengxing but refrained from answering, turning instead to Lu Liang. Brother Lu, are you familiar with what a betting agreement entails? Lu Liang replied, I have no idea. I only just heard about it today. Chu Tianxiang explained, this is a method employed by various tribes in ancient times to resolve disputes over jadeite mining. The two disputing tribes would each present 5 stones, and within a specified time frame, each tribe would select their 4 most valuable stones. These would be revealed on site, and whichever tribe's stones held the highest value would emerge victorious. Of course, if both tribes ended up with identical stones, they would each choose 1 stone from the other selection to determine the winner. Liu Liang listened intently, processing the information, but he realized that the opposing side had given him only 5 days to decide between shutting down or engaging in a betting agreement. Yet he was uncertain about the terms of the bet or how to proceed. The recent surge in his success had made him vulnerable, committing a significant faux pas in the industry. He found himself with little recourse to apologize or make amends, as the opposing party was backed by the association president, an influential figure. This was the crux of the matter in any industry association. Numerous vice presidents exist, each with limited sway, often holding honorary titles. However, the president wields substantial power, capable of rendering a business's existence unbearable if he takes a disliking to it. Chu Tianxiang pressed on, Brother Lu. What would the stakes of the betting agreement be? Lu Liang glanced around, hesitating before saying, the other party is demanding 70 million in cash, while I am wagering my shop. But the value of this shop is undoubtedly greater than 70 million. Currently, my funds are tied up in this establishment, leaving me nearly cashless. Winning would be advantageous, but should I lose, I would have no opportunity to recover. Swallowing hard, Lu Liang continued, if I shut down now, I could preserve all my assets, but they insist that I must leave ruining immediately. However, everything here is finally on the right track, and I am poised for further development. The thought of departing is simply unacceptable to me. Yet, if I wish to remain in ruining, I must wager my shop, essentially my entire fortune, against them. Given that they are bold enough to present such terms, they must have considerable confidence in their position. Consequently, I find myself at a loss as to what steps to take. Chen Zhengxing proposed, Old Lu, would it not be wise to consult President Zhang and Huang Han for guidance? It would only have the opposite effect. Chairman Zhang Huanghan represents one faction, while Chairman Xiao belongs to another. They are often at odds with each other, and allowing them to engage would only fan the flames. Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang were momentarily at a loss for any viable solutions. It seemed that witnessing the stone was not meant to be today. After discussing other matters for a while, they took their leave. As the two walked back, their spirits were quite subdued. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiang remarked, Brother Lu is quite a decent fellow. Chen Zhengxing abruptly turned around and sternly admonished Chu Tianxiang, you absolutely must not meddle in this matter. Do you understand? It was the first time Chu Tianxiang had seen Uncle Chen speak to him so sternly, and he quickly chuckled, hee, I won't interfere, I won't. After a few more steps, Chen Zhengxing softened his tone, saying, Tianxiang, reflect on why I do not want you to assist Lu Liang. Understood, Uncle Chen, Chu Tianxiang replied, though he remained puzzled. A day later, Dai Dong arrived. The tickets for their flight to Hong Kong had already been purchased. 2 days later, Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang would first fly to Yanqing and then take a train to Shenzhen, passing through the Lehu port into Hong Kong. Then on the day they were to head to Hong Kong, Chu Tianxiang bid farewell to his master and mother before flying to Yanqing with Dai Dong. Chen Zhengxing also returned to Shaanxi, where several coal mine board meetings awaited the chairman for year-end summaries. During the journey, Chu Tianxiang recounted the events in Pingzhou, to which Dai Dong offered no comments. However, regarding Lu Liang, Dai Dong concurred with Chen Zhengxing's stance. They would not assist Lu Liang, at least not at this juncture. Chapter 73. The Oriental Pearl. Upon crossing the Lu port, Chu Tianxiang felt an unsettling sensation. Is this really Hong Kong? He mused. The roads were narrow and winding, with frequent inclines and declines. Towering skyscrapers loomed everywhere, all standing rigid and straight like pencils. How could anyone live in such a confined space? The vehicles moved rapidly, a myriad of cars, many of which he could not name, while pedestrians hurried along the streets as if caught in a whirlwind. The urban landscape was a chaotic array of signs. Utterly unlike the Hong Kong he had envisioned. After more than 40 minutes in the car, they arrived at an opulent residence nestled on a hillside, surrounded by lush greenery, starkly contrasting with the earlier bustling city. The vehicle halted in front of the main building, a four-story villa adorned with minimal decoration, exuding an aura of antiquity that a person resembling a butler opened the car door and greeted them. "Welcome, Mr. Dai, Mr. Chu, to the Sun family for a visit." With understated formality, Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang nodded and entered the house, making their way to the grand hall. There, they found old Master Sun seated on a sofa in the center of the room, examining a porcelain vase through a magnifying glass, with two individuals seated beside him. "Uncle Sun, I've come to see you," Dai Dong announced loudly upon entering. Hearing the voice, the old gentleman looked up, and upon recognizing Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang, he quickly set aside what he was holding and joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, it's Dai Dong and young Chu. Welcome to my home." The two promptly approached to pay their respects before taking their seats. The old gentleman turned to the two individuals beside him and said, "We have guests. Please leave your belongings with me. I'll provide you with a confirmation in a few days." The two expressed their gratitude and took their leave. The butler came over to place the porcelain vase into a box and carried it away. "Did you have a smooth journey?" the old gentleman inquired of the two. "Young Chu, this is your first time in Hong Kong, isn't it?" Dai Dong replied, "Uncle Sun, the journey was very smooth. Tianxiang has never been to Hong Kong before. It's thanks to your kindness that he could come this time." The old man laughed heartily. "At my age, what kindness do I possess? Grandpa Sun, you are indeed the embodiment of longevity and blessings," Chu Tianxiang replied, eliciting laughter from everyone present. "Since you've come to my home, there's no need to stay at a hotel. You shall reside here with me," the old gentleman declared, turning to the butler. "Please show them to the guest rooms on the second floor that they've had a long journey and should rest for a while." The two quickly stood to express their thanks. Watching them ascend the stairs, the old gentleman summoned his bodyguard, Ajin, and inquired, "What is the situation with ruining?" Ajin reported, "There is one incident. Chu Tianxiang clashed with the locals while delivering goods to the Pingzhou public auction, which arose from a dispute linked to ruining's private auction. Both sides engaged in a scuffle. Chu Tianxiang faced off against 4 individuals, resulting in 2 severe injuries and 2 minor injuries on the opposing side, with one of the severely injured sustaining a permanently damaged right arm. Chu Tianxiang emerged unscathed. Later, Tan Hui and Chen Zhengxing intervened, and both parties negotiated a settlement, with the other side compensating them with 1 million and a vehicle. The old gentleman raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Does Chu Tianxiang know martial arts?" "He should, and at a high level." The 4 individuals he fought were all martial artists with experience in underground fighting rings. Ajin explained that is there anything else. Due to the long-standing enmity between Nanyue and Ruining, this time Chu Tianxiang achieved a resounding victory over them, allowing Ruining's people to vent their frustrations. Now, the bosses of Ruining take pride in knowing Chu Tianxiang, and there have been continuous banquets in their honor, hosted by some of the most esteemed jadeite dealers in the area. What is the quality of their materials at the public auction? Exceptional. The worst is above average. All are modified materials that are in high demand. That it has been a long time since such quality was seen at the public auction, and the quantity is significant. The avenues have opened up and their reputation has spread. It will be difficult to manage moving forward, the old gentleman mused quietly to himself. Immediately call Aining back. He will accompany them. You should join as well. Wherever they wish to go, ensure you pay close attention to Chu Tianxiang's conduct. That's all for now. You may leave. Understood, sir, Ajin replied before departing. The evening banquet was hosted at the old gentleman's residence. Attended by his 2 sons, 1 daughter, a grandson, and 2 granddaughters, marking it as a significant affair. Although Chu Tianxiang might not have had such prominence, the presence of the Dai family from the capital warranted serious attention. As both families were considered long-standing acquaintances to accommodate the 2 visitors from the mainland, the entire banquet featured traditional Chinese cuisine, primarily Cantonese dishes. The old gentleman's eldest son, Zheng Jianping, was the chairman of the family conglomerate and nearing 60, known for his stern demeanor. His second son, Zheng Jianxing, was a prominent lawyer with his own firm and exceptional eloquence. The old gentleman's grandson, Zheng Fanlin, nearly 40, was the eldest grandson of the Zheng family, while his eldest granddaughter, Zheng Ning, was in her 30s, and the youngest granddaughter, at 18 or 19, was a university student named Zheng Jing, the daughter of Zheng Jianxing. Chapter 74. A startling remark. The atmosphere at the gathering was delightful, with Zheng Ning being an old acquaintance of Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang. She recounted the events surrounding the private auction at Ruining, and the absurdity of the story prompted laughter from all present. The old gentleman quipped, "These two nephews have taken advantage of this old man from afar. A sum of over 20 million was just 10,000 short of what I could have secured, resulting in me spending several hundred million more." The youngest granddaughter, Zheng Jing, interjected, "Grandpa, it was you who miscalculated. Otherwise, Uncle Dai and the others wouldn't have outbid you by 10,000. Dai Dong quickly shook his head. "Zheng Jing, you don't understand. We initially agreed on a price of 25 million, 10,000 less than the old gentleman's figure. However, while I was drafting the bid, I inadvertently added an extra 200,000, leading to the subsequent events that if you don't believe me, ask Tianxiang. During the bidding, I stated 25,200,000, and Tianxiang was so stunned he thought we hadn't won the bid. Chu Tianxiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, I was genuinely interested in that stone. When I heard we hadn't won the bid, I was indeed a bit bewildered. The eldest son, who had endured hardships alongside the old gentleman in the jadeite business, understood the feelings of Dai Dong and the others that he remarked, such occurrences are quite common in bidding scenarios. What is surprising is your audacity to spend 2 million on a worthless piece of material. If you misjudge, it could lead to total loss. Zheng Ning chimed in, Dad, you have no idea how much effort Uncle Dai and the others expended to acquire that worthless piece. Uncle Chun is undoubtedly a genius. He feigned a clumsy accent with a heavy local dialect, fooling everyone. And when the jade was cut and revealed its full green potential, you should have seen him smirking at the crowd as if watching a bunch of fools. Zheng Jing inquired, Tianxiang, did you really find the stone impressive? Chu Tianxiang quickly replied, not impressive, it was just a stroke of luck. The old gentleman laughed heartily, Young Chu, let me show you the remarkable item you stumbled upon. He turned to the butler, who promptly exited. Moments later, the butler returned, cradling a large box. After exchanging a glance with the old gentleman, the butler opened the box, revealing a stand placed at the center of the dining table. He then carefully unveiled a round object wrapped in red fabric, setting it on the stand, and slowly removed the red cloth, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. The cloth fell away to reveal a jade-green sphere the size of a small soccer ball. The room fell into a hushed silence. The exquisite polishing technique perfectly showcased the stone's vibrant green hue, with no cracks, no cotton inclusions, and no color discrepancies, the high ice quality resembling a flowing green wave within. The old gentleman smiled with satisfaction. This transaction was exceedingly worthwhile. Initially, he had merely wished to lend them a hand, yet unexpectedly, he had acquired a treasure. Young Chu, how large would you say it is? He inquired. Chu Tianxiang carefully assessed it and replied, over 6 kilograms, but not exceeding 7.666 kilograms, precise to the gram. The old gentleman beamed with pride that Tio accurately polished this sphere to its weight. The waste generated must have cost at least several million. Zheng Jianpeng, the eldest son, was aware that his father had returned from ruining with a piece of material, but he had no idea it was such a remarkable gem. Being knowledgeable in the field, he stated, this treasure is worth over 1 billion. That the old gentleman smiled slyly and said, the elder from the Leaf family has set the price at 1.6 billion. That I disregarded him. Yet he insisted on increasing it. I flatly refused. Grandfather, allow me to display it in my shop as a treasured centerpiece. I assure you, just its presence would boost foot traffic by 50, proposed Zheng Fanlin. That, in a way, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. The old gentleman firmly rejected that. He then instructed the butler, quickly take it away and hide it well. These people have set their sights on it, and I cannot afford to lose it one day. Zheng Jing interjected, Grandfather, I assure you, I have no interest. Such a large orb would be impractical for me to wear. Laughter erupted among those present. Zheng Dianqing, the second son and a prominent lawyer, remarked, when it comes to jadeite, one should refrain from gambling unless absolutely necessary. Normal operations can yield profits. Uncle, a casino is for betting money, while this is about wagering experience and knowledge. Frankly, without the gamble of stones, jadeite would lack its very soul. Countered Zheng Jianping's eldest son, Zheng Fanlin, who managed the family's vast jadeite enterprise with hundreds of chain stores under his command. The old gentleman nodded and asked Chu Tianxiang, Xiao Chu, what is your perspective on this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang responded, firstly, from ancient times to the present, Betting stones is not merely a gambling game. It is a survival skill, a manifestation of humanity's struggle against nature that I in the mining areas. The vast majority of what miners unearth are ordinary stones, with only a minuscule fraction containing jadeite, and the quality varies greatly that in antiquity. Tools were rudimentary. The methods of uncovering stones involved burning or prying them open with hammers, consuming considerable time. That if the stone yielded no jadeite or of poor quality, there would be no earnings, and without money, one would go hungry, potentially starving the entire family. Thus, discerning the quality of jadeite within stones directly relates to the fundamental question of survival. Although this process is indeed harsh, survival of the fittest is a natural law. Secondly, betting stones offers an opportunity for equitable competition in the realm of stone betting, whether one is wealthy or not. The fluctuations are equal. While many harbor dreams of overnight riches through stone betting, only to end up destitute, one must ask, in which industry does bankruptcy and despair not exist? In fact, we gamble in our lives at every turn. It is merely the association with the term gambling that leads people to misconstrue stone betting as such, which is a skewed perspective. Chapter 75, A Perfect Performance Clap, clap, the sound of applause filled the air. Everyone turned to see Zheng Jing's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly said, I believe Brother Tianxiang is correct. Shouldn't we applaud? Zheng Ning quickly smoothed over the moment, adding, I too think Tianxiang is right. Applause is warranted. With that, she joined in with a couple of claps. Zheng Jianqing, chuckling, remarked, Well, I seem to have become the antagonist. Father, you are no villain. It's merely that you lack experience with jadeite, Zheng Jing reassured him. Zheng Fanlin, the eldest grandson, added, I do not contemplate matters as deeply as Tianxiang. The old gentleman looked somewhat astonished. Chu Tianxiang's previous words could not have been articulated without a foundation of culture and unique thought. He inquired, Xiao Chu, which school did you graduate from? Upon hearing the question, Chu Tianxiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Dai Dong interjected, Uncle's son, Tianxiang comes from humble beginnings. He dropped out of middle school to earn money. Yet, he is quite ambitious. Over the years, he has self-studied a plethora of classical literature and history, even mastering the art of beautiful calligraphy, and has independently completed a geology undergraduate program. This young man is dedicated to learning and possesses great self-discipline. His 10-square-meter room is filled with books, save for a bed and a desk. The IT is truly commendable. High aspirations reach far. Zheng Jing suddenly recited a poem to Chu Tianxiang upon hearing her recitation. He was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing she was testing him, that he then recited, It is not merely by the autumn wind. Dismount to drink your wine, that I ask you. Where do you go? Who says sorrowful hearts cannot meet? Let the bright moon illuminate the flowing yellow. Zheng Jing smiled slyly. Parting words are laden with earnest sentiments. Chu Tianxiang's face flushed red. The verses speak of a vow shared between two hearts. These lines carried a hint of ambiguity. Zheng Jing refrained from pressing further, yet Chu Tianxiang was drenched in cold sweat. Failing to respond would not only bring him shame, but also tarnish Uncle Dai's reputation, as Uncle Dai had boasted highly of him. Zheng Jing turned to her grandfather and declared, Grandfather, the assessment is complete. He has indeed studied classical literature, particularly excelling in Tang poetry, that my questions were quite obscure. Zheng Ning, a university student majoring in Chinese literature, had casually asked, not anticipating his genuine proficiency. The others, however, were left sweating nervously. Zheng Jing had been rather reckless. Had Chu Tianxiang faltered, it would have been a grave faux pas, particularly in regard to Uncle Dai. Zheng Jing's father shot her a stern glare, and she too felt a twinge of regret, hastily standing to address Uncle Dai and Chu Tianxiang, saying, Uncle Dai, Brother Tianxiang, I apologize for my impulsiveness. Please forgive me. Chu Tianxiang's exemplary performance filled Dai Dong with delight. How refreshing! Upon hearing Zheng Jing's words, he jested, Zheng Jing, thank you for testing him. Otherwise, we uncles might have suspected him of being a fraud. Always claiming to know poetry without any proof. Laughter erupted among the group. What began as a tense moment had concluded beautifully. The old gentleman was pleased. This young man was indeed talented. After the banquet, the group settled in the living room for tea and conversation. The old gentleman instructed, Xiao Dai, tomorrow let a Ning accompany you around. If there are specific places you'd like to visit, inform her. Otherwise, just follow her arrangements. Dai Dong was not one to be shy. I have no particular sites in mind. Since Tianxiang has never been, I would appreciate it if Zheng Ning could show him around Hong Kong's famous landmarks. If there are any matters on Uncle Sun's side, they can be arranged first. Zheng Jing playfully chimed in, "Sister, I want to go play too." Zheng Ning raised an elegant brow, stating, "Go to your studies. We can discuss it on the weekend." Zheng Jing mumbled under her breath, refraining from further protest. Zheng Jianping, the eldest son, announced, "Tomorrow evening, I will host a dinner for Brother Dai Dong and Tianxiang at the Shangri-La. Do not decline. Our families have long-standing ties, and if I do not treat you, I shall find it difficult to visit the capital again." Dai Dong promptly replied, "I shall defer to brother's arrangements." The old gentleman added, "On the day after tomorrow, do not wander about. I have a favor to ask Xiao Chu. Family shall accompany. Others who wish to join may come along. It will be quite enjoyable." Zheng Ning and Zheng Jing eagerly volunteered. "I will go." Chu Tianxiang quickly agreed. The following day, Zheng Ning arrived early at the old gentleman's villa. Now married and studying medicine, she was not currently employed. Serving as the old gentleman's health consultant and private secretary, Dada Jean drove a Toyota minibus, the first stop being Victoria Harbor. Hong Kong is not very large, and after visiting several attractions, they returned to the villa by 2 in the afternoon. There was an evening banquet hosted by Zheng Jianping. Upon entering the hall, the old gentleman was once again admiring the porcelain vase, while the butler conversed beside him, as several individuals greeted the old gentleman. Gathering around him, Dai Dong asked, "Uncle Sun, do you still enjoy antiques?" "What enjoyment? I am merely a rough man. If I see others taking pleasure in it, I just join in for the sake of it. A mere affectation." The old gentleman replied with self-deprecation. "Grandfather, what is this?" Chu Tianxiang inquired. The old gentleman responded, "A blue and white guanine vase." He placed the vase on the table, then stood, saying to the two, "Come see my treasure." He led them to his study, which was decorated in a rustic yet grand style, with an entire wall lined with display shelves showcasing various porcelain pieces. The old gentleman introduced them, followed closely by the butler. Dai Dong knew little about antiques, and Chu Tianxiang was even less informed, but they could not dampen the old gentleman's enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiang spotted a porcelain vase identical to the one in the living room, and he asked in surprise, "Grandfather, isn't this vase the same as the one outside?" The old gentleman glanced back and explained, "This one was acquired from Sotheby's in earlier years that I hope to form a pair. But the one outside is still somewhat uncertain." Chu Tianxiang casually touched the vase, finding it smooth, and ran his forefingers along the interior rim with careful deliberation, noticing the disinterest of the two in antiques. The old gentleman felt he was speaking to an unappreciative audience, and, with a wry smile, led them out. Chapter 76. Appraising antiques. After a bit more conversation, the two prepared to retire upstairs. Chu Tianxiang cast one last glance at the vase on the table, pondering momentarily before carefully lifting it, cradling its body with his left hand while his right fingers meticulously explored the inner rim. He frowned slightly, set the vase down, and made his way upstairs. The old gentleman observed Xiao Chu, but remained silent. Dai Dong returned to his room, quickly washing up before preparing to rest a bit. The evening's banquet would surely not be as tranquil as the previous night, for they would be among peers, and drinking would be inevitable, but he needed to conserve his energy when it came time to drink. He could not afford to fall short of the capital's spirited reputation. Just then a knock echoed at the door. Dai Dong opened it to find Chu Tianxiang. "Why aren't you resting? Is something the matter?" he asked. Chu Tianxiang stepped inside, closing the door, and said, "Uncle Dai, there is something weighing on my mind and I am uncertain, but if I keep it to myself, it will gnaw at me." "What is it?" Dai Dong inquired, a hint of tension in his voice, as he felt a sense of responsibility for Chu Tianxiang's well-being. Chu Tianxiang settled onto the sofa, carefully organizing his words. "I am unsure if I'm correct, but I suspect that one of the two porcelain vases downstairs belonging to Grandfather Sun is a counterfeit, though I cannot discern which one. Not a counterfeit." "How do you know?" Dai Dong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "This is akin to examining raw stones. These two vases certainly did not emerge from the same pit. You can discern that as well." Dai Dong exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "How confident are you about this matter?" "If you are asking which is genuine and which is counterfeit, I have no certainty at all. However, I can affirm that the two vases are not the same item. Much like my examination of raw stones." Dai Dong pondered for a moment, then glanced at Chu Tianxiang, who nodded in affirmation. Dai Dong stated, "Very well, You should return to your room and refrain from sleeping. Await my return while I go downstairs. With that, he donned his outer garment and proceeded to exit. Downstairs, the elder was engaged in conversation with the steward, upon noticing Dai Dong descending from above. He expressed mild curiosity. Xiao Dai, why are you still awake? Dai Dong approached the elder, his demeanor solemn, and said, Uncle Son, there is something I wish to discuss with you, if I err in my words. I hope you will be lenient. This conveyed the necessity of his confession. The elder chuckled. What is it that has you so tense? Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Dai Dong glanced at the steward. The elder reassured him. It is fine. Speak up. This is my long-serving steward. Dai Dong nodded and took a seat, contemplating briefly before addressing the elder. I shall be straightforward. Just now, Tianxiang took a look at your vase before heading upstairs. Afterward, he informed me that the vase he observed earlier and the one he examined subsequently did not originate from the same pit, stating that they did not emerge from the same pit. Dai Dong implied that the two vases were not from the same era, thus one must be counterfeit. The elder furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Tianxiang possesses a keen eye for stones. Is he equally skilled with antiques? Dai Dong replied. This is also his first time examining antiques, yet he is quite certain that he never makes claims about things he cannot ascertain. Have him come down. The elder commanded without hesitation, then turned to the steward, instructing, place both vases on my study desk, shortly. Let Tianxiang examine them closely. The steward acknowledged and departed, while Dai Dong hurried upstairs to summon Chu Tianxiang. After Zheng Ning returned to her room and completed her grooming, she took a moment to rest before changing into fresh attire to accompany her grandfather for a chat. Upon entering the hall, she found it empty and inquired with a servant who was busy at work. The servant gestured towards the study, prompting her to approach and softly knock on the door. Grandfather, it's me. May I enter? What's the situation? Upon entering, Zheng Ning discovered her grandfather, Uncle Dai, and the steward seated on the sofa, all three of them sitting upright and intently focused on Chu Tianxiang, who was positioned at the main desk in the study. On the desk lay two porcelain vases, their openings facing outward, cushioned by a thick velvet cloth, with a book on either side to prevent them from rolling or colliding. Observing Chu Tianxiang with his eyes closed, both hands reaching into the vases, he meticulously caressed the internal surfaces of the porcelain, moving with great deliberation. Zheng Ning, witnessing this intense atmosphere, dared not breathe too loudly as she cautiously found a seat beside the sofa. After approximately 10 minutes, Chu Tianxiang opened his eyes and addressed Dai Dong, saying, Uncle Dai, please assist me by switching the positions of the vases. Upon hearing this, Dai Dong and the steward promptly rose to help. Chu Tianxiang then reached back into the vases. This time, within 3 minutes, he opened his eyes, carefully withdrew his hands, exhaling deeply, and announced to everyone, there is no doubt, the two are absolutely not the same items. The craftsmanship differs significantly, and the sand used is also inconsistent. The group stood, and the steward quickly approached to gently return the vases to their original positions. The elder inquired, can you not discern their authenticity? Grandfather, son, I cannot determine that. I do not know how the genuine one should appear, Chu Tianxiang responded. Zheng Ning found herself somewhat baffled, pondering the methods of antique appraisal. Dai Dong had a sudden inspiration and asked the elder, Uncle Son, do you possess any porcelain pieces confirmed to be authentic from the same era? They must be absolutely genuine. Upon hearing this, the elder understood Dai Dong's intention and swiftly walked to the antiquities shelf, retrieving a porcelain bowl to present to Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang examined it briefly and replied, Grandfather, son, this will not suffice. It is entirely glazed on the inside and outside, that I require a piece that is unglazed. The term unglazed was still new to him. The elder then fetched a small porcelain bottle. Chu Tianxiang accepted it, but grimaced slightly, noting that the neck was too narrow, allowing only a single fingertip to fit inside. This time he did not take long. He pointed to one of the items, stating, this one shares the same craftsmanship as the small porcelain bottle, and the sand grains are identical. These two should be from the same era. Chapter 77. A new look at gambling stones. The steward sighed in relief. Sotheby's had not deceived them, and it appeared that the newcomer was indeed questionable at that moment. The elder addressed the steward. Immediately send someone to take this to London. That he gestured towards the vase suspected of being a counterfeit. He continued, expedite the carbon-14 dating. If fragments are needed, obtain a piece that I will purchase this. Dai Dong instantly grasped the elder's intentions. Such decisiveness was not something just anyone could achieve. Purchasing a counterfeit seemed like a significant expenditure, yet if Chu Tianxiang's judgment proved correct, it would result in considerable profit. The antiquities trade was rife with misjudgments, and having Chu Tianxiang was akin to obtaining insurance. This expenditure was, without a doubt, worthwhile. Xing Ning was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. After the steward departed with the vase, she turned to Dai Dong and asked, "Grandfather, what just happened? What occurred?" "That young man is extraordinary," the elder replied. "You are aware of my fondness for that Qianlong blue and white guanyin statue, are you not? Recently, someone delivered another to me, and I have long wished to pair them. If I succeed in doing so, imagine my delight. However, I harbored fears of acquiring a counterfeit. I consulted several individuals, all asserting its authenticity, and I was poised to make the payment. Yet upon a mere touch from Chu Tianxiang in my study, he declared it a fake. Would you not consider that extraordinary?" Xing Ning felt even more perplexed. Is it truly the case that if Chu Tianxiang claims something is counterfeit, it must be so? Are those experts merely idle? He did not assert it was counterfeit. He stated that the two are not from the same era. That's sufficient. Can antique appraisal be conducted in such a manner? Xing Ning's thoughts were in disarray. Thus, I instructed the steward to proceed to London for testing, to ascertain the carbon-14 results. At present, carbon-14 analysis is the most authoritative technique for antique verification, and only the British possess this capability. "Grandfather, I recall you mentioning during your time in ruining that you wish to include Chu Tianxiang in the family. It now seems that the difficulty is immense. Did you not observe how Uncle Dai regards Chu Tianxiang with the utmost reverence? We appear to have no opportunity. Opportunities are created. Without effort, how can one ascertain the absence of opportunity? A jadeite combined with antiques may conceal immense wealth for the Xing family to endure through the ages. We must possess certain hidden potentials unknown to others. Regardless, this young man must either join the family or collaborate closely with us, that we shall visit the raw stones the day after tomorrow. And based on the circumstances, we will devise our next plan." The elder appeared somewhat fatigued, and after speaking, he rose to return to his room for rest. Xing Ning did not immediately follow suit but sat alone, her thoughts in a tumultuous state. She found herself quite taken with the individual named Chu Tianxiang. Yet the more she learned, the more she felt a sense of unease. This young man harbored far too many undisclosed matters. The simplest being that he was merely a common farmer's son from a remote mountainous region. What wisdom in national studies or recitation of Tang poetry could he possess? There must be countless stories awaiting exploration behind him. 2 days later, at 10 in the morning, the elder sat in his Rolls-Royce Phantom, while several young individuals occupied a Toyota, heading towards the industrial park in the New Territories. Dai Dong and the elder occupied the rear seats, with a Jean in the front passenger seat and another bodyguard driving. Dai Dong was uncertain of the elder's intentions for Chu Tianxiang, suspecting it still related to jadeite. Throughout the journey, he engaged the elder in conversation about matters concerning the capital. As the elder held a certain political standing in the mainland, it was prudent to stay informed about developments in the capital. Chu Tianxiang, Xing Ning, Xing Jing, and Xing Fanlin shared a vehicle. Xing Fanlin possessed a high emotional intelligence and sat beside Chu Tianxiang, exhibiting great enthusiasm as he introduced him to the local customs and scenery of HK, suggesting that the elder had provided him with some instructions. After traveling for over 40 minutes, they arrived at a building resembling a factory. The group disembarked in an orderly fashion, following the elder inside the expansive factory, where containers of various sizes were neatly arranged. Upon seeing the elder enter, a person resembling a manager hurried over. Bowing in greeting, "Sir, you have arrived. Everything is prepared. Allow me to guide you." The elder nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. The group proceeded to the office within the factory, and as soon as the elder settled into his seat, the manager informed him, "Sir, the containers have been opened. There are 3 large stones, and the outer packaging has been removed." The elder regarded the manager briefly, then replied, "Let us take a look." That a medium-sized container was opened, revealing 3 stones within, the wooden frames of the outer packaging strewn about. The elder approached, giving the stones a cursory examination, and turned to Chu Tianxiang, saying, "Xiao Chu, these are items I set aside many years ago. Please take a look." Chu Tianxiang promptly stepped forward to scrutinize them closely. Bodyguard Jean called over the manager and whispered a few words to him, prompting the manager to rush towards the workers. Before long, Sofas, coffee tables, and tea sets were arranged beside the container, and additional chairs were even brought in to ensure there was ample seating. Chu Tianxiang delved into his study of the stones. His examination meticulous, well aware that the elder was testing him once more. The stones were of considerable quality, all being from old materials. Chapter 78. Reluctant to strike a blow half an hour later. Chu Tianxiang emerged and inquired of the elder, "Grandfather, son, what should we do with these stones?" His intent was to ascertain how to handle the stones. The elder looked up and replied, "Monitor that piece. Cut it there. Just make one incision. Do you understand?" Chu Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the elder's meaning that he turned to the steward and asked, "Do we have a flashlight and colored markers?" "It's quite dark inside the container." The steward hastily summoned workers to bring them. Armed with the flashlight and colored markers, Chu Tianxiang stepped into the container that in less than 10 minutes. He emerged and instructed the steward, "Take the stones I've marked out, cut along the lines I've drawn, and ensure not to cut awry." He re-entered the container, and within an hour, 3 stones had been extracted and sent for cutting. Perhaps concerned that the noise might disturb the big boss, the cutting was not performed within the factory. The first stone was brought back, and the elder said to Dai Dong, "Let us take a look." Several individuals promptly followed the elder to the stone. Weighing over 200 kilograms, it was sliced in half, with the cut surface polished simply. The base was of icy quality, adorned with floating blue flowers. Of a very old variety, with minimal cracks, capable of yielding a substantial number of bangles, a definite windfall. The elder scrutinized the stone thoroughly before turning to Dai Dong and Zheng Fanlin, stating, "The next step is up to you. Assess the goods." The second stone also weighed over 200 kilograms. Upon its arrival, the 2 women exclaimed loudly, "It's stunning, spring with color." The cut surface revealed a vast expanse of varying shades of red and purple, with a green band winding gracefully, exhibiting a rich hue that on one piece of jade, there were purple and green areas, colloquially known as spring with color. The elder was equally exhilarated. Purple is notoriously challenging to gamble on, and such a large area of purple is indeed rare. Coupled with the glutinous base, a single bangle from this could fetch over $1 million, far surpassing the value of the floating flower stone. The third stone, weighing over 60 kilograms, was of floral blue material, interspersed with white and green, of a fine glutinous variety, making it an exquisite choice for display. Dai Dong and Zheng Fanlin estimated the value of each stone. Zheng Fanlin remarked, "Grandfather, both Dai Shu and I have calculated. The quality of the 3 stones is commendable, and they can all be crafted into products." The elder turned to Chu Tianxiang, awaiting his response. Noticing the elder's gaze upon him, Chu Tianxiang hesitated briefly before stating, "Brother son, the floral blue material is fine, but the other 2 cannot be cut." Zheng Fanlin inquired in confusion, "Why not?" Dai Dong also seemed puzzled. Chu Tianxiang explained slowly, "Grandfather son instructed me to make just one cut, which means we must extract the best side. What you see now is indeed the finest. The floating flower material appears to have many potential bangles. There should be at least a dozen, and given the size of the stone, it could yield several more slices. However, the underlying structure has numerous cracks. Apart from the surface, there are virtually no bangles left. The spring with color piece is even more dire, with only 2 colored sections and the rest being white, the quality having deteriorated to a fine glutinous type." After speaking, Chu Tianxiang looked at the elder, falling silent. "Impossible!" Zheng Fanlin exclaimed, crouching down to examine the stone with a flashlight. Dai Dong, also perplexed, noted that such a discrepancy had never occurred before with Chu Tianxiang's cuts. After a moment of hesitation, he joined Zheng Fanlin in scrutinizing the stone, and the 2 quietly exchanged thoughts. The elder beckoned Chu Tianxiang to sit, while Zheng Ning poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Zheng Jing inquired, "Tianxiang, how can you be so certain? It is my profession. If I misjudge, how can I continue?" Chu Tianxiang replied that my elder brother has been in the jade business for nearly 20 years. "His skills are quite high," Zheng Jing stated. "Even 100 years of experience won't suffice, a Jing. It's not the same matter," the elder interjected. "Grandfather, I'm on my elder brother's side. I firmly believe in him." Zheng Jing pouted playfully. Meanwhile, the 2 men remained crouched, examining the stone, while the others began to converse and sip tea. Chu Tianxiang remained calm, as tranquil as still water. Zheng Fanlin quietly asked Dai Dong, "Uncle Dai, can you see what Tianxiang is saying?" Dai Dong did not hesitate. I cannot see it. At least from the cut surface, Tianxiang is mistaken. The purple in the spring with color is significantly sunken. It's impossible for it to be entirely lost in one cut. The floating flower surface has few cracks. At least 3 to 5 slices could be made before reaching the outer shell. Where fine cracks might appear, that I share your assessment. Our opinions align, Zheng Fanlin affirmed, rising to his feet. Though he was of a similar age to Dai Dong, he was of a different generation. Zheng Fanlin addressed Chu Tianxiang. Tianxiang, I concur with Uncle Dai. You are mistaken. The elder turned to Xing Jing and requested, give me 100 yuan. Xing Jing quickly retrieved a note from her purse and handed it to her grandfather. The elder placed 100 Hong Kong dollars on the tea table, declaring, the wager begins. Fanlin and Tianxiang shall wager against each other. Which side do you all support? Chapter 79. A frenzy of face-slapping the elder set the 100 Hong Kong dollars on the tea table. Announcing, the wager begins. Fanlin and Tianxiang shall bet against each other. Which side do you support? Zheng Jing placed 100 yuan on the table, asserting, I believe in my elder brother. Zheng Ning hesitated briefly before stating, I trust Tianxiang. Zheng Jing grew anxious. Sister, you don't believe in our elder brother. Zheng Ning replied, in other matters, I trust my elder brother, but in this case, I still believe in Tianxiang. Zheng Jing pouted, speechless. Dai Dong smiled wryly. This old man was truly pushing the limits. In his heart, he was confident in his own judgment, having been in the jade business for many years and having cut nearly 1,000 stones. All of significant value that he could accept losing to Tianxiang, but the stakes were low with such a material. How could he possibly misjudge? It seemed utterly illogical. Now the dilemma was whether to trust himself or Tianxiang. After a moment's reflection, he turned to Zheng Fanlin with an apologetic expression. Fanlin, I must apologize. I trust Tianxiang. Teach that. Zheng Fanlin struggled to articulate his thoughts, momentarily at a loss for words. His expression was one of disbelief. Even questioning Dai Dong's integrity, that he had been aligned with him while crouching, but swiftly shifted allegiance upon standing. Such a rapid change was quite jarring. The elder ignored his grandson and turned back to Chu Tianxiang, asking, Young Chu, what shall we do next? Chu Tianxiang found himself in a quandary. This would be a public slap in the face. He suggested, let us not cut both pieces. The spring with color shows promise. Let's keep it for the public auction. As for the icy floating flower piece, let us make one cut, 2.5 centimeters thick, or perhaps thicker otherwise, it won't be clear. The elder inquired, Fanlin, do you agree? Zheng Fanlin looked towards Dai Dong. Despite their differing sides, he still valued Uncle Dai's opinion. Dai Dong understood Zheng Fanlin's intent and calculated before responding. Cutting the spring with color would better clarify the situation. Zheng Fanlin gave a thumbs up. Uncle Dai has insightful views that it seems he shares the same perspective. The elder chuckled and said to Chu Tianxiang, let's cut them all. Otherwise, no one will be convinced. Young Chu, go and draw the lines. Chu Tianxiang nodded and proceeded to mark the lines, while Zheng Fanlin and Dai Dong closely observed. Today's events were slightly beyond their comprehension. Xing Jing discreetly asked Xing Ning, Sister, is Tianxiang really that remarkable? Xing Ning glanced at her sister and replied, Not just remarkable. He is truly exceptional. Did you not see how he casually sketched at the ruining private auction? And after the cuts, everyone went wild? That was the very sphere grandfather showcased at the banquet. Xing Ning blinked and murmured to herself, Though he is impressive, I still place my faith in my elder brother. The stones were sent for cutting. And Dai Dong and Zheng Fanlin, uneasy, both followed. Zheng Jing asked, Tianxiang, where did you learn to gamble on stones? Chu Tianxiang smiled and said, I've been learning from my master since childhood. He's a Chinese expatriate from Myanmar and is now over 70. In your knowledge of Chinese classics, did you learn that from him as well? My classical studies were taught by my mother. My master doesn't know much about it. Suddenly, the elder interjected, Did this master also teach you martial arts? Chu Tianxiang was taken aback, quickly responding, Grandfather son, it was indeed my master who taught me, though sometimes I strike too hard. I hope you can forgive me. Aware that the elder had heard of the incident in Pingzhou, he hurried to clarify. The elder remained silent. Chu Tianxiang asked Xing Jing, Is there a difference between the Chinese department at Hong Kong University and those in the mainland? Xing Jing replied, somewhat shyly, I truly don't know. I've only heard that the requirements for classical Chinese are quite strict in the mainland, that I plan to pursue my master's in Beijing next year, so I'm focusing more on ancient Chinese. Zheng Ning suddenly asked, Tianxiang, why don't you attend university? You have the means now. Chu Tianxiang replied, Ningjie, had it not been for Uncle Dai and the others helping me this year, I wouldn't have even had the money for my mother's medical treatment, let alone attend school. Zheng Ning felt exceedingly awkward. The question had been rather abrupt. Zheng Jing queried, with such great talent, how can you not earn money? Chu Tianxiang smiled wryly. My master forbids anyone from knowing I understand stone gambling, and he does not allow me to gamble. Now that I am 20, my master has finally permitted me to venture out. As they conversed, Dai Dong and Zheng Fanlin hurriedly approached, seemingly in heated discussion. Zheng Fanlin stepped before Chu Tianxiang, clasping his fists in respect. Tianxiang, as an elder brother, I concede. You were entirely correct. Upon hearing this, the elder's hand trembled slightly, though no one noticed. Zheng Jing, with a quick tongue, asked, elder brother, have we lost? Zheng Fanlin sighed, Jing, it's true. We have lost that moment. The workers wheeled over the finished stones, and this time, everyone, including the elder, gathered to take a look. Each stone was meticulously sliced along its original seams, yielding expansive segments with a thickness of approximately 2 to 3 centimeters. The spring green stone, known as Chun Dai Kai, fared the worst. One side exuded elegance and vibrancy, adorned with radiant hues, while the other remained a pristine white, devoid of any trace of purple or green. The beautiful crimson and rich green were lost, leaving one in a state of lamentation. The Piaohua also suffered its share of misfortune. It once bore a bracelet position on one side. But upon inspection of the reverse, it was evident that not only was the bracelet position absent, but even the larger markings were scarce, having fractured beyond recognition. Zheng Jing expressed her frustration, saying, this is truly infuriating. They claimed it was gone, and indeed it is. She had a fondness for the spring green stone. Meanwhile, Zheng Fanlin was drenched in sweat, not from the heat, at over 40 years of age, having been immersed in the world of jade for over 2 decades. He had never encountered such a setback. Had these been pure gambling stones, slicing either of these pieces would have guaranteed a considerable profit, particularly with the spring green stone, as long as it revealed purple or green. A celebratory toast would be in order that Qixiangxiang's first cut magnified all hopes to their zenith, driving one to the brink of madness. A stone purchased for merely hundreds of thousands could, with a single cut, transform into something worth tens of millions. Yet with great hope comes profound disappointment. The second cut saw the value plummet from tens of millions to mere millions. The spring green stone, after its initial cut, was destined for public auction, where whoever placed the winning bid could walk away with profits aplenty. In Chapter 80, Explosive Growth, Zheng Fanlin quietly inquired of Dai Dong, Uncle Dai, how has Tianxiang learned to be this way? Dai Dong chuckled. Were you just lamenting my inconsistency? Zheng Fanlin quickly retorted, No, I just feel something is amiss that I am ruining. Contradicting his opinions was akin to slapping oneself in the face, with no room for overnight reconsideration. One could hardly expect any dignity from us uncles. Dai Dong continued. It has become instinctive. Tianxiang guarantees the accuracy of his assessments regarding stones, and one must believe unconditionally, or risk embarrassment. Fanlin, in the past, held a keen interest in gambling on stones, which is how he came to know Tianxiang, but now he felt no enthusiasm. You can observe for half a day, yet he can glean more in 10 minutes. Where is the enjoyment in that? Dai Dong lamented. Zheng Fanlin glanced at Qixiangxiang, who was engaged in conversation with the elder, noting his seemingly harmless demeanor, thinking to himself, what an oddity. Zheng Jing then approached Tianxiang, cautiously asking, Brother Tianxiang, you are truly remarkable, but you mustn't bully my elder brother. I would never, he replied. Does that mean the gamble is off? You decide, he said. The gamble is off, Zheng Jing proclaimed, subsequently claiming the 200 Hong Kong dollars from the table. Laughter erupted among them, leaving Zheng Jing somewhat embarrassed. This was originally my money, the young girl muttered. The elder then asked his grandson, Fanlin, show Xiao Chu the photo of that stone. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fanlin quickly opened his phone and handed it to Qixiangxiang. The screen displayed a photograph of a stone, which happened to be the top-ranked black sandstone from the private auction of President Zhang and his associates. Qixiangxiang recalled it fetched around 70 to 80 million. After viewing, he passed the phone to Dai Dong. Glancing at the elder and then at Zheng Fanlin, he seemed to inquire, what does this mean? Zheng Fanlin explained, a company from HK acquired it. Due to the high risk associated with this stone, they wish to partner with me. Grandfather has advised me to withhold my opinion for now, as they await my response. What is your take on it, Xiao Chu? The elder asked. Qixiangxiang replied, this is the #1 raw stone. I have scrutinized it closely, and it possesses all the requisite qualities, undeniably alluring. At that time, Grandfather's son was also present. However, this stone must not be disturbed. Its exterior appears to have undergone secondary oxidation. The temperature and pressure are sufficient, giving it the appearance of aged material. Yet the internal sand structure is flawed and loose, indicating that during the initial formation of the jade, at least one parameter, pressure or temperature, was substandard, resulting in a rough foundation. Following Qixiangxiang's insights, a brief silence ensued. Each individual now harbored varying opinions of him. Daidong thought simply, whatever this kid says must be correct. Any rebuttal would be embarrassing. The elder pondered, I have seen individuals who can assess stones with their hands. That is impressive. But to have someone who can analyze stones with their hands while offering geological lessons is unprecedented. Zheng Fanlin felt the utmost discomfort. What a peculiar individual, yet one with knowledge. Zheng Jing was left utterly baffled. How does brother Tianxiang know everything? Only Zheng Ning remained unperturbed. She had not yet developed her grandfather's ambition to integrate Qixiangxiang into the family. As afternoon turned to evening, grandfather's son commanded their return home. The journey back was marked by silence, as everyone closed their eyes to rest. However, Zheng Fanlin squinted, his mind racing as he yearned to discuss potential collaboration with Qixiangxiang. Fully aware that such opportunities were not to be squandered. Upon returning to the villa, everyone retreated to their respective rooms for rest. The elder, feeling fatigued both physically and mentally, prepared for the evening meal, which was to be served at home. To be frank, Cantonese cuisine did not sit well with Qixiangxiang, save for the seafood. Ruining S flavors leaned heavily towards spiciness and sourness, while Cantonese dishes felt bland and uninspiring. After dinner, the elder summoned Daidong to the study, seemingly eager for a thorough discussion. Zheng Jing insisted on taking Qixiangxiang to a bar in Lan Kuai Fong, and Zheng Ning, unable to dissuade her, allowed her to go in the study. Zheng Fanlin and Zheng Ning took their seats on the sofa as the elder addressed Daidong. What is the scale of Ruining's company, and what business do you engage in? Daidong sensed the gravity of the inquiry. It was improbable that the elder had summoned him and Qixiangxiang to HK without a significant motive. He replied, Uncle Son, Ruining's company was essentially established for Tianxiang. It was only founded post-Spring Festival this year. Currently, there are 5 shareholders, one of whom will exit by year-end. Our temporary business involves acquiring raw stones and either reselling them at the Pingzhou public auction or privately purchasing them. Is the scale substantial? I am unsure what you mean by scale, Daidong inquired. The elder clarified, I mean how many raw stones can you produce monthly? Turning to Zheng Fanlin, he added, Fanlin, I assume you wish to know this. Zheng Fanlin felt awkward, wishing he had simply asked himself. Daidong continued, initially, we had limited funds, and we did not fully understand Tianxiang's capabilities, so we required him to identify only the finest materials before we could proceed. Consequently, we did not acquire many stones in the early stages. However, upon returning from the Pingzhou auction at year-end, we have accelerated our acquisition of raw stones. We currently possess around 70 to 80 stones. Though none have been cut, we anticipate being able to acquire around 40 to 50 stones monthly moving forward. Zheng Fanlin asked, Uncle Dai, with no ulterior motive, I wish to inquire if your current funding is sufficient. Should Daidong indicate a lack of funds? Zheng Fanlin was poised to inject capital. Daidong chuckled. Funding is not an issue at present. We should have over 2 billion on the books. The only challenge is sourcing good stones. Currently, we are acquiring any stone that Tianxiang believes has a 5-fold increase potential. The elder was taken aback. How much did the shareholders contribute when the company was established? 500 million, all in cash. The others were left bewildered. What is going on? In just over half a year, how much have you earned? Over 2 billion. It's as though you robbed a bank. Chapter 81, Astonishing Prophecy, saw the elder remain silent for a moment before instructing Zheng Fanlin and Zheng Ning. You two step out for a moment. I will call you back in. Once the two had exited, the elder spoke softly to Daidong. Tell me everything about Qixiangxiang, what can be said and what cannot. I am your elder. Though this seemed a bit unreasonable, he certainly had the standing to make such a request. Daidong contemplated briefly before responding. Qixiangxiang is 20 years old. He became an apprentice at the beginning of this year. His master is a Chinese expatriate from Myanmar in his 70s. Qixiangxiang lives with his mother. His father is unknown, and presumably, Qixiangxiang has never met him. His mother hails from a prominent Jiangnan family and received an excellent education, but for reasons unknown, they ended up in ruining. Qixiangxiang was born there, and he and his mother relied on one another, enduring a life of hardship. However, this child possesses a kind heart, remarkable perseverance, and extraordinary talent. Otherwise, he would not have mastered such skills. This company was essentially a proactive initiative on our part, with Tianxiang's master ultimately making the decisions. However, it can only operate for 2 years, and what follows is uncertain. That I have come to realize that Tianxiang's master intends for us to nurture him, broadening his horizons as he grew up in the mountains. He is knowledgeable but lacks experience. From the current perspective, his master will yield at least 100 million in returns over these 2 years. And what will happen after those 2 years? The master had not specified, but Dai Dong felt assured there is no need for concern. Qixiangxiang is loyal and values relationships. After 2 years, he should remain in his current position, with the only change being his shareholdings. Did I ask Qixiangxiang's talent truly of such a caliber? Uncle's son, have you heard of the Jade, king of the Dai ethnic group during the early republic, surnamed Siyuan? I have heard of him. He was renowned throughout Southeast Asia, wealthy enough to rival nations. Dai Dong replied that Jade King had an expert of the same caliber as Tianxiang behind him. The elder remained silent. After a considerable time, the elder remarked with a sigh, I truly wish to meet his master. What sort of person could possibly nurture such a prodigy? Dai Dong replied, Uncle's son, it's not difficult that in the future, you may have the opportunity to visit ruining. His master is not at liberty to go out, perhaps due to certain taboos in Myanmar. The elder responded, please summon the 2 of them. Dai Dong nodded and left, when the 3 returned to the study and had just taken their seats. The elder announced, Fan Lin, you should discuss your collaboration with Uncle Dai. I shall refrain from participating. Point 1 is upstream, and the other downstream, and there is ample room for cooperation. I am weary. You may converse in the living room. Upon reaching the living room, Zheng Fanlin addressed Dai Dong, saying, Uncle Dai, I currently manage over 100 jade chain stores, most of which are domestic. Some specialize exclusively in jade, while others combine jade and gold. Every year, I import a significant quantity of jade rough from Myanmar, which is processed in Lingnan. That if your rough meets the required quality, I can purchase it all, of course at market prices. Dai Dong smiled and replied, this matter must be discussed with Tianxiang. He is the major shareholder. That I have no objections, but one thing to consider is that our rough must be of the glutinous ice grade or above. We do not deal with lower quality. The finished product start at a minimum of 10,000 yuan, so please think this through. Zheng Fanlin felt a bit awkward. Typically, the main products sold in domestic jade chain stores range from 3 to 10,000 yuan. And while items priced in the tens of thousands do exist, they cannot dominate a store's offerings, as the majority of the consumer base consists of wage earners, barring exceptional boutique stores. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Fanlin stated, Uncle Dai, if the prices are reasonable, it's not an issue. I can simply halt my imports from Myanmar. Rest assured, the prices will be significantly lower, at least cheaper than Myanmar. Recently, we released over 80 million worth of goods at the Pingzhou public auction. You may not know, but we set no reserve price. The absence of a reserve price at an auction means that, if fortunate, anyone could acquire the materials for as little as 1 yuan. Regardless of their actual worth, provided they are the only bidder. In truth, this scenario is virtually impossible. The no-reserve price strategy was proposed by Tan Hui, who aimed for all the materials to sell, gauging the market's tolerance for their stone prices. After all, any sale would yield profit, just the amount varied. Dai Dong remarked, Fan Lin, I am not speaking lightly. Collaboration is feasible, and pricing is certainly not an issue. But long-term close cooperation will require time. Moreover, Tianxiang must maintain a dominant position in this. You should be mentally prepared for this, as it is not a matter of whose money speaks the loudest. I cannot elaborate further, but this is the reality. Tio put it bluntly. In the future, Chu Tianxiang's achievements will rival those of the elder. Zheng Ning's expression changed slightly, and she inquired, the profits from stone gambling are substantial. But is it truly that extraordinary? Dai Dong replied, Aining, given time, the Zheng family will find themselves trailing behind. The Zheng siblings were momentarily stunned. The Zheng family is one of Hong Kong's premier families, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Dai Dong stated solemnly. Without the Zeng family, there would be no current Dai family. I consider myself part of this family, that I do not speak alarmingly, nor do I need to belittle my kin to elevate others. With that, Dai Dong rose and departed. The siblings exchanged glances, and Zeng Fanlin suggested, Aining, perhaps you should discuss this with father tomorrow. It seems grandfather wishes to withdraw from the matter. That night, Zeng Ning received a call. Chu Tianxiang and Zeng Jing have encountered trouble. Chapter 82. The bar turmoil. Zeng Jing, a third-year student at the University of Hong Kong, was outstanding in both character and academics, a young lady from a prominent family. Thus her excellence was inevitable. A bodyguard drove the two to Lan Kwai Fong, the most renowned bar in Hong Kong, that in reality, Lan Kwai Fong is quite small and modest, yet it boasts a rich history and a stellar reputation. Gradually, the narrow alleyway housing Lan Kwai Fong became synonymous with its name, making it one of the liveliest night spots in Hong Kong, attracting both locals and foreigners, as well as many prominent figures and celebrities from the entertainment industry. During the ride, Zeng Jing called a few classmates to join them. Upon arrival, a boy and 3 girls also appeared. They opted not to visit Lan Kwai Fong, which is more suited for mellow music and conversation, but rather chose a disco bar where the deafening music reigned supreme, a favorite among the youth. The young people shared common interests, and Zeng Jing introduced Chu Tianxiang as her relative from the mainland. The youth, carefree, paid little heed to this, and Chu Tianxiang, being quite relaxed himself, soon mingled well with them. While he couldn't sing, he had a strong martial arts background and danced with a unique flair, endearing himself to several of the girls, which caused Zeng Jing a tinge of jealousy. One boy, slightly overweight and seemingly pursuing one of the girls, was constantly glued to her side, and trouble was destined to arise. While dancing with a drink in hand, the boy, perhaps a bit tipsy, accidentally spilled his drink all over a nearby foreigner, soaking him from the waist down. The towering foreigner let out a roar and, in a fit of rage, sent the boy sprawling out of the dance floor, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd erupted in chaos, and security rushed over to the scene. The first security guard attempted to apprehend the foreigner, but despite being somewhat inebriated, the foreigner delivered a solid right hook, sending the guard crashing to the floor. Now the situation escalated. The remaining 3 pulled out their batons and approached the foreigner, only to find 2 other foreigners nearby, who, seeing their comrade in trouble, joined the fray. The security staff found themselves in dire straits, as these foreigners were all over 2 meters tall, while the security personnel barely exceeded 1.70 meters. Lean and frail in comparison. After a flurry of blows, 2 of the 3 were already unable to rise. One foreigner, noticing everyone had retreated 3 meters away, began laughing uproariously, pointing and boasting in poorly accented Chinese. Chinese, come here, fight. The atmosphere grew tense, and the onlookers, including the security staff, fell silent, realizing they were outmatched. Zeng Jing and her friends, seated and sipping their drinks, only realized their companion was in trouble when the crowd erupted. They hurriedly helped the overweight boy to a seat. His left cheek was visibly swollen, and his mouth was bleeding. The ensuing brawl was largely ignored by the group, as fighting in a disco was commonplace. Could one even call it a disco if there were no fights for 3 days? As the foreigners continued to provoke the crowd, perhaps fueled by alcohol, Chu Tianxiang suddenly pushed through the throng. Zeng Jing immediately shouted, "Brother Tianxiang, don't go over there." She reached out to grab him, but he was already beyond her reach. Chu Tianxiang turned back with a smile, saying, "It's fine, Jing," just as he spoke. The girl accompanying the boy suddenly warned Zeng Jing, Jing, there are paparazzi." Without hesitation, Zeng Jing crouched down and grabbed a scarf from her purse, swiftly wrapping it around half of her face. If the paparazzi captured a photo of the Zeng family's young lady brawling in a bar, it would surely make for tomorrow's sensational entertainment headline. After securing the scarf, as she stood up, a loud thud echoed from the front, as if something heavy had hit the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, and some began whistling. Peering through the throngs, Zeng Jing caught sight of Brother Tianxiang standing tall. A foreigner sprawled on the floor. He took down one so swiftly, another foreigner stepped forward, and the room fell silent. Chu Tianxiang raised his hands, assuming a defensive stance. The foreigner circled around him, then suddenly lunged forward, throwing a right punch aimed at Chu Tianxiang's face. Chu Tianxiang, being half a head shorter, sensed the punch approaching and, Just as it neared his face, he swiftly leaned to the side, supporting himself on his right foot while retracting his left and launching a fierce kick at the foreigner's supporting ankle that a startled gasp escaped the foreigner as he fell heavily, his face smashing against the marble floor, causing the onlookers to wince in sympathy. That must hurt. Another one down. Chu Tianxiang quickly got back on his feet, turning his attention to the last remaining foreigner, who appeared momentarily dazed as he glanced at his two fallen comrades. Then at Chu Tianxiang, before abruptly raising both hands in surrender. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He is surrendering. Just like that. Laughter spread among the spectators. Is this foreigner trying to be funny? Standing there, Chu Tianxiang was suddenly approached by a waiter who urged, "Sir, you need to leave quickly. The police will be here soon at this moment." The crowd was still processing the events. Otherwise, they would soon find it impossible to escape. Chu Tianxiang looked at Zheng Jing, who nodded in affirmation, and he hurriedly followed the waiter toward the back exit of the disco, passing through the changing room and kitchen before finally reaching the rear door. A man who appeared to be the owner was waiting there. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiang approach, he warmly extended his hands, saying, "Thank you, sir." Having just been involved in a brawl, Chu Tianxiang felt a bit anxious and asked, "Who were they?" The owner chuckled, "No worries, they are just sailors. They always cause trouble." He pointed down the alley, saying, "Just walk straight ahead. Your friend is waiting for you." Chapter 83. Safe and sound. Chu Tianxiang nodded and strode out confidently. After walking less than 100 meters, he spotted someone waving at him. Quickening his pace, he soon recognized it was Zheng Jing. She rushed over, linking her arm with his, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother Tianxiang, you were incredible. You took down such a big guy with one blow. Did you see? He lost his front teeth." He then lamented with a hint of frustration, "It's a pity I didn't see the first one. I blame the paparazzi." Chu Tianxiang felt somewhat uncomfortable being embraced by a girl. His body stiffened as he walked ahead and asked, "Where did your classmates go?" "They're waiting for you in the car up ahead. In a bit, they'll treat you to a late-night snack. Li Xiaopeng is treating, as he insists on thanking you properly. Now you've made quite a name for yourself. Li Xiaopeng's nickname is Bighorn. Haha." A few of them departed from Lan Kuai Fong, arriving at a late-night eatery near Central, where they ordered hot pot to Li Xiaopeng. Eager for alcohol, was met with stern refusals from his companions. "If you drink more. Do you want to fight again? Can you even take them on?" Li Xiaopeng felt dejected. Zheng Jing was keen to learn how the first person was taken down, and Li Xiaopeng replied, at that moment, "I was dizzy and couldn't see clearly." This infuriated Zheng Jing, that Li Xiaopeng's girlfriend added, "I didn't see it clearly either. I just saw Brother Tianxiang use the back of his right hand to strike that foreigner on the neck." And the foreigner fell to the ground like a log, unconscious that Li Xiaopeng was determined to be friends with Chu Tianxiang. Having such a capable friend would allow him to boast wherever he went. At the dining table, he called out to Brother Tianxiang more affectionately than anyone else. After their meal, they stepped outside to head home, and just as they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zheng Jing spotted her brother, Zheng Fanlin, and the head of security, a Jean, leaning against a car and chatting. She released her grip on Chu Tianxiang's arm and cautiously approached, inquiring, "Brother, Jean, what brings you here?" Zheng Fanlin's face was as cold as frost as he retorted, "Don't you know why I'm here?" Zheng Jing murmured, "Isn't everything fine? Whether it's fine or not, you'll know when you get home. Get in the car," Zheng Fanlin commanded. After he spoke, he turned to Chu Tianxiang and said, "Tianxiang, I sincerely apologize. A Jing has caused you trouble. That it's nothing, brother. This isn't a Jing's fault. I was the one who overstepped," Chu Tianxiang replied. He further asked, "Brother, did we cause you any trouble?" "It's all sorted out, Tianxiang. There's nothing to worry about," came the response. The bodyguards accompanying Zheng Jing didn't enter the bar, but waited in the car. They were unaware of the altercation inside until a group of young people emerged, chattering excitedly, which alerted them that something was amiss. After inquiring and learning the details, the bodyguard realized his negligence. As a protector, this was a significant dereliction of duty, one that could hardly be forgiven. Fortunately, he promptly informed his superior, a Jean, of the situation. Xing Ning, the old man's personal secretary in charge of security, felt a wave of panic upon receiving a Jin's call that if anything happened to Chu Tianxiang, she would have no explanation for her grandfather or Uncle D. It was inconvenient for her. A woman, to go out at night, she dispatched her brother, Zheng Fanlin, and a Jean instead. Chu Tianxiang returned to the villa and collapsed onto his bed. Sleeping soundly, he awoke at 10 in the morning, glanced at his watch, and hurriedly got up. This wasn't his home. He couldn't afford to sleep in late as a guest. After freshening up, he quickly descended the stairs and found the old man. His elder brothers in Jianping, Daidong, and son Fanlin sitting together in the living room. Engaged in conversation, he hastened over and bowed before the old man, saying, "Grandpa son, I, Tianxiang, acted recklessly and have caused you trouble." The old man chuckled. "The last time I heard you practice martial arts, I didn't take it seriously, but it seems you truly are formidable, knocking out two, with one even surrendering on the spot." As he spoke, the old man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Daidong felt a bit awkward, having come as a guest only to stir up such a significant problem that he attempted to explain to the old man. "Uncle Sunday," but the old man interrupted him, saying, "A true man does not use strength unnecessarily." Tianxiang acted rightly. Zheng Jinping concurred. "Old Dai, it's not a big deal. It was just a few foreign sailors causing a ruckus after drinking. And such incidents happen frequently." His son, Zheng Fanlin, added. The bar owner spoke highly of Tianxiang, claiming he had never seen someone fight so fluidly that if it weren't for the fear of police interference, he wouldn't have let Tianxiang go, insisting on befriending him. Daidong then inquired, "What happened to those foreigners?" Zheng Fanlin replied, "Two were unconscious for a while before waking up. One suffered a fractured nasal bone and lost two front teeth, while the other was fine. The police took statements and closed the case. They couldn't locate the involved parties, and the bar surveillance was malfunctioning. The police preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble." Chu Tianxiang looked around, but didn't see Zheng Ning or Zheng Jing. He asked, "Brother, where did Ning Jie go?" Zheng Fanlin responded, "A Jing is too frightened to come downstairs. Your Ning Jie has gone upstairs to comfort her." Chu Tianxiang felt at a loss for words. Daidong addressed the old man, "Uncle son, if there's nothing pressing here, I would like to return in the next couple of days, as the end of the year is approaching, and there are several matters to attend to in Beijing and Ruining." The old man pondered for a moment, then replied, "I have no urgent matters." He glanced at his eldest son, who promptly asserted, "I have a few matters to discuss with Daidong and Tianxiang." The old man remarked, "Then let's discuss it after lunch. We can tentatively plan to leave the day after tomorrow. How does that sound?" Daidong nodded in agreement. After lunch, Zheng Jianping and his son, Daidong, and Chu Tianxiang gathered in the old man's study to commence formal business negotiations. Having been immersed in the business world for decades, Zheng Jianping's cunning was often underestimated. However, this time, he adopted a humble approach with a singular goal. Cooperation was essential. First, they needed to secure Chu Tianxiang's involvement before discussing the next steps. Daidong and Chu Tianxiang were also eager to ensure a promising future, thus readily agreeing to the collaboration, leading to mutual satisfaction. Since the incident at Lan Kuai-Fong, he hadn't seen Zheng Jing. When he inquired about her, Ning Jie informed him that Zheng Jing had returned to school to prepare for exams as the year-end approached and was very busy studying. Chapter 84. The Art of Subtlety. One day, Daidong and Chu Tianxiang prepared to set off early in the morning. The old man emerged from his study and informed Daidong, "We received news from London. That was a false report." After saying this, he turned back to his study. Daidong glanced back at Chu Tianxiang, shaking his head without saying a word. Zheng Fanlin, who was seeing them off, was left perplexed, unaware of the situation. Daidong and Chu Tianxiang crossed into Yangcheng, with Daidong heading to Beijing and Chu Tianxiang flying to Ruining. Upon returning to the company, Zhang Li and Li Jie were delighted. This time, brother Tianxiang had brought back goods from HK. Regardless of taste, the packaging was strikingly innovative, entirely different from what they had here. Upon his return, Chu Tianxiang received some unfortunate news. Lu Liang had lost a bet. This was conveyed to him by Pan Yue. Chu Tianxiang immediately went to Lu Liang's shop to take a look, only to find workers replacing the sign at the entrance, with Lu Liang's former deputy, Lu Yi, supervising. Chu Tianxiang greeted him, but Lu Yi appeared somewhat awkward. He said to Chu Tianxiang, "General Manager Chu, President Liu has left Ruining without disclosing his destination, leaving us to find new jobs on our own. CEO Qiao retained the employees who didn't leave, and I had no other options but to stay." Chu Tianxiang felt uneasy about Lu Yi's actions. While Lu Yi's professional decisions could be justified, they felt lacking emotionally. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with Lu Yi, Chu Tianxiang took his leave. With several uncles absent, Chu Tianxiang embarked on his treasure-hunting journey, starting with Jin Xing after several days. He had collected 8 or 9 stones, though their quality was average, lacking anything exceptional. That afternoon, his former boss Shuizong called, expressing he had a stone he wanted Chu Tianxiang to examine. Chu Tianxiang readily agreed. Arriving at Shuizong's shop, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He first greeted Uncle Cun and a few former subordinates, engaging in casual conversation. That moment, Shuizong descended the stairs with two individuals, and upon seeing Chu Tianxiang, he approached with delight. Chu Tianxiang quickly stood and said, "Shuizong, I'm here." Shuizong clapped Chu Tianxiang on the shoulder and said, "Tianxiang, come, let us take a look at this old Myanmar stone." Old Myanmar is a colloquial term used by ruining locals to refer to the people of Myanmar, similar to how people from the mainland refer to foreigners as Laowai. The group proceeded to the reception area on the first floor, where a 300-kilogram black wuxia rough stone lay on the ground, alongside a white sandskin stone weighing over 60 kilograms on the table. Shuizong quietly remarked to Chu Tianxiang, "Tianxiang, take a close look. I'm just looking to make a bit of white card money." White card in Myanmar language translates to brokerage fee. Chu Tianxiang first circled the black wuxia, then crouched down to meticulously observe every detail of its skin, occasionally picking at the sand particles. The stone exhibited several scattered spots of color and a few striped patterns, though none were particularly long or wide. Due to the presence of outsiders, Chu Tianxiang used one hand to explore the skin. After half an hour, he picked up a flashlight from the table and began scrutinizing the sand's texture. After another 10 minutes, Chu Tianxiang stood up, stretched, and said, "Shuizong, call a few people over to flip the stone. I want to see underneath." Upon hearing this, Shuizong promptly exited to summon several workers. 5 or 6 individuals struggled to turn the stone over, and Chu Tianxiang crouched down again to examine it. 2 Myanmar individuals and Shuizong engaged in conversation, as many Myanmar individuals spoke fluent Chinese, making communication seamless. Chu Tianxiang stood up, turned, and sat on a round stool, his legs feeling numb from squatting. He calmly inquired, "Shuizong, what is the price for this black wuxia?" Shuizong turned to the Myanmar individuals and asked, "How much do you want?" "The asking price is 12 million," to the Myanmar individuals. Seeing Chu Tianxiang had finished examining the stone, became excited. "You can just tell us how much less you want. We won't sell for less." Chu Tianxiang was now quite adept at negotiating prices. The Myanmar individuals hesitated for a moment. "We won't sell for under 7 million. Qu Xiangxiang calculated briefly before addressing the Myanmar nationals. "I will propose a price. If you agree, we shall proceed. If not, I shall not make any further concessions." 3,200,000. But upon hearing this, the Myanmar representatives shook their heads vigorously, exclaiming, "Boss, your offer is far too low. You must think higher, much higher." Regardless of what the Myanmar nationals continued to say, Qu Xiangxiang remained silent, redirecting his attention to the piece of white rock crystal on the table. Shui, observing the situation, sensed an opportunity. That stone belonged to him. Qu Xiangxiang scrutinized it for nearly 20 minutes, a duration that rendered the Myanmar representatives as agitated as ants on a hot pan. They yearned to converse with Qu Xiangxiang, yet he was preoccupied with the stone. Speaking out could jeopardize their relationship with this significant client, and their silence only deepened their anxiety about potentially losing him. Qu Xiangxiang finally lifted his gaze and inquired, "Shui, is this new factory stone?" Shui nodded and replied, "The core is violet, sizable enough, and of good quality." "What price?" 300,000, Shui offered, hesitantly adding merely 60,000 more. Without hesitation, Qu Xiangxiang responded, "All right, I shall take it." He then produced his bank card and handed it to Shui. After the transaction was completed, Qu Xiangxiang did not even glance at the 2 Myanmar nationals and instructed Shui, "Have Uncle Cun assist in delivering the stone to the company. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he stepped away, while Shui turned to the 2 Myanmar nationals and asked, "What price do you truly desire for your stone? A client has brought you an offer that is the highest in recent days, yet you remain unsatisfied. You possess a complete gamble piece. Indeed, a dark black stone, relying solely on those few meager spots. Do you expect it to contain imperial green? I no longer want the white card. Take your stone away." That in ruining, the trade of gambling stones resembles a game of cat and mouse. First assessing who possesses quality goods, and then determining who has access to a clientele. The Myanmar nationals, lacking connections to high-level domestic customers, could only rely on the store owners within the country to promote their stones. Thus, figures like Shui, the prominent shopkeepers, were not ones they could afford to offend. Chapter 85. The ultimate fool ruining does have numerous large-scale cutting and processing factories, yet Qu Xiangxiang was reluctant to venture into them. Fearing the overwhelming allure of the contents within, it had been several years since he had heard or seen such things in Rueli, and should word spread, trouble would undoubtedly follow. The old Myanmar hands indeed had good material. Alas, embarrassment is a lesser evil than creating a city-wide uproar. "Dowdo, come in," Qixiangxiang called toward the entrance. "What is the matter, Brother Tianxiang?" Li Jie responded obediently. "Head over to Dajili's place and have them bring over the trailer. We need to cut a stone weighing over 300 kilograms that Lig acknowledged and left. Large jade processing factories are equipped with gantry saws, small gantry cranes, trailers, and other tools specifically designed for cutting large jade roughs. And transportation and ruining is typically complementary. The stone was secured atop a pile of sandbags to prevent uneven pressure during cutting, with a massive saw blade suspended above it, swaying precariously. Qixiangxiang observed from the side as a crowd gathered. For in all of ruining, one could go an entire month without witnessing the cutting of such a large stone. The roar of the motor was deafening. The downside of water-cooled machines was their excessive noise. Approximately an hour later, the first cut was completed, and the spectators surged forward. "What is this? It's a complete disaster," someone exclaimed. "The outer shell looked promising, yet the interior is so coarse." Qixiangxiang maintained a stoic expression. Parting the crowd to inspect the cut surface, that he placed his left hand on it, gently caressing it, then retrieved a marker from his pocket and drew another line on the stone, instructing the foreman. "Cut along this line for another pass." The foreman, reminiscent of Qixiangxiang's earlier days of cutting stones for others, remained impassive, neither expressing joy nor anger, merely nodding in agreement and commencing the task. Once the second cut was finished, mirroring the first, Qixiangxiang again requested a third cut. The crowd began to murmur, with various opinions surfacing. Some discreetly observed Qixiangxiang's expression, reveling in his apparent misfortune, while others critiqued the stone, playing the role of experts after the fact. Qixiangxiang, amidst the cacophony, recalled the words of Tang Bohu. "The world laughs at my madness, while I laugh at the world's inability to see through." Thus, the fourth and fifth cuts ensued. The crowd fell silent, perplexed by the handsome young man's fixation. Although the stone was evidently flawed, he continued to invest in its cutting. Ultimately, Qixiangxiang gazed at the remaining piece. Akin to a slab of tofu, weighing over 40 kilograms, that he pulled a stack of cash from his bag and told Li Jie, "Settle the bill and place this piece in the trunk of the car. I do not require the others." That Li Jie complied and proceeded to pay. The foreman quickly summoned 2 workers to lift the stone and place it in Qixiangxiang's vehicle's trunk that Li Jie drove while Qixiangxiang occupied the passenger seat. This time, he had chosen to flaunt his Audi Q7 with Lingnan plates. Upon returning to the company, they transported the stone to the machine room, where they could utilize their own chainsaw for further cutting. Li Jie, anxiously watching Qixiangxiang, noted that in nearly a year at the company, he had never seen him so serious, nor had he witnessed such a chaotic cutting process in public. Each time they finished, observing the stone that resembled jade, yet was not quite jade, he felt his face burn with embarrassment. After all, over 300 kilograms should yield at least a trace of oil green to justify the exorbitant cutting costs. Li Jie remained silent, while Qixiangxiang, eyeing the remaining jagged stone, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah!" Li Jie muttered, "Brother Tianxiang has lost his mind." After regaining his composure, Qixiangxiang said to Li Jie, "Dao, it is time to witness a miracle. I shall grant you a grand red envelope." That he paused before adding, "Inform Zhongli to prepare a midnight snack. We shall work through the night." They powered up the chainsaw, making 4 cuts before switching to the angle grinder. The shrill, piercing sound of the angle grinder, cooled by water, could drive one to madness. Fortunately, they were in a secluded area, undisturbed by neighbors. Nevertheless, the night patrol security guards knocked on the door twice to check on the commotion. A single person could only operate the grinder for about an hour before the vibrations made it difficult to maintain a grip. Soon, their hands would go numb. Qixiangxiang managed better than most, having trained in martial arts, yet by the early hours of the morning, even he found it challenging to endure for more than half an hour without succumbing to the tremors that by 6 in the morning. Both men were utterly fatigued and could no longer hold the angle grinder, prompting them to retreat to the second-floor lounge for a rest. Zhongli arrived at the company around 8. Aware that Tianxiang and Dowdu would be working through the night, she brought breakfast, quietly entering the yard, only to hear the rhythmic sounds of snoring emanating from the second floor. Opting not to disturb them, She tidied up the surroundings instead to be by 2 in the afternoon, with the two men still fast asleep. Zhongli ascended to wake them. Groggy, they washed their faces to regain some alertness, and Li Jie inquired, "Brother Tianxiang, I believe the stone is with you. I remember you bringing it up this morning." Qixiangxiang chuckled. "It's nestled in my bed. I feared losing it," he continued. "Hurry and eat something. Then we shall head to the villa for a shower and more rest. We have work to do tonight. Zhongli, please inform my mother at home, and Li Jie, call your sister to let her know you want to be returning tonight. Zhongli will prepare a delicious meal to replenish our strength. I need to go home and change. I'm covered in mud and cannot go out like this," that Li Jie grumbled. "Young people prefer to be neat and tidy to know returning home. Find a store on the way to the villa and buy a new outfit, as it will only get dirty again tonight." Another sleepless night ensued. The following day at noon, the two men finally roused themselves. Qixiangxiang drove straight to the bank, where the safety deposit box he had rented remained intact. After completing the necessary paperwork, he stored the stone, wrapped in layers of protection, within the box before returning home to rest. Noticing Qixiangxiang leaving first, Zhongli curiously asked Li Jie, "What kind of stone did you two manage to cut after 2 days?" "I didn't dare to ask Brother Tianxiang," Li Jie whispered. "It's a fully green piece, heavier than the last one, but the color is slightly darker and smaller." Zhongli still did not quite grasp the stone's quality. The following days passed uneventfully, revealing that the white rock crystal had yielded 2 pieces totaling 20 kilograms of fine lavender jade, with the valuable part being that both pieces contained sections of a glutinous ice variety, albeit in limited quantity. Even so, this was a significant increase in value. Purple is the most unique color in jade. Its formation mechanism remains unclear, and the coloring elements are unknown. However, its worth rivals that of green and is particularly favored by Westerners. The appearance of purple in jade roughs often indicates poor quality. Hence the saying within the industry, 10 springs, 9 woods, where wood symbolizes opacity, cottony texture, and inferior quality. Yet if the purple is rich and reaches the glutinous ice variety, it is considered high-end or even top-tier jade. Dai Dong arrived with 3 others, bringing all the shareholders together. They reached Ruining by 2 in the afternoon and went directly to the villa, resting for about an hour before holding the shareholders' meeting at 4 o'clock. The second-floor reception area had been meticulously cleaned by Zhang Li and Li Jie, immaculate and dust-free, with an array of fruits, nuts, and snacks adorning the coffee table. 5 printed company documents were neatly arranged on the table. During the meeting, Zhang Li was responsible for taking minutes and serving tea, while Li Jie stood guard on the first floor. At precisely 4 o'clock, the company meeting commenced. Dai Dong was the first to speak. "Esteemed shareholders, as of today, our company has been established for a full 10 months. Initially, the startup capital was 52 million. And now our financial records show an astounding 3.5 billion that over the span of these 10 months, our expenditures have been." Dai Dong spoke eloquently, effortlessly citing various figures, ultimately conveying a singular message. "We have turned a significant profit." He continued, "Today's meeting will focus on several key themes. First, our development for the coming year. Second, the departure of Zhangxi. And third, the distribution of dividends at this moment." Chu Tianxiang raised his hand and interjected, "Uncle Dai, may I suggest we discuss the latter 2 matters first? I have much to say regarding next year's development, and it would take a considerable amount of time." Dai Dong glanced at Chu Tianxiang and replied, "Then let us first address Zhangxi's situation. Zhangxi has received a promotion. Let us congratulate him with a round of applause that a few individuals clapped enthusiastically." Zhangxi felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he stood up and said, "I extend my thanks to my brothers and to Tianxiang. Being selected for this organizational series is significant. On one hand, my work in telecommunications relates to high-level security concerns, and on the other, my family hopes to see my career progress in honor of my grandfather's teachings. This achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous support from Brother Dai, for which I am sincerely grateful." After bowing deeply to Dai Dong, he continued, "I have completed all business matters in the capital. What remains is our domain, namely Dongxiang Company, that I have roughly calculated that I could yield around 100 million. My intention is to maintain my integrity as I embark on my political journey. Prior to my appointment, I must declare my assets for auditing that TO ensure the company operates smoothly and remains out of the public eye. I plan to withdraw 50 million, which already represents tenfold on my investment. Chen Jingsheng and Chu Tianxiang were about to speak, but Dai Dong interjected, "Please refrain from commenting. We will proceed as Zhang Shi has suggested." It appeared that Zhang Shi and Dai Dong had discussed this matter beforehand, as Dai Dong had consented to Zhang Shi's plan. Zhang Shi then stated, "I must report to duty before the Spring Festival. And time is of the essence that I kindly ask my brothers and Tianxiang to expedite the amendment of the shareholder agreement. I am eager to return to the capital," that he continued, "in the future. I will primarily operate between the capital and the northwest, that if Tianxiang travels to the capital, please be sure to inform me." Dai Dong responded, "All documents for the share transfer are prepared. We will handle it tomorrow." He added, "This matter is settled. The second item on the agenda is the redistribution of Zhang Shi's shares, as well as year-end arrangements and dividends." Tan Hui suggested, "Let us hold off on reallocating Zhang Shi's shares for now. Redistributing them would be cumbersome and would require amending all shareholder stakes." Chen Zhengxing concurred, saying, "I agree with old Tan." Chu Tianxiang succinctly added, "Agreed." Dai Dong continued, "Regarding the year-end holiday, my proposal is as follows. Everyone in the capital shall return home, while Tianxiang and Li Jie will remain here on duty, that if there is nothing pressing, they should visit the company occasionally, and if suitable opportunities arise, Tianxiang should seize them. Should nothing appropriate present itself, there is no need for Tianxiang to actively seek out prospects. Use this time to reflect on the various matters encountered over the past few months." Chu Tianxiang nodded in agreement. Everyone else concurred, and they reached a consensus on the dividend distribution, agreeing on 50% of the profits that in the blink of an eye, several individuals became billionaires, with Chu Tianxiang amassing the largest share at over 900 million. All in cash. As for the final agenda item, Dai Dong turned to Chu Tianxiang, who straightened his posture and spoke. "Dear uncles, at the inception of this company, my master handled everything single-handedly, and I did not partake, including in the allocation of shares and the duration of partnerships. After several months of operation, I believe we should reconsider the company's development. First, while our company's performance is commendable, having so much capital stagnant without investment is a significant waste. We need not confine ourselves to the 2-year agreement. I have reached a consensus with my master on this point. Aside from prohibiting investments in Myanmar, everything else is subject to change. Second, Ruining is located in the southwest, with inconvenient transportation and poor information flow. Therefore, for a certain period, I wish to travel and conduct assessments in the capital, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and even Hong Kong. The focus of Dongxiang Company's investments should be in these cities. Ruining, and indeed all of Yunnan and Myanmar, should serve merely as our revenue-generating engine. Third, regarding talent acquisition, during my last visit to Pingzhou, I was particularly impressed by Fu Lin, who works under Uncle Tan. It is not my intention to poach him, but I believe our future development urgently requires such high-caliber talent that a hushed silence fell over the room. The information was rather striking. Each of them had harbored thoughts of long-term collaboration. But the late patriarch's considerations were also valid. Establishing a company without fully understanding one another was a gamble. If they could harmonize, they would continue. If not, after 2 years, Chu Tianxiang should have matured sufficiently, and they could part ways amicably. It seemed now that they had all passed the patriarch's test. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Dong remarked, "Tianxiang has introduced a new perspective. This company may indeed transcend the 2-year limitation, which is news to me. Let us proceed as suggested. Everyone should reflect on this matter, and we will reconvene to discuss it at the next meeting." Tan Hui suggested, "Given that the new year is approaching, discussing this now may be premature. That would be better for Tianxiang to contemplate it over the holiday and ideally present a written proposal, as he bears the responsibility and obligation as a major shareholder. We can then expand upon his written suggestions. As it stands, our discussions lack direction and efficiency, not to mention clarity of purpose." Everyone agreed to postpone the discussion until after the holiday. After the meeting concluded, Dai Dong called Chu Tianxiang aside and handed him a note, whispering, "This is Zheng Jing's phone number. Please find the time to give her a call. After the incident, she has been confined. Old Master Sun is quite protective and imposes strict discipline on his family. Zheng Jing only obtained my number by sneaking a peek at her sister's contact list." Chu Tianxiang took the note, his heart racing that he had intended to ask Sister Ning for Zheng Jing's number before leaving Hong Kong, but had hesitated. Now, fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. Throughout the evening banquet, Chu Tianxiang was in a state of heightened excitement, drinking with Zhang Shi as if it were merely water. Dai Dong and the others shared in Zhang Xi's joy, recognizing that with a bit of achievement and a few more years of perseverance, success could indeed be within reach. After a night of drinking with several uncles, Chu Tianxiang felt a surge of warmth throughout his body. Not daring to drive, he opted for a taxi home. Upon arriving, he discovered that both his master and mother were already asleep, but he stealthily returned to his room and hurriedly pulled out the note Dai Dong had given him, which contained a phone number. Chapter 87. Imperial Green. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tianxiang dialed the number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello, this is Chu Tianxiang. That am I speaking with Xing Jing?" He cautiously inquired that on the other end, he heard an excited voice exclaim, "Tianxiang Ge, is that you? This is Xing Jing. Why did it take you so long to call me? I've been so anxious." It was evident that Xing Jing was brimming with enthusiasm. Chu Tianxiang replied, "Ah Jing, it was only today that Uncle Dai gave me your number. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye when I left that day. I hope you're not upset with me." Xing Jing responded, No, Tianxiang Ge, you don't understand. My sister has grounded me, and one T let me leave campus that I really wanted to see you off, but she wouldn't allow it. She has such a pain." Chu Tianxiang reassured her, "Your sister is only looking out for your well-being. Since the day I left, I've been unable to contact you that I've missed you quite a bit. Tianxiang Ge, I've missed you too. I am about to go on break. How about I come to see you?" She suggested, No, that one T do. Our place is poor and desolate. I'm afraid you one T adapt, and Sister Ning wouldn't approve either." Xing Jing pressed, "Tianxiang Ge, are you saying you don't want me to come?" "Not at all. I just worry about you traveling such a long distance. Let us wait until after the Spring Festival, and I'll come to Hong Kong instead in a way. It's settled then." Subsequently, the young lady whispered, "Tianxiang Ge, I really miss you." The next day, the process of altering share ownership began, involving a mountain of documents that required the signatures of every shareholder, which were then submitted to the management department. At by 3 in the afternoon, they finally wrapped up their busy day. Zhang Xi boarded a late-night flight back to the capital, needing to address pressing matters there. In the meantime, Zhang Li and Li Jie were in a state of extreme exhilaration, practically running in their work, as the company had issued substantial bonuses. Zhang Li received 30,000, and Li Jie received 20,000. On top of that, several shareholder uncles gifted them both an additional 5,000 yuan as a New Year's bonus, a considerable sum given that the average salary in Ruining was only around 1 to 2,000 yuan. Li Jie, having never encountered such wealth, found himself unable to stop smiling foolishly. The day after Zhang Xi's departure, Dai Dong and the others were summoned to the company early by Chu Tianxiang, who mentioned there was something important to discuss. However, the group waited until after 10 o'clock for Chu Tianxiang to arrive by car. Over the past few days, Chen Pongzi had been inundated with drinking engagements, transitioning from lunch to dinner and from dinner to midnight, while a certain boss in Ruining who was planning to treat him to a meal was notorious for staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning. Today, having risen too early, he found himself dozing off in his seat. "Tianxiang, if you don't have anything exciting to share with me today, you must accompany me for drinks tonight, that I want you to experience what it's like to be woken up after barely 5 hours of sleep." Chen Zhengxing yawned as he spoke to Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "Uncle Chen, not to worry. I guarantee you'll be more excited than anyone else." With that, he placed the bag he was holding on the tea table. Tan Hui inquired, "What is that?" as he casually picked it up, feeling it was a stone. Dai Dong observed as Tan Hui unwrapped the tightly packed item, deducing it was likely jade raw material. He handed Tan Hui a pair of scissors. Tan Hui opened the outer packaging, lifting a corner to sneak a glance at the contents. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, startling Chen Pongzi, who was seated nearby. "Old Tan, what are you doing? You'll scare someone to death." Tan Hui ignored him and, fixated on Chu Tianxiang, whispered, "Is this imperial green?" His voice trembled with excitement. "What?" Dai Dong and Chen Zhengxing exclaimed in unison. Having heard clearly, Tan Hui had just mentioned imperial green, the most exquisite color in jadeite, unparalleled by any other. Chu Tianxiang nodded with a smile. "Wow." Dai Dong hastily snatched the stone before him, tearing away the entire outer packaging in a flurry. Before their eyes lay a piece of jadeite rough weighing approximately 3 to 4 kilograms, entirely green. Chen Zhengxing switched on his flashlight and pressed it against the stone. Instantly, a 1-meter square area was enveloped in green, resembling a floating emerald sphere with a rich and luxurious hue that was both subtle and opulent. "Ice type," Tan Hui shouted, quickly sitting down and pulling several pills from his pocket, likely fearing a heart attack from the overwhelming excitement. Dai Dong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the stone. Though he appeared calm, his trembling hands betrayed him. Chimpanzee seemed somewhat dazed, continuously sliding his flashlight over the stone while muttering to himself, an anxious habit of his. After a long pause, the three of them regained their composure, their 6 eyes fixed intently on Chu Tianxiang, awaiting his explanation that I just bought a stone from Mr. Shui, over 300 kilograms, and it yielded this little piece. Chimpanzee remarked, slapping Chu Tianxiang on the back and growling. And you call this little? You could have made it sound more grandiose, like there was a storm while cutting it or at least a dragon circling the house. No one laughed. Imperial green is the pinnacle of jadeite, something many aficionados may never encounter in their lifetime. Yet here they were, being told it was merely a small piece. Infuriating indeed. Chu Tianxiang scratched his head and smiled apologetically. To make it sound grander, it took me and Li Jie 2 sleepless nights to get it to this point. The hardness was too high, and our polishing skills could only manage this. Also, at the Dejili processing plant, Li Jie and I became infamous for being fools. We spent several thousand on a stone that was clearly worthless. Tan Hui exhaled, saying, Tianxiang, you're truly fortunate. This is imperial green. Ask Uncle Dai. His store in the Capital Well Center is quite prestigious. Yet he hasn't seen a single piece of imperial green jewelry. That of course I have. Several pieces, Dai Dong retorted, then sheepishly added. Actually, those are only close to imperial green. Not quite there. He had intended to showcase them when Zhang Shi was around, but seeing Zhang take 500 million, he refrained, fearing it might provoke him. Chu Tianxiang clarified this. Tan Hui replied, You did well. It's better he doesn't see it. Chen Zhengxing scoffed. Zhang Shi is just a fool, always needing someone to manage him. What a nuisance, Dai Dong called out to the group. Let us talk about the stone. Tan Hui brought the stone over and asked Tianxiang, How much does it weigh? For 0.1 kilograms, Chu Tianxiang responded. Dai Dong, regaining his composure, remarked, This piece is worth so much. Being a whole chunk makes it less marketable. Chimpanzee hastily inquired, First tell us how much this stone is worth. Chapter 88. The king returns. Tan Hui and Dai Dong exchanged glances, and Tan Hui hesitantly stated, Let us start at 2 billion. The chubby man turned to Dai Dong, who shrugged, saying, Don't ask me. I have no idea. Chu Tianxiang pondered for a moment and suggested, How about we do it like last time and set an astronomical price? Upon hearing this, Chimpanzee burst into laughter. That sounds good. I like it. Tan Hui continued, This stone is similar to the one sold to the old lord of HK. We must consider the price based on its transformation into a finished product. However, as the old lord remarked, cutting it would be a waste at a whole. It's a top-tier jadeite artwork, priceless. Generally, imperial green is found in smaller pieces, suitable only for small pendants, with very few able to be fashioned into bracelets. Once such a bracelet is created, it defies any price standard. One must pay whatever the seller demands, as both parties are affluent. Chen Zhengxing shook his head, mumbling, I don't quite understand. It seems like you pay whatever they ask. Dai Dong chuckled. Old Tan likely means just that. Tan Hui asked Dai Dong, Old Dai, didn't you mention last time you and Tianxiang went to HK? The old lord had an offer of 16 billion for that stone, but didn't he sell? Dai Dong confirmed. That's what the old lord said. Tianxiang was there too. Chu Tianxiang added, At that time, Grandpa's son mentioned the other party was willing to offer more, but Grandpa's son declined. Tan Hui's mind raced. Immediately responding, Send a picture of this stone to the old lord. If it's good, I refuse to believe he wouldn't sell the previous one to the others. Sharp as ever. Instantly grasped Tan Hui's plan. Chimpanzee gave him a thumbs up, saying, I've seen some outrageous things, but nothing like this. You're really pushing the old man to buy. They all erupted in laughter. Without delay, Dai Dong and Tan Hui snapped pictures of the stone and promptly sent them to the old lord's grandson. Zheng Fanlin at an hour passed, and the group anxiously awaited a response. Suddenly, Dai Dong's phone rang, that he glanced at the caller ID, quickly signaling the others to remain silent. The tension in the room escalated. Even their breathing slowed as Dai Dong answered the call, but he cautiously stepped outside, conversing while pacing the hallway, that I in just 4 or 5 minutes. He hung up and returned to the room. The three men stared wide-eyed at Dai Dong, eagerly awaiting his words. Noticing their anxious expressions, Dai Dong deliberately adopted a serious tone, saying, The situation isn't great, The old lord, isn't he convinced that it's imperial green? Chimpanzee stood up, ready to protest, but Dai Dong continued. So, the old lord plans to come to Ruining tomorrow, to see for himself. With that, he burst into laughter. Chimpanzee remarked, is ruining a place with bad feng shui. Even you've learned how to manipulate people. Tan Hui, more composed, inquired, is the old lord coming in person tomorrow? He is coming with Zheng Fanlin, Dai Dong replied. Fanlin also wants to take a look at our other materials. Chu Tianxiang immediately stood up, saying, let us quickly tidy up. It can't be too dirty or messy. Tan Hui instructed, Tianxiang, have Zhang Li and Li Jie clean up while we check the warehouse. The group was overly excited. With the old lord's visit, it seemed the stone would finally find a resolution. Truth be told, selling the stone on their own would be quite challenging due to its high price. Arriving at the warehouse, they opened the door to find it filled to the brim with stones, shelves overflowing, and several layers stacked on the floor. Dai Dong counted briefly, estimating around 100 pieces. He frowned, saying, the warehouse is too small. It looks too chaotic. What should we do? Chu Tianxiang suggested, if it doesn't fit, let us place them in the small room outside. We can cram them in somehow. Given the circumstances, they began rearranging the stones, leaving the larger ones in place, while moving the smaller ones to the outer room. Li Jie rushed over to help move the stones, not wanting to overexert the big bosses, as they were their own fortune makers. The next afternoon, the old lord's private jet landed at Mang City Airport. Dai Dong and the others went to greet him, but lacking proper vehicles, they rented 2 Mercedes-Benz cars from a rental agency. They weren't sure how many people would come, so they brought out all 3 company vehicles. The old lord, Zheng Fanlin, Zheng Ning, and a few bodyguards and attendants totaled fewer than 10 people. After exchanging pleasantries upon disembarking, they all got into their cars, and the convoy sped off toward Ruining. Upon reaching the hotel, the old lord requested a brief rest while everyone returned to their rooms to freshen up. At 4 in the afternoon, the old lord arrived at Chu Tianxiang's company. This time, he was assisted up to the 2nd floor, with Zheng Fanlin and Zheng Ning following closely behind. Once seated, the old lord inquired, Little Chu, what does the skin of that stone look like? Chu Tianxiang had harbored hopes of seeing Xing Jing while picking up the old lord, but things did not go as planned, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Hearing the old lord address him, he quickly gathered his spirits and stepped forward respectfully, saying, Grandpa's son, that stone has a black surface with over 300 kilograms, plenty of loose flowers. The sand is hard but not dense enough with too much filler. How about the other materials? Grandpa, they are of low quality. The term low quality is a slang in the jadeite trade, referring to stones that, once opened, reveal little to no jadeite, only black blemishes and dirt. Low quality produces high green. The old lord sighed. Let us take a look at, of course, Grandpa. Chu Tianxiang stood up and opened the safe to retrieve the stone, placing it before the old lord. Zheng Fanlin picked up a flashlight to hand to his grandfather, who did not take it, instead staring intently at the stone. In truth, when comparing the raw stones of imperial green and Xinjiang green under equivalent polishing conditions, the former is not as aesthetically pleasing as the latter, particularly to those who possess only a cursory understanding of jadeite. Firstly, imperial green tends to be heavier and somewhat dim, lacking the refreshing clarity exhibited by Xinjiang green. Secondly, the green hue of imperial green carries a slight blue undertone, while Xinjiang green features a hint of yellow. Naturally, the blue-tinged variant pales in beauty compared to the yellow-tinted one. This disparity primarily arises from the much higher concentration of green in imperial green. When the stone's thickness is excessive, natural light struggles to penetrate, resulting in a dull visual effect. However, once fashioned into a finished product, one imperial green outshines 10 Xinjiang greens. Chapter 89. The Antique Expert. After a brief pause, the elder took a flashlight, pressed it against the stone's surface, and upon switching it on, his eyes lit up. He promptly turned off the flashlight and, raising his gaze towards Dai Dong, remarked, Xiao Dai, you found your uncle's Achilles heel. Dai Dong felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Qin Zhengxing thought to himself that the old man had unjustly accused Dai Dong. This was an idea concocted by the cunning merchant, Old Tan. Dai Dong then said, Uncle, I must first show you the good stuff. Otherwise, you might accuse the younger generation of being unfilial. The elder chuckled, replying, the sons of the Dai family are all sharp-tongued. None are easy to deal with. Dai Dong could only force a smile in response. The elder continued, name your price, but this time, Xiao Chu has declared that no one else is allowed to interject, that a bead of sweat trickled down Chu Tianxiang's forehead. This elder was certainly unpredictable. With no other choice, he had to engage, his mind racing as he pondered. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianxiang resolutely stated, for 0.5 billion, 0.4.5 billion. The elder's eyes fixed intently on Chu Tianxiang, prompting him to repeat the price. Indeed, Grandpa Sunday, April 5 billion, replied Tianxiang, maintaining his composure. The elder suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Chu, you're impressive. That aligns perfectly with my expected price. Excellent. I'll take the stone. The hearts of Dai Dong and the others sank in shock. Zheng Fanlin promptly took the stone away, feeling he had not examined it closely enough. It would be remiss not to scrutinize it, especially since it might be hidden away by his grandfather once they returned to HK. Zheng Ning joined her brother in their examination. Xiao Chu, I have a favor to ask of you. I need your help with something, the elder said. Chu Tianxiang quickly replied, of course, but I fear I may not be precise. Precision is for me to determine, the elder chuckled. Zheng Ning, hearing her grandfather speak, retrieved a small box from her belongings, producing a porcelain vase about a foot tall, adorned with blue landscape paintings. Dai Dong hastily found a piece of velvet cloth, spreading it over the coffee table, upon which Zheng Ning placed the vase. Tianxiang, this is from the same era as the last one, she indicated, signaling that he need not search for a genuine counterpart this time. Chu Tianxiang gently lifted the vase, examining the base. It seemed satisfactory. Lacking glaze, he glanced back at the others, who immediately fell silent, gazing at him with wide eyes, as Tan Hui and Shun Zhengxing observed Chu Tianxiang's first foray into antique appraisal. Closing his eyes, he recalled the information about the vase from HK. Minutes passed as he cradled the vase with his left hand, his right fingers delicately tracing the unglazed surface, his motions exceedingly gentle and slow. Everyone held their breath, captivated by his actions. After some time, Chu Tianxiang adjusted his grip, placing his left hand as 3 fingers on the same unglazed area, repeating his previous actions, but this time for a shorter duration. Subsequently, he picked up a small wooden spoon from the tea table, gently tapping various parts of the vase, attentively listening to the sounds produced. Setting the vase upright, he looked up at Zheng Ning, indicating that she should put the vase away. Grandpa's son, if I misstate anything, please bear with me, Chu Tianxiang cautiously addressed the elder. Enough with the pleasantries. Just speak, the elder urged, and everyone shared his sentiment. There are differences, but they are minimal. They should originate from the same mind, Chu Tianxiang asserted. Huh? The elder was taken aback momentarily before bursting into laughter. Xiao Chu, impressive indeed. The last one was from the Qianlong era, while this one is from Kangxi. Both are from the Jingjun Imperial Kiln. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Who knew antique appraisal could be conducted in such a manner? Chu Tianxiang's skills were truly extraordinary, distinguishing between Kangxi and Qianlong. A mere century apart, was no small feat. Pengzi, intrigued, picked up his teacup and casually remarked, I can tell too. This is from Kangxi's father. Zheng Ning smiled at Chu Tianxiang, saying, Tianxiang, Grandpa is testing you. Congratulations, you've scored full marks. She reached into her bag, retrieving a beautifully crafted box, which she presented to Chu Tianxiang with both hands. This is your appointment letter from the HK Mingda Art Foundation. You have been appointed as a consultant for art appraisal. Chu Tianxiang hesitated to accept, for he knew little about antiques, and the vase adorned with blue landscapes was entirely unfamiliar to him. The Mingda Foundation was a name he had never heard before, and the role of appraiser was beyond his comprehension. Hearing Zheng Ning's words, Dai Dong was utterly astonished. The Mingda Art Foundation was co-founded by several top-tier magnates in HK, holding significant prestige both locally and internationally. Being an antique appraisal consultant, there was a highly esteemed position, with only the most distinguished experts being appointed. Not only would the remuneration be substantial, but such a role would also unlock opportunities to network with HK elites and business tycoons, significantly enhancing one's connections. Dai Dong quickly urged Chu Tianxiang. Tianxiang, you should accept it. The elder smiled at Dai Dong. You play the role of uncle quite well, knowing to draw good fortune toward yourself. Dai Dong managed an awkward smile in return. Reluctantly, Chu Tianxiang accepted the appointment letter with both hands. Zheng Ning interjected, I'll explain more about the Mingda Foundation to you later. It's not a demanding role. ULL only need to travel 2 or 3 times a year, which may not even be limited to HK, but could be anywhere globally. There are other requirements I'll need to inform you about. Chu Tianxiang hastily replied, "Thank you, Grandpa's son." "Thank you." Ning Jie Ida S. Zheng Fanlin entered. He remained mostly silent, observing the group. Dai Dong and Chu Tianxiang were somewhat familiar, but the other two exuded a sharpness that suggested they were not to be trifled with. When he saw the picture of the imperial green sent to him from HK, he was astounded. Was it real? Just as he had acquired a high-quality Xinjiang green, another imperial green emerged. These individuals possessed remarkable capabilities, seemingly diminishing the value of top-tier jadeite. When did it become so commonplace? He felt compelled to see the place where they operated, wondering if the feng shui was exceptionally favorable, allowing them to thrive effortlessly. The private courtyard was unremarkable, yet everyone appeared astute. The only surprise was that Chu Tianxiang had developed such an adept understanding of antiques, with an uncanny precision to boot. He knew the intricacies of the Mingda Foundation. Those appraisal specialists were typically no younger than 70, and anyone under 50 would be deemed too inexperienced. Now a 20-something was making waves, leaving those in their 50s aspiring to join feeling utterly overshadowed. Chapter 90. Fanlin's acquisition. Zheng Fanlin remarked, "Uncle Dai, I came to take a closer look at the materials. Is that convenient?" Dai Dong promptly replied, "Not a problem. The storeroom is downstairs. Let us proceed." That moment. The elder stood, waving his hand. "Let us all go take a look. These youngsters surely have many more treasures." Laughter erupted among the group. The elder turned to Zheng Fanlin, saying, "Lin, bring my prized possession. Keep a close eye on it." The laughter continued as the group made their way to the warehouse. Upon opening the large door to the storeroom and seeing it filled with stones, the elder frowned and looked up at Dai Dong. "Couldn't you find a larger storage space? There's hardly room to stand." Dai Dong chuckled ruefully. "Uncle Son, I had no idea Tianxiang had amassed so many stones. Typically, Old Chun and a Xiang handle these matters that I only came to check after hearing you were coming yesterday. And that's when I realized the storeroom was far too small, that if we acquire more stones, we might have nowhere to store them." The elder whispered a few words to Zheng Ning. Zheng Fanlin inquired, "Uncle Dai, are all these for sale?" Dai Dong confirmed, "Yes, but they all need to be processed first. We'll all make a cut, then dispatch them to Lingnan." Zheng Fanlin pondered for a moment before saying, "Then Tianxiang, you may have to put in some extra effort over the next few days. Process them all, that if the quality isn't too poor, there's no need to send them to Lingnan. I'll take them all." Everyone turned to look at Zheng Fanlin. Even the elder appeared somewhat surprised, though he remained silent. Zheng Fanlin added, "However, I have one request. Please don't cut the stones using the methods employed in HK." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiang immediately waved his hands. "Zhenggu, I wouldn't dare. I'd rather perish than do that." Dai Dong explained, "Fanlin, we don't usually cut stones that way. To be honest, that method is far too damaging that we already have a significant profit, so there's no need to harm others." Zheng Fanlin thought to himself, "They may not be harming others, but why do they keep taking advantage of me?" Just then, Xing Ning and a Jin led someone into the room. The newcomer approached the elder. Bowing respectfully, "Sir, I'm the local supervisor, Tian Gao." "Where is your shop?" the elder inquired. "Sir, it's not far from here. Turn right when you exit, and it's the 5th shop across the street," Tian Gao replied. "Is your warehouse large?" "Not particularly, sir, but it can be renovated," Tian Gao answered. "Then renovate it," the elder instructed, pointing at Dai Dong. "Let Dai Dong handle the specifics. That warehouse will be yours from now on." "At your command, sir." "Tomorrow, I shall contact General Dai, and unless there are any matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." He nodded towards Dai Dong and turned to depart. Dai Dong was taken aback to discover that the old gentleman had a shop in Rui Ning as well. The confidentiality of this information had been maintained quite effectively, that he would need to discuss the specifics with the individual surnamed Tian tomorrow. Zheng Fanlin remarked, "Grandfather, let Aining accompany you back to the hotel for some rest. I will stay here to discuss matters regarding these stones with Uncle Dai and Tianxiang." The elder agreed, saying, "Very well, that shall be the plan. That I will return to the hotel first, and then we shall have dinner together in the evening. Dai Dong, please invite everyone from your company. The more, the merrier." Dai Dong replied, "Uncle Son, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. I have already made arrangements for the evening." The elder departed, and the group escorted him to the entrance. Once inside the car, the elder addressed the bodyguard seated in front, saying, "Ajin, ensure that all unrelated personnel at Tian Gao shop are withdrawn, and then hand over the store to Fanlin. Inform him that the shop shall operate normally from now on." Ajin turned back and replied, "Understood. Sir, I will take care of this matter after I return you." Zheng Fanlin and the others began to deliberate over the stones. Zheng Fanlin looked at Chu Tianxiang and said, "Tianxiang, it is up to you to determine how these stones should be cut." Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Brother Zheng, are you planning to sell these stones directly, or will you process them all into finished products?" Zheng Fanlin answered, "I will process a few of them myself into finished products, while the rest will be sold directly in Hong Kong. I have avenues in the Treasure Island as well." Tan Hui interjected, "Tianxiang, how about this? You select a few good pieces from each variety to cut first." Everyone agreed with this suggestion. With so many stones, they had to be cut regardless. Zheng Fanlin straightened his back and asked Dai Dong, "How shall we determine the price?" Upon hearing this, Dai Dong glanced at Tan Hui and replied, "In business, we must be pragmatic, Fanlin." Before he could finish, Tan Hui suddenly spoke up, 20% below the market price in Pingzhou. "We accept whatever price Mr. Zheng proposes without negotiation." This was a significant concession, considering that Pingzhou is a hub for jade rough materials, where merchants from across the nation, even from Hong Kong, the Treasure Island, and Southeast Asia, procure goods due to the favorable prices and quality. Dai Dong unhesitatingly said, "Let us proceed," as Uncle Tan suggests that he looked back at Chen Zhengxing and Chu Tianxiang, both of whom nodded in agreement. Zheng Fanlin was taken aback by this outcome and quickly said, "Uncle Tan, you and Uncle Chen are my seniors, so please just call me Fanlin." Chen Zhengxing chuckled, "Let us keep it formal. We are not that far apart in age. If you call me uncle, I might break out in goosebumps." Laughter erupted among the group. Chen, the rotund one, certainly knew when to lighten the mood. Zheng Fanlin clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your generosity. I shall not be returning with grandfather. I will oversee the cutting of all the stones before I leave and will call a couple more people over, as I am still uncertain about some prices." The banquet was a resounding success, with everyone leaving in high spirits. The following morning, the elder boarded a private plane back to Hong Kong. The two individuals summoned by Zheng Fanlin arrived in Ruining that afternoon. They were clearly from Lingnan, lean and of modest stature, down on the second floor of the company. Zheng Fanlin, in front of Dai Dong and the others, instructed the two individuals, "Your primary task is to calculate prices based on the average market price in Pingzhou. Each stone must be assigned a number with a corresponding price, and each stone consists of 2 pieces. You need not engage in any other tasks or discussions. Furthermore, regardless of what transpires here, once you exit this door, you are forbidden to speak of it, not even to your families. After everything concludes, I will grant each of you a generous red envelope. You will not be disadvantaged. However, should you divulge any details, do not blame me for the consequences." Despite Zheng Fanlin's amiable demeanor when conversing with Dai Dong and the others, a commanding authority emerged when addressing his subordinates. A trait honed over years in a position of power. The two men nodded in agreement, though internally they were perplexed. What was the secrecy about? Was it merely about cutting stones, a day later? They understood the reason for the discretion. This was no ordinary gamble on stones. It was a veritable windfall that in gambling. One does not see a piece of stone yield returns with every cut. Moreover, the returns were astonishing, with the lowest being glutinous ice with flower patterns, and even 2 pieces of solid green emerging that my heavens. What is happening here? During their idle moments, the two men studied the stones. Unimpeded, yet despite examining piece after piece, they failed to discern any signs of potential value. How was it that this remarkably handsome young man possessed such extraordinary skill? He could merely select a stone, draw a line, cut it, and it would skyrocket in value. Did he possess X-ray vision? Or was he using some sort of cheat? If such astonishing news were to escape their lips, it would be justifiable to annihilate their entire families. For this was a treasure trove of wealth. Chapter 91. Zheng Jing arrives with the cut stones having nowhere to be stored. It would be far too conspicuous to display them openly in the courtyard. Zheng Fanlin ordered Tian Gao to grant his employees a week's leave, leaving only himself to oversee the shop, which would remain locked during this period, with the finished stones transported directly to the store. In these days, no one was idle. Dai Dong, Tan Hui, and Chen Zhengxing engaged in daily drinking sessions, barring both familiar and unfamiliar faces from entering the company, fearing that the sight of so many high-quality stones would send the sellers mad. Initially, all 3 cutting machines were operational, but by the second day, only 2 remained, as the third was too small to accommodate the stones. Chu Tianxiang was now so busy that he sprinted to the restroom. For smaller stones, Li Jie could manage alone, but heavier ones required both of them to work together. After studying the cut stones, Chu Tianxiang had to explain them to Zheng Fanlin, ensuring accuracy. A single mistake could be costly. While discussing one or two pieces was manageable, the sheer volume, over 20 stones in a single day, was overwhelming. His throat parched and limbs weary. Zheng Fanlin felt his fingers grow numb. It had been years since he had written so much. He mused that it would have been better to have brought a computer. Yet this was confidential information pertaining to this batch of stones. As exhaustion loomed, the stones were finally cut, that a collective sigh of relief echoed through the group. 107 stones had been processed over 6 days, with efficiency visibly waning in the latter half. Zheng Fanlin handed Dai Dong 3 typewritten pages containing the prices calculated by the 2 Lingnan men. Dai Dong glanced briefly at the document, signed it, and instructed Chu Tianxiang to deliver it to Zhongli for accounting. Zheng Fanlin had calculated that this batch was cheaper than purchasing at the Myanmar mines, principally due to the exceptional quality, which allowed for substantial profit margins when crafted into finished products. Transporting stones from Myanmar was fraught with difficulties, given the long distances and the perilous nature of the journey. Zheng Fanlin felt an immense delight. Having settled with Dai Dong, he hurried back to Hong Kong. As the year-end approached, everyone was busy with their respective affairs. The 107 stones, costing over 60 million, ultimately sold for 470 million, averaging an 8-fold profit. Although this appeared lower than the public auction rate, the presence of a piece worth 4.5 billion provided reassurance. This was the brilliance of Tan Hui, focusing on the big picture rather than sweating the small stuff. Finally, they could rest. All drinking engagements were canceled, and sleep came naturally, akin to a divine existence. After a 2-day respite in Ruining, Dai Dong, Tan Hui, Chen Jingsheng, and Zhongli boarded a flight to the capital. With only a few days until the new year, Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie had little to occupy their time. The streets of Ruining were noticeably quieter, as those engaged in the jade trade swiftly returned to their hometowns for the traditional spring festival, a time when returning home for the new year was an unwavering theme. That day, upon arriving at the company early, Chu Tianxiang was restless. Even Li Jie, with his blunt demeanor, noticed the excitement brewing in his friend. Chu Tianxiang had gifted him a 50,000 yuan red envelope, nearly sending him into a frenzy of joy. And Zhongli received one as well. "Tianxiang, are you up to something?" Li Jie ventured cautiously. Chu Tianxiang, a bit embarrassed, replied, "We're going to the airport to pick someone up at noon." His face flushed slightly. "What's the big deal about picking someone up?" Li Jie teased that, "Oh, it must be a beauty," he exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Chu Tianxiang, annoyed, retorted, "What if she is a beauty? Why must you meddle?" Li Jie cackled mischievously, provoking Chu Tianxiang to chase after him in jest. At 12:30, the flight from Yangqing landed at Mingshi Airport. Standing at the reception area, Chu Tianxiang spotted Xing Jing and her friend, along with the chubby Li Xiaoping, laughing as they exited. Excitedly, he waved, and Xing Jing, spotting him, quickly left her friend to approach. "Brother Tianxiang, I'm here. Are you welcoming me?" Xing Jing exclaimed. Chu Tianxiang took her rolling suitcase, repeatedly saying, "Welcome, of course. If you hadn't come, I would have gone to Hong Kong to find you." Hearing this, Xing Jing felt elated. Chu Tianxiang then turned to the approaching Li Xiaoping and said, "Fatty, how have you gained more weight?" "Welcome to Ruining." Xing Jing's friend, surnamed Zhao and named Zhao Chong, chimed in, "Why aren't you welcoming me? I brought your girlfriend here." Standing beside Tianxiang, Xing Jing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she stomped her foot in annoyance, saying, "Stop it. That is not true." Zhao Chong made a face at Xing Jing and replied, "You better treat me well, or I might expose you." Xing Jing lightly nudged Zhao Chong to at that moment. Chu Tianxiang called over Li Jie, who had been standing behind them, and introduced him to the group, saying, "This is my colleague and brother, whose full name is Li Jie. You can simply call him Dodo." Turning to Li Jie, Chu Tianxiang added, "Forget about age. The males will call you brother, and the female sister. They are all university students, and their knowledge surpasses yours." That Li Jie, somewhat dazed, responded with a nod, and then addressed Li Xiaoping and Zhao Chong, saying, "Brother, sister, welcome to Ruining. You can call me Dodo." After uttering this, a comical scene unfolded. Li Jie respectfully bowed to Xing Jing and greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." The faint blush that had just begun to fade from Xing Jing's cheeks surged back, turning crimson all the way to her neck. Annoyed, she exclaimed, You are all ganging up on me. I want to talk to you anymore." And with that, she walked out. Zhao Chong and Li Xiaopeng laughed uncontrollably, with tears streaming down Zhao Chong's face from laughter. Chu Tianxiang swiftly kicked Li Jie, admonishing, "Stop talking nonsense," that he then hurried a few steps to Zeng Jing's side and said, "Don't mind Dodo. He's just teasing you that he loves to joke that in truth." Zeng Jing wasn't genuinely angry. A part of her felt a little pleased, yet the suddenness of the situation caught her off guard. She felt trapped in an awkward spot, unable to respond affirmatively or negatively, so she chose to walk away. Li Jie took over Zhao Chong's wheeled suitcase, and as they made their way out, Li Xiaopeng walked alongside Zhao Chong, muttering to himself, "Hello, sister-in-law." Hearing Li Xiaopeng repeat this phrase, Zeng Jing turned around in anger and warned, "Li Xiaopeng, if you say that again, do you believe I will have Tianxiang brother sell you to Myanmar to mine?" I believe, sister-in-law," Li Xiaopeng replied with a deliberately mischievous grin at this point. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Jie was slapping his thigh in mirth, while Zhao Chong doubled over, squatting on the ground, clutching his stomach as he gasped, "I can't take it anymore. I might laugh myself to death." Zeng Jing chased after Li Xiaopeng, trying to hit him, while he ran away, shouting, "I didn't mean it, sister-in-law. You still say." Chapter 92. The spring festival arrives. As they drove along, the three young people from HK marveled at the endless mountain ranges. Lush greenery filling the valleys, and the winding, rugged paths that revealed a natural beauty unseen in the big cities. Upon arriving at the hotel, they booked 3 rooms, one for each of them. Chu Tianxiang instructed the trio, "You all freshen up and rest for a bit. I'll come back in an hour to take you out for dinner." Li Xiaopeng interjected, "No, Tianxiang brother, just come to my room and bring Dodo along. When they finish washing up, have them call us. I'm absolutely starving." Their first meal was arranged at Mangsha Banquet, a restaurant rich with ethnic style that as the 3 HK youths entered the hall. They were instantly captivated by the decor. Accustomed to the opulence and extravagance of HK, they found the atmosphere here imbued with the sincerity, tranquility, and serenity of the Dai culture. The white elephant and peacock, symbols of good fortune, shone brightly, showcasing a vivid exotic charm. After settling into their reserved pavilion in the garden, surrounded by lush plants such as towering banana trees, jackfruit, and passion fruit, Chu Tianxiang suggested, "Since you're in ruining, you should try the local ancient tree tea. It's exceptionally good." Li Xiaopeng replied, "I'll drink whatever you drink." "I don't really know." Chu Tianxiang then picked up the menu and said to Zeng Jing beside him, "Let us each order a dish based on the pictures. Everything here is primarily Dai style, that if you can't eat spicy or sour, let me know, and I'll adjust." Before long, dishes such as lemon chicken, grilled fish with lemongrass, fried bamboo worms, and stir-fried beef with pickled bamboo shoots were brought to the table, accompanied by local small pot rice wine and Myanmar beer. The colorful array of dishes excited the three, and they sampled each one. The 2 girls particularly enjoyed the lemon chicken and the grilled fish. However, when the fried bamboo worms arrived, they hesitated to take a bite. Chu Tianxiang reassured them, "These fried bamboo worms are highly nutritious and a delicacy among the ethnic minorities in Yunnan. They taste rich and creamy." Encouraged by his words, the 2 girls mustered their courage to pick up a bamboo worm each, closing their eyes as they slowly took a bite. "Wow, this is delicious," they exclaimed, the flavor indescribably delightful. Yet when the pickled bamboo shoots arrived, they recoiled. No amount of persuasion from Chu Tianxiang could convince them. The combination of sour and pungent was far worse than HK's stinky tofu. Halfway through the meal, Xiaopeng began to unleash his vocal talents, recounting a story about Chu Tianxiang fighting foreigners in an HK bar, conveniently omitting the part where he had gotten beaten up, which he found rather embarrassing. Zeng Jing listened intently, while Li Jie heard it for the first time, and with Zhao Chong embellishing the tale, it made Chu Tianxiang sound like a heroic figure, entirely unlike himself. The next morning, the group drove to the national border. The Ruinings National Gate serves as the largest land port in the southwest, connecting to Myanmar with a continuous flow of goods. The shops around the border predominantly sell Myanmar and Southeast Asian foods and crafts. Zeng Jing and Zhao Chong eagerly bought anything that caught their fancy, from various crafts to snacks, leaving Li Jie burdened as he became their human pack mule. Li Xiaopeng was particularly enamored with the Achang ethnic knives and lingered in the store, reluctant to leave. Unfortunately, shipping was not an option, so he had to leave disappointed. Not far from the border was the Jade Market in Jiegao, where the three were astonished to see exquisite jade ornaments displayed in a rudimentary shelter. They found it hard to believe that such valuable items, worth tens of thousands, were so casually displayed, especially for Zheng Jing, whose family was in the jade business. The stark contrast between the lavishly decorated shops in HK and this simple setup was shocking. At a street corner, the two girls noticed a few Myanmar girls using greasy wooden mallets to pound dried beef and excitedly joined in, each purchasing a large bag to take home as a snack. Next, they visited the Moli waterfall, where the striking scenery of the Yunnan region left a lasting impression on the HK youth, who were accustomed to the steel jungle of their city. 5 days passed swiftly, and the relationship between Chu Tianxiang and Zheng Jing deepened rapidly, evolving from casual conversations and strolls to interlocking arms and holding hands, both gazing at each other filled with affection. Chu Tianxiang's grandeur, intellect, and unwavering determination profoundly moved Zheng Jing. They visited Chu Tianxiang's home, which though modest was tidy, and the walls lined with books left the university students in awe. It was hard to believe this was the room of a school dropout. Chu Mama's demeanor made the two girls feel somewhat inferior, and perhaps Zheng Jing's deliberate efforts led to a favorable impression. Chu Mama found Zheng Jing charming, not conventionally beautiful, but the type that grows on you the more you see her. Those from large families often have discerning eyes, and Chu Mama recognized that Zheng Jing came from a respectable background, inquiring about her to her son, but Chu Tianxiang skillfully dodged the question. His father also took a liking to Zheng Jing, appreciating her sweet demeanor and her adeptness at navigating social situations. Now it was a matter of whether there was a spark between her and his apprentice. Time flew during their reunion, and the day of departure finally arrived. Zheng Jing had concealed from her family that she was traveling to the mainland with classmates, without mentioning ruining the moment of boarding. Tears welled in her eyes. She was reluctant to leave, but felt compelled to do so. She cherished her feelings for Chu Tianxiang, despite his poverty and the cramped quarters of his rented room, living with an elderly and impoverished master. Yet she believed that Chu Tianxiang would change his circumstances, and did a girl need a reason to like a boy? Chu Tianxiang, too, felt disheartened. The passion that had just ignited was extinguished by distance. The person he adored was leaving, miles apart, leaving him to bury his longing deep within. As the firecrackers rang out to bid farewell to the old year, the spring festival arrived. 3 generations celebrated a harmonious new year. A rare occasion in many years where they didn't have to calculate how to spend their meager finances, a time when they could eat whatever they desired and buy whatever they wished. Daily phone calls with Zheng Jing warmed his heart. She was understanding and thoughtful, sending him many delicacies from HK, which left him pondering what he could send her in return. Ultimately, he resorted to purchasing some wild honey from the countryside to send her. Before the new year, he received several gifts. Dai Dong and others sent various nutritional products for his mother and master, and to his surprise, Pingzhou's Fu Lin also sent a generous package of food and supplies, further enhancing his fondness for Fu Lin. During moments of leisure, Chu Tianxiang either accompanies his mother for a chat and a stroll or joins his master in fishing at Ruining River. In their conversations, he shares in detail the significant events and trivial matters that have transpired over the past year, reflecting on gains and losses, as well as discussing plans for the future. At this moment, Xiang resembles an employee reporting to his superior about the previous year's accomplishments and the strategies for the year ahead. The elder listens with great satisfaction, recognizing the rapid growth of the boy, who has become adept in social interactions, strategic in his actions, and most importantly, remains true to his core values in all endeavors. Traits that are indeed rare and commendable. Chapter 93. The journey to Tung City on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Chu Tianxiang and Li Jie arrived at the company, thoroughly cleaning every nook and cranny in preparation for the reopening the next day. Zhongli would arrive tomorrow, while the three uncles would take a few more days. During the spring festival, Ruining's Jade Market remains open, unlike in the mainland. Morning and night markets operate as usual, primarily frequented by Burmese vendors who do not adhere to the concept of the spring festival. With an influx of tourists during this period, many of whom are willing to spend, jade sellers relish such customers that in the coming days, Chu Tianxiang planned a trip to Tung City, having received several calls from brother Zhuang Sheng, whom he met in Pingzhou, inviting him to come over. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Zhongli arrived and upon seeing Li Jie, exclaimed, "Xiao Do Do, did you miss me?" This left Li Jie blushing, caught between wanting to affirm and deny. stammering without a coherent response. Zhang Li, with a hint of disdain, declared, "It's rare for me to think of you, so I brought you a plethora of delicious treats. But I've decided to give them all to Brother Tianxiang instead." That Lijie immediately retorted, "I missed you. I missed you. Let me see what tasty goodies you brought." As he reached for Zhang Li's bag. She playfully kicked him in annoyance. Chu Tianxiang then asked Zhang Li, "Are you tired? If you are, rest at the company. If not, I plan to head to Tung City tomorrow. That there's not much to do here. So why don't the three of us take a leisurely stroll?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Li jumped up joyfully, exclaiming, "I'm not tired at all. Not in the slightest. Hee. Being able to go out is worth any fatigue." Chu Tianxiang added, "All right, I prepared a document and left it on the desk. Please print it out today and send it to the uncles." Chu Tianxiang was somewhat inept with computers, having grown up in a modest household that couldn't afford one. And he struggled even with basic typing. "Brother Tianxiang, you should take some time to learn computers when you return. At least you should know how to type and edit documents," Zhang Li suggested. "When you come back from Tung City, you can teach me." Chu Tianxiang replied. Zhang Li hasn't chimed in yet when Li Jie interjected, "Brother Tianxiang is great with computers. He's excellent at gaming, that we used to sneak off to internet cafes together." Chu Tianxiang playfully kicked Li Jie, retorting, "Playing games and editing documents are two entirely different matters." The following day, the trio set off in an Audi Q7, embarking on a journey of over 200 kilometers on rugged national roads, which would take more than 4 hours. Around 1 in the afternoon, they arrived at Zhuang Sheng's company. As soon as they exited the car, Zhuang Sheng joyfully approached, patting Chu Tianxiang on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Tianxiang, I've missed you dearly. It's been several months since we last met." Chu Tianxiang replied, "Brother Zhuang, it would be rude of me not to come at your invitation." That he then introduced Zhang Li and Li Jie to Zhuang Sheng, who welcomed them warmly. Zhuang Sheng was naturally hospitable, known for his generosity and extensive circle of friends, which undoubtedly contributed to his substantial success. That he invited them into his office, and once seated, he said to Chu Tianxiang, "Soon, I'll take you to the hotel for a rest. This evening, I have several friends joining us for drinks. Since you've come such a long way, it would be a shame to have a small gathering." Chu Tianxiang quickly responded, "Brother Zhuang, I truly cannot drink. I'll just have a little tonight as I have work to do tomorrow." Drinking is drinking, and work is work. Both can coexist. Tianxiang, while you are here, you must indulge. A group of friends wishes to meet our hero from Yunnan. That it wouldn't be right to exclude anyone. Realizing he had no choice, Chu Tianxiang resignedly said, "All right, Brother Zhuang, I'll do my best." As the conversation shifted, he addressed Zhuang Sheng, "Brother Zhuang, I came this time as discussed over the phone, seeking to acquire a batch of stones, specifically jade, preferably weighing over 10 kilograms and of good quality. Since you have many friends and my time is limited, I cannot visit each vendor individually. That I would appreciate it if your friends could bring their stones to your shop. That I will keep those I find appealing. The price is not an issue, and I will give you 5 of the transaction price." Zhuang Sheng, being a straightforward individual, replied, "Thank you, Tianxiang, let's prosper together." Truthfully, Zhuang Sheng worried that if Chu Tianxiang did not purchase any stones after viewing them, it would be quite the predicament, but such concerns were best kept to himself. The evening's gathering exceeded the expectations of the three. Zhuang Sheng had arranged 3 full tables, accommodating over 30 people. The atmosphere was grand, with most attendees being jade business owners. By the end of the night, Chu Tianxiang was pleasantly intoxicated, while Li Jie collapsed at the table, leaving Zhang Li relatively unscathed, as Zhuang Sheng had thoughtfully arranged for a few female companions to keep her company. They shared a night of silence. The following morning at 9, the trio drove to Zhuang Sheng's shop. Upon entering, they noticed 3 or 4 individuals seated, sipping tea, likely there to deliver goods. Zhuang Sheng quickly stood to greet Chu Tianxiang upon his arrival. After a few casual exchanges, Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Brother Zhuang, do you have a smaller room where I can examine the stones at my own pace?" Zhuang Sheng replied, "Come to my storeroom. It's spacious, albeit a bit basic." He then led Chu Tianxiang to the storeroom, which spanned about 50 to 60 square meters, with a row of shelves against the wall and a sparse arrangement of goods in the center, indicating Zhuang Sheng had likely profited well at the Pingzhou auction. Chu Tianxiang was quite satisfied. He requested a small stool, a flashlight, and a spray bottle, instructing Zhuang Sheng to bring in the stones. A flurry of activity ensued as several individuals hurried to transport the stones inside, laying a dozen or so on the ground before retreating, including Zhuang Sheng himself. After more than half an hour, Chu Tianxiang emerged, requesting Zhuang Sheng, "Brother Zhuang, Could you please let the stone owners come in? Upon hearing this, the seated individuals quickly rose and entered the storeroom, sensing something significant was about to unfold. Chu Tianxiang pointed to the stones on the ground, asking, "Whose are these?" "This one, that one, and there's another over there." One person stepped forward, stating, "The two next to each other are mine." Chu Tianxiang immediately inquired, "What price do you ask? Don't give me a price. Just tell me what you wish to sell them for." After a moment of hesitation, the individual replied, "2 stones for 2.4 million." That Chu Tianxiang frowned, considering before offering 2 stones for 1.1 million. "If you agree, we can process the card payment." That he then asked, "Whose stone is this, and what price?" Another individual responded, "This one is 800,000. Chu Tianxiang countered, "I'll offer 500,000. If you agree, we can process the card." The last stone owner interjected, "Chu, mine is 1.5 million. Chu Tianxiang glanced at him, replying, "I'll give you 1 million. Go ahead and process the card. No one else can match this price." Chapter 94. Gambling with stones and selling fakes. Zhuangsheng was slightly taken aback. Such a straightforward approach to buying stones was quite bold. Exiting the room, Chu Tianxiang instructed Zhang Li, "Based on my quoted prices, you are responsible for processing the card and documenting the purchases, with Li Jie assisting you." The last stone owner quickly exclaimed, "Mine is sold for 1 million. That the first and second owners hurriedly declared, "Mine are sold as well." Chu Tianxiang turned to Zhuangsheng, saying, "Brother Zhuang, please help me set aside the stones I purchased in a separate area for Zhang Li to photograph and document. Also, please remove the other stones from the room. Bring in new ones when available." Zhuangsheng promptly agreed, "No problem, no problem," and swiftly instructed his staff to relocate the purchased stones to another room while clearing out the unsold ones. As several more individuals were waiting, the second batch of stones took over an hour to examine, with a group of anxious owners sipping tea and idly chatting. The moment Chu Tianxiang emerged, the owners, invigorated, stood up and rushed into the storeroom. Chu Tianxiang pointed to the stones, stating, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. "Who owns these, and what are your prices?" A cacophony of voices erupted as several individuals began to speak at once. "Silence," Zhuangsheng bellowed, restoring order. Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "One at a time. There's no need to rush to ask before." He quoted a price for each stone, finalizing the transactions for those who agreed, while those who disagreed were free to take their stones back. As he had no time for idle chatter, all 6 stones were sold. Zhuangsheng suggested, "Tianxiang, perhaps we should take a break. You've been busy for quite a while." Chu Tianxiang replied, "Brother Zhuang, I'm not tired. Let's keep going." Another batch of stones was brought in, and shortly after, Chu Tianxiang poked his head out, calling, "Brother Zhuang, please come in for a moment." Upon entering, Zhuangsheng inquired, "What's wrong, my brother?" Chu Tianxiang pointed to a stone on the ground, stating, "This one has a fake skin. We won't be accepting any goods from this individual." Zhuangsheng's temper flared instantly upon hearing this. "Who dares to play tricks on me, trying to sell fake stones in my shop? They are courting disaster." He hefted the stone onto a handcart, remaining silent as he made his way to the hall, his expression stern as he addressed the group. "Whose stone is this?" At that moment, a diminutive figure emerged from the crowd, casting a glance at the stone and exclaiming, "Brother Zhuang, this stone belongs to me." "How?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuangsheng let out a chuckle and, without warning, raised his leg and sent the individual flying over 3 meters away. The suddenness of the action startled those nearby, prompting them to scatter in fright. The small man struggled to regain his footing as Zhuangsheng addressed him. "Xiao Air, today there are too many people. I won't strike you, but take your stone and get lost from now on. Whenever I see you in this jewelry market, I shall strike you. You dare to deceive me." But Brother Zhuang, there is still another piece inside," Xiao Air muttered softly. "Just take it and leave quickly." This incident truly infuriated Zhuangsheng. If word got out that he was selling counterfeit stones in his shop, how could he ever maintain his reputation in the jadeite community? It would be utterly disgraceful. That a bystander inquired, "Brother Zhuang, what is going on?" "Everyone knows that Xiao Air," Zhuangsheng replied, fuming, "counterfeit within the jadeite trade. There existed 2 distinct types of people. Those who dealt in genuine products and refrained from deceit, engaging in mutual borrowing and trading, and those who peddled fakes, who were looked down upon by the purveyors of authenticity. You may deceive one today, but who knows when it might happen to me tomorrow." Hence, these 2 groups had no intersection whatsoever. Xiao Air's reputation had now plummeted to the depths. Chu Tianxiang soon made his appearance. startled by the throng of people filling the room, exclaiming, "Where did all these people come from?" The place was brimming with individuals, with barely any space to sit. Strangely, even outside, a line had formed of those waiting to view the stones. What on earth was happening? Chu Tianxiang asked Zhuangsheng, "Brother Zhuang, what's going on?" Zhuangsheng sighed, "Brother, these folks are here to deliver goods." Just yesterday, during a banquet, Zhuangsheng had told a group of jadeite merchants that Chu Tianxiang would begin acquiring high-quality stones the following day. However, some of the older merchants dismissed the notion, thinking, this young man in his 20s can't possibly have much money. Besides, how could he discern high-quality stones? They acknowledged his prowess in negotiation, but that did not imply he understood the nuances of valuable stones. Thus, some were indifferent, planning to merely bring a few stones as a courtesy to Zhuangsheng. Little did they know that this young man was indeed serious about sourcing materials. After the first two groups returned, they frantically sought to borrow quality stones, and upon acquiring them, rushed to Zhuangsheng's shop. Upon inquiry, they found not only was he collecting materials, but also offering remarkably fair prices, with the least of them earning at least 10 more than usual. This news spread like wildfire, first throughout Zhuangsheng's jewelry market, and then to others. Both acquaintances and strangers began flocking to Zhuangsheng's store, unwilling to delegate the task to others, as the buyer-s agreement was binding. With no time for further negotiation, looking at the line, it became evident that a few million was merely the baseline for these individuals, as only then could they possess such high-end goods. With some worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The security guards at the jewelry market were bewildered by the crowd at Zhuang's entrance, fearing a disturbance, when a few guards approached to inquire. The crowd explained they were merely delivering goods for the clients. The guards replied, "You can't block the way while delivering. Just look at this. Not even a car could pass, let alone pedestrians." The guards devised a clever plan. Instead of people queuing, they arranged for the stones to line up. Several guards were assigned to oversee the stones, which allowed the merchants to disperse and clear the path. After a simple lunch of boxed meals, Chu Tianxiang retreated to the inner room. After reviewing several batches, he checked his watch and realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon, feeling somewhat fatigued. He called Zhuangsheng into the room, saying, "Brother Zhuang, I'm feeling a bit tired. Shall we call it a day? But what about the people outside?" Knowing full well they wouldn't finish that day, Zhuangsheng had already devised a plan. The stones would remain in place, and he would pay the security guards to keep watch overnight. However, he informed the stone owners that any losses would not be compensated. Those who were uneasy could take their stones with them, but would have to queue again the following day. Zhuangsheng said, "Tianxiang, you should head back and rest. I'll wrap things up here and come to fetch you for dinner." Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "Brother Zhuang, let us not gather a crowd like yesterday, nor indulge in too much alcohol, that I truly am exhausted today." Zhuangsheng readily agreed, "All right, just one table tonight and we'll drink less." That evening's banquet indeed consisted of just one table, with fewer than 10 guests. After 2 hours, everyone departed in high spirits. Chapter 95. Reputation spreads the next morning, on their way to Zhuangsheng's store. Zhang Li remarked from the car, "Tianxiang, you're such a deceiver. You claimed we were coming here for fun, but this is hardly a leisure trip. You're here to collect stones," Chu Tianxiang replied. "Ha, just hold on for 2 more days, and once this is over, I'll take you to soak in a hot spring. You both know our company is nearly out of stock, and we urgently need to gather some materials. Especially with the upcoming spring auction in Pingzhou," that he then turned to Zhang Li, "aren't you fond of shopping? There are several large malls here, even bigger than ruining est that after we finish, we can go shopping for a few outfits you like." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiang glanced at the driver, Li Jie, and added, "Let Dodo foot the bill, that I didn't bring any money." Li Jie blurted out, "And you don't have any cash?" Zhang Li chimed in, playfully hitting him from the back seat. Li Jie shrank his neck in response. Chu Tianxiang erupted in laughter. Another busy day ensued, and during dinner, Chu Tianxiang said to Zhuangsheng, "Brother Zhuang, let us make tomorrow the final day. Today has already seen many repeated materials." Zhuangsheng angrily retorted, "These ungrateful wretches take my surname Zhuang for a fool." "Brother Zhuang, don't be upset. They're just trying to sell their materials." Chu Tianxiang soothed. "All right, tomorrow will be the last day. The day after, I'll take you all to the hot springs to unwind." Chu Tianxiang suggested, "Tomorrow afternoon, could you find a girl to accompany Zhang Li to the mall? Ruining doesn't have any large shopping centers, and it'd be quite a challenge for a girl from the capital to no problem." She can buy whatever she likes. I'll treat her as the elder brother." Zhuangxing generously replied, and Chu Tianxiang did not press further. The next day, Chu Tianxiang reviewed several batches of materials, finding the quality had significantly diminished with many duplicates. After contemplating, he stepped outside to examine the stones in line. Noticing a considerable number outside, laid out in a row, Chu Tianxiang merely glanced at them, sensing potential, and decided to take a closer look later, but he loudly called out to the crowd, "Whose stone is this?" A person stepped forward, promptly stating, "Chu Tian, this is mine." Chu Tianxiang instructed, "Please move it into the inner room." After that, the efficiency markedly improved, as the bulk movement of stones in and out had previously consumed too much time. After about an hour of reviewing, he finished examining the line stones and informed Zhuangsheng, "Brother Zhuang, that's enough for now, that I won't be looking at anymore." Zhuangsheng promptly agreed and turned to the crowd, proclaiming, "Dear bosses, I sincerely apologize, but those stones that were taken into the inner room, please wait here. Chu Tian still needs to examine them closely. The rest of you may take your stones and head home. Chu Tian will conclude the acquisitions here." Upon hearing that no more stones would be accepted, the crowd dispersed, each clutching their respective stones. The past 2 days had indeed been exhilarating, with some making profits in the millions and leaving joyfully, while others, having earned nothing, departed dejectedly. Yet they had no one to blame but themselves for lacking quality stones. From the stones taken into the inner room, Chu Tianxiang retained 7 pieces, marking the conclusion of this sourcing venture. Over 3 days, he had acquired 93 stones, totaling over 60 million, filling Zhuangxing's warehouse to the brim. After settling accounts with Zhuangsheng, the two discussed going to the hot springs the following day, as the hot springs in Tingshu were undoubtedly the best in the southwestern region of Yunnan. Throughout these 2 days, Zhuangsheng had been in a state of extreme excitement. He never anticipated Chu Tianxiang possessed such great capability and boldness. Initially, he admired the young man purely for his talents, then found a kindred spirit in him, and eventually deemed him worthy of deep friendship. Now, they were like brothers that in just 3 days, he had earned over 3 million from Chu Tianxiang. And those who sold their materials typically granted him a commission of around 5%, as was customary at first. Zhuangsheng hesitated to discuss the commissions with the merchants, fearing that if he brought it up, Chu Tianxiang might receive too little or not at all, thereby losing face. However, industry norms were such that agreements established beforehand were the rules of the trade, and failing to discuss them was also a norm. This had been an unwritten rule in the jadeite industry for hundreds of years. Nobody dared to deny such commissions. Should anyone attempt to do so, word would spread, and their reputation would plummet to the same level as that of a seller of counterfeit stones. When all was accounted for, Zhuangsheng had earned at least 6 million, highlighting the advantages of having significant clients. They were indeed the driving force behind productivity. Moreover, following this incident, Zhuangxing's reputation soared within the community. Over the next few days, numerous figures who could converse with him reached out, either inquiring about the stone acquisitions or hoping to connect with the young Chu Tianxiang. Zhuangxing readily agreed to all requests, leaving the actual feasibility for later consideration. Even the president, vice presidents, and secretaries of various associations contacted him, clearly eager to be introduced to Chu Tianxiang. During this substantial shipment, fewer than 1/6 of the bosses from Tung City showed up. Many among them felt their status was comparable to, or even superior to that of Zhuangsheng, with some being wealthier than if you were to ask these individuals to line up outside Zhuangsheng's shop. How could they possibly maintain their standing? They would rather forego this opportunity than subject themselves to such indignity. Yet, the thought of missing out on potential earnings weighed heavily on their hearts, an agonizing dilemma. A few individuals soaked in the hot spring, surrounded by towering mountains, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, creating a unique ambience. Zhuangsheng gazed at Chu Tianxiang, who was resting with his eyes closed. He found this handsome young man rather inscrutable. With a mere glance, he had purchased an enormous quantity of stones, over 90 pieces in one go. What immense resources must he possess? What line of work does his family engage in? How could his elders be so trusting as to allow someone in their early 20s to spend millions so frivolously? Suddenly, a thought struck him that he leaned closer to Chu Tianxiang and whispered, "Tianxiang, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Chu Tianxiang opened his eyes and replied, "Brother Zhuang, why are you being so formal? Please go ahead." This matter had nearly become a laughingstock in Ting City. In a village on the outskirts, There lived a family of the Dai ethnic group, surnamed Dao, whose ancestors must have thrived at one point but were now in decline. The man of the house was in his 40s. The woman somewhat disabled, and they had 2 children, both in elementary school. Their elders had passed away, and the family was impoverished, surviving on a few acres of land. The woman's health was failing, and they lived from hand to mouth. The man was a hothead with a poor temper. Yet, the family possessed a piece of jadeite rough weighing over a ton, which he claimed was passed down through generations, a pure gamble stone with promising characteristics. However, despite numerous visits from Tung City's wealthiest and outside clients, they had never reached an agreement on price. Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Is his asking price excessively high?" Zhuang Sheng replied, "Indeed, it is precisely because it is so high that people admire the stone. Yet no one is willing to pay that he demands 54,360,000, while the highest offer he has received was 30 million, which he rejected with anger." Chu Tianxiang expressed surprise, asking, "Why such a peculiar figure?" Zhuangxing chuckled, explaining, according to him, someone offered that amount many years ago, but his ancestors never sold it, and now he desires to sell at that price. Chu Tianxiang remained perplexed. How can past prices be compared to the present? Money is not the same. The humor in the situation lay precisely in this fact. Having received an education, he could decipher the numbers himself, converting the old silver dollar value into contemporary currency, then adjusting for inflation, resulting in the figure of 54,360,000, a number he adjusted annually. Zhuangxing laughed. After a moment he sighed. With the family in dire straits, 2 children still growing and attending school, shouldn't they prioritize selling the stone to alleviate their immediate survival issues? Yet he insists on preserving his ancestors' wealth, refusing to sell unless he receives his desired price. This situation had persisted for 3 or 4 years, and the stone remained unsold, their condition deteriorating further. Chu Tianxiang felt a tightening in his chest. Having grown up in hardship, he understood the struggles of life. He said, "Brother Zhuang, let us go and take a look." That it was acceptable to observe the stone, but they should not hastily part with any money. That individual might throw their cash away if he took a disliking to them, Zhuangxing cautioned. The following day, a few of them drove to the outskirts, exiting the urban area of Tung City and traveling for another hour to a village nestled on a hillside. They parked in front of a mud brick house and disembarked. Zhuangxing led the way, bowing his head as he entered. The interior was tidy, though the walls were darkened from smoke, with an old table, rickety chairs, and a worn bed. That a 20-year-old television set was their sole appliance. The walls and under the glass of the table were adorned with photographs. 2 little girls sat on the bed watching television, while cooking sounds emanated from the kitchen. Zhuangxing called out, "Is Dao Gu at home?" A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, gaunt and haggard, her age indiscernible. She smiled upon seeing Zhuangxing, saying, "Zhuangzong, you've come." Zhuangxing asked, "Sister, where has Dao Gu gone?" The woman replied, "He has gone to work but will be back soon. Please, have a seat." She moved a few small stools for them to sit, and Zhuangxing, Zhang Li, and Li Jie took their places. Chu Tianxiang, however, did not sit. He approached the table and gazed at the photographs on the wall, the oldest depicting a man in Qing dynasty official attire. Though his rank was unclear, many were clad in long robes, some with round faces and others with an ethereal aura, clearly indicating the family's illustrious past. That moment, Dao Gu returned, a lean man who greeted them, but remained taciturn. Appearing quite out of place, the woman set a small dining table on the ground to serve the 2 children their midday meal before they returned to school. Each child received a bowl of plain rice and a plate of stir-fried potato strips devoid of any visible oil. The younger child, seeing the potatoes, whined, "Mom, I want to eat meat." Watching the patched clothes of the children tugged at Chu Tianxiang's heartstrings. When he heard the child pleading for meat, memories of his own struggles surged forth, and tears welled in his eyes. Noticing no one was watching, he discreetly wiped them away and called to Li Jie, "Dodo, I saw a place selling soy sauce ducks when we entered the village." "Go buy 2." Li Jie obliged and stepped out. Moments later, he returned with 2 soy sauce ducks. Dao Gu, who had been puffing on his water pipe, was about to speak when Zhuangxing patted his arm, saying, "The children are still growing. Let them enjoy." Dao Gu sighed and took another puff from his pipe, while the children eagerly devoured the food. Zhuangxing then inquired, "May we take a look at the stone?" Without hesitation, Dao Gu stood and led them to the inner room. They quickly followed, passing through the kitchen to a thatched roof shed where a wooden frame held the stone, covered with tarps. The shed was surrounded by a small vegetable garden. Dao Ge carefully lifted the tarp, revealing a jadeite ruff weighing over a ton. Its black and green hues, tight skin, and excellent mottling were apparent. Chu Tianxiang touched it, feeling its smoothness, while Zhuang Sheng leaned closer and whispered, "It is watered and oiled weekly, though we fear it might run water." Running water refers to the jadeite losing moisture when exposed to air for too long, causing it to lose its luster. Chu Tianxiang thought to himself, "This stone is treated better than a beloved daughter," requiring half a kilogram of oil each week. Over the years, that must amount to a fortune. The group settled in the shed, and Chu Tianxiang meticulously examined the stone for about an hour before signaling Zhuang Sheng to step aside. "The stone is quite good. I'll take it for 60 million, and your 5% remains valid." Zhuang Sheng, alarmed, whispered he didn't even ask for 60 million. Chu Tianxiang replied, "Brother Zhuang, I assure you this stone will be profitable. It is worth that price, especially considering how well he has preserved it. Furthermore, I cannot bear to see those children longing for meat." His voice trembled as he spoke. Zhuang Sheng, moved, recognized that the previous conversation had struck a chord with Chu Tianxiang. He refrained from further insistence but remained firm on his 5% cut. Otherwise, their friendship would be at risk. Chu Tianxiang conceded. They returned to the shed, where Zhuang Sheng addressed Dao Ge. "This gentleman is interested in your stone. Why don't you negotiate?" Dao Ge was about to speak when Chu Tianxiang interjected. "Dao Ge, I'll buy the stone for 60 million, that if you agree, I can transfer the money immediately." Dao Ge was taken aback, his mouth opening in surprise, but Zhuang Sheng pinched his arm sharply, conveying a silent message. Dao Ge, stubborn yet not foolish, quickly grasped Zhuang Sheng's intent and trembled as he replied, "Thank you, sir. I will sell." Dao Ge fetched his identification and accompanied them to the town to facilitate the transaction, as he lacked a bank card and needed to set one up. Once the transfer was complete, Dao Ge repeatedly confirmed with the bank staff that the 60 million would be readily accessible, allowing him to withdraw as much as he desired. Satisfied with their responses, he exited the bank, swaying as if intoxicated that Lijie had to support him as they made their way to the car. Upon arriving home, Dao Ge hurried inside, retrieving a small altar box containing a portrait of an elder in a long robe. He placed it on the table and solemnly addressed Zhuang Sheng and Chu Tianxiang, "Please, esteemed guests, bear witness." The couple knelt before the altar, tears streaming down their faces. Dao Ge spoke in Dai, recounting years of perseverance and the injustices endured. He had not betrayed his ancestors' legacy and was grateful to his benefactors, hoping for the family's prosperity. Zhongli wept openly, while Li Jie could not comprehend her tears. Zhuang Sheng and Chu Tianxiang, too, felt a heaviness in their hearts. They stepped outside, where Zhuang Sheng remarked, "Tianxiang, your kindness in this matter is truly admirable. As an older brother, I am deeply impressed." Chu Tianxiang sighed, "Brother Zhuang, you may find this hard to believe, but I lived a life just like those two children when I was young." Zhuang Sheng was genuinely puzzled. In just a few days, he had witnessed Chu Tianxiang spend over 100 million without hesitation. How could someone so young, who had once lived in poverty, suddenly possess such wealth? Had the god of wealth bestowed upon him a treasure trove? Chapter 97. Farewell to Lu Liang, Chu Tianxiang said. "Brother Zhuang, let us first transport the stones back to Tung City, that I need to examine them closely. My mood isn't quite right today, and I can't make any judgments." Zhuang Sheng readily agreed and promptly made a call to arrange for a forklift and truck. After bidding farewell to Dao Ge and his wife, the stones were hauled back to Tung City and placed in Zhuang Sheng's empty store, as the stones previously purchased had already been dispatched to ruining. After dinner, with some persuasion, Zhuang Sheng was convinced to leave, allowing Chu Tianxiang to inspect the stones alone, accompanied by 2 store employees, while Zhongli dragged Li Jie off to the mall. The room, devoid of windows and lights, left Chu Tianxiang standing beside the stones, his hands resting on them as he slowly moved, occasionally scraping at the sand with his fingernails, meticulously discerning the information coming from both sides of his mind. Hardness, viscosity, temperature, and the density of the sand, as well as the nature of the fillers. After a long while, Chu Tianxiang turned on his flashlight, examining the skin of the stones inch by inch, noting the direction of the cracks, the size and position of the mottling, and the form of the blemishes that I in some places. He sprayed a bit of water to observe how quickly it penetrated the stone's interior, and occasionally tapped with a flashlight to listen for changes in sound. 3 hours passed. It wasn't that the stones had changed significantly, but rather that they were overwhelmingly large. When Chu Tianxiang emerged, he appeared quite fatigued. He noticed Zhang Li sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep, while the two store employees were engrossed in their phones, and only Li Jie was mindlessly munching on snacks. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiang, Li Jie stood up and asked, "Brother Tianxiang, have you finished?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "I'm done. Wake up, Sister Zhang Li. We need to head back to the hotel." After returning to the hotel, Chu Tianxiang took a shower. Initially feeling drowsy, he was now much more alert. He picked up the phone and called Tan Hui. Tan Hui answered, "Tianxiang, what is the matter calling so late?" Chu Tianxiang said, "Uncle Tan, I've acquired a large stone in Tung City that it's an old material. Likely close to a century old, weighing over a ton, with black sand. If nothing goes awry, it should be ice-type green flower." Tan Hui was taken aback, instantly wide awake, and inquired urgently, "Over a ton? At least a few sides I've seen are fine. But the stone is too large, and the information is unclear. The very bottom is uncertain. It resembles a large blemish," Chu Tianxiang explained. Tan Hui asked, "Tianxiang, what do you mean?" "Uncle Tan, should we cut it? Where should we cut it? If we cut it in ruining and it turns out to be ice-type with green flower, especially if it's several hundred kilograms of material, there is no way to hide it. Everyone will know." After a moment of contemplation, Tan Hui said, "Don't sleep yet. I'll communicate with those two individuals." With that, he hung up. After waiting for about 40 minutes, Chu Tianxiang began to feel a bit drowsy. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, startling him that he glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Tan Hui. Tan Hui said, "Tianxiang, I've discussed it with Uncle Dai and Uncle Chen. The stone will be sent to Jincheng province for processing. Old Chun found a stone factory run by a friend of his, which has such a wire saw. The workers and the owner likely don't know much about jade, so if the stone is cut successfully, the chances of it leaking out are minimal." Chu Tianxiang, still a bit dazed, mumbled, "Uncle Tan, please send me the delivery address on my phone. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Today has truly exhausted me." The following day, he awoke to the sun already high in the sky. After freshening up, he arrived at the restaurant to find Zhang Li and Li Jie already there, having finished their meal. Chu Tianxiang picked up a few of his favorite dishes and sat down, saying, "We'll head to Brother Zhuang's to send off the stones, and then we'll return to ruining. Do you two have anything else to do?" Zhang Li, having returned with a plethora of clothing purchased with Zhuang Sheng's money, replied, "Brother Tianxiang, we're free." Li Jie muttered, "You're free, but you look like a snot bubble." Zhang Li retorted angrily, "Lil Do, you re-asking for trouble." The two often had playful banter. A day without their quarrels felt incomplete. Chu Tianxiang chuckled, "All right, finish up quickly, and let us head back to pack and check out." The trio drove to Zhuang Sheng's company, where they found him already seated and enjoying tea with a few others. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiang enter, Zhuang Sheng and the others stood up. "Good morning, Brother Zhuang." Chu Tianxiang greeted first. "Come, Tianxiang, let me introduce you to a few friends." Zhuang Sheng said with a smile that he pointed to a shrewd-looking man in his 50s. "This is President Liu of the Tung City Association." Then addressing President Liu, he added, "President Liu, this is Chu Tianxiang, Mr. Chu from Ruining." After a few polite exchanges, Chu Tianxiang, noticing that President Liu had arrived, feared he might have to stay longer, quickly turned to Zhuang Sheng and said, "Brother Zhuang, I have urgent matters in Ruining. I need to leave once the stones are dispatched." Originally, President Liu had planned to invite Chu Tianxiang to dinner in the evening to further solidify their relationship, as such significant clients were rarely encountered. He insisted, "Mr. Chu, a delay of a day or even half a day shouldn't be an issue, right? We should sit together tonight. It's essential for our two locations to maintain communication." Chu Tianxiang quickly stood up and said, "President Liu, Brother Zhuang, two clients from the mainland are arriving tonight specifically to see me. It would be quite disrespectful not to return. Next time I'm in Ting City, or if you both come to Ruining, I'll accompany you throughout. I truly cannot stay this time. At this point." Chu Tianxiang spun a tale without a hint of hesitation. Seeing his resolve, President Liu ceased to press the matter, and after a bit more conversation, the logistics company personnel arrived. The group watched as they used a forklift to lift the stones outside. Upon closer inspection of the stones, President Liu was taken aback and casually approached Zhuang Sheng, whispering, "Is this old Taoist stone?" Zhuangxing nodded, and President Liu cast a glance back at Chu Tianxiang, pondering. Just how significant is this young man's capability? He mused. This time, old Dao's family has finally escaped their hardships. Zhuangxing replied, Brother Liu, you should have seen how they cried at that moment. It was heart-wrenching. With the stones dispatched, Chu Tianxiang bade farewell to Liu and Zhuangxing before getting into the car. As they neared the outskirts of Tung City, Chu Tianxiang suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. He urgently told Li Jie, pull over, quickly. Inside the car, the music was blaring, and Li Jie hadn't heard clearly what Chu Tianxiang said. He turned his head, asking, what did you say? Stop the car, pull over to Li Jie. Puzzled, complied, and as soon as the car came to a halt, Chu Tianxiang flung open the door and dashed back that Li Jie and Zhang Li exchanged surprised looks. Li Jie remarked to Zhang Li, stay put in the car. I'll go check it out. With that, he exited the vehicle and followed after Chu Tianxiang. After running about 100 meters, Chu Tianxiang slowed down and looked up at the shop signs lining the street. He recalled it was a fast food restaurant. Continuing on, he spotted Lu Liang sitting alone on a small stool outside the fast food restaurant, sipping tea. Chapter 98, The Stone Gambling Scheme. He hastened his pace. Approaching Lu Liang and greeted, Brother Liu, what brings you here? Lu Liang looked up, recognizing Chu Tianxiang, and smiled. Tianxiang, what brings you to Tung City? He then added, come inside quickly. This place is mine, and it's rare to see an old friend here. The two entered the fast food restaurant just as Li Jie arrived, breathless. Chu Tianxiang introduced him, saying, this is my colleague. The three sat down, and Lu Liang inquired, Tianxiang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Tianxiang was about to decline when Li Jie's stomach audibly grumbled, prompting him to relent. Since we're your restaurant, Brother Liu, I want tea hold back. That he turned to Li Jie. Instructing, bring the car over. That Li Jie responded and stepped out. Chu Tianxiang then asked Lu Liang, Brother Liu, I was away on a business trip when that incident occurred. When I returned, I heard about the losses and even visited your store. Your deputy general still works there, right? Lu Liang chuckled. Everyone has their aspirations. One must eat. After all, that he appeared unfazed by the situation. Chu Tianxiang probed further. Brother Liu, what led to those losses, if it's not too much trouble? Could you share the details? Lu Liang smiled and replied, there's nothing to hide. I now suspect I was set up by Xiaolin. What? Chu Tianxiang was taken aback, seeing Li Jie and Zhang Li approaching with bowls of rice noodles. He said, you two eat over there. I need to discuss something with President Liu. That Li Jie was bemused. Since when did a fast food restaurant owner earn the title of president? Nevertheless, he complied and moved away. Lu Liang continued, initially, I hadn't suspected anything, but after losing and arriving in Tung City with nothing to do, I meticulously recalled every detail of the incident and found many things to be quite suspicious. After the incident, the person who had harassed my female employees disappeared. The rumor was that he resigned voluntarily, while others claimed he was fired. After committing such a grave mistake, and with our most significant client poached, why wouldn't Xiaolin have fired him immediately? If he didn't make restitution for the losses, it would be a mercy. Why wait until the matter concluded? Chu Tianxiang pondered. This was merely conjecture, and didn't prove anything. Lu Liang continued, ordinarily, when important clients arrive, at the very least, a senior-level employee should accompany them. Even the boss might step in for 3 rounds of hospitality. Why was Xiaolin so confident as to send just an ordinary sales representative? Chu Tianxiang felt increasingly puzzled that ruining. Important clients were considered the primary productive force. Once clients landed, they were not allowed to leave his sight from the moment they disembarked. Daily hospitality was a must. Otherwise, they could easily be poached. This was standard practice. Something felt amiss. Xiaolin was certainly not an inattentive individual. Once more, according to my female employee, she was previously acquainted with the other party's employee. At the time, they met at the Jigao market, where that individual took the initiative to greet her. Furthermore, there was a brief interlude during which he left for some reason, thus granting the young lady an opportunity to bring the client back to my company. There are certain suspicions, yet they do not elucidate much. Chu Tianxiang pondered. The client in question is the proprietor of a publicly listed company in Tianjin, generous and magnanimous, who spent 10 million with us. For 3 consecutive days, I accompanied him, yet Xiaolin remained utterly silent, which is highly suspicious. Given the contentious nature of my relationship with Xiaolin, had he known that I had poached the client, a typical reaction would have been to confront me immediately. That, to be frank, I would have had no grounds for complaint had he chosen to strike me. Chu Tianxiang furrowed his brow. This was clearly problematic. Xiao Lin is certainly not one to suffer silently. Rather, he is meticulous to the point of being scrupulous. His subsequent actions towards Lu Liang only underscore this point, that as soon as the client departed. Xiao Lin showed up at my door, inquiring about how I intended to handle the situation. Aware that I had erred, I suggested that we allocate all the profits from this deal to him, along with some compensation, that he flatly rejected my offer, instead proposing the conditions of shutting down the store and a wager. Chu Tianxiang remained silent, as numerous signs indicated that this was indeed a setup. Over the past 2 years, the domestic economic landscape has been exceptionally favorable, with people possessing ample funds and jadeite becoming increasingly popular, thus giving rise to a multitude of individuals who amass wealth through deception and schemes. Among these are many former jadeite merchants who, when unable to earn a sufficient income or feeling that their profits are meager, resort to trickery that in recent years. One of the most notorious scams unfolded as follows. Several individuals posing as affluent tycoons frequently visited Ruining to purchase stones, developing a rapport with several jadeite merchants there. Suddenly, one day, these individuals contacted the jadeite merchants, expressing their desire to purchase stones of high quality, insisting that they bring no less than 50 million worth of goods to a certain location in the mainland. As transporting goods from Ruining to the mainland is commonplace, the jadeite merchants, unsuspecting of any deceit, brought their goods to the designated location. Upon landing, the con artists greeted them warmly, loading everyone and their wheeled suitcases, containing 50 million worth of stones, into a van. The vehicle then proceeded to a luxurious restaurant where the scammers invited the merchants to dine. The merchants, wishing to bring their bags inside, were assured by the scammers that the bags would be safe in the van, as the restaurant had surveillance cameras. The bags were too heavy, so the merchants left them behind. After finishing their meal, they discovered the van had vanished. Reviewing the surveillance footage revealed that the incident had occurred within a blind spot, and the police were helpless in investigating such an open and shut case. The merchants, fully aware they had been swindled, possessed no evidence, and the con artists felt aggrieved, having lost their newly acquired luxury van as well. Years have passed and the case remains unsolved. Chu Tianxiang began to believe Lu Liang's account, turning to him and saying, "Brother Lu, please continue." Lu Liang recounted, "I previously worked in finance for a publicly listed company and developed a fondness for gambling on stones during my occasional visits to Ruining. Perhaps it was an innate intuition, but I had a knack for discerning the quality of stones. Even when prices did not soar, I rarely made a poor choice. After some contemplation, I decided to pursue this endeavor full-time, bringing my original team along, who were eager to follow me. Over 3 years, each member earned substantial profits, but as fortunes grew, so did their egos, resulting in a certain instability within the group, ultimately leading to this significant incident. Xiao Lin should have known that shutting down the shop was out of the question. The employees would never agree to it, as the profits were unimaginable compared to our previous endeavors in the publicly listed company. I suspect Xiao Lin was aware of my pride in my stone gambling abilities, which is why he lured me into this trap, and I fell for it." Chu Tianxiang was now nearly convinced that he had indeed walked into a setup. He inquired, "How did you lose the wager?" Chapter 99. Initial guesses. Lu Liang fell into a moment of reflection, seemingly recalling the scene from that day. 2 skilled stone evaluators arrived, both from Myanmar, one of whom was over 70 and exceptionally talented, that we had 10 stones in total, with each of us selecting 4, though we chose 3 that were identical, but I lost on the final piece. I cut an icy blue orchid stone, while he cut an icy green flower stone. The piece he selected was a yellow rock with a sandy skin, which I had examined closely and deemed impossible to yield a green flower. How did that Myanmar man perceive it? Lu Liang fell into deep thought, though the answer eluded him. Chu Tianxiang asked, "Brother Lu, even if you lost the wager, you wouldn't resort to opening a fast food restaurant in Tingshu, would you? A stone gambling establishment of that scale must require at least several million in working capital. That I had over 20 million, but I distributed it among the employees, leaving myself with only 200,000. These individuals were primarily those I had brought to Ruining, and I felt obliged to provide them with some compensation after losing their meal funds. That I never intended to operate this establishment for long, just a year or, at most, 2. I planned to return to the stone gambling industry. During this time, I wanted to take a step back. That I was somewhat overconfident, and I should have exercised greater caution. That I should have recognized the setup midway through. Chu Tianxiang had nothing further to say. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while until Chu Tianxiang casually asked, "Brother Liu, may I inquire about which publicly listed companies have promising prospects? New materials, innovative technologies, electronic chips, internet concepts, and certain enterprises on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange's growth enterprise market are all showing great development momentum." Brother Liu is an expert. Chu Tianxiang praised. Liu Liang chuckled. "Tianxiang, I worked in a publicly listed company for 10 years. Primarily in finance, that if I were to lack understanding in this area, it would be quite negligent." The three bid farewell, and before parting, Liu Liang advised Chu Tianxiang, "Be cautious in ruining. Xiao Lin has strong ties with the Myanmar Mountain Army. Avoid conflicts at all costs." And on the return journey to ruining, Chu Tianxiang remained silent. Zhang Li and Li Jie, noticing his serious demeanor, refrained from speaking, even hesitating to turn on the music. The ruse orchestrated by Xiao Lin was not particularly complex. With a little discernment, it could easily be unraveled. Even if it were a matter of two individuals at odds, or even brothers, Liu Liang's brazen poaching of a client would have undoubtedly incited a reaction. It was merely that Liu Liang had become too complacent, his vigilance diminished, leaving him oblivious to the pitfall. Xiao Lin, leveraging the influence of Chairman Xiao, had indeed become somewhat arrogant in ruining. While Chu Tianxiang was still working for General Shui, he had often heard numerous tales about Xiao Lin, that Liu Liang was a decent person, ultimately distributing over 20 million to his subordinates, leaving him nearly empty-handed, a testament to his immense courage. That it appeared glamorous. Yet beneath the surface lay a thicket of thorns. Chu Tianxiang mused quietly. Li Jie, unable to catch his words, asked, "Brother Tianxiang, what did you say? You've been quiet for so long. I feel like I might suffocate." "Let us play some music." With a sigh, Chu Tianxiang acquiesced. They traveled safely, and by evening, the group returned to the company. After tidying up, they each went home to rest, spending the night in silence. The following morning, Chu Tianxiang called several uncles to report the outcomes of their trip to Tingshu, elaborating on the efficient process of sourcing materials there. That he expressed his desire to replicate the same in Ruili. Dai Dong and Shun Zhengsheng had no objections, but Tan Hui expressed concern about whether it might be too ostentatious. Chu Tianxiang awaited the arrival of the 1-ton black sand rock to head to Jin province. He had dispatched it via logistics, which was somewhat slow. Once the goods from Tingshu arrived, Chu Tianxiang had them placed in Tian Gao's shop. Then he embarked on another gold-seeking journey, though this time his luck did not favor him. After several days, he managed to acquire only 4 or 5 stones. Zhang Li had completed typing the company plan he had drafted and sent emails to several individuals in the capital. Chu Tianxiang began learning to use the computer and assessed Li Jie's handwriting practice, which was quite satisfactory. Zhang Li had proven to be a competent teacher, as Li Jie's writing had become legible. The highlight of Chu Tianxiang's day was his nightly phone call with Zheng Jing at 8 o'clock, a time they had agreed upon. While she was busy studying on her end, he was immersed in work without a set schedule. However, their evening agreement remained unwavering, and their relationship blossomed gradually. Though separated by 1,000 miles, their heartfelt affection overflowed. That morning, Chu Tianxiang, Zhang Li, and Li Jie sat in the courtyard, sipping tea and engaging in conversation when 2 individuals from Myanmar entered through the front gate. Adorned in their traditional turbans, the Myanmar men had darker skin, making it difficult for locals to gauge their age. Chu Tianxiang stood to greet them, inviting them to sit. The elder of the 2 Myanmar men spoke. "I have a batch of materials I wish to sell and wondered if General Chu might be interested." Chu Tianxiang inquired, "Where are the materials located, and what is their quality?" The Myanmar man replied, "The materials are in Pasir village, over 100 pieces, each weighing several dozen kilograms at a minimum, exhibiting exceptional quality. That I heard that General Chu possesses the capacity to purchase in bulk, which is why I came to inquire." In a hushed tone, the Myanmar man added, "They are quite similar to the 3 pieces delivered last time." Chu Tianxiang paused, quickly comprehending the intent of these visitors. The Mountain Army, an autonomous organization from northern Myanmar, comprises several ethnically homogeneous groups, ranging from a few thousand to several 100,000 members, enjoying a high degree of autonomy, complete with their own military forces, and are often engaged in conflict. Their primary economic resources stem from the sale of local commodities, including jade, timber, and metal ores. After some contemplation, Chu Tianxiang replied, "I am open to seeing them, but I cannot guarantee a purchase. Shall we go now?" The Myanmar man inquired. Chu Tianxiang turned to Li Jie and instructed, You will accompany me. Dravidi then rose to his feet. Passeer village is a small settlement located on the outskirts of Ruining, conveniently situated near the national highway, that a group of individuals arrived at the entrance of a large house in the village. A few of them alighted from the vehicle and directly entered the premises. Inside, the atmosphere was sparse, devoid of women, and populated solely by youthful men. The group traversed through the main hall and proceeded to the rear, passing through several rooms until they reached a structure resembling a factory. The floor was strewn with stones, and numerous woven bags towered around, presumably filled with small jadeite rough stones. The elder Myanmar gentleman remarked, "Mr. Chu, among these stones, there are also some larger and more valuable ones in the adjacent room. Please feel free to peruse them. We can negotiate for any that catch your fancy." Chu Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement and began inspecting the stones. He surmised that this must be a trading post for the Shan army, with such establishments scattered across various locations, as they were contraband. The relevant authorities were quite rigorous in their enforcement. While the smuggling of 1 or 2 stones went unnoticed, attempting to transport such a large quantity would certainly attract scrutiny. The quality of the stones on the ground varied significantly. It was likely that these had been confiscated by the Shan army. After nearly 2 hours of examination, Chu Tianxiang had selected fewer than 10 from over 100 stones that he straightened his back and addressed the Myanmar man seated nearby. Sipping tea, "I wish to see those higher-priced stones." The Myanmar gentleman led him to the entrance of a room within. Producing a key, he unlocked the door, turned on the lights, and gestured for Chu Tianxiang to enter. Upon stepping inside, Chu Tianxiang's eyes lit up. "These are all premium stones. This is the quality I seek." The room was devoid of windows, with 3 tiers of shelves lining the walls, laden with stones, while larger specimens occupied the floor. Chu Tianxiang said to the Myanmar gentleman, "Please fetch me a flashlight. Mine is running low." The Myanmar man promptly exited, soon returning with 2 flashlights and a spray bottle. Chu Tianxiang continued, "I may take some time to inspect. You are welcome to stay here or go outside for tea." The Myanmar gentleman, trusting in his words, turned and left. Chu Tianxiang began examining the stones on the floor, particularly intrigued by a stone weighing approximately 1 ton, characterized by a yellow sand skin, hard texture, tight shell, and dotted with a mottled pattern. One side was entirely covered in blemishes. He scrutinized this particular stone for over an hour. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the room and approached the area where several Myanmar men were drinking tea with Li Jie. The Myanmar men quickly stood up while Li Jie, engrossed in a game, barely lifted his gaze. Chu Tianxiang took a seat, and the elder Myanmar gentleman hastily poured him a cup of tea. Chu Tianxiang initiated the conversation. "May I ask your name?" The elder Myanmar gentleman replied, "Mr. Chu, you can simply call me Gaisong. The stones are impressive. I would like to discuss the yellow sandskin stone weighing about 1 ton. What is your asking price?" Gaisong did not hesitate and stated, "That stone is 40 million. Chu Tianxiang gestured towards the pile of stones on the floor. "There are others here that I am interested in as well. I have only seen half of what is inside. That I have but one condition. Those stones must go through customs. I will cover the customs fees. If you trust me, we can negotiate on that 1-ton stone. Otherwise, I am at an impasse." Gaisong pondered for a moment before responding. "Passing through customs is feasible, though it presents some challenges for us." "How much do you anticipate needing?" "No less than 20, Chu Tianxiang replied. 30 million for the yellow sandskin stone. Gaisong offered readily. 1 million. Chu Tianxiang smiled and countered. Then Chu Tianxiang employed his unique technique of silence, remaining unresponsive to Gaisong's subsequent comments. Eventually, even the younger Myanmar man felt compelled to speak. Yet Chu Tianxiang maintained his unwavering gaze and smile, refusing to utter a word. Gaisong, feeling increasingly powerless, finally conceded, "Mr. Chu, you are indeed skilled in negotiations. Let us agree on 1 million, Chu Tianxiang called out to Li Jie, who was preoccupied with his phone. "Stop playing and get to work." Startled, Li Jie nearly jumped up. "What is up, brother Tianxiang?" "What work?" Chu Tianxiang turned to Gaisong and inquired, "Is a bank transfer acceptable?" "I do not have that much cash on hand." Gaisong nodded in affirmation. Chu Tianxiang addressed the group. "Gaisong, please deliver the stones to my company, and then go with my accountant to the bank for the transfer. Dodo, accompany them back. The stones can be placed in the courtyard. And have Zhongli handle the bank transfer of 1 million. The deal, you understand?" Li Jie nodded in agreement, but he then added, "Do you have any food here? I am famished. Please bring me a bowl of rice noodles." After I eat, I still need to inspect more stones. Gaisong, delighted, quickly arranged for someone to go out and buy rice noodles, while Li Jie eagerly shouted, "I want 2 bowls." The Myanmar men, equipped with a forklift and truck for unloading, decided to transport both the forklift and stones simultaneously. After devouring the rice noodles, Chu Tianxiang hurried back to examine the stones that I in the room. There were fewer than 100 stones, and given his discerning eye, he had already selected over 20 that he mused aloud. Old material is indeed superior. That he summoned Gaisong and several Myanmar men into the room, pointed at the stones he had selected, and instructed them to arrange them outside. Once the prices were settled, he intended to photograph them for record-keeping. There were 2 neat rows of stones, totaling 23, plus 8 from outside, amounting to 31 stones. Gaisong was ecstatic, as his organization was currently short on funds, requiring him to raise 30 million within a month, that if he could finalize the deal for all these stones, he would secure that amount with ease. Chu Tianxiang indicated for Gaisong to quote a price, and Gaisong promptly retrieved his ledger. The group began calculating costs based on the stones, whispering in Myanmar. Chu Tianxiang sat quietly, listening to their murmured discussions. After a while, Gaisong looked up and stated, "Mr. Chu, for the 31 stones. The price is 150 million." Feigning to calculate, Chu Tianxiang proposed, "I will offer a price. If you agree, we can finalize the sale. If not, I will not increase my offer." That he stated, 69 million. Gaisong remained silent, while the nearby Myanmar man quickly fetched a calculator for him. After a few moments of calculation, Gaisong looked up at Chu Tianxiang with a puzzled expression and finally said, "Mr. Chu, we have a deal." The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. Li Jie took photographs for documentation, and Gaisong needed to covertly transport the stones back to Myanmar, then proceed through normal channels for customs clearance into the country, which would incur significant additional costs. Fortunately, Chu Tianxiang had agreed to cover that expense. As they drove back to the company, Chu Tianxiang suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Li Jie bewildered. "Brother Tianxiang, what has gotten into you?" Laughing for no reason. Having learned from his mentor, a Myanmar man, Chu Tianxiang was as fluent in Myanmar as in his native tongue. During the price negotiations, the Myanmar men had not concealed anything from him. He had heard their cost estimates for the stones, that he had left a 10% profit margin for them, which explained Gaisong's astonished look. Chu Tianxiang's pricing was remarkably precise, even considering the customs fees. He had managed to secure an exceptional deal. Upon returning to the company, it was already evening when Tan Hui called, informing him that the stones had arrived in Datong, Shanxi province, and inquired when Chu Tianxiang would be able to visit. Chu Tianxiang assessed the situation and planned to arrive in the capital the day after tomorrow before heading to Da. But he told Tan Hui, "Uncle Tan, I have also purchased a 1-ton stone, which I will send to Datong tomorrow." Tan Hui readily agreed. Chu Tianxiang instructed Zhang Li and Li Jie, "After I leave, if the stones from the old Myanmar man arrive, please compare them with the pictures and check them into the inventory."